Meet Cha Shin Hyun, a hunter absolutely nobody cared about. The guy was so invisible, his entire guild consisted of exactly one person, himself. He just quietly handled his own missions, flying completely under the radar. But that all changed the moment his sister was attacked. She was left badly injured by the famous Twilight Guild during a basic festival test. So our guy finally stepped out of the shadows and joined the tournament. Fight day arrives. The entire stadium swears he is going to get wrecked because he has 0 class levels. His opponent, a fire dragon mage, is already smirking in victory. The bell rings and the mage unleashes a literal rain of fire dragons. But Shin Hyun simply points his thumb down, erasing the whole attack. The crowd freezes in pure confusion, totally clueless about how he pulled that off. The mage keeps throwing spells but whiffs every single hit. He tries charging up his ultimate move, and our guy just cancels it again. One single strike humiliates the mage and ends the match. The Twilight Guild gets so furious, they unleash their secret weapon, the Death Knight, literally known as the Mage Killer. Seeing this absolute beast step into the arena leaves everyone stunned. This thing has a nasty skill that shuts down enemy magic for 10 seconds. Everyone figures Shin Hyun is dead meat since they think he relies on magic. Shin Hyun takes a serious beating at first without landing a single counter. That is until he activates gravity magic and launches the knight straight into the wall. Countering hard, the knight triggers his anti-magic skill and charges forward with lethal force. Right before landing a fatal blow on the kid, the knight gets locked up by mid-air chains. Now the entire audience is genuinely lost. They cannot grasp how he used magic. Turns out his true power was never magic at all, but pure martial arts. The knight does not even comprehend how this is physically possible. Then Shin Hyun ends it. He drives a punch straight through the chest of the knight, shattering every bone and launching him entirely out of the arena. People are left wondering where this absolute demon came from. The real truth. This kid currently holds enough power to solo every single hunter on Earth, but he was not born this overpowered. His whole life derailed after meeting the legendary Truck Kun. He woke up stranded in a bizarre world packed with martial arts manuals. Once he finishes reading every last page, a system chimes in the tutorial is over and the real challenge begins now. 10 grueling years pass before he finally leaves that cave. Suddenly, some random lunatic lunges out of the bushes with a knife trying to murder him. Shin Hyun kills the guy in pure self-defense and suddenly, his level rises. He immediately realizes he can grow stronger by farming human lives. The system flat out tells him if he wants to return to Earth, hitting max level is mandatory. So he dedicates his entire existence to training, actively hunting down powerful sect leaders to power level his stats. The kid basically morphed into a complete monster. 140 years drag by, and he cannot even picture the faces of his own family anymore. That is the exact moment the system declares he has finally hit the level cap. He is finally cleared to go home. Shin Hyun is totally torn between joy and grief, knowing his family has almost certainly died of old age by now. Crossing the boundary back to his world, he swears bloody revenge on whoever banished him to that hellhole. Landing back on Earth, he immediately spots a badly beaten girl with an incredibly familiar face. Stepping closer, he recognizes his sister by her specific pendant. She was running a dungeon when her entire guild was slaughtered. To make matters worse, the last surviving hunter betrayed her with a backstab. This same piece of trash tries jumping Shin Hyun while he is distracted. Big mistake. Our guy simply unleashes an absolutely absurd wave of pressure. Watch this beatdown. The guy is terrified out of his mind right before Shin Hyun completely erases him with a single casual hit. He strikes with a force so insanely heavy, it literally turns the head of the traitor to dust. After 140 years, he finally smiles again. A sudden memory flashes in his mind. His little sister is crying, clutching a teddy bear while their parents angrily scold her. They yell that they will leave her behind if she keeps acting up. Then they actually start walking away, complaining that it is getting late. Young Shin Hyun walks over asking gently if she likes amusement parks. Flashing a smile, he warns her that standing around any longer will just upset their parents. The girl clutches her teddy bear tighter, still feeling completely unsure. Tears well up in her eyes. She asks if they will ever meet again once he goes home, knowing his tough school schedule means fewer visits. But he just reaches out, gently ruffling her hair and calling her name. Patting her head, he tells Yuna how much he truly cares about her. He promises to visit often even after starting college. Hearing this, she immediately looks up with genuine hope. And he makes one final deal: when he returns, they will hit an amusement park together. That promise finally gets her to smile and nod along. Little Yuna scrambles onto his back. When he asks if they are heading home, she cheerfully orders him to carry her to the car instead. He jokes that he can only do this while she is still light, but a deafening crash suddenly shatters the moment. Their car is brutally wrecked, thick smoke pouring out. Trapped inside, the young girl blames herself completely. She thinks that if she had not acted so stubborn about the amusement park, this nightmare never would have happened. She desperately crawls out from under the ruined seat, praying her parents are somehow still breathing. Yoonseol struggles, opening her eyes, frantically searching for her brother. But seeing the thick smoke and a ripped seatbelt, she realizes he is completely gone. Suddenly, warm energy flows right into her hand. She gasps, her eyes snap wide open. She tries sitting up, teeth gritting through the pain. The hero points out she is awake. He just healed her with ki, but her injuries remain way too severe for sudden movements. Staring at him in pure shock, the brown-eyed girl demands his identity. The old Taoist simply smiles, figuring she probably would not recognize him anymore. He holds out a hand, joking that she grew way too much. He definitely could not carry her on his back now. She is too heavy. Taking her hand, Cha Xinhan looks at her gently and repeats it. She really grew up. She stares back, totally anxious. This cannot be real. Then her mind flashes to the pendant her brother gave her. It holds a family photo along with his old promise to stay brave while far away. Clutching that very gift tightly, she turns back to him. Tears spill over as she desperately asks where he went all this time. Her brother pulls her into a hug, whispering he knows how hard she had it, but she quickly shoves him away, frantic about what happened to Jung Hyun. The hero turns his head, pointing straight at a burned corpse. Does she mean the attacker? The captain instantly goes pale with absolute fear. He stays entirely calm, right until someone screams out, "Are you the killer?" Cha just calmly says yes and asks what the actual problem is. Yoon Seol grabs his hand in sheer panic, yelling they must run right now. The scene cuts straight back to the city. She sits there tense and quiet. Her brother looks around their house, noting how years have passed, yet absolutely nothing changed. Looking down, Yoon Seol nervously warns him of massive trouble. Here's the kicker: the director is coming for them. She explains the situation. That man is their guild director and the father of the dead bastard. He ran with a criminal group famous for being absolutely ruthless. On top of that, he is literally one of Korea's top 11 hunters. Seeing it is already 9, she realizes she was passed out for a long time. How is she supposed to report this? She bets the bastard's father already knows his son died. Yoon Seol anxiously admits that he will definitely suspect her first. She survived. Absolutely nobody else. Cha casually walks over, asking if that is actually all she is worried about. Running a hand through his hair, he flashes a smile. Is it really that complicated? Why not just kill Kang Jin too? She instantly yanks his cheeks. The self-proclaimed Supreme Sword keeps bragging about his absurd title while she screams at him to suggest something actually possible. Clapping her hands, she breaks down the very first problem. That man is level 50. He did not become a guild leader for nothing. He gets stuck on one single word. Level. She completely snaps, calling his nickname totally awful. What kind of normal person calls themselves that? And seriously, what is up with how he talks? He vanishes for 14 years, comes back acting like this, and sounds like a total middle school edgelord. Even Cha can tell this really bothers her. Cha looks away as she finally breaks down. She does not even know anymore. Their parents died, her brother completely disappeared. Does he understand exactly how hard that was for her all this time? Lowering her hands, she quietly asks where he actually was. Nearby, the old Taoist just stands there, hands calmly secured behind his back. Glancing at the family photo on the wall, he looks up and flatly states that he understands their parents are dead now. Yoon Seol completely freezes at that statement, but without changing his expression, he asks if she is seriously more concerned about the way he talks. Turning back around, the protagonist explains he spent all those years stuck in a place called Murim. The reason is incredibly complicated. First, he really needed to figure out what was happening and learn how this works. Then he calmly asks who are hunters, what is a guild, and does this world also use levels? She can only stare at him, mouth wide open, entirely speechless. Suddenly grabbing her head, she holds out a hand, begging him to just wait. Her brain is literally about to burst. She hurries off, yelling that they will talk later. Right now, she has something incredibly urgent to handle. Cha asks where she's going. Snatching up the car keys, Yoon Seol says she is heading to the Dawn Guild and tells him to wait there. Left completely alone, the MC reaches for a door. Opening up the room, he casually notes that absolutely nothing changed inside. It genuinely feels like he was just standing here yesterday. Touching his chin, he thinks back to her angry rant about his terrible nickname. She really became incredibly strong on her own. Heading for the exit, he lets out a long breath. Time to step up and be the older brother he completely failed to be. He rubs his chin, wondering where Kangjin is and if he should strike first. But hold your breath. The front door suddenly explodes inward. Several hostile men stand right behind it. One of the guys raises a hand, forming a glowing magic circle and a deadly projectile. A savage grin stretches across his face. Right in the doorway stands the director alongside his 2 sons. Stepping inside, the man fiercely demands to know exactly where she is. Shin Yun just looks at him in total disgust, calling him actual trash. Furious, the gray-haired director demands to know where Yunil is. At that exact moment, a car rolls up to guild headquarters. Yunil stands right outside the main office. She came straight here, but something feels seriously off. Totally confused, she wonders if the director already made his move. What happens if she actually gets caught sneaking inside? She frantically tries thinking of someone to ask for help until another girl calls out from right behind her. A pink-haired woman casually walks up smiling and asks what brings her around so late. Then her tone gets a little suspicious. She points out Yunil was supposed to be raiding with Team Jong-hyun, asking if something bad happened. Yunil just stands there completely shaken. Then she tenses up. This is the vice director. She stares at the woman carefully. She knows this woman is one of South Korea's 4 strongest hunters, famously known for being incredibly firm and fair. Even so, Yunil really cannot tell if she can trust her. Clenching her fist, she decides this is her only chance. She must tell the absolute truth. Back at her house, the director and his 2 sons are still aggressively waiting. Shin-yoon lowers his head coldly, asking how they even dared. Pointing at them in pure disgust, he asks if their parents never taught them to not break down a front door. When they start pushing back, he tells them the proper move is to just knock. The younger swordsman fiercely struggles against the restraint, cursing loudly at him. The old man glares. He does not care who Shin-yun is, he just wants the sister. Shin-yun stares right back, asking if they want her because their son got killed. Flashing a totally mocking smile, Shin-yun proudly admits he is the one who did it. The older swordsman instantly roars, fully unleashing his energy. At that exact moment, Yuno finally tells the vice director her brother actually returned from Murim. Shin-hyun pulls mana deep into his body. Eyes glowing, he says, that sounds about right. Then he tells them to show him exactly what they can do. The berserker charges immediately, blade completely blazing with blind rage. Shin-yun meets the charge head-on, completely smiling. Meanwhile, at the guild, the pink-haired woman faintly smiles, saying they need to meet him right away. A massive burst of red energy slashes out. Shin-yun easily leaps back and dodges. Frowning, he notices the sword is packed with a very strange power. Its aura and the blade's actual energy are not the same thing. He calmly watches them, wondering if this is the hunter method Yunil had mentioned. He remembers the red-eyed guy who beat his relative. That guy used a weird power too. Flashing a sly smile, Shin-yun decides this is definitely worth studying. The director starts swinging wildly, teeth tightly clenched like he totally lost his mind. He keeps attacking non-stop, violently switching stances using a rapid chain strike skill. But Shin-yun is far from ordinary. He dodges every single blow with absolute ease. The director attacks again. Suddenly, his heavy sword violently stops with a sharp ring. Shin-yun lowers his hand, saying he finally understands. The intruder just stares in pure shock as Shin-yun confirms his level perfectly matches peak martial arts. And honestly, he is pretty impressed. The attacker can only think this is totally insane. Here is where it gets crazy. How could anyone stop a blade barehanded? Shin-yun casually holds the sharp edge, telling them people like him exist. Shoving the weapon away, he smiles with glowing eyes. He asks if Korea really has 10,000 more fighters just like him. The sons desperately rush in, readying their weapons, but a heavy energy blast instantly knocks them back. Shin-yun shakes off the rest, warning them not to interfere. Right behind him, a magic spell is already prepping. He catches a strange, sudden flash of fire and looks genuinely surprised. A massive fireball from the mage slams directly into him. The director and his son just stand there intensely waiting. They are sure it is over. The younger swordsman declares it totally finished. Seeing Shin-hyun engulfed in flames, he aggressively raises his sword and rushes in. But when the blade reaches his throat, Shin-yun simply catches it with both hands. He tells them this is much better. Grinning darkly, he neatly snaps the solid blade in half, saying this actually exceeds his expectations. The attacker is left completely horrified. Shin-yun unleashes an overwhelming heavy aura and violently hurls him away. The scarred man scrambles back, wondering what is wrong with this total freak. Staring at the perfectly calm, long-haired master, he genuinely wonders who this guy really is. Shin-yun glances at the floor, thinking back to his sister's words. He was gone for 14 long years. Looking at these 3 Shin-yun judges, that they all somehow reached the absolute peak of martial skill. That level normally demands raw talent, refined technique, and endless years of experience. It truly stuns him. This world reached Murim's level in just 14 years. Studying the director, he realizes this modern world probably has plenty of people at that tier. That thought genuinely shocks him. But then he frowns. Even with all that rapid growth, absolutely none of them sit on the level of the top 10 martial masters. He clearly pictures those fighters laid out like simple names on a sheet. Remembering his brutal time in the other world, Shin-hyun flashes a wide grin. He asks if people actually say Jin-hyo outranks him. Back in the day, he challenged absolutely everyone, swearing he would climb to the top and rank up himself. A skull rests beside a planted sword. Shin-han stands on the cliff while a massive storm brews. Later that evening, Yunil drives down the highway, stressing over everything that just went down. Her head is spinning, especially since the deputy director suddenly demanded a meeting with her brother. She glances over at the pink-haired girl sleeping soundly beside her. Yunil normally hides nothing from her, but right now she cannot tell if Jia is friend or foe. She remembers their parking lot chat with Jia, demanding to see her brother. In exchange, she promised to completely bury the leader issue. The offer hit even harder when Jia casually dropped that she already handled the director. With a deal like that on the table, saying no was basically impossible. The short-haired girl takes notes, looking stressed, totally unwilling to make an enemy of the reincarnated man. Meanwhile, Yunol keeps wondering about her real motive. Suddenly, the passenger speaks up, totally catching her off guard. She asks if Shinhan really vanished years ago, and Yunol replies, "Yep, 2011, exactly 14 years back." The pink-haired girl stares at her in absolute shock, freezing completely. Panic rising fast, Gia grabs her hand. 14 years here equals 140 years in that other world. She has absolutely no clue how overpowered he got. Staring out the window, Gia asks what kind of guy Shinhan actually is. Yunol immediately calls him kind and super gentle. Flashing a faint smile, she adds that he was also amazing at studying. Pressed for more, Yunol looks up and brags that he entered a top 20 university without a single tutor. Gia figures the guy is a literal genius, but the archer says brains are not his main trait. Smiling, she calls her brother insanely stubborn. Once he starts something, he finishes it. Watch this, our hero points right at the magician. With the swordsman right behind him ready to strike, Shinhan stays perfectly calm. He says this is a power he never once saw or heard about in Murim. Then he boldly dares the guy to use that strange energy again. Next second, Cha throws a brutal punch, completely shattering the warrior's face. He tells the guy to stay out of it, zero cares given. Absolutely horrified, the sorcerer pulls ice from his mana circles. He clenches his teeth, desperately trying to steady his breathing. Shinhan swats the attack away like a fly. He brags about seeing tricks exactly like that a million times over in the Northern Sea Ice Palace. Freezing energy gathers in his raised hand, and memories of that very ice palace return. A wild swarm of open-mouthed ice dragon heads spawns instantly. The magician freezes solid while Cha casually mentions that this is how you really do it. The shieldman fully panics and runs away begging for mercy, but escaping this apartment is literally impossible. Realizing a barrier sealed the exit, he gives up. A compressed beam instantly pierces his head. The director stares in absolute horror at his dead son while Shinhan openly mocks them. A shield protects the front, so how dare he turn his back to run. Our protagonist casually blows on his finger, terrifying the old man further. Smirking, he says bandits never actually care about real loyalty. The swordsman stands there horrified. Between the ice magic and the barrier, he assumes Cha is a high-level mage, but even that should not have blocked his strike. Lowering his blade, he feels super confused about why the apartment has not been completely destroyed yet. Then it clicks, the barrier protected everything. Letting out a breath, the old Taoist glares. He demands to know if this was a setup and if Shinhan prepared for them in advance. Folding his arms, our protagonist calmly explains that he wrapped the entire area in mind sword energy. It has been years since his last visit, and he refuses to dirty his own floor. Plus, the old man could never comprehend his true level anyway. He starts flashing back to standing atop that stormy cliff. Flashing a hunter's smile, he tells them that breaking into his home means stepping into his territory. Yeah, they messed up. Gathering his energy, the old man spits a curse, swearing to drag Shinhan to hell. His eyes glow blood red, triggering a berserker skill. Grieving his dead kids, the father roars out loud and physically grows larger from the berserker burst. Shinhan calmly asks who the real monster is now. Noting the massive strength boost, he asks if the guy plans on dying just to land a hit. Screaming in agony, the broken director raises his blade. For once, our hero steps back, actually looking slightly concerned. The raging berserker hacks wildly in every direction to cut him down, but Cha gracefully dodges every single strike. Watching his face, our black-haired hero thinks the old fighter fully snapped. His rage feels exactly like a martial artist. Pulled up by pure energy, the shattered sword lifts off the floor. Catching the blade with a crazed smile, power surges around the old Taoist. He promises to show Shinhan real respect. The reincarnated master answers with a devastating downward slash, cutting right through his body instantly. Blood erupts everywhere. The old man snaps back to reality, choking for his final breath. The guy's head hits the floor with a thud. Cha just walks away, casually mentioning the man was granted a huge honor. Completely covered in blood, he stops to fix his hair. With a quick smile, he calls that strike the Emperor's supreme sword. His sister gets home right then, reminding him this is her house. Yun Xiao freezes in absolute horror at the scene, asking why the door is open before going completely speechless. She rounds on her brother while he casually cleans up the bodies, demanding to know what happened and what he did to her door. He notes she is late. Wringing a bloody rag, he calmly says, "Do not panic. It was just a little housewarming party," he claims. She snaps right back, asking why the entire place is soaked in fresh blood. The archer marches up angrily, asking why he keeps finding trouble since returning. He just compliments her fierce expression, adding that if she entered Murim, she might actually end up stronger than him. But here is where things get interesting. The pink-haired girl cuts in with a smile, noting the obvious battle damage. Instantly, he senses this woman is built differently. He feels those golden streams of energy rolling off her. Her inner art perfectly resonates with the ancient roots of divine martial cultivation. The deputy studies him closely, figuring out he can actually control how sound spreads around them. She starts wondering about his true identity. Flashing a smile, she lets her energy flare out, asking if he honestly thought he was the only one who visited that place. He glances back, suddenly pretty uneasy. The very next day is bright and sunny. Yun Xiao lies in bed as the morning light hits her face. Suddenly, she jolts awake, completely drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Panicking, she rushes right out. Then the black-haired girl hears her brother calling out to her. His voice sounds quiet, almost a little sad. It feels like an old memory, him pointing out she woke up early. She spins around instantly. Right there stands Shin Hyan in normal clothes, his hair cut short, asking if she seriously thought he vanished again. Still a bit shaken, she realizes last night wasn't some crazy dream and asks why he is up so early. Checking his phone, he just tells her to wait a second. He stares at the glowing screen. Silence. Then he turns, promises he will be right back, and walks straight out. She leaves the house and slides into a waiting car. Sitting there, she feels like even after a full week, his return barely feels real. She thinks back to the deputies meeting her brother and what she told them, that he literally left nothing behind. Before leaving, she promised they would definitely meet again. She also remembers those guys in black showing up to drag away the director's remains and his crew. Then the crazy news broke the next day. Zhang Yun was all over the TV while Kang Jin completely vanished after a sudden retirement. She pictures that pink-haired girl standing there with crossed arms, finally getting that the woman actually kept her promise. Staring out the window, she thinks about being the sole survivor. She ended up taking all the blame for that disastrous Red Wolf dungeon raid. The guild handed her a suspended sentence, and today Ji He just called her brother. The whole thing makes the archer feel pretty uneasy. She keeps wondering what Ji He is secretly planning. As the hero rides along in the car, she quietly hopes he comes back soon. Meanwhile, the deputy sits waiting inside a restaurant. Lifting her tea for a quick sip, she hears someone tease that she must have nothing better to do. The protagonist walks right up, adding that it is obviously because she keeps someone under constant watch all day, every single day. He takes a seat. Smiling, she praises his sharp instincts, calling it protection, not surveillance. He fires back that he figured as much. Lifting his own cup, the master of Murim cracks one eye open, recognizing the familiar taste. Closing her eyes with a soft smile, she looks a little surprised. He knows about Young Yan, mentioning she often visits Hong Nam for tea. Suddenly, her tone gets razor sharp, comparing it exactly to how things worked in Murim. The dark-haired man smiles at that, admitting he really likes her direct attitude. He sets down his teacup. Cha notes they have confirmed 3 people total, including themselves. She brings up the Twilight Guild's leader. And here is the catch. Twilight and Dawn run the Korean Hunters Association, but right now they are totally at war. Digging deep into Ta-hoon's past, they uncovered something huge. That detail instantly makes him remember Ta-hoon's sudden disappearance. She goes on to explain that back in 2011, Ta-hoon mysteriously woke up inside a strange cave. Right beside him sat a book called The Origin of the Cultivator's Divine Arts. The thing opened all on its own pages, flipping wildly as raw energy poured right out. Just like them, he left the cave only to realize he was in another world. This reminds the protagonist of his own escape, asking if his case was identical. He instantly flashes back to messages asking if he wanted to return home and his brutal mission to witness that world's death. He just nods. It was exactly the same. She calmly explains how after many years, he finally returned to Earth, only to find a world of hunters and deadly dungeons. Whether it was fate or just some cruel joke from higher powers, nobody actually knew. But this world's massive change was definitely tied to their trip to Murim. He stays quiet for a long moment. When she asks how much he really knows about hunters and dungeons, he points out that is exactly when they first started appearing. He reveals it all started when a goddess handed down her revelation to a 14-year-old kid. Right after that, a whole class and skill system pops up exactly like those childhood RPGs. Monsters quickly showed up too alongside awakened humans, pushing crazy limits. But Cheyenne cuts the lore dump short. He has way more pressing questions. He catches her totally off guard, asking how they managed to return to Earth. Her answer is dead simple. They died, then just came back. The pink-haired girl tenses up as a dark aura flares around him, quickly asking what is wrong, figuring he returned the exact same way. The cup in his hand completely shatters. He remembers the warning he had to personally witness that world die. That was the absolute condition. Grinding his teeth, he recalls how even the goddess seemed genuinely shocked by it. He pictures the chained man, wondering if she actually knows who sent him to Murim and why. His mind keeps racing. If peaking in the martial world earned his ticket back to Earth, then hitting the top as a hunter here should definitely bring a reward too. A razor-sharp smile takes over his face. He says that reward must be his answer unless she wants to lose her goddess pride. The yellow-eyed girl just stares at him in pure horror, totally unable to speak. Flashing open confidence, he asks if she will finally explain why she called him here. She clearly wants something. Cha looks away. Uneasy, she lets out a heavy breath. After a brief pause, she suggests they walk. Then she brings up Dawn's former leader, Post D, specifically his group. Before their boss died, she explains they were always super careful dealing with that crew. Way too much could easily go wrong. Turning back with a smile, she tells him to take full responsibility for killing him and wiping out the guild's main force. Lowering her hand, she straight up asks him to join Dawn. She offers the CEO's seat massive fame and insane wealth, asking if the deal sounds good. Scratching his head, he admits it is pretty hard to brush off since the offer comes straight from his sister's boss. But then he turns, opens his eyes, and flat out refuses. Stunned by the rejection, Cha demands to know why he would pass. He simply answers that he works alone. Taking a few more steps, he adds that there is actually another reason. Xian turns with a grin, guessing aloud that he just refuses to serve anyone weaker than him. She stares back, saying absolutely nothing. Without moving, she suggests testing who is actually stronger. And here we go. He just casually scratches his chin. She mentions a rumor 1 year in this world equals 10 whole years in Murim and asks if it is true. He confirms it. Stepping from the shadows, the deputy smiles and says age and strength do not always grow together. He totally agrees, adding that even someone with 300 years of training there could easily still be weaker than him. Energy explodes around her eyes, lighting up as she raises a sphere and triggers her opening move. A wild blast of purple energy instantly tears across the ground. The pure force rips the grass apart. That glowing sphere shoots straight at his face. Then it just dead stops in midair. A split second later, it bursts outward in a massive energy wave. Shadow dance. Dark clouds rapidly gather overhead. He realizes his senses are getting completely blocked as everything fades to black. The range looks to be about 50 meters. Creating a dome this massive using pure physical force alone would drain insane energy and time. As the borders dissolve, Cha calls this her natural ability. With the space fully sealed, she explains they are trapped inside a separate dimension, copying reality. She adds that from the outside world, it just looks like they completely vanished into thin air. Stepping forward, the deputy brags that back in Murim, she was known as the Bloody Cherry Blossom, an assassin who never failed a single mission. He smiles, saying he already knew it. She is a true assassin, the kind who fights to kill, even with her hands totally tied. Pulling a vicious dagger from a portal, she warns him there are only 2 real ways out of this place to defeat her in combat. Drawing a second blade, she lowers both with one final option, or die. Still grinning, he casually asks if that should actually scare him. But get this, he quickly points out her ability clearly is not made just to trap enemies. A split second later, her blade is literally at his neck. Smiling, she agrees of course it wasn't. He meets her threat with a totally calm stare. Again and again, he smoothly slips past every single attack. She catches his blade and goes for a direct grab, striking relentlessly, but it does absolutely nothing. He literally knocks everything aside using just his bare palms. Blocking her wild double slash, she drops low in one incredibly sharp fluid motion. She lunges forward hard. Cha tries pressing with another fast hit, but he easily dodges that one too. Jumping back, he notices her grip a dagger in each hand with one line right along her forearm, a highly specific deadly fighting style. Feeling her pure killing intent, he calls it out. It is the signature art of the greatest assassin among all the Dark Kings of Murim. Hearing him name, it leaves her visibly stunned. The moonlight of the bloody path. He figured out her ultimate technique in just one single glance. He just smiles, mentioning he actually fought someone using that exact style before, way back when he was still a little bit inexperienced. His aura turns violently heavy as he casually adds the punchline he ended up killing that person in an absolute instant. The yellow-eyed girl freezes, pure horror taking over. Standing tall right in front of her, he makes a deal. Since they are both from Murim, he allows 3 styles. If she beats him, he joins Dawn. He warns her to count this as the first. In response, she tightens her grip on the dagger. The pink-haired woman spreads her arms and releases her aura into the space around them. Then she tells him to try whatever he wants. Looking around, he is genuinely impressed. Inside her space, he cannot sense her at all. It is like she completely vanished. He wonders if that trick is part of the dome's power. Then he spots countless flashes above him and grows alert. With a faint smile, he glances sideways. Suddenly, he leaps high and flips. A storm of fragments shoots past him, then completely freezes. Just a heartbeat later, every piece flies right back at him while he is still midair. Annoyed, the old Taoist charges his hand with energy and raises it. Even midair, he knocks every attack away with bright blue bursts of power. Then he starts falling back down, leaving streaks behind him. Smiling, he raises a hand and calls the attack impressive. Suddenly, he swings that hand to block another strike coming straight from the shadows. Shin Hyeon smiles at her. That makes 2 styles already. The pink-haired girl is slowly starting to despair. Jumping back, she says it is just like she thought. She straightens up and declares him the strongest Shaolin master, leaving the world at 150. From a distance, she calls his name out loud and says he can be treated as an equal. He scratches his cheek at the strongest title. He admits it is true, but to him it means nothing special. Multiple copies rise from the ground, smiling between the pillars. She swears she will kill him here. With him surrounded, she asks if that makes her the strongest in Murim. Shin Hyan just smiles, replying she is not serious. Pillars burst from the ground. With his hands still in his pockets, he admits she leaves him speechless. The deputy spreads her arms behind a wall of shadow daggers. Her eyes shine brighter. Slamming her hands together, she fires a massive wave of razor-sharp energy straight at him. The spikes nearly hit, but Shin Hyan does not move. Then a spark flashes. He uses the sword of mind. A blinding light bursts out. Every projectile rushing at him is sliced completely apart by aura blades. The assassin covers her face, struggling to breathe under the heavy pressure of that energy. A massive five-sided stone suddenly shoots straight at her. Pay attention here. The pink-haired girl freezes in horror when her body just stops responding. She shuts her eyes, thinking something holds her in place. Suddenly, the boulder is smashed by a fist. Shin Hyan's strike shatters the stone, sending the pieces flying away. Without lowering his fist, he calls it the third style and the final end. Smiling faintly, the black-haired man asks if she still wants to keep going. Her hand starts shaking and she quickly admits defeat. The dome slowly fades. Please, Shin Hyan hears her say she will stop challenging him, and she asks one single question in return. Holding his hand, Jihei asks what he did. For a moment, she felt like she faced something impossible to beat. He sits down cross-legged, telling her she was completely right to trust herself inside that space. Inside it, her power grew enough to kill someone stronger. The deputy looks uneasy and asks him to go on, gripping her blade tight. She asks what realm he reached. He smiles, saying the mix of martial arts and abilities is amazing. That was why he enjoyed the fight. As she shelves her daggers, he raises a finger, accepting one offer. Dawn gives support and information while he backs the guild with his strength. Shin Hyan adds one condition. He works as a freelancer, not a partner. The pink-haired woman pauses and he explains it is more like an alliance. Helping out is perfectly fine. He just refuses to serve under someone else. Thrilled, she looks up and asks him to promise one thing. Staring ahead, she warns that no matter what, he must never join the enemy guild. He bows and gives his word. Holding out his hand, he swears by the Supreme Sword Emperor. She shakes his hand, thinking the title sounds dramatic. He then asks to end the surveillance. He only tolerated it before because his sister worked for them. But from now on, he cannot promise any restraint. Does she understand? After she promises they will do nothing to damage their relationship, he lowers his eyes. He thanks her, adding, there is just one more thing. He tears off his shirt sleeve. Handing it over, she is stunned. He apologizes for what just happened. Still surprised, she listens as Shin Hyan admits he only brought up the 3 styles to compare a Dimension Master's true power with a high-rank hunter. The black-haired man just scratches his cheek, looking totally guilty. She turns toward him with a soft smile, saying she really appreciates that. But she was ready to fight him to the death. Uneasy, he says it makes sense now that she aimed for vital spots. He grows serious, asking why out of all paths she chose the assassin's art. She just says it simply suits her. The yellow-eyed woman stares off, asking if he ever felt a desperate urge to just kill someone. Shin only looks back, answering with pure silence. He suddenly remembers that system message offering a return after death in this world. Giving a dark look, he admits he understands completely. He thinks about it constantly. Meanwhile, out on a forest road, a driver checks his watch. He glances into the rearview mirror and actually starts worrying. Seeing his boss, he nervously asks if she is okay, guessing she used her shadow dance. She replies that even that could not scratch him. The suited driver turns around in total shock. She admits Shin blew past her expectations right now. Her stamina is totally shot and MP empty. Looking away, she remembers that completely insane fight. Spikes rushed right at Jia, but he never actually attacked her. Remembering her own dagger strike, she realizes she still has no clue how he blocked it. Total defeat. Her body trembles as she finally admits it. Now watch this. Looking through the mirror, the driver carefully asks if she considered sending him to the Sun Festival at dusk. Staring out the window, she says they absolutely need Shin to stop Taehoon and his guild. Then she remembers meeting that guy. That absolute monster stood over her, demanding they follow his will. Another Murim master stretched out his hands, smiling, calling that man the god of heavenly war. Still staring outside, she declares they are totally doomed without Taehoon. Still bright out, Shin comes home ready to announce his return. Before he can even speak, his sister Yuna rushes over and hugs him. Caught totally off guard, he admits he did not expect that. She grabs his shoulders so hard, he jokes she might break him, but she tells him to shut up. Looking down, she begs him to never disappear and always come home. He looks at her sadly as she admits being terrified her Appa would vanish again. Shin strokes her head and says he understands, but there is something he must tell her. Smiling, he says he decided to become a hunter. Yuna stares in disgust, asking if he wants to die. Setting a cube down, he says Jia gave it to him. Sprawled out, Shin grins and explains it can open a hunter status window. Unbelievably stubborn, his sister just calls it. The black-haired man takes the cube, saying it is time to begin. Instantly, it glows in multiple colors. The light shines right in the reincarnated man's face, looking completely excited. Then his smile fades when the cube suddenly cracks apart, leaving him frozen. Rainbow-colored sand spills from his hand, and he wonders if Gia completely scammed him. She says this is perfectly normal and tells him to try calling up the status window. The old Taoist summons his status, and two windows suddenly appear. He checks the Murim one first, realizing that status belongs only to that world and stays invisible to everyone else. The same seems true here. Then the dark-haired man looks over to the side. A blue window floats there, clearly his new hunter status. His sister steps up behind him, telling him to check his class, but a bright line of text immediately catches her eye. Pumping her fist, she says that is just like him, totally different from every other regular hunter. Then she mentions they have to start from the very beginning, leaving him confused enough to ask again. Picturing the class system, she explains hunters are split into 6 main types: warriors, defenders, magicians, priests, archers, and assassins. There are higher classes too, but those 6 form the base. For example, she started as an archer while her advanced class is a sniper. Everyone begins with a main class, and it absolutely cannot be changed or removed. But here is the crazy part, pointing right at him. She says he got absolutely no class at all, basically just a normal person. Turning away, Yuna says classless people can still be hunters, but the real issue is abilities. Deep down, she's hoping this makes him just give up. She explains that hunters need experience points to level up, and they can only gain those by fighting monsters, using their abilities. Then the crafty girl adds that unlike the 6 main classes, a classless hunter has to acquire abilities through expensive skill cubes. Hoping to scare him off, she says even the cheapest close-range technique costs 20 million won, while a sword technique runs 25 million. Crossing her arms, the archer explains that normal hunters gain abilities automatically as they level up. But a classless hunter, they have to keep spending massive amounts of money. The black-haired girl turns back to her brother. Stepping behind him and giving a genuinely scary look, Yuna asks if he even has that kind of money. He only clicks his tongue, and then an idea suddenly hits him. Remembering Jiashin says he already has a sponsor ready to fund him, Yuna just turns away, completely refusing to buy it. He leaves feeling a little uneasy, thinking he would be in serious trouble without making that alliance. But then he realizes that is not the real problem here. Thinking of his past Murim self, he still cannot believe he is completely classless. A once-in-a-lifetime Murim genius being called a completely talentless hunter. That kind of disrespect seriously annoyed him. Over at the Mount Chayak training dungeon, a little rabbit hops around. Its ears twitch, and then the creature instantly mutates. It was a hidden dungeon monster all along. Yuna fires a flaming arrow right at it, smiling and asking if her brother caught that. He completely brushes it off, tells her she better focus on actually catching a rabbit first. The burning monster melts away while she warns him that clueless beginners die pretty fast. Leaving a red stone behind, she mutters how that definitely was not your average rabbit. Che scoops up the drop, asking if it is a moonstone and if it actually makes money. She explains it is a clean natural resource, totally packed with energy. That is exactly why Monster Era Tech replaced old nuclear plants. Reaching back into her quiver for another arrow, she tells him to stay extremely careful. In a dungeon, anything goes no matter how strong you claim to be, but she suddenly gets cut off. Che casually flicks energy from his finger, instantly dropping 3 rabbits at once. He blows on his fingertip while she realizes her warning went in one ear and right out the other. Checking his status screen, he realizes his martial arts still give 0 hunter experience, but there is 1 free stat point sitting there. Che leans in close. It is a D-rank sword skill, making him wonder if he should go bother G for a better one. His sister taps his shoulder, calling him totally shameless. Of course, he expects a free skill while hanging around a beginner training dungeon. He completely ignores her reading up on its rarity and unique effects. His face hardens when he finally understands the exact rank G handed him. Yuna frowns. She has no clue what deal he made with the pink-haired girl, but the vice leader is not simple. That woman would absolutely try taking everything he has. Kay stays dead silent, showing 0 reaction. That blank look catches her off guard and she calls out. Actually worried now, she reaches over to ask why his mood flipped, but he grabs her hand. Smiling brightly, he leads her away, promising he has something way better to show her. Taking one look, she clenches her teeth hard, asking how this is even physically possible. A massive rabbit swarm fills the area below. She asks how many. He calmly answers 37. He already counted them using his aura senses. She grabs an arrow, panicking that this is way too many for a beginner. But he tells her to stop worrying about the small stuff. Then he practically scares her half to death. Stepping off the steep cliff edge, he casually waves at her on the way down. Falling through the air, Che thinks there is absolutely no greater humiliation than this. Remembering the price of skills on that card, he decides a cheap D-rank move is entirely wasted on a guy who already reached the true peak of blade martial arts. Refusing to stay some useless, classless hunter, he draws his blade. Spinning his aura, he unleashes a massive wave. He slams into the dirt hard enough to shatter it, thinking even bad jokes have limits. The whole pack of mutated monsters swarms around him, staring him down. From way up above, Yuna yells that he almost made her fall too. He calmly tells his sister to quit being so mad. He is merely trying to figure out how to cook all these things. The rabbits bare their teeth and glare back. Then a flood of system alerts pops up before him. Spotting the skill notifications, he smirks for a second. But then he gets heavily annoyed by the non-stop spam and actually snaps at it. He asks out loud if this system thinks it can teach him. Glancing through the messy pop-up windows, Chase smiles, calling it way too noisy. By now, the monsters are charging straight for him. One drooling rabbit lets out a harsh screech, but the Murim master answers with one heavy blade swing. The wave slices through half the attackers. His eyes gleam, demanding to know exactly who they think they are. Dropping another beast, he smiles, asking who is teaching whom. Che casually walks right away from the slaughter. With blood on his blade, he turns back with a grin, asking if hunters have really only been around for 14 years. Get a load of this guy. With crystals scattered everywhere behind him, he says it would take them 100 years to teach him anything. Swatting away the pile of windows, Che calls them incredibly annoying. Staring at the system, he wonders why there are so many flashing alerts. Then something clicks. A notice tells him his swordsmanship just reached max rank, and he asks what that is even supposed to mean. While he keeps tapping through the floating windows, Yuna runs over, asking why his status screen looks so tiny. She asks how he changed the settings. Completely concerned, she demands to know what he just did. Still poking at the messages, Che admits he has literally no clue, mostly because he cannot read English. The system better start explaining his perfect mastery of every kind of swordsmanship, or it is entirely broken. Yuna watches in pure nervous shock. She wonders if any of this actually makes sense. Can someone really just gain a high mastery rank instantly? Then Che spots something pretty strange, turning to her with wide eyes. Suddenly serious, he asks if passive skills that use 0 mana can still earn monster experience. She says yes, asking what is wrong. Smiling right at the window, he says literally nothing is wrong. Right in front of him sits a super rare energy skill mastery maxed out. He clenches his fist and tilts his head. He wants to make things way easier from here on out. Cha slides across the dirt. Pulling his fist way back, he lunges forward. A massive shockwave fires off, completely blasting away everything in his path. Hands still raised, he declares that martial arts should finally start earning him some hunter experience. Taking a wide stance, he figures it cannot be helped. Korea's strongest hunters, Ji and Taehoon, are only top tier because every hunter needs unique abilities. Yuna can only stare in absolute shock. Gripping her bow, she actually considers martial arts. The black-haired guy turns when she calls out. Suddenly, serious and a bit shy, she clutches that bow and asks him to teach her his moves. She admits she had serious doubts before, even after he trashed the director so effortlessly. But seeing this firsthand, she understands his real power. She remembers that awful raid and the death of her teammate. If nothing changes now, the tragedy of the Red Wolf dungeon will definitely happen again. There is zero guarantee the past will not repeat. As team leader, she refuses to stay this weak. Crying, she insists she wants no more regrets. Leaning forward, she admits the hard truth: she can never become as strong as him. But learning martial arts might just change things. He places a hand on her shoulder. He will teach her, so she has absolutely nothing to worry about. Pulling her slightly closer, he gives a soft smile. He has never taken students before, but he promises to be incredibly strict with her. She nods, and Shin Hyun genuinely thinks this is for the best. He cannot guard her forever, so she needs to protect herself. Nobody knows what kind of danger is waiting for them later on. Looking pretty pleased, he walks off, saying they should hit the next spot. Totally nervous, she asks if they are playing golf or something. The two move through the zone with quick, massive jumps. She looks at her brother. What does he plan to do now that he knows sword fighting? As hungry monsters watch from the mountain, she just keeps pushing forward. While Appa keeps training his warrior abilities, two giant rabbits leap down straight at Cha. Raising an energy-filled fist, he claims martial arts can level him up now. His devastating punch sets off a massive blast. Yuna quickly shields herself from the heavy impact. He admits he is not entirely sure yet, but one thing is obvious. His whole future as a hunter remains completely uncertain. Holding an arm out to stop her, he notes that martial arts can actually raise a hunter level. But there is still one major problem. Staring down the herd, he says he wants to master a special class ability. His gaze sharpens. Ji only grew this strong by blending martial arts perfectly with an assassin ability. An image of the pink-haired girl flashes through his mind. He realizes he needs a power to link with his own martial arts. Then a wild idea hits him. Watch this insane strategy unfold. He bursts forward, slipping right behind enemy lines and stunning his sister. Airborne, every single monster instantly turns his way. The old Taoist raises a hand, forming a condensed sphere of glowing aura. Remembering the enemy who nearly killed his sister, he realizes not every skill gels with martial arts. Magic, like a classic mage fireball, is notoriously hard to combine. He launches the brutal aura attack. It tears straight through the enemy line before violently exploding. His sister grows frantic, warning him that charging in solo like that will definitely get him killed. Shinhyun stops her with a sly smile. He realizes there is still one power type he cannot mix with martial arts. As monster bodies drop, he crouches down, grinning proudly, declaring himself a mage. Yuna just stares blankly, her mind completely broken. She turns away. She honestly does not care anymore. While he casually celebrates in front of his status screens, a quick test confirms the truth. The Murim system and this hunter system are fundamentally completely different beasts. While his sister frets nearby, mumbling they no longer have to stress about cash, he quietly compares both interfaces. The Murim window only tracks basic stats plus the condition of his inner and outer martial arts. Great for a martial artist, sure, but zero extra features. Meanwhile, the hunter window tracks absolutely everything: skills, active stamina, even his current mana pool. Studying it closely, he decides this hunter interface is way more user-friendly. More details, extra functions, and a totally different vibe. It genuinely feels like two distinct beings with similar godlike power built these systems. He pictures a knight leveling up, thinking about those classic game systems where hunting monsters brings instant points and immediate rewards. That kind of setup forces hunters into rapid growth. Sure, it is insanely dangerous, but anyone walking that path can scale their power up. Then he considers Murim. Growing stronger, there was drastically slower and completely unforgiving. Endless training, constant death risks, chasing impossible enlightenment. If that fails, you need a literal miracle. Wait, look at his reaction. That last part makes him freeze. Fateful event just keeps echoing in his mind. Seon Hyun thinks back to a cultivation manual, remembering that the heavenly deity was pure legend. A being who ascended to godhood, creating the roots of divine martial arts. Those exact arts led him straight back to the dungeon, back to the legendary treasure they had spent years fighting for in Murim right before he woke up inside that cave. Walking alongside his sister, he feels the answer to that fateful event is almost painfully obvious, so he just brushes it aside. Seon Hyun looks ahead. If a goddess gave humanity the hunter system, then the one who sent him to Murim had to be. The thought hits him so hard he completely freezes. He pictures that chained man smiling through system notifications. Then it clicks: the god of heavenly war. His jaw tightens, pure anger bubbling up. With Jay helping out, he keeps hitting dungeons. Over the next month, he grinds nonstop fighting just to level up. But get this, a giant rooster suddenly appears right in front of him. Now he finally gets why he came back to Korea. Grinning as Aura powers up his fists, the now level 22 hunter jokes out loud. Nothing is more Korean than chicken. Back home, the big brother teaches Yuna about the body's 365 blood paths. It's way too much for her to handle. They even sit meditating in the shower. He quickly realizes she has actually learned how to move her inner energy too. She definitely started martial arts late for her age, but there is still a shortcut around that. Standing right over her, he hints at a special method. She nervously asks what it is. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he calls her by name. Flashing a gentle smile, he tells her not to worry at all. Don't hold back, he says, even if you cough up blood. That only scares her worse. She asks why he makes it sound so terrifying. Soon, screams fill the apartment as he forcefully drags her inner energy through those key channels, completely burning away all the physical impurities. Later, Yuna's arrow pierces solid stone, a breakthrough, letting her jump another level. Covered in grime, our old Taoist just watches in pure shock as she shows him the result. He calls it amazing. Leaning in for a closer look, he almost burns his hair right off. Moving on, Jihei picks up her cup. She notes it's obvious he is doing well. Flashing a sweet smile, she asks if it's finally time to begin their deal. Looking at her seriously, he notes she hasn't changed at all, straight to business. She quickly shoots back that she had already told him she didn't want things getting awkward for her. Raising the cup to his lips, he mentions enough time has passed since her call. Got a real plan, he asks. The deputy confirms that she actually does. The assassin leans closer, calling him by name. Wearing a very pleased smile, she reaches out her hand and straight up invites him on a date. Cha Seon-yin is caught completely off guard. Folding his hands, he admits this is the first time anyone has asked him out, but he just isn't feeling it. She brushes the rejection off and tells him to come anyway. Still smiling, the pink-haired girl pulls her hand back, explaining the real reason. A brand new dungeon just appeared, rated danger level 10. Hunters usually need to be around levels 45 to 50 to enter, requiring a near top-ranked team. It definitely isn't a place for level 20 hunters. Looking at him with absolute confidence, she says it's going to be different, with him asking if she's right. Tilting his head, he asks why she wants to go in with only him. Her expression sharpens. She wants to heavily control the number of extremely dangerous dungeons. She goes on to say she also wants him to grow as fast as possible as a hunter. Leaning forward with a grin, our old Taoist asks if that means she is really planning to back him. She doesn't like that tone at all. Looking annoyed, she demands to know where he learned to talk like that. Why does he sound like some old Murim? He shoots back that he already knows he sounds old and he really hates being called that. Shaking his cup, he says her helping him makes total sense because of their alliance. But what does she actually gain if he becomes the strongest hunter? She watches him quietly as he swirls the cup. Then she brings up the Sun Festival, asking if he has ever heard of it. It is a massive yearly event held by the Dawn and Dusk guilds. On the surface, it looks like a friendly contest to decide South Korea's best guild and just improve relations between them. But in truth, it is where both sides measure each other's exact strengths and weaknesses, figuring out when they can cut each other's throats. In other words, a small war. She explains that Dawn and Dusk are constantly clashing over dungeon ownership, often leading to real bloodshed. The general public doesn't know because it all happens inside dungeons. Here's where it gets crazy. Things have hit a breaking point and full war could start any time. They are sitting on a powder keg. Surprised, he asks why two guilds fighting for first place became something this brutal. It seems way beyond a simple rights dispute. Pouring tea, the deputy says it all started with Tae-hoon. Things weren't always like this, but suddenly he started chasing power like a man totally possessed. Seon-hyun is even more shocked when she says Tae-hoon keeps talking about following the exact will of the god of heavenly war. He jumps to his feet at once, completely startling her. He demands to know if this being is actually here and what connection he has to the enemy guild leader. She just tells him to breathe. She does not have all the answers, but she did hear Tae-hoon once got a message straight through the Murim status window. That specific word completely sticks in his head. She adds that no one can confirm a thing anyway since another person's status window is invisible. She goes on, maybe Tae-hoon actually did get a direct order from the heavenly god, but she still cannot figure out why he treats her and the Dawn Guild like trash when they used to be so close. Looking away, the yellow-eyed girl mentions they were comrades back in Murim. They understood each other and shared the exact same fate. He stays quiet but clearly absorbs every word. Meeting his gaze, she drops the real question, join the Sun Festival as an ally for Dawn. Later on, with the driver listening up front, she explains how the local power balance has taken a massive turn. Everything tilted toward the Sevens. They are snatching up dungeons and routes insanely fast. Shin-young walks to the car beside the deputy. Inside, she warns him that if this power gap shows at the festival, their guild is completely finished. Plus, losing their director at a time like this makes everything 100 times worse. He was their strongest fighter. He cuts her off right there. He basically gets the whole situation now. But that still does not explain why she wants to make him the absolute strongest hunter. The pink-haired girl gets dead serious. The Sun Festival brings in outside media for live broadcasts. She points a finger, do not even think about showing off Murim martial arts globally. Proving he came from Murim is basically impossible. Pulling out those ancient moves will only cause a massive panic among global hunters. She throws another jab. He must be pretty confident if he wants the International Hunter Association on his back. Honestly, he cannot deny that logic. Looking away, she declares this is exactly why he must join the Sun Festival using only standard hunter abilities. She asks if he understands what he just agreed to, especially with his massive debt. Backing out is not an option. The driver pulls a case over and she flashes a knowing smile. Getting slightly nervous, he asks if this actually counts as real consent. Skill cubes sit inside. She explains the payout, the 6 wizard skills he wanted, 1 high-rank mage skill and 1 rare sorcerer skill. Watch the gears turn here. Shin-young rubs his chin, still a massive win. He must face Tae-hoon eventually anyway. Then a paper flies right at his face. An entire stack drops onto the old Taoist who angrily snaps and demands answers. The pink-haired girl stays completely calm. Unlike Murim, this modern world runs entirely on legal paperwork. These documents make him an official ally of Dawn. The deputy cheerfully digs through her bag, listing off payment guarantees, hunter registration papers, and forms for creating a new guild. He stares blankly at the huge stack and asks why he even needs a guild. She points out that free hunters face absolute nightmares joining the festival. Plus, proving where he got all these expensive items would be huge trouble. Looking totally satisfied, she lifts the suitcase and dares him to guess the skill cube's total value. They are worth way more than a decent house. Since he gets all that, he just needs to sign. He simply points out that this was obviously her grandmaster plan from the very start. Shin-young lowers his head and signs, deeply wondering how he got dragged into this mess. Moving the pen, he figures the guild name is just a dumb technicality. Anything works. In the end, he names the brand new guild Unlimited. He stirs the mana beneath his feet, feeling its flow. They are in the monstrous bird dungeon, surrounded by flying enemies. Shin-young mutters under his breath. All he does lately is bounce straight from home to dungeons and back again. The pink-haired girl smiles brightly. It is always nice seeing such a model student. Glancing up, she warns him to stay sharp even if these things are physically weak. Their numbers are absolutely insane. Gathering a glowing sphere in his hand, Shin-young mentions his key scouted out at least 3,000 targets. Blue lightning flares around him. Staring straight ahead, he casually notes that only makes this way better. A massive lightning arrow forms right in his hands. He grins, the more targets the better. Sliding across the ground, he pulls a leg back and winds up his arm. He hurls the projectile, tearing through a huge wave of lizards in one shot. She stands there totally stunned. It has barely been a few hours since he even learned that skill. Cooling his smoking hand, he shrugs. Mana and ki work in pretty similar ways. She dryly replies she would not know about that. With shards raining down, she warns that pushing too hard immediately will burn through his mana fast. He shoots back, that will never happen. He is a limitless wizard. Glowing monster stones drop into his hand, but she quickly corrects him, he is actually just classless. He completely brushes that detail aside, pointing out these are not the only monsters in this dungeon. She agrees. Xin Yang frowns, sensing something is off. A man simply scoops grain from a bucket into a bowl. Then he uses it to feed the fish. Elsewhere in Seoul at the Twilight Guild leader's villa, a man in a hat sits fishing until a voice calls out. Chul-ho steps up holding a folder, reporting that Dawn Guild's vice leader has been acting pretty suspicious lately. Glancing down at the file, he adds that she has been heavily backing some unregistered newcomer and they even went on dungeon raids together. The guild leader keeps feeding his fish. He asks if that is true, then wonders, what is so strange about that? Stepping closer, the subordinate says their investigation reveals this guy is not actually new at all. It is Cha Xin-yoon, the older brother to a team leader in the enemy guild. 14 whole years missing. Now he has finally made his return. When Chul-ho adds that Dawn's director tried hiding his return, the boss raises a hand cutting him off to ask the real question. Where exactly was he all those years? Chul-ho nervously flips through his papers, admitting that their intel team actually has zero clue. Tae-hoon takes his hat off while Chul-ho continues. Their strongest fighter vanished right after learning the truth. He definitely did not retire. He went after Shinyan to avenge his son. Setting his hat down, the leader flatly states that he is already gone. The employee nervously clips his papers together, explaining that Kangjin has most likely been completely eliminated. Smiling, the green-eyed man says the old Taoist definitely did it. Thinking over how Cha fights, he guesses the man is probably straight out of Murim. Glowing eyes, a chilling smile, Cha appears in his mind. Back inside the dungeon, the black-haired man keeps blasting magic, wiping out most of the monsters. Clenching his fist, he admits it feels different from his wind palm. Then he blinks in pure surprise. She says she totally gets why he is so pleased with himself after unlocking a brand new skill. After checking the massive pile of fallen monsters, the pink-haired girl shoots him a worried smile, pointing out that an hour has already passed. The feeling aside, is his mana actually dropping right now? Calmly, he tells her his mana is already in a special state. Cha touches his chin and shuts his eyes, trying to think of a really simple way to explain. He asks her to remember the cube she gave him, the exact one that trades away life force for magic. An emergency skill. She points this out, then asks how that actually connects to him. Smugly, he explains that in Murim, hitting level 35 in internal and external arts grants an astral body. In that state, your power can be used completely without limit. Then at level 40 in external arts, you gain rejuvenation. With that massive upgrade, you can keep using your power to sustain your life force forever. Endless life force. That basically means his mana is absolutely endless too. So by using life force exchange, his magic becomes infinite as well. To him, it is a perfect setup. Ji-hee is way too overwhelmed to follow all that and freezes. Cha lifts a hand to his face, quietly apologizing for getting a bit carried away. He pictures two spheres flowing into one and sums it up. It is an endless cycle of absolute power, even if the systems are totally different. At high levels, they all start to look alike. Smiling, the protagonist smacks his fist into his palm, saying what he really means is super simple. High-level martial arts. With that, absolutely nothing is impossible. Uneasy, she asks if a state like that can actually be reached. But Cha suddenly drops down, then springs right back up, saying he will go clear the flies before the boss fight. She realizes he is not just explaining ideas, he is literally forcing his entire way of thinking into words. Pulling out her dagger, she thinks that if he expects her to worry over some mere monster boss, he is completely insulting her pride. Is that it? If so, the Sword Emperor has absolutely nothing to fear. Then a winged monster suddenly dives right at her. Ji-hee takes it down without even looking. But wait for it, here is where she goes off. Wondering if she should just wait, she smiles, asking if she should just live off him. Hordes of monsters rush her, but she triggers her skill effortlessly, slicing through the entire swarm. At the very last second, the deputy drives her dagger deep into the solid stone wall. Hanging there, she lets out a heavy breath, muttering that it is plenty high. Then she kicks right off the wall and leaps far ahead. On the way down, she starts slicing through the lizards as she jumps from one to the next. Eventually, the pink-haired girl lands smoothly on the ground. She looks down. She wants this entire dungeon cleared out incredibly fast. She stores her dagger in subspace, thinking that once she gets back, she will absolutely raise this dungeon's danger rating. There are way more of these things than the report claimed, and the fight is harder since they can actually fly. Still looking over the area, she wonders what rank of hunters would be needed to raid a place like this. Then Ji-hee notices something really odd. A proper raid team should have 5 roles. Field-mage, shooter, priest, close-range fighter. 5 roles. Then a massive dragon flies directly overhead. Then 2 giant monsters roar through the air, pulling smaller creatures around themselves, and she desperately asks what the hell that is. Staring at the massive horned beast, she wonders why it is so huge, and how any dungeon could possibly have two bosses at once. One of them nearly takes her head off, but she barely manages to leap upward. The dragon lunges to swallow her mid-air, snapping its massive jaws wide open. Jihi anxiously pulls a dagger from her subspace inventory, muttering that this is getting seriously annoying. Then another lizard rushes her right from behind. The boss slams its huge wings together and fires countless sharp blades directly at her. The deputy watches in pure shock as a second one attacks her blind spot. She realizes they are using demonic power, definitely not some random abnormality. As another beast rushes in, she realizes this entire dungeon system has gone completely wrong. Suddenly, Xinyan catches her and blasts straight through the dragon. Smiling brightly as he holds her close, the hero casually says he finally made it. As dragon pieces hit the dirt, the pink-haired girl snaps at him, demanding he not say he already knew. He just smiles, reminding her he did warn her about the boss. His senses had already picked up a very strange monster hiding in this dungeon. With the lizards closing in fast, she asks if he really knew and still did absolutely nothing. He casually replies he was just waiting, leaving the boss for last as normal. He looks at her gently, saying he knows she completely froze up because she was worried. But now that she has calmed down, she can handle this easily. All she has to do is stay completely level-headed. Still a bit uneasy, she looks at him and says nothing. After they land safely on a rock, he casually announces it is snack time. He even asks her to pick the menu, fried or grilled. The beauty shuts her eyes, telling him this is seriously no time for jokes. But suddenly, intense fire lights up in one of his hands. A crackling ball of lightning forms in the other. He crosses both spells with a massive grin, peers forward, and says he has been waiting for this. A huge lizard steps up. Xinyan just grins chicken for dinner tonight. The girl stares up at the sky, desperately trying to figure out what is happening. As he keeps throwing wild fire magic around, she calls to him through telepathy. Then lightning violently crashes down. The pink-haired girl asks if this is really the same guy who claimed he was going to use magic. He strikes again, sending a massive wave of fire straight into the swarm. Meanwhile, she accurately points out that he is really just punching absolutely everything. The old Taoist slows down thick lightning, wrapped tightly around his fist, and asks what she means. He insists it is obviously magic. The yellow-eyed girl replies with thick sarcasm that sure, it is right before something absolutely terrifying appears above her. Now watch closely because things are about to get wild. A giant claw pushes out of a green portal. Seeing two massive monsters, she warns her partner to be careful. Top speed. She leaps across the rocks, realizing those monsters definitely came right through that portal, and that should have been entirely impossible. Dropping in from above, the panicking deputy yells loudly for him to run away. She fires off two quick aura blasts and shouts for him to get out. She promises to open a clear path so they can escape together. He just has to hurry. But suddenly, one of the huge lizards fixes her with a truly deadly glare. Then several smaller ones immediately swarm in front of it. As their bodies drop, Jihi seriously wonders if the boss even cares that its minions are dying. A sudden heavy wave of dread hits her and she calls out loudly to her companion. He is standing right in front of a massive storm of monsters. Watching closely, the yellow-eyed girl realizes these smaller beasts are definitely not moving on their own. She finally understands. The giant bosses are controlling them. Thinking back on it, the pink-haired girl realizes the small monsters have been actively throwing themselves right in front of attacks meant for the bosses. She raises her dagger high, knowing this crazy fight will never end until the big monsters go down. She just needs to figure out how to reach them. Watching the giant swarm, she hesitates for a second, genuinely wondering if Xinyan is holding up okay. He stands casually in the middle of the circle and their eyes meet. Get this. The playful way he looks at her proves he is actually doing this on purpose. The killer lets out a heavy breath, completely unable to read his mind, and wonders if just answering through voice communication is really that hard for him. She opens her eyes wide, anxiously pointing out that this kind of weird anomaly has never appeared before. No matter how incredibly strong he is, this is still dangerous. She absolutely has to help him, but she cannot reach him while he is stuck up in the air. Then she spots a flying cub. She jumps straight onto its back and flies up, hoping the dense monster cluster around the protagonist will not notice her. If so, reaching him would be super easy. The deputy stays tense and totally serious. She thinks he just has to hang on a little longer while she takes down the mutated boss, giving off that strange aura. Another winged creature violently slams into her, knocking her down. Jihi starts falling and loudly curses. Barely managing to save herself, she stabs the nearest target and tightly holds on. When she turns, a huge dragon is roaring right in her face. The deputy just smiles, asking if it finally noticed her. She leaps straight at it, way too late to back down now. This is purely one-on-one. Raising both her daggers, she glares at the beast, knowing absolutely no monster in her game can stop her. She activates her shadow dance and orders it to open up, but suddenly a massive bunch of smaller monsters burst straight out from under its giant wing. The beauty falls back. Flashing a slightly hopeless smile, she wonders how fast she can clear all this mess. Then a wild blast tears right past her. Pure energy explodes from the hero, slicing through every living thing nearby while the pink-haired girl watches stunned. He wields a massive power blade from thin air, effortlessly controlling multiple swords using blasts of exploding air. Watching that deadly fan of blades spinning around him, she finally realizes what a true astral body is. He brushes it off as just some hunter role-playing game. He holds out a firm hand, announcing it ends right here. A relentless storm of lightning-fast swords rains down, skewering those little monster lizards one by one. Watch this. The barrage hits even harder, totally blocking the sun. It looks absolutely wild, like a massive comet crashing right down on them. From up on the cliff, the deputy watches the crazy scene unfold, dodging falling rocks. Remembering that massive rift, she knows the protagonist saved them today. But a huge question lingers: what if this crazy mutation happens in other dungeons? Growing super tense, Ji-hee rubs her chin, questioning how the system calculates dungeon danger and which hunter levels should actually clear it. Does any of that logic still matter against mutated monsters in this portal? Pure despair flashes across the yellow-eyed girl's face. She truly believes everything is about to get destroyed. Our hero casually grabs the blue crystal while she stresses over the festival. Forget the party, they desperately need a full investigation. Ji-hee suddenly pictures him reaching out for her, convinced he would totally strike the second she lets her guard down. If she loses focus, his guild could destroy them instantly. She looks down sadly, entirely unsure what to do. But then a stone suddenly waves in front of her face. She asks what it is, noticing the protagonist standing right there. He asks why she's spacing out, pointing out he just asked how this rock differs from the rest. Staring at it, the beauty explains it is actually a monster skill stone. Since he took down a massive boss, he scored a rare drop. The hero just crushes it instantly without a word, leaving her silently stressing over the boss situation. Then Ji-hee catches him totally off guard with a sharp turn. The yellow-eyed girl stares seriously, announcing she has something important to share. Flash forward a month to a sunny day. Some guys chat about the upcoming Sun Festival schedule, getting pretty hyped. They stroll right past Chulho, who sits with his head hanging down, listening to them gossip about our now famous protagonist. He nervously lifts his head as wild rumors spread that Shenyang is actually the Dawn Guild's secret weapon. Staring up at that massive skyscraper, he figures his life is totally over. Meanwhile, a glass smashes over a bespectacled guy's head as someone screams, "Are you joking?" Right in the middle of a Twilight Guild emergency meeting, a short-haired dude points aggressively at him. He yells that Dawn chose this guy as their savior, and yet they somehow still have zero clue where he spent the last 14 years. They do not even know his level or class. The employee only apologizes, but the screaming man instantly shuts up when the leader speaks. He calmly sips his whiskey on the rock's legs crossed, just smiling. The green-eyed guildmaster narrows his gaze and tells him to sit down. Park obeys instantly while the boss notes Dawn seems visibly worried. Standing up slowly, he declares that they played their shiny new trump card way too fast. Whether this is a massive bluff or a total jackpot will only become clear once every card hits the table. But get this, Toon dips his head with a dangerous smirk, staring at that face on screen, declaring they must absolutely destroy this seed of discord. Meanwhile, Yukon Tien sits nervously in the middle of a busy coffee shop, checking his watch and tapping his foot. Checking the time once more, he mutters that his guest should arrive any second. Then our protagonist finally shows up and he rushes over. Cha Shin-han stands there with his head slightly bowed while the frantic employee thanks him for accepting such a completely sudden invitation. This old Taoist, dressed exactly like an average office worker, starts to look up when something random suddenly catches his eye. He spots some guy working on a laptop right behind him. Even as someone offers a handshake, the secretary pulls away and turns toward the actual guests. They finally shake hands. At first, our hero totally plans on keeping things simple, but remembering his sister warning him to watch his tone, he offers a super formal greeting instead. Chulo stares back nervously, calling it a huge honor to meet him while secretly wondering what kind of rude jerk he used to be. But on the flip side, Yukon Tien, the bespectacled guy, is looking even more nervous. He keeps stressing over his mission today to dig up absolutely everything about this guy. He finally explains why he asked Cha Shin-han here. He panics, digging wildly through his briefcase. The protagonist just quietly watches him struggle. He seriously wonders if this squad even needs monitoring. The guy slams a device down. Cha Shin-han asks what it is, and he calls it a button. A curtain-like barrier instantly spreads around them. He explains it blocks all outside noise and prevents voice leaks, making it perfect for a completely private chat. Shin-hyun shoots him this completely smug look, asking if this is seriously all they set up for his visit. The guy in glasses drops the act and gets straight to the point. Twilight Guild wants a full partnership with his unlimited guild. Our hero just leans back, looking super annoyed. He totally saw this coming. He asks if they even watched his performance at the Sun Festival. Plus, he reminds them he is already backing the Dawn Guild. The employee quickly lowers his hand. They know all about that. They are fully aware Dawn has his back. But get this, he adds, they also know about the secret friction between him and the team, even if those dungeon raids with the guild leader went perfectly. Shin Hyun just listens calmly while the guy keeps talking. He points out Shin Hyun never actually joined Dawn. Instead, he started a one-man guild and is basically just doing freelance work for them. Looking away, the young employee explains their theory based on everything. They are pretty sure he and Dawn are keeping their distance. Shin Hyun cracks a private smile. This guy is way sharper than he realized, making him completely rethink his first impression. Honestly, you have to wonder about this deal. They claim they can provide things his current guild simply cannot match. Their intel is incredibly hard to dismiss. The glasses guy flips through his paperwork, asking to go over the final contract terms. But Shin Hyun slams a hand on the table and cuts him off. He does not need to hear it. Getting up to leave, he just waves them off. He only showed up out of sheer curiosity, and this was a total waste of time. He is rejecting their offer flat out. Chulo stares in pure shock, asking if he is seriously walking away before hearing the actual deal. Watching him walk, Chulho nervously yells out, if he bails on the Sun Festival, Twilight will give him absolutely anything he wants. But Shin Hyun replies without missing a beat he owes Jihye. The old Taoist glances back with a smirk, saying he absolutely hates losing. The panicked employee tries one last time to make him stay. With him walking out just like that, the kid cries out in frustration. He thinks this guy is a total scoundrel, especially with so much left unsaid. Right then, the guild leader pulls off his mask. He asks the kid how long he plans on standing there staring into empty space. He gets up from his seat and strolls right over. The green-eyed leader places a heavy hand on his shoulder, chilling him to the bone. He already knows everything they discussed. Tapping his earpiece, he says the goal was just to stall the conversation. Grabbing the kid's tie and scaring him even worse, the guildmaster admits all that sneaky eavesdropping was completely useless anyway. Then Taehoon starts walking away with his arms spread wide. When the employee apologizes for the rudeness, Taehoon easily brushes it off. He has way bigger problems on his plate right now. Now pay close attention to his reaction here. The head of Twilight narrows his eyes, staring ahead and wondering who that guy actually is. Meanwhile, Jihee listens on the phone with a huge smile, completely amused. She bets the enemy is throwing an absolute fit right about now. Walking down the street, Shin Hyun smiles, figuring they probably guessed his martial arts background. But his true title as the Supreme Emperor of the Sword definitely has not spread yet. He remembers the guy behind the counter. The second he stepped into that cafe, he felt the guy release his energy, which completely proved his suspicion. Jihee tells him that kind of person is super cautious. They get incredibly jumpy whenever things stop going their way. Leaning against the wall with a grin, she relaxes when he promises that the guy will not be bothering her for a good while. He switches gears, asking about the dungeon investigation. She replies that thanks to his help, they have had 0 new complaints since that last raid. Staring at her screen, she adds with a faint smile that at least for the moment, things are perfectly quiet. Thinking back to their raid, she admits she would have literally worked herself to death without him stepping up in that bird dungeon. She really thanks him. He casually asks what else needs to get done, if there is anything specific she needs. She stares at her phone in pure shock and asks him to repeat that. Shin Hyun instantly tenses up. She asks why he sounds so down and what is wrong, but he just goes completely silent. Right then, his sister Yoonseol walks up asking if he is done. With this heavy, sad look in her eyes, she clasps her hands together. It is time to go. Shin Hyun quickly puts his phone away and agrees. Figuring there is nothing else left to do, the two of them head straight to the cemetery. Yoonseol presses a hand to the glass facing their parents' shrine. Crying softly, she tells them her brother finally came back. Shin Hyun just stands behind her, silent and completely drained. Knowing they probably already see that, he turns his head away. He closes his eyes, suddenly feeling like coming here was a massive mistake. Staring at the portrait, he realizes just how incredibly different he is now. Even standing right here in front of his own parents, he cannot shed a single tear. He turns away and starts walking off. He figures that showing Yoonseol this cold, inhuman side of himself will only make her cry in silence. It absolutely would not help her heal. She turns around asking if he truly feels nothing at all. Those words hit incredibly hard. Yoonseol notes he doesn't even look sad or hurt. Facing her, the hero just falls into this deep, dark silence. She follows him anxiously, forcing a tight smile and asking why he refuses to say a single word. Looking uneasy, the long-haired girl tries to joke that her words are completely true, but he cuts her off and just simply apologizes. He turns to leave. He knows he can't hide it forever. He admits he has become someone who can no longer show her what she wants to see. Yoonseol clenches her teeth in pure resentment. She kicks the ground and shouts out, does he even realize how strange he is? Why is he apologizing? What does he actually think she wants to see? The black-haired girl stands there with a fierce look, desperately trying to figure out what she really wants. Suddenly, she remembers riding on his back when they were just kids. Covering her face with one hand, the archer demands to know why he changed so much and why he acts so terribly cold. The hero only looks back at her, his eyes completely hidden. She finally confesses she isn't even sure he is still her brother anymore. He answers that too much time has passed for either of them to stay exactly the same, but his sister turns away with a hard stare. It does not matter. She has lived perfectly fine on her own until today. He silently watches her walk away. Genuine sadness flickers in his eyes. He thinks to himself, he never should have come here. He remembers his own countless deaths. Her question echoes in his mind. Why did he change so much, and does she really want the true answer? Then he realizes he wants that exact answer too. He truly wonders what happened to himself. Suddenly, a glitching notification appears right behind him, asking exactly why. He wonders where on earth this Murim-style dialogue box came from. Bound among dark chains, the god of war smiles and asks why he still wears a fragile human shape. Hearing his own name, the hero is badly shaken. He stares blankly at the message floating in front of him. Why is it talking about humanity, and what kind of total nonsense is this? His hands start violently shaking. More glowing notifications appear, telling him to stop resisting for absolutely no reason. They claim they can even help his motivation. The black-haired man answers coldly that this strange being is still acting on its own as always. Then he fiercely demands to know who it even is. The being gives a highly playful reply, asking if he seriously does not know the heavenly god of war. The protagonist tugs at his tie with a sharp smile. The being keeps promising to take everything from him, telling him to just wait. He simply calls it total madness. Standing under the bright sun, the hero smiles. He says he does not know who this is or why it targets him. But when the reincarnated man speaks of a ban, everything around him violently begins to shake. Lowering his head with a dangerous smile, he promises he will find that thing and completely tear it apart. But another glitching notification pops up, warning him to just wait. Then the very last traces of light fade away like they were never even there. Watch this exact moment. Staring ahead, dead serious, he frowns, stating that is all he fought for. Elsewhere, Yoon's soul suddenly stops. She turns around with heavy tears in her eyes, seeing absolutely no one behind her. The girl looks forward once again. Hot tears run down her face as she mutters how he didn't even follow her, cursing him as a vile scoundrel. Several days later, the festival announcer jumps right up from her seat and loudly greets the entire cheering crowd. Shaking her head, she nearly startles her co-host. She declares this huge festival was made perfectly for the real heroes who clear dungeons and aggressively hunt monsters. People have been waiting for this with huge excitement. Meanwhile, her partner quietly thinks he definitely picked the wrong person to work with today. She slaps both hands hard on the table and loudly announces they are starting right away. The brown-eyed girl shoots up from her seat full of crazy energy, calling it the single biggest event in all of Korea. As bright confetti fills the arena, she shouts out that the festival has officially begun. The massive crowd roars while she explains how this festival brings the entire hunter world together, creating a much-needed short truce. A little girl walks hand in hand with her mother. The announcer explains this is part of the Solar Festival where normal people can actually watch legendary hunters fight up close. Jay listens quietly, saying it feels a whole lot like the Olympics or the World Cup. The deputy smiles brightly, completely agreeing that it is pretty much the same thing. At least to the general public, hunters are the absolute biggest stars. Holding her mug, the girl says hunters are basically like movie superheroes with actual real powers. However, a lot of sensitive information about them is tightly controlled worldwide. Then she adds that the whole festival helps make these hunters seem far more friendly to the general public. Jay stays completely serious and says nothing, so she calls out to him. She openly admits the whole thing feels a little bit weird. Setting her cup down, she asks if he actually fought with Yoon Sol. Jay instantly looks even more uneasy. She remembers they arrived separately and says it makes total sense. They already looked incredibly tense back then. The pink-haired girl presses him for some real answers. Sure, he definitely messed up again. Inside his own head, he fully admits she is right. The yellow-eyed girl is completely shocked when he asks her to find him a quiet, hidden place to stay. She gets even more alarmed after he reveals the Murim status window somehow sent him a direct message. The chains and strange notifications still linger heavily in his mind. He admits he has no clue who the real enemy is, but he is certain the heavenly god of war is coming straight for him. His sister reaches for the bow. He stops her, doesn't know how long he can hold out. The black-haired girl grips the weapon, heavy with sadness, as her brother insists that staying near him means certain death. The deputy shoots up. Wait, she tells him. This is way too much to process all at once. She tries calming the room down. Even if every word is true, she argues living completely apart for Yunel's safety just feels incredibly wrong. But then he just turns away. Staring at a happy family on the TV screen, Shin Han states that Yunel does not need a broken brother like him. Eyes locked on the smiling child, he mutters it. The brother, she remembers the one she hopes to see again, already gone. He claims it would be so much better to just return to the past, right as a fist suddenly flies straight at his face. The killer's fist stops dead against his chest. She drops her gaze. Hates getting tangled up in family drama, she mutters. But if her own brother ever said something that pathetic, she would have punched him for real. The old Taoist stands there stunned as she claims to understand his own sister way better than he does. Right then, an employee bursts in looking for the vice leader. He freezes at the tense scene playing out, then stammers out that the main event is about to begin. The pink-haired girl flushes bright red and snaps at him for not knocking first. She turns back to Chai. They finish this later, she orders, and he is strictly forbidden from moving an inch until she returns. The black-haired man silently watches her walk away. He just scratches his cheek, figuring this entire situation is his own personal punishment. Out in the arena, the announcer hypes up the massive crowd, telling everyone to lock in for the opening ceremony before the festival begins. The leaders of Dawn, the ones running this solar festival, are finally stepping out to face their rivals. The leader of Dawn strides out from one side while Twilight's vice leader approaches from the opposite end. The hyped host reminds her partner some fans might not actually know Ji-hee and Ti-hun used to share a guild. He awkwardly confirms the messy history. The bastard reaches out toward the yellow-eyed girl while the commentators explain how these two originally started out as ordinary hunters together, but now they stand as bitter rivals at the very top. He flashes a sickeningly sly smile, noting just how much has changed since those early days. He wears this perfectly fake smile while the pink-haired girl literally grinds her teeth in pure anger. Still, she forces a cheerful expression, tilts her head, and sweetly asks if he has been doing well. Then she shoots a sharp glance at his deputy, casually noting that the little assassin boy filling her old spot has grown up nicely. The moment she mentions him, he instantly reaches for his weapon, but a hand quickly holds him back. Ti-hun just smirks, claiming he heard they were awfully busy babysitting their brand new recruits. Raising one hand, he adds that they always looked after the weak, while gruesome images of her dead comrades flood his mind. He promises to personally slaughter anything standing in her path this time. She turns her head away, letting out a slow, heavy breath. Pure anger flashes across her face. She spits the threat right back, "Go ahead, try it." The green-eyed man clearly just loves hearing that. Right on cue, the festival officially kicks off. Watch the tension snap here. Their aggressive handshake clashes with a massive, violent burst of aura. Down in the arena, a furious hunter shouts out. He brutally drives his spear into the girl's shield over and over again. She grits her teeth, desperately trying to hold the line, cursing. But her opponent raises his weapon high and brings it crashing down completely, shattering her shield and tearing into her flesh. Blood explodes from the blonde's mouth as she violently coughs. Up above, the announcer calls it San Mo of Twilight takes match 5 of the Warrior Tournament. She praises his terrifying power, especially while using a blunted tournament weapon. He absolutely demolished his opponent. Still casually sipping his cognac, Ti-hun smiles, claiming this brutal display is exactly what he expects from Dawn. It has been quite a while since their fighter actually needed that much time to crush somebody. Either way, that girl was never a genuine threat. The pink-haired girl glares daggers at him, completely disgusted by his insane arrogance. The green-eyed man finally stands up, announcing he is stepping out for a minute. Walking away, he casually hopes the next match will actually be somewhat entertaining to watch. The deputy silently watches his back as he walks out. The guild master strides through the dark archway, and the assassin right behind him pulls out a dagger. He desperately asks when he can make his move. He flashes the sharp blade, begging to know when Ji-hee dies, until a finger suddenly clamps down hard over the metal weapon. The guy in the green vest tells him to calm down. It happens soon enough. Smiling into the distance, he mutters about timing, then casually asks for the name of the hero's little sister. He wants to pay her a very personal visit. The scene instantly shifts to a ruined, abandoned city as the host greets the massive crowd, announcing the Archer Survival Arena. She promises this brutal event will showcase the absolute best archers from every single guild. Beaming with pure excitement, she declares the qualifiers are kicking off and asks her co-host for his top pick. He strokes his chin, noting the huge roster of truly strong contestants. But personally, he fully supports Yoon Xiao, young, undeniably talented, and completely fearless. The training is already paying off big time. As Cha's younger sister gets ready to head out, the background commentary brings up that crazy Red Wolf dungeon incident. While she stands there facing away, 2 people right behind her start whispering, wondering if she's actually competing today. They question why she was even let in, wondering what happens if she snaps again after supposedly killing her own subordinate. But the black-haired archer suddenly spins around. She loudly asks why they do not just say it to her face if they want to gossip. Those 2 instantly cover their mouths in pure fear. She just stares them down, arms crossed, completely silent. They quickly back away in a panic. The beauty leans against the wall with a heavy breath. Her mind drifts right back to that day at the cemetery, thinking about everything she left unsaid. She is definitely angry, but mostly just hurt. Why was her brother avoiding her like this? Suddenly, someone calls her name. A nervous, short-haired girl asks her to head over to the waiting room. Apparently, she has a visitor. Surprised, she stays quiet. A spark lights up her eyes as she guesses who it might be, but she is totally wrong. Waiting there is the deputy, who asks how she's feeling. The huntress answers her pretty coldly. She asks why Ji-hee showed up right before the match. Ji-hee replies casually she's just here to support one of the guild's most promising hunters. Getting pretty annoyed, Yoon-seol snaps back. She says she planned to come in with her brother, but he suddenly vanished without a trace. The yellow-eyed girl clearly notices her dark mood and grows worried, though she smartly keeps it to herself. The archer freezes up when Ji-hee suggests they should clear up the misunderstanding between them. She immediately frowns at that. As the deputy keeps stepping closer, Yoon-seol throws her hands up. She asks since when Ji-hee started meddling in other people's personal business. Ji-hee replies smoothly that she's only worried speaking as both a sponsor and her boss, but the black-haired girl just laughs right in her face. Hands on her hips, she flat-out admits she never liked her. To Yoon-seol, it feels like they keep her brother close just to use him. Is she wrong, thinking of her brother's cold stare? Yoon-seol says he only chose to become a hunter after meeting Ji-hee. He'd only just started acting like his normal self again. She bites back her rising anger. Cha never should have become a hunter, she insists. Her voice actually shakes as she asks what he is even trying to do by getting stronger. He is chasing something and refuses to tell her what. The pink-haired girl tenses up at that while Yoon-seol admits she has a really bad feeling. Then Yoon-seol finally breaks down. Through her tears, she admits he just is not the brother she knew anymore. He has changed, grown way too distant. Right then, a loud voice over the speakers announces the archery match starts in exactly 1 minute, calling participants out. She quickly wipes her face and apologizes, saying she never meant to show that vulnerable side of herself. As she turns to leave, she stops with one final thought. Maybe he never actually wanted to change. Looking down, Ji-hee says she completely understands since she went through something similar herself. Her dark thoughts drift right back to her days as a killer. In that bloody memory, she stands over a body at night. She thinks about Cha walking straight into hell where he could die any second. He spent so long alone and there staying normal was totally impossible. Snapping back to the present, the yellow-eyed girl shows zero emotion. She points out he probably just did not want his sister seeing that dark side. Still walking away, the archer throws back that it is pretty weird hearing about her own brother from her. Flashing a faint smile, Yoon-seol adds that he probably just sees her as someone he cannot rely on. Then she takes it a step further, hinting that is not true for the one he actually feels close to. The killer stares at her back completely silent, but a second later, Yoon-seol suddenly glances back in a pointed silence. She spots part of his shadow hiding right behind the wall. And this is where things get real tense. She says she wondered where he went, but Cha has been standing behind that wall the entire time. She calls him out immediately. He promised to leave her alone, yet here he is secretly worrying about her. He awkwardly brushes it off, claiming he was just passing by. The pink-haired girl almost steps in to help, but she pauses, collects herself, and totally shocks him by agreeing that he is exactly the same. She grabs his collar and slams him against the wall, demanding to know why he refuses to just tell the truth, and why he still treats his sister like the little kid he remembers. Cha slowly understands what she means as she presses him harder. Does he honestly think hiding his real feelings from his sister is actually helping? Her tone turns incredibly sharp. If he has something to say, he needs to say it plainly. Letting out a heavy breath, she steps back and tells him to follow. A flare gun fires loud. She promises to show him a side of his little sister he does not know. The flare shoots high overhead, completely lighting up the arena. Suddenly, something tears right across the dirt at blinding speed. The Dawn members rush into motion. Meanwhile, the announcer starts explaining the brutal qualifying round. In this Archer survival match, 6 Dusk and Dawn teams face off. At the booth, Taehoon watches, wondering how it all turns out. Smiling darkly, he hopes Ji-hee enjoys the little surprise he prepared. Staring down at the upset Archer, he knows this is only the absolute beginning. Right then, her earpiece crackled with code C, enemy contact, while another team called for help under code E. Once she reached the roof, another call came in. Code B, enemy spotted 200 meters away. She remembered the pink-haired girl saying he didn't want his sister to see his weak side. Then she pictured her brother standing with his back to her. Furious, she punched the wall hard enough to crack it and cursed. Grinding her teeth, she wondered if he really thought silence would keep her from understanding. Why couldn't he just tell her what was going on? Instead, he told Ji-hee everything. Then her earpiece reported an enemy scout in District 3's alley outside sniper range. Support had to be awaited. She lowered her bow and wondered if he still saw her as a child, as if he was the only one who had changed. A young enemy stood on the next roof. She said her aim was fine, but the coordinator warned the target was beyond the 300-meter limit. Uniel heard that even for a sniper, making that shot with a competition bow should be impossible. Stepping onto the edge despite their protests, she said it was fine. She would handle them herself. She drew the bow and loaded a skill into the shot. An alert came in right as she released. The arrow flew with the loaded aim skill and martial technique stacked into it. The shot raced toward the enemy. It struck him square in the chest. Chien was eliminated. Calmly standing on the roof, the black-haired girl reported a successful hit and was praised right away. With a proud look, she told her brother not to underestimate her. She remembered sitting alone by a wall while adults talked about how she might be left with no family and no one to care for her. When they said they couldn't even find her older brother's body, she clenched her fists and thought he wasn't dead. Thinking of the accident and her dead parents, she convinced herself Alpo was still alive. Seeing his untouched seat, she believed he would appear in front of her soon. Then, in that moment of despair, something strange appeared before her. On the TV, a deity announced that nightmare days were coming very soon. The blonde figure folded her hands and called on humanity to grow stronger. With empty eyes, the girl looked up while everyone else panicked, wondering what this even was. To her, it was a revelation. A goddess, speaking of monsters, dungeons, and hunters as this absurd world became real. And through all of it, she believed her brother would come back. After passing her hunter aptitude test, she got the archer class and entered the hunter academy. There, someone dumped milk over her head. One punk threw a bag at her and mocked her, asking if being an orphan tasted good. Hands grabbed at her gear while someone sneered, asking if she was jealous. A purple-haired boy laughed the loudest, saying his family paid a fortune for the academy while she got in for free. A second later, she smashed a tray into his face with all her strength. Uniel rose from her seat and told them that if they were so jealous, they could become orphans too. And when they insulted her again, she glared at them, cursed, and told them to follow her if they were really that brave. They went silent and stared in fear. She remembered the blue wolf attacking her and thought about how she still made it through the academy. After that, the top guild, Dawn One, everyone wanted to join, found her. The beast bit down on her bow and she struggled to fight it off. Reaching for a broken arrow, she thought, had she really suffered this long just to run into a bastard like this? Then she drove the shard through the monster's head. Hatred burned in her eyes as the monster collapsed in blood. Jihi found her there and said, a little surprised that she came to help. But seeing Uniel covered in blood, she added that maybe help wasn't needed. Smiling, the yellow-eyed girl asked if she was new and what her name was. The hero's sister answered with clear distrust. The healer held out her hand and said she had eyes full of fire, that she would grow strong and that she should remember her name. That was when Uniel caught the deputy's attention and later became the youngest guild leader. A displeased guy stood behind her with folded arms, and she knew Junie wasn't the only one unhappy about it. She remembered all the work she put in and thought that being a team leader, even leading Dawn, was fun because she wanted to get stronger. Again and again, she pulled arrows back. She rubbed her hands raw until they bled so she could survive on her own. The black-haired girl kept sharpening her archery, refusing to let weak thoughts creep in, and snapped herself back into focus. Every arrow hit the center. Now the hero's sister picked up the pendant with a sad look. Inside was a photo of the two of them together, and she quietly stared at it. As she tucked it away, she muttered that this wasn't praise for her. Her brother was the problem because he stayed with Jihi. Staring ahead, she admitted that compared to an opponent skilled in martial arts, she was still lacking something. Then she raised her bow and shouted that she wouldn't forgive him for treating her like a child. He was far from weak. Suddenly, a heavy silence dropped over the entire area. Looking around, Dawn realized it had gotten way too quiet. She nervously spoke into her earpiece, calling out for code Aya. Moving to a new spot, she repeated the call. Out of nowhere, a glowing red aura flared up right in front of her, and a massive storm of arrows rained down from behind. A single arrow pierced her hand, and right after that, someone yelled for everyone to stop firing. 4 enemies stood on the opposite roof, while a quick report confirmed the target was finally located. The guy wore a cruel smirk. She noticed her muscles were fine, but the skin was actually pierced, which absolutely shouldn't happen with standard blunt game arrows. Blood dripped down from her hand. Live ammo. She realized it immediately. One guy dropped down, telling her not to expect any rescue. They had jammed the signal, meaning no broadcast camera could even reach this dead zone. Dawn just gave a cold smile. She never counted on any help in the first place. Still smirking, she yanked the arrow right out of her hand, saying she had never relied on a rescue in her entire life. She casually tossed the bloody arrow aside, asking why they were causing this much trouble, just to catch one person. Then Dawn readied 3 arrows on her bow at once. Aiming carefully, she coldly warned them they were already dead and told them to start right away. Furious, they immediately gave the order to kill her. She looked up. A heavy rain of arrows was falling fast. They were insanely fast, forcing her to react on pure instinct. She leaped up instantly, dodging the strike. Mid-air, she drew back her bow and fired off her signature archer skill. That activated the scattered arrows, sending them flying wildly in every single direction. One after another, her enemies took devastating hits. She jumped back, realizing one guy was still standing because her injured hand had slightly thrown off her aim. He stared at her in absolute shock, mind blown that she took out 3 guys from such an unstable position. He frowned, completely unable to believe a sniper could deal that much damage up close, even using standard match arrows. He frantically mentally reviewed the archer types. Snipers for long-range shooters for hitting weak points, and fast rangers who absolutely dominate in close-quarters combat. Rock, paper, scissors. Every single class completely counters another. which meant a team of pure rangers was a genuinely terrible choice for taking out a sniper like her. Now watch this next move. Dawn shifted through the air, relieved her hand barely hurt, ready to finish off the rest. Suddenly, another enemy popped up right beside her. She shifted away and landed cleanly, dodging his strike, then immediately fired her sniper skill again. Her arrow shot straight at the guy. He barely managed to dodge it, but she had used her boomerang trick and the arrow rapidly curved right back around. He hit the dirt. It was already way too late. He looked up and started swearing at her, completely blind to the arrow coming from behind. It pierced straight through his back, taking him out instantly. His body hit the floor hard. Dawn frowned slightly, processing the sheer damage she had just dealt. Another opponent waited right in front of her. They locked eyes, both fully prepped for a brawl, until a third enemy suddenly showed up on her left. The young guy fired almost instantly. His arrow came in at terrifying speed, nearly hitting her face before she even turned to spot it. In that exact second, her older brother's advice about martial arts flashed through her mind and everything clicked. A second power awakened inside her and she snatched the arrow with just one hand. Her opponent was totally stunned, unable to process what he was seeing, but she rushed him immediately and swung a heavy strike. One heavy blow finished him completely. He dropped. She immediately pivoted toward the final survivor. Smiling, she asked what to do with the last guy standing. Her teammate told the guy to save his breath, planning to beat the answers out of him, but he wisely surrendered instead. Over the radio, the dispatcher promised support and quickly activated Code 1. At that very same moment, a rogue arrow was already flying straight toward the back of her head. 3 figures appeared on the rooftop, and the dispatcher praised her solid work. She looked up, noting she got the message, but teasing that the backup arrived a bit too late. He apologized. Watching the live camera feed, the commentator excitedly announced that the archer had officially survived round 6. Dawn had secured the win, and nobody watching actually understood what just happened. Her teammates finally landed while the news anchor reported a crazy anomaly in the broadcast zone. The lone hunter had wiped out 4 elite Twilight players. Her bright face made it totally obvious. She was thrilled. Bystanders called the entire play unbelievable, shocked that Dawn was so seriously strong, though honestly, she had been a powerhouse from the very start. Closing her eyes, she casually mentioned she didn't need any help, quickly activating her sniper skill. She looked up using clairvoyance proudly, stating she made it through, then thanking her brother. Right then, a helicopter flew directly overhead. Her older brother was inside, looking extremely pleased by what he had witnessed. His girlfriend looked over and asked if he saw the match. He coughed slightly confidently, stating he saw absolutely everything. He adds that his sister survived the crisis using the exact martial arts he taught her, but honestly, that is beside the point. Turning to her with a quick smile, he admits he is totally joking. She is right, he really does not know her anymore. In his mind, she is still just a little kid. Seeing her this grown-up and insanely strong leaves him completely thrown off. Remembering her cute, childish laugh, he admits he cannot keep treating her like a baby. He drops quiet for a second, then proudly says this is exactly what he expects from his own sister. She cuts him off right there, asking how he can just openly talk about martial arts like that. Looking down, she mutters that they are pretty lucky the broadcast actually glitched out. A drone was hovering nearby. They both agree that if a certain someone had seen them, things would go south fast. But the crazy truth, that guy had been watching them the entire time. Furious, the watcher snaps that those moves were definitely martial arts. Later on, the whole group shifts over to the amusement park. Over there, a girl asks MC how he honestly feels about his sister being ridiculously strong. He starts to think it over, but she quickly interrupts. The answer is completely obvious, and he should probably open the bottle if he is going to fake drinking. The brunette just looks away, brushing it off. Compared to some strongest immortal in the universe, or whatever, she's still falling short. Without those martial arts, she never would have reached the finals. Plus, her inner energy is practically drained. Honestly, she would have lost. So she is caught completely off guard when he tells her that is false. MC sets his bottle down. He tells her she is strong because of her own intense grind, mastering both martial arts and hunter skills. Lowering his head, he sincerely apologizes for hiding so much from her. He wanted to be a regular brother again, but too many things interfered. Picturing her as a baby, he admits he still sees her as that tiny, completely innocent sister from way back then. But she has grown up and matured so much. She listens to him in heavy silence. Finally, she admits her real goal: she wants to hunt down whoever destroyed their family. That is exactly why she became a hunter. She explains her plan: hit the absolute top rank as an archer, and maybe find just one clue. But before she even realized it, the hunter life completely swallowed her whole. Lowering her head, she admits it all felt strangely simple back then. And that is exactly how she ended up right here today. Then she holds out her pinky finger. The past is the past, she says. Now she just wants one single promise from him: never leave her again. He chuckles, saying that is a given, but she glares up at him and snaps that it is not obvious at all. Raising her eyes, she tells him his recent secrets have just been making her feel incredibly alone. There is zero reason to hide things from her anymore. He listens closely to her words, then smiles softly and says he understands. He hooks his pinky with hers, promising he will never leave her alone ever again. But there is one more thing she needs to know. She immediately asks what it is. Smirking, he clarifies that his title is not just some immortal whoever. He is the immortal Emperor of the Sword. She is totally stunned. The girl just completely freezes. Suddenly, a loud announcement booms out. The great battle kicks off in 1 hour. Everyone needs to head to the starting zone right now. As the warning repeats, MC stands up and says he has to run. She tells him to do his absolute best, then side-eyes his outfit, asking if he is seriously wearing that to an official match. He turns back genuinely surprised and says it is super comfortable. Then he asks Chia if those attackers seemed weird to her. It really looked like they had targeted her on purpose. She remembers them instantly. The Dawn and Dusk guilds sometimes clash in dungeons, sure, but openly attacking her like this, that was seriously strange. Smiling smugly, she claims they run into punks like that all the time. They probably just wanted to eliminate a Dawn pro fast. Her brother chuckles, knowing she is definitely going to brag about that title later. He thinks it over. If that is true, it is actually a good thing. But you can feel the dread. Inside her mind, a dark warning echoes on loop. Everything will soon be ripped away from him all over again. A bit later, MC finally arrives at the stadium. A guy greets him right away, claiming the deputy head has been singing his praises non-stop. They shake hands, and the man casually mentions he will be running Vanguard in the upcoming great battle. He's really looking forward to it and is thrilled to finally meet MC. Then he turns around asking how the rest of the crew is doing. While the guy chats with the others, MC leans in. He quietly asks his girlfriend if this is the exact same leader they were talking about earlier. She warns him not to underestimate the guy. He is actually a top-level 60 hunter. MC just points out that even so, the guy is still weaker than her. She completely agrees. The brown-haired leader walks back over, announces he is heading out, and wishes her luck prepping for the match. MC immediately takes that as a solid sign. This guy will not be using any martial arts in the arena. MC just smiles to himself. He knows perfectly well that true martial arts can look exactly like magic. He also feels super grateful to his girlfriend. She looks completely surprised when he suddenly thanks her for making up with her sister. Smiling warmly, she answers back and wishes them both good luck. The brunette just smiles right back. Before long, a few guys walk up to Cha, asking if he's actually the legend they keep hearing about from the deputy leader. He's the elite hunter handpicked for the Vanguard. They're totally starstruck, but our guy barely even registers them. His head is stuck on the thugs who attacked his sister. The more he thinks, the clearer the picture gets. They had to be taking orders and only one guy fits. Speak of the devil, he just walked in. The leader of the Twilight Guild himself. He flashes this fake smile, joking about interrupting their little break. Cha glares right through the crowd. If a heavenly warrior reached out to him, then this guy working for that faction is definitely involved too. Stepping closer, the guild leader plays dumb, asking what's wrong. Isn't this just a friendly little match? He claims he just dropped by to say hi. The Dawn crew shoots back, nothing between their guilds is friendly. The guy keeps smiling, hands raised. He completely admits they have a solid point. He mentions hearing a certain remarkable guy would be around, so he had to come see for himself. Moving right up to Cha, he claims he's heard a ton and is thrilled to meet him. Still flashing that grin, he notes this is their first actual meeting. Our MC stares him down for a beat, grabs his hand, and plays along. Yeah, first time meeting. Watching the guy, Cha runs through the heavenly harmony of pure art in his head, still drawing a total blank. If this dude isn't pulling the strings, where did his sister learn martial arts? A thought pulls him back. Can a complete outsider master this stuff? Glancing over at the staff, Cha points out one of the workers hanging around. He immediately recognizes the guy's personal assistant. It has definitely been a minute since they last crossed paths. The assistant totally freezes up when Cha casually mentions how he once tried getting close through a secretary, which went absolutely nowhere. Pivoting back to the boss, the MC brings up the archers' clash. He makes sure to mention how his sister gave Twilight's hunters a massive headache. The leader fires back. He was just about to bring that up. Her skills were exactly as impressive as the rumors. Cha's expression hardens. He tells him to remember that because he is definitely going to make him pay. The guy just shoots back this mocking smirk. Terrified. Says he absolutely cannot wait to see it. Turning his back, Cha tells him he better be. But deep down, he's still trying to figure out if this guy connects to the Heavenly Warrior. But honestly, that is problem number 2. First up, they dared to touch his sister. Walking off, Cha promises to put on a show they will never ever forget. Internally, he has already decided to completely wipe this massive debt clean today. Just listen to that insane crowd. The announcer screams that everyone has been waiting forever for this exact moment. The whole arena hangs onto every single word as they hype up the Sun Festival's ultimate main event. A female caster stands up practically yelling. The massive showdown between Dawn and Twilight is officially kicking off. These fans are starving for some action. When Cha finally strides out there, the mic introduces him as Dawn's official champion. They call him a super rookie. The guy who pulled insane hype after Dawn's deputy leader personally offered him a partnership. They also drop his actual title, head of the martial arts guild Hunter Shin Hyan. The caster completely loses it, grabbing her partner. She notes this is the first time an outsider has ever joined the great battle. Who is this guy and why did Dawn bring him? Complete mystery. The other guy points out that his level, class, and history are totally blanked out. And honestly, walking in as a complete blank slate is a massive psychological weapon against the enemy. Then he hypes up our MC's opponent, Twilight's Vanguard Captain. The guy swaggers out. He claims the rumors were totally right. Our protagonist really does have a seriously arrogant face. They announce him as Twilight's genius, Mage the Fire Dragon's Flame. Marching right up, he vows to literally burn Shin Hyun to ashes. Cha just smirks. Are these people actually serious with those titles? Back in Murim, that kind of name might fly. Out here, it is just painfully cringe. While these two were having a total stare down, the casters call the start of the great battle's first round. The bell actually rings. Up in the stands, Twilight's boss smiles to himself. He is confident his guy knows exactly how to handle this. He watches like a hawk. Cha absolutely cannot leave this arena breathing. Or at the very least, they have to expose his entire skill set. His crew slowly backs away, remembering who is really in charge. But then confusion rips through the stadium. Suddenly, our guy is casually flying right over his head. The caster is stunned, yelling that he just dropped his class reveal instantly. Levitation is strictly a sorcerer skill. While the MC hovers way up there, the female caster notes he just flexed a crazy high-tier class. Plus, holding that kind of altitude requires absolutely insane magic control. Is this really his grand strategy? The guy next to her turns, asking if she thinks Cha has some hidden master plan. After a beat, she basically says no. Looks like he just felt like doing it. Still floating up there, Cha sizes up his opponent, a level 50 wizard. From the looks of it, this guy sits right around the same tier as his last target. Our boy thinks back to that previous brawl. If he whips out his Murim martial arts, this enemy gets instantly folded, but sticking strictly to standard hunter skills. That completely changes the game. He sits at level 53 now. Lowering his eyes, he fully admits that despite his crazy fast leveling pace, he still severely lacks actual on-the-ground experience as a hunter. Glancing over at the guild leader, he quickly realizes there is a totally different reason for this. The big boss is watching his every move. Cha just smiles, telling himself the guy is seriously trying to analyze his combat style. He clearly wants to figure him out. Raising one hand, Cha fires up his power. That guy could stare for a literal century until his eyes dry up. He still will not catch what he is looking for. Without warning, he unleashes a massive barrage. As the opponent scrambles to block, the announcer loses his mind. Countless energy spheres are just raining down on the arena. The wizard throws up a fire barrier, but it barely holds together. Down below, the guy frowns. These are just basic attribute-free mana spheres. Is Cha just throwing out a test run? He fires back hard. The commentators scream that Twilight's hunter has finally countered, swinging blazing hot flames like a literal whip at his enemy. The wizard scowls even harder. Cha is supposed to be a sorcerer, but he is clearly hiding something huge. Pay attention to the lore here. This world only has 3 magic classes. Some magicians stick entirely to non-combat roles, forging skill cubes and items. Those are artisans. Wizards focus entirely on battle, giving their mana very specific attributes. Sorcerers, though, exist in their own weird category. They act more like psychics with supernatural powers, spamming abilities like teleportation or flight. He pictures that exact type of sorcerer, remembering how they usually camp safely in the rear. They play pure support, only stepping up when their bizarre skills are absolutely needed, but sitting back and watching never his style. The wizard rushes forward for another strike. Flexing his blazing aura, he screams out if Cha has some hidden trump card. He better play it right now. Striking hard, he warns that otherwise Cha is going to feel the absolute burn. Our guy quickly blocks his face with both hands, looking slightly annoyed. The heavy blow slams Cha straight into the dirt. The announcer shrieks in absolute shock as the flames violently detonate on impact. It is exactly what you expect from the Fire Dragon technique, an incredibly brutal mix of high-tier fire magic and raw physical strength. The entire crowd sits stunned. The commentators quickly point out that this specific hunter is legendary for his suffocating, close-range combat style. Brawling like that is super rare for a mage, making this entire fight so much more exciting. Still, Cha simply lowers his head. He mutters that he honestly thought he was the only mage from Murim. Standing back up, he adds that this guy's entire combat mindset feels way too much like his own, and it is seriously killing his mood. His opponent just stands directly across the crater, intently listening to every single word. The wizard forms another burning sphere, throwing out one final warning. If Cha does not want to end up a crawling mess on the floor, he better start fighting for real. With that, he triggers his ultimate special skill. A towering pillar of flame blasts right at Cha. His opponent roars out time to drop the act and face the devastating Fire Dragon March. A massive blazing dragon rushes straight for his head. Cha just smirks. The guy wanted a trump card, so fine, he is getting one. He casually points a single finger downward and the entire stadium completely freezes. Pure blue energy flashes right in front of the blazing dragon. The wizard stares, blurting out, "Who is this absolute lunatic?" That completely ridiculous power just blocked a major ultimate attack. Even the commentators sit there stunned desperately, asking what they just witnessed. Staring down at the completely wrecked arena, they call it impossible. Sure, he dodged with some insane speed, but how on earth did he tank that blast? The audience is totally lost. The announcer admits it looked like he got swallowed whole by the flames, but none of this makes logical sense. Suddenly, a massive blue flame beast materializes right above Cha. He cast a flawless summon with nothing but a casual finger snap. Right then, a man turns to Jahi, demanding to know what the hell happened. She simply turns and walks away. She knows the truth. No one here can actually distinguish his hidden power from regular magic. He successfully fooled almost everyone in the building. Even when he acts totally clueless about his own skills, she knows it is a complete lie. Meanwhile, the guild leader watches from his VIP seat, absolutely seething. His own protege is struggling down there, and the crowd is already whispering that the ultimate fire dragon march utterly failed against our boy. The boss just cannot process it. How could that signature nuke fail? Down in the arena, the wizard loses his mind. Forming another blazing attack, he screams that this arrogant bastard needs to die. But the brunette just lifts a hand, deploying a flawless shield in one perfectly smooth motion. He immediately mocks him casually, asking why he is so upset. Does he need a quick little lesson to calm his nerves? The opponent violently jumps back, instantly launching himself high into the air. Crashing back down, he slams the arena floor and furiously screams at Cha to just shut up. He rushes in for close combat. The commentator hypes up his furious combo, but our main character handles it flawlessly, blocking every single strike with ease. One guy is raging while the other just looks completely amused. The commentators are eating this up. Nobody expected two mages to start throwing hands. Finally, his opponent pauses in total confusion. He hears he actually did a decent job except for one fatal mistake that completely ruined the brunette's mood. The brunette taps a spot on his leg. He tells him he is still way too inexperienced. If you open yourself up like that, keep your balance rooted in your legs. Never leave the ground so carelessly. The opponent gets launched and crashes down hard. He adds that he needs to fix that awful habit of lifting his shoulders during strikes and actually watch his enemy. The red-haired guy looks up. "How did you do that?" he demands, asking over and over again. Stepping closer and leaning in, he casually mentions he has been training in martial arts for ages. Bending down even further, he bluntly states that the other guy just totally lacks real experience. Almost face to face now, he asks if he seriously thought he understood everything. Did he actually believe his current power was enough? Then he hits him where it hurts most. He tells him those pathetic techniques are nowhere near enough, calling him flat out weak. Our main character actually looks surprised when his opponent starts screaming threats about turning him into ash. Forcing himself back to his feet, the guy covers his entire body in raging flames. The brunette barely manages to leap clear. He screams out, even if it takes every last drop of strength, he will burn him to ash. Suddenly, massive fire dragons manifest all around him again. This time, he is tapping into his true power. The furious fire dragon march charges straight at the brunette. He stands there for a moment, unsure of his next move. Then he smiles, looks like he will have to use a little more strength here. After all, this guy is actually strong. Raging fire swallows the arena. The commentators shout in panic this attack might literally burn down the entire stadium. Fire dragons are flying everywhere. Now the brunette is really going to have to work to defend himself. Stepping back, the girl remarks that the flames just spread through the stadium like a massive explosion. It is getting dangerously hot. The guy's girlfriend watches closely, hearing the crowd say her comrade totally cornered him. Here is where things get crazy. What could he use against such a brutal strike? Something shifts, shocking the girl. Right in front of her eyes, the brunette blocks the entire attack with a single move. Absolutely unbelievable. Even that massive assault cannot break his barrier. Smiling, he says it is annoying, but attacks like this are not actually hard to stop. Spreading his arms wide, he explains that since his body cannot die and feels neither heat nor cold, taking him down will not be easy. Even so, the fire dragons keep pushing forward. Everything is still burning up, even though the main attack was successfully stopped. A second later, a loud explosion goes off, and the fierce flames suddenly begin to fade away. Lowering his finger, the brunette bluntly states that such a pathetic attack could not even touch him. He really came through it without a single scratch. The commentators yell that he wiped out that terrifying power, instantly crushing all those fire dragons with total ease. Everyone is stunned, shouting that this kind of power is just unbelievable. Is he really controlling gravity? His opponent drops to the ground, muttering that this is complete nonsense. He looks up at him while the commentators openly wonder if his magic was always this incredibly overwhelming. Even for veterans used to these fights, this is entirely new. His power is beyond belief. Can a beginner really control gravity that perfectly? Meanwhile, the brunette walks closer, casually mentioning that this fight was actually way more fun than he expected. Aiming his energy right at his opponent, he declares it is time to finish things. A heavy strike connects, blasting the red-haired guy backward. He crashes down hard. His opponent just smiles, confirming that this match is definitely over now. Up in the stands, the guild head asks his assistant who is up next. The knight comes the reply. Perfect, he says. With a cold smile, he orders his assistant to make him use it. This is Shio J Yam, their protector, the Spear of Twilight. His spear literally erases opponents right from the very start of battle. The knight steps into the ring. Commentators introduce him as the Spear of Twilight, the mage killer. A girl excitedly notes a nickname like that means he has never lost. Someone else adds that warrior types usually beat magicians, though mages can still hide dirty tricks no one knows about. The main character stands across from him, carefully studying his brand new opponent. Stretching his arms out, he casually asks if this guy is really the so-called mage killer. He says he is looking forward to the fight, complimenting the guy's nice suit too. Watching this, the guild head smiles, thinking this guy is just way too relaxed. But this time will be different. The knight activates his power instantly, and the commentator loudly announces the second duel of the Sun Festival. His support skills are already heavily boosting his physical body. He swings his weapon and charges forward. Throwing the first attack, a girl explains that right from the start, the knight stacked every physical buff he could and rushed straight in. The main character just smiles. He asks if this guy is really trying to break through head-on. He admits it is pretty fast, but gathering his energy, he just does not care. Firing a projectile, he openly mocks the knight. He says he looks like a super easy dummy to beat. Magic spheres explode across the entire field. Even so, the knight pushes right through them. He closes the distance in an instant, catching Cha totally off guard. Our main character has to jump back right away just to avoid that heavy strike. Looking up, he realizes the knight is not just fast. He is strong and has some serious willpower. Against a guy like that, fighting from the air would be best. At the same time, the knight drives his spear into the floor and activates a wild skill. Then he swings and leaps straight toward the main character. The brunette clearly does not expect that. A second attack comes crashing down from above. Cha manages to raise a barrier, but it gets pierced immediately. An explosion follows, with commentators calling the brutal attack incredible. No chance. The knight keeps him out of the air completely. He keeps pressing without any hesitation. The arena staff are going to have an absolute nightmare fixing this. Meanwhile, the main character is down on the ground. And honestly, we are all wondering how he got slammed into the floor that badly. The knight is not slowing down at all, running at him again. Finally, the young man gets up, claiming that if he could use martial arts, he would finish this instantly. He also calls the bastard insanely stubborn because the knight is already charging again. Then he raises his hand with glowing eyes. He tells the other guy he probably wants to see this. One finger drops. But then something extremely strange actually happens. The Twilight Guild leader calmly sips his drink while the commentator notes the hunter using that unknown skill again. For the very first time since the round began, the knight stops. Then the leader pauses mid-drink, hearing the commentator gasp in pure shock. The knight actually starts moving again. He resists the magic and rises back up. Then he lifts his glowing eyes and stares right at his opponent. A massive pillar of magic traps him, but it still does not work. Even under that crushing pressure, he forces himself up and just keeps moving. Cha hears him yell out, "You really thought your gravity could stop me?" My turn now. The knight charges straight at him, yelling to get ready. Cha just stares at him, completely confused about what he actually means. Waving a hand, Cha asks when he ever actually used gravity. For a brief second, the knight does not get it. Then he gets blasted backward at crazy speed and slams into the wall. That brutal hit drains almost everything he has left. Game over. The match looks completely finished. The whole crowd freezes, including the guild leader, who clearly never saw this coming. Total confusion. Even the commentators are completely lost, guessing it is gravity before quickly correcting themselves. Not gravity. This is some other force strong enough to crush even the knight. As Cha stands there, they keep asking what wild skill he just used. He walks up to his opponent, admitting the kid is incredibly tough. Lasting this long is already pretty surprising. With his hands in his pockets, he explains that his power is not gravity at all, it is attraction and repulsion. His main skill earned through heavy hard work is called yin and yang conductivity. A status screen pops up with the details. This is a top-level treasure so rare people barely believe it exists. It lets the user add attraction or repulsion to magical power without outside magical effects. Cha lifts a small pebble, saying that if the knight knew basic physics, he would easily get it. Attraction pulls things in, repulsion pushes them far away. The full explanation is long, but that is the basic idea. Then he flicks the pebble right toward the knight's head. Closing one eye, the protagonist starts to explain he can apply force anywhere. But wait for it, the knight cuts him off and says he is completely wrong. The knight gets back up, warning that Cha never should have revealed his weakness. Then he reaches out with a mocking look and uses his real skill. Everyone watching is completely stunned. Now it starts to make perfect sense why this knight is known as a literal mage killer. A girl watches in pure fear, realizing the knight actually has a special ability. If her ally relies only on magic, he is done and she is right. Cha suddenly cannot do anything. That outstretched hand looks exactly like a death sentence. The guild leader finally smiles, saying the guy is going to die right there. But Cha panics and shouts out, "Is this really happening?" A status window suddenly flashes in front of him. It says a counterspell was used blocking magic for 10 seconds. As the knight lifts his axe over him, Cha still does not understand what is happening. Before the match, someone had gone to the knight, telling him to use a counterspell on the leader's direct order. The knight turns, saying he hates using that skill in public, so why push it this far? The leader's assistant replies that their boss firmly believes this guy is hiding something. He has no clue what it is, but a sorcerer with attraction powers is just too dangerous. He has to die, he says with a creepy smile. Back down in the arena, Cha glares at his enemy, pretty sure it is over. Totally shaken, he demands to know what this even is while the knight rushes him. The strike crashes right beside him and our protagonist barely dodges. Still smiling, the knight notes Cha looks quite surprised. This is his true hidden skill counter spell. It shuts magic down, ending the fight. Told he has zero chance without his magic, Cha gets brutally knocked aside. The stands absolutely erupt with commentators screaming about this shocking twist. Match over, right. The knight's weird skill just completely suppresses the hunter. Up above, the guild leader smirks, calling the knight simple and honest by nature. He would never stay calm against a guy attacking from the shadows using magic. He adds that even he never dreamed of finding a skill like that. The terrified girl turns, crying that this cannot be real. He desperately needs to run. This tournament does not even matter anymore, he just has to surrender. He was warned not to use martial arts, but Cha genuinely wonders if he should run. The knight closes in. Not happening, he declares. He swings again, warning that Cha will not dodge or surrender while he builds up massive power for his next attack. Eyes blazing, he brags the tip of his spear, packs enough force to level a whole house. He wants to see if our protagonist survives without magic shielding him. Then he violently kicks off the ground. He swings down hard, wishing him dead. Cha looks up, wondering if this is really how he dies. The knight strikes instantly, but Cha just stares back with burning eyes and mutters, "What kind of nonsense is this?" And here is where it gets crazy. He releases a massive burst of energy, and everyone around feels it, completely clueless. Guys turn to the deputy leader, demanding answers. Why are they suddenly clutching their heads? The guild leader grabs his own head, realizing the heavenly harmony of pure art has suddenly started reacting to this. But this wild energy feels totally different from anything he has ever encountered. Even as the knight keeps pressing forward, the leader realizes these power waves are massive and terrifying, and the knight definitely cannot handle them. Suddenly, the knight screams out. He freezes up, wondering how this is possible. Is it magic? No. The counterspell is absolutely still active, yet he is trapped by some crazy binding force. Hanging helplessly in midair, he shouts, demanding to know what skill this is. Cha suddenly appears right in front of him. It is not a skill, it is martial arts. For details, he can go ask his leader later. The knight can only repeat his question in pure shock. Still, glaring, Cha mentions he almost ended up the exact same way minutes ago, and he seriously hates being told to run. Looking closely, he notices how totally stunned his enemy is. It seems only this one man can truly see and feel that overwhelming power. The protagonist explains the force binding him comes from a sword art called the spiritual sword, a technique unlocked only after reaching the 40th inner level. Even though called swordsmanship, the sword really represents human will. Then Cha steps closer. He draws an invisible blade, stating that at this high level, a mere thought can easily kill someone or split heaven and earth. Smiling, he says, ending things plainly would be way too boring. Then those invisible chains around the knight start tightening and shifting. Dropping to the dirt, Cha tells him somebody has to teach the youth a lesson. Then he drives a full power strike right into the knight's chest. The knight violently coughs up blood, and Cha looks pretty satisfied. Flinging him away, he hopes the leader is watching closely right now. He smiles, knowing these are the true martial arts that guy always wanted to see. Then he leaps up and unleashes a brutal whirlwind strike. The knight's battered body shoots straight into the air. The pressure is so brutal his bones snap. The leader sits stunned while commentators scream. They thought that strange power got stopped, but now the whole match has flipped again. The knight cannot even fight back anymore. When our protagonist finally lands, his bloodied opponent crashes down heavily behind him. The commentators wonder if this ties into that wild energy pouring off our protagonist. Cha just stands there looking quite satisfied. Declaring the brutal duel over, the commentators scream for the medical team. Meanwhile, Cha casually mentions how refreshing that felt since he hadn't used martial arts recently. He easily wins the duel, and the guild leader takes a bitter loss. The commentators officially announce him as the grand winner of the second match in the Sun Festival's Great Battle. After that, he simply refuses to keep fighting, claiming his mana is all spent. In the following matches, Twilight loses 3-2 and the festival ends. News spreads fast. Neither guild claimed the festival. Martial arts just completely stole the spotlight. Cha quickly becomes a massive star among hunters, while Twilight's reputation takes a major hit, sparking endless arguments all over the online comments. After that beatdown, the Twilight Guild leader locks himself in his room. His assistant knocks, asking if he is okay. He waits by the door for ages, getting absolute silence. But inside, the guy just sits there laughing to himself. To him, this whole mess is just hilarious. He replays every humiliating feeling, deciding he is completely done being afraid. The fear is totally washed away now. Grabbing his jacket, he admits that brief clash showed him a level of power he absolutely cannot handle. What Che displayed was way beyond him. Slipping his jacket on, he finally accepts it. Sure, he cannot beat him right now, but that just means it is time to act. Smiling, he figures there is no reason left to hide his methods. Walking out, he tells his assistant they are leaving. When asked where the guy grins, they are off to see the Heavenly Warrior. Anyway, a whole week passes since the Sun Festival, and the poor phone operators are losing their minds. It is pure chaos, just repeating the exact same script on a loop. This is all going down at Dawn headquarters. Every single caller wants to talk to our hunter and get the Martial Arts Guild contact info. One operator finally snaps. He yells out that Che is not a part of Dawn. He belongs to the Martial Arts Guild. Losing his temper, the guy screams that the dating rumors about the deputy and the hunter are garbage, demanding to know which idiot keeps calling. The shouting is so loud it echoes right into the conference room, which is exactly where the deputy and Che are sitting. A secretary stands right next to them, keeping his head completely bowed. He reports some insane numbers: 328 calls and 800 emails, all meant for the Martial Arts Guild. More specifically, for guild leader Shin Hyun. Most are from reporters or people desperately wanting to join. The deputy quietly sips her tea while he reads off the rest. 8 partnership requests, 42 ad deals, and 29 filming proposals. Che listens closely to the breakdown. Out of that massive pile, he only accepted a single one. Right then, a knock hits the door. Someone apologizes for the interruption, saying the chief secretary urgently needs to review something. The secretary sighs, wrapping up his report right there. Looking totally stressed, he heads for the door, wondering what disaster just hit them now. Setting down her cup, the deputy says that pretty much sums up the situation. Then she smirks, asking how it feels to be a sudden superstar. Che lets out a long breath. He admits he does not exactly hate the fame, but all this extreme hype is making him pretty uncomfortable. Then he asks for the secretary's name, saying he should really thank him. The deputy listens carefully. After a pause, she raises her head and tells him this apology's way late. He asks what she means. She explains it is about asking him to surrender back then just to keep his identity hidden. She admits it was completely out of line, and worse, she never even considered his opinion. Apologizing again, she says her anxiety just took over. Lowering her head, she points out that one wrong move could have put absolutely everyone in danger. Che stands right up. He tells her she is totally overthinking this. Does she really think he gets hurt over something that small? Dropping his voice, he adds that sure, it was annoying, but he really did not want to use martial arts anyway. And even if the Twilight Guild leader learned the truth, what could he really do? Che reminds her they already crossed paths that day. Right now, that guy's only limit is realizing just how far behind he actually is. He will probably keep quiet for a good while. Glancing around, he admits something else. The second he thinks about that jerk aiming for his sister, he just wants to strangle him. The deputy clearly loves hearing that. Bowing slightly, she confirms it. Twilight's public activity fell straight off a cliff after the festival. She fully expected him to put crazy pressure on Dawn, but it seems the shock hit him deeply. From what she hears, he is shut inside his house. And those veteran hunters who stayed neutral, they are flocking to Dawn now. She holds her hand out, saying this gives Dawn a massive advantage, and every bit of it is thanks to him. With a warm smile, she wants to thank him properly. Officially, from the deputy of Dawn to the head of the Martial Arts Guild. Kay smiles back, saying she finally sounds like her normal self again. Shaking her hand, he tells her he is counting on her. Grabbing his phone, he decides enough time has passed. He needs to get going since his sister is waiting for him. She immediately looks back at the stack of papers. She asks why he only accepted the invitation from the Jeju Island Guild Union. Why that specific one? And why reject absolutely all the others? Walking out, Che casually mentions he is pretty tired of dungeons, plus his level is barely moving up. Then he smirks there is one more reason. Jeju is the absolute perfect spot for a family trip. Heading out the door, he tells her he will be back in about a month to catch up. Che trusted that girl. Or maybe he just trusted his own strength way too much. But listen to me. If he knew the absolute nightmare coming his way, he never would have gone. Her smile is the last thing he sees before touching down at Jeju International Airport. Cha's sister walks along, happily buzzing with pure excitement. She spins around, declaring they actually made it. Taking in the sights, she admits it is her very first visit here. What should they eat first? Black pork or some fresh perch? Cha follows close behind with a smile, asking if she really loves it that much. Still, this is not just a simple fun vacation. Suddenly, something catches his attention as someone shouts loudly. It is a representative from the Island Guild Union and the Tamra Guild. Their greeting is pretty strange. Honestly, it looks ridiculous. The two of them are so thrown off they cannot even answer right away. Cha turns, suggesting it might be better to go rest somewhere, mainly to escape them. But the young guild leader quickly catches up, stepping right in front of them. He grabs Cha by the hand, shaking it with all his strength. He introduces himself as a guild leader, thanking them for accepting the invitation. The girl behind him cannot believe he is actually the leader. He looks even younger than she is. Then he leans in, saying he absolutely loved Cha's fight at the Sun Festival. A bit embarrassed, he admits he became a massive fan right then. He asks for an autograph later, saying he even bought a special t-shirt just for Cha to sign. Cha starts thinking maybe he should just turn around and leave. Then the guild leader turns to his sister, asking if she is really the Dawn leader and his sibling. He greets her warmly. At that exact moment, an assistant rushes over frantically, saying they are completely running out of time. The young man turns, admitting he had completely forgotten. He starts hurrying them along, saying things are moving entirely too fast right now, but there is somewhere they absolutely have to go first. He promises to explain everything while on the way. Cha looks at him and says he understands. He figures maybe they should just let the guy go on ahead, but the answer comes back. Their schedule is packed tight. The leader keeps talking, saying since it is their first time here, he will show them all the best spots later. At that moment, someone nearby watches them closely. He reports over the radio in Chinese that the main target has finally arrived. On the other end, a man with glasses snaps back. If he is in Korea, he should speak Korean. Does he really want to expose himself? The apology comes right away. Then the man stands up from his lounge chair on the sand, declaring the sweet break is officially over. With a dozen guards around him, he starts walking and says it is time to work. Taking off his glasses, he smirks, "Welcome to the trap. Now watch closely." Meanwhile, Cha's group keeps moving along. Soon enough, the group reaches the main headquarters on Jeju Island. There they are greeted by the leader of the island's side. The man shakes Cha's hand, introducing himself as Kim Haijun, leader of the Tamra Guild, saying he is very glad to meet him. He adds that they came a long way, hoping they will not refuse a very special treat from Jeju, and he tells his nephew to bring it out quickly, and the boy agrees. Hearing it is a local specialty, the girl's eyes completely light up. She wonders what it could be. Delicious black pork or fresh perch? The boy smiles, saying that once someone tastes this amazing delicacy, they will never forget it. Then he opens the tray, proudly presenting a first-class, fresh, carefully chosen tangerine. The girl freezes for a second, totally caught off guard by this. She immediately reaches for her bow, but her brother stops her, saying she just needs to be patient for a little while longer. While she peels the tangerine, they apologize for bringing up work right after the trip, saying the dire situation gives them absolutely no choice. The man looks at Cha, explaining the island's hunters sit mainly under local control, but two major outside groups, Dawn and Dusk, are also involved. Because of that, they chose to build their own independent organization. He talks about those two guilds, warning they might soon take over Jeju completely. They have been targeting the island for a very long time. Then he explains how Tamra Guild played a key part in running Jeju up until now. That control lasted only until high-risk dungeons started showing up far too often, appearing in massive numbers. This year alone, 5 level 11 or higher dungeons appeared on the island, something that has literally never happened before. Dungeons that insanely dangerous can only be cleared by guilds with elite veteran hunters sitting well above level 40. He lowers his head. Tamra simply cannot join any dungeon raids right now. They do not have any veteran hunters, and every single strong hunter on the island already belongs to Dawn or Dusk. Cha frowns, asking what the real issue is. If dungeons keep appearing, could they not just leave them alone for right now? He figures the monsters probably cannot come out on their own anyway, but they quickly tell him that is entirely impossible. The man steps in close, shouting that if Tamra stops protecting the dungeons, they will lose that right completely. Dawn and Dusk would immediately take over, and once that happens, Tamra would never get it back. He says he finally understands. The men grab their heads, nearly crying in despair. They mention fighting so hard to keep those two major guilds from completely taking over. If they just sat back and did nothing, Jeju Island was going to fall to outsiders. He looked up, saying they had basically surrendered to total despair by now, but not them. He pointed straight at the protagonist, calling him their final ray of hope. They kept hyping him up, a top-tier hunter without a guild, totally neutral, the only guy who could save Tamna and secure their hold on the island. They even yelled out how perfect he was, a brand new kind of hunter, ready to outshine everyone else. The brunette just stared. These people had to be absolutely crazy. Meanwhile, the guild leader gazed at our MC with shining eyes, thanking him deeply for actually showing up. The MC shut that down immediately. He definitely was not here out of kindness. He was just here to level up and get paid. After that, he stood up. If they were done talking, they needed to hit the dungeon right now. But his sister blocked his path and told him to hold on. She gave him a dead serious look. There was one major problem they had to handle first. Cha tensed up, asking what she meant. The brunette looked him dead in the eye. Black Pork and Perch were waiting for them. Sometime later, a massive fight was already breaking out inside one of the dungeons when a sudden explosion rocked the place. The hunters below were barely holding back the monsters. One guy gripped his spear tight, yelling that their attacks were completely useless against enemies this fast. Their targets were fire-poison monkeys, nasty creatures that could conjure massive fireballs and blast them right at the guild members. The team barely managed to dodge. They needed to fall back immediately, but then one of them felt a sudden hit. The young man turned around asking if that was poison. He knew these beasts were toxic, but he never expected them to hit this hard. He threw up another barrier, finally realizing just how incredibly dangerous these things were. He had absolutely no idea how long his shield could hold out, and those flames were just as lethal as the poison. Another hunter started stepping back. Things were getting worse by the second, and at this rate, they would all burn or melt. Then a massive explosion cut through the chaos. Someone joked that with a name like Bulldogs, they expected actual dogs instead of these freaks. It was Cha. He drove the enemy back with a single brutal hit. Watch this guy work. Smirking, he noted that for famous monsters, they were actually pretty boring. One of the guild members spun around and loudly thanked him. Then his sister showed up alongside the guild leader, who proudly said this was exactly what you would expect from a martial arts master. He handled those monsters in a single move. He thanked our protagonist for saving his men while the girl complained about having to drag him along. The boy on the ground threw his hands up in apology. He thanked the girl as well since she really helped him save his magic power. He never would have dared ask a leader like Cha for help, but keeping that magic up would have totally burned through his strength. Then he fired up his magic again, saying that thanks to the two of them, he had not wasted a single drop of mana. So now he could easily wrap this up. With a grin, he told them both to get completely ready. The others immediately waved back at him. Once the monkeys were locked down, the hunters charged right in and wiped them out completely. Afterward, the leader walked over asking if that really was a lightning attack earlier. Had he somehow learned to use magic too? The MC casually said it was basically something like that. Then he asked the guy what his current magic level was. The young man scratched his head, saying he was just shy of level 40. The brunette was absolutely stunned. His level was higher than hers despite being younger. Cha glanced at the rest of the crew, noting they seemed close to level 42. After watching them fight, he had to admit they were pretty skilled. They proudly replied that it made perfect sense since they were the ones running the island dungeons. Anything lower would just be embarrassing. At that very moment, the two of them were still trading blows with the boss monkeys. The brunette thought back to his teleportation trick, asking about the magic he just used. It had seriously caught her interest. The boy explained he had spent a super long time training it. The spell was complicated and difficult to use even if it looked pretty basic. Then something suddenly clicked in his head. He stepped closer to the brunette, asking if she actually understood that magic just by watching it. He could not help but think the people here were incredibly clingy. They would just latch on to literally anything. He looked away, realizing he had finally gotten the exact answer he needed. It was time to invest in intuition and study that status window closer. Just like the name implied, intuition let him see the absolute truth of things. Combined with his martial arts skills, that stat mattered way more than anything else. He pictured the stat in his head. No matter how gifted he was at fighting, he still needed this buff. Seeing the true nature of things was just too important. And now that he could stare at this magic and figure out exactly how it worked, he was completely sure he could learn it himself. So he smiled and told them to watch closely. He was about to show them real teleportation magic, leaving his sister totally shocked. While the boy looked completely thrilled, Cha raised a hand, warning everyone not to be too surprised. But a second later, absolutely nothing happened. He is still just standing in the exact same spot, so everyone starts asking if he even uses teleportation. The girl whispers they should just pretend it worked to save him the embarrassment. Clearly, he does not understand how this world operates. But the brunette snaps right back. How did he activate teleportation? Those nearby monkeys were sitting in that exact spot a second ago. The guild leader walks up from behind them, completely confused, asking what those guys are even doing. She just casually waves and says hello. Look closely at this move. The monkeys barely react before they are suspended high in the air. The protagonist casually says goodbye, cuts the magic, and drops them straight down. Watching from below, the brunette calls it amazing. Chad just looks at her. That is how you use magic. Landing nearby, he breaks it down plain and simple. He just targets the monsters with magic one by one, lifts them high, and drops them. The whole trick is locking onto a target, though he easily admits there is a strict limit. He can only lift things about 150 meters up, but for wingless monsters, that drop is easily a lethal fall. Honestly, the whole setup sounds a little terrifying. Stepping in, the young man lays out the absolute basics. Teleport range can be adjusted through empty space, as long as it stays in sight. Anything inside that radius moves freely with the target. Grabbing his head, he wonders why the MC made him explain all of that out loud. Was it necessary? Then everyone completely freezes when the MC teleports directly into a tree. When the team asks if he actually just teleported, he flatly says yes. Seeing it twice and getting the breakdown was enough. He figured out the activation instantly and thanks the boy for the quick lesson. The real problem, he is totally stuck up there. He admits learning the spell properly might take some time, and you can practically feel everyone immediately tense up. A little while later, they start passing out the food. The men look up, thanking them for the backup. Now they can finally grab a real break and eat. Nearby, the guild members complain they are completely exhausted. The girl gets pretty annoyed by this. She points out the dangerous monkeys still lurking around, yet these absolute idiots are eating like nothing is wrong. They just shrug. There is not much else they can do right now. The boy shows off his monster kills, admitting he only pulled it off because those two bought him critical time. The leader brings her some food, arguing that getting his energy back matters way more right now. The girl just scoffs. She traveled all the way to this dangerous island, and they are literally feeding her plain kimbap. Turning around, the boy points out how the brunette is getting better with teleportation on every single attempt. He smiles, telling them that once you fully master one skill, learning the next becomes significantly easier. If the guild leader keeps training, he might reach his level 2, maybe in 200 or 300 years. Whipping out his notebook, the boy promises to remember that exact advice. His sister just watches from the side. She thinks about how even though he is her own older brother, he acts so annoying she wants to punch him. Lifting her mug, she warns them not to blindly follow him around, hoping to copy his style. He learned his magic in some completely weird way only he can actually use, so they probably will not gain anything from it. Still, it honestly surprises her to hear that this guy is actually a team leader. Raising his notebook again, the boy insists that is exactly why they cannot afford to stop now. They need to keep improving, especially since he feels like he recently hit a wall. Checking the teleport list, he gets it, but he still genuinely wants to learn something from the new guild leader. He goes on to explain how his team believes in him. They count on him purely out of trust. He knows he has to get even stronger and make sure he never lets them down. If he becomes stronger, he can protect his comrades himself. Hearing that immediately makes her remember losing a close friend in one of their past battles. Scratching the back of his neck, the boy quickly apologizes for bringing up such a painful memory. Instantly snatching the roll right out of his hand, the girl decides she will take it after all. One bite cannot hurt, and honestly, the island food is surprisingly tasty. That small compliment alone makes the leader incredibly happy. Waving his arms around, he shouts how glad he is and offers to bring a literal truckload next time. She quickly shuts that down way too much. Standing right beside them, the brunette asks exactly how much time they have left to catch those animals. The boy explains the monsters are incredibly fast and heavily outnumber them, making it hard to guess. Plus, teleportation has a strict usage limit. Had he known this would happen, he would have trained way longer to take magic seriously. The girl grabs him immediately, demanding he repeat exactly what he just said. If a monster crushes him while everyone is distracted, who takes responsibility for that? He just asks her to please calm down. Meanwhile, the MC is thinking hard. He quickly opens up his glowing status window. His sister asks what he is doing, and he mutters he is trying to find a way out of this total mess. And then he actually finds one. He never thought this would matter, but he has sovereignty, a rare skill pulled straight from a monster skill stone back in the dungeon. Back then, he barely thought about it, just figured he might pick up some monster skills. Instead, he ended up literally taming squirrels. But it turned out the skill worked in a completely different way, and it was actually pretty powerful. He knew a lot more about it by now. The crazy part was how it controlled a target's mind purely through his own willpower. Those little squirrels had basically become his puppets. They did whatever he wanted. Later on, he even fused the skill with his control sword technique, letting him force targets into very specific actions. Standing right there, he admitted he mainly used it for fun. He still had no clue if it would work on actual monsters. Controlling their minds had to be way harder. So he closed his eyes and decided to test it out for real. His eyes flashed bright as he muttered a quick hope. Then he triggered telepathic submission. A massive scanning wave exploded outward, shooting raw energy in every direction. The pulse traveled several kilometers out. Finally, he locked onto the monkeys. It felt super strange using a skill from that far away, but the pulse actually took hold of them. Now he just had to pick a target, use mind capture, and command them. Locking onto one monkey, he ordered every monster to rush his location. Then he snapped back to reality. He grabbed his pounding head as everyone panicked, asking where it hurt. He ignored them, turning to the squad leader to ask if he had enough mana for teleportation. The answer was yes, about 5 more minutes. That was plenty. The brown-haired girl suddenly looked up, warning them a massive monster horde was approaching. An explosive rumble rocked the ground right after, and he stared back at the group with completely wild eyes. The guild members jumped up in panic. An earthquake that made absolutely zero sense. Natural disasters just did not happen inside dungeons. He turned around, plainly stating that it definitely was not an earthquake. Someone else guessed it was monsters closing in fast. Suddenly, a single monkey dropped nearby. Completely odd. Why was there only one of them? The girl looked up, pointing out that the shaking was pretty intense. Another guy let out a heavy breath, thinking a whole horde was coming, but then he glanced straight up. A massive army of monsters was staring right down at them from the trees. The whole group grabbed their heads and started shouting, "Where did all these things even come from so fast?" He immediately ordered the squad leader to get everybody out right now. Raising one hand, he told them he would handle the rest himself, take the team, and leave immediately. The rookie boy recognized that gesture immediately. He was about to use that insane ability. But then the sister rushed up, demanding to know why her brother was staying behind. Was he seriously planning to fight this entire horde alone? Countless glowing monster eyes were locked right onto them. The girl yelled out that she absolutely was not leaving. She wanted to fight too. But the squad leader stepped in, declaring it was time to go. He reached out, triggering the teleport spell. 1 second later, the team vanished entirely. Left completely alone, he lowered his gaze and smirked. Absolutely perfect. He shifted into his combat stance. Finally, he could fight without holding anything back. Watch this absolute madness. His eyes lit up as the magic surged, blasting a giant energy pillar straight into the sky like a massive bomb. The raw force was so intense the whole forest violently shook. Miles away on a distant mountain, the rookie boy stared back, whispering that it was completely unbelievable. Smiling, he called the guild leader amazing. The others seriously wondered if the guy was even human anymore. This was way too much even for a high-level adventurer. Maybe those crazy rumors about someone above level 60 were actually true. The young rookie turned around, guessing their guild leader was probably the one who summoned all those monsters together. But then he noticed the sister. She clearly was not acting like herself. He figured that no matter how insanely strong her brother was, they were still family. And now he was stuck fighting that massive monster horde entirely alone. Assuming she was terrified for him, the boy gently grabbed her shoulder. He leaned in, telling her he totally understood her concern, but the guild leader was incredibly strong, so she really did not need to panic. Flashing a bright smile, he added that since she knew her brother best, she should trust his raw strength a bit more. At first, the girl looked totally confused. Then her expression twisted like she had just heard complete nonsense. The thing upsetting her was not fear at all. It was the fact her brother was out there hoarding a crazy amount of experience points all by himself, and she wanted in on the action. The boy completely froze, realizing she was not worried whatsoever. The brown-haired girl turned, asking why she would ever waste time worrying about her brother. She scoffed, saying he was probably the one person in the world nobody ever needed to worry about. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, her brother laughed out loud. This new trick was seriously good. One simple order and it controlled every single monster inside. Pointing straight at the monkeys, he noted that by combining his raw strength with sovereignty, gathering the entire dungeon in one spot was insanely easy. Laughing again, he realized his dungeon farming runs were about to get way faster. He activates sovereignty one more time. Stretching out his hand, he announces that settles everything. Glancing up, he orders every single one of them to appear right this second. Instantly, massive bursts of energy start popping up all around his body. At that exact same moment, the guild deputy head Jihi suddenly feels a strange sensation. She grabs her head in pain, prompting the secretary to ask if she is all right. The guy wonders if she might be getting sick. Waving it off, Jihi insists she is perfectly fine. She turns around, claiming she just imagined hearing some crazy laughter echoing out. Taking her word for it, the secretary says he will continue the report and keeps reading. He brings up the home base belonging to the head of the Twilight Guild. The secretary notes the leader remains completely inactive and the overall activity of their members has massively dropped off too. Flipping the page over, he adds that this low activity let them easily score a pretty questionable dungeon assignment. Looking up from the file, the guy mentions that Twilight can just be totally ignored for now. Jihi listens closely, feeling something is totally off. Even for him, this extreme reaction is just way too much after everything that happened. Picturing his face, pure worry creeps into her mind. The thing bothering her most is whatever he is doing behind the scenes. Suddenly, a fresh report gets slapped down right in front of her. The secretary calls this their new top priority. Reading the pages, Jihi is completely shocked. The file outlines an incredibly dangerous dungeon recently discovered in the mountains, featuring a harsh desert climate inside. It holds a risk level of 13, demanding hunters at level 60 or higher. The zone sits mostly empty, but the monsters lurking inside are seriously strange. Giant underground worms. This brutal dungeon is packed with them, and multiple people have already died there. Seen from above, the massive rocky area stretches out. The guy repeats that this place is a level 13 risk, strictly meant for hunters above level 60. Now watch closely, things get crazy here. Inside that desert dungeon, the brutal sun drains everyone while monsters suddenly burst up from the sand. The guy frowns hard. Several giant worms violently rise from the desert floor. These beasts stand almost 10 stories tall, usually hiding deep below ground. Jihi keeps scanning the page while her secretary explains the threat. Even in small numbers, these specific monsters pack enough raw power to easily slaughter high-ranking adventurers. Their own guild leader checked it out personally, meaning this report is completely rock solid. Closing her eyes, Ji-hee lets out a heavy sigh. Still not enough. This information is useless. They absolutely need another raid to truly understand this place. Her gaze drifts off as she thinks it through, remembering Shin-hyun carrying her before Ji-hee desperately wishes he was here right now. Blinking in confusion, she looks up when the secretary suddenly snaps her right out of those thoughts. Looking back at the paperwork, he asks what is on her mind. Noting that she seems off today, he suggests she take a break, but Ji-hee stubbornly insists she is doing perfectly fine. Ji-hee accidentally nudges her cup. A crash. It completely shatters on the floor. Startled, the guy quickly offers to clean up the mess. Ji-hee just sighs again, feeling like she is on the edge of completely losing her mind. Staring at the broken glass, Ji-hee wonders when Shin-hyun will finally return. But get this, our hero is currently just watching a fight. Exactly 1 month has passed since these dungeon trips began. A massive hoof swings right by his face. Through the thick smoke, a wild horse head appears. Suddenly, a glowing shot slams directly into its face. By mixing his sovereignty skill with his twin swords, Shin-hyun has gotten fully used to telepathic control. The bow-wielding girl cheers loudly after landing a direct hit. Kyle praises her aim. Now Shin-hyun can safely summon monsters straight from the Jeju dungeon. He is basically acting as their lord. Annoyed, Yoon-seol grabs Kyle, demanding to know why he keeps treating her like some little kid. Watching them bicker, her brother figures she is just fired up. He silently thinks over their 3 totally different combat classes. Because the system grants experience to everyone dealing damage, leveling up completely depends on landing solid hits. Looking ahead, he realizes he might not even need to step in today. Right now, several wild horses are aggressively chasing down his teammate. A bright glow flares around our hero. Deciding to help out after all, Shin-hyun moves fast, smoothly catching his falling comrade. The monster chasing him looks totally confused when they vanish. Instantly, they both reappear on a tree branch. His teammate quickly thanks him. Telling the guy to relax, Shin-hyun wonders if raising his intelligence stat actually helps, since dumping points in does not always guarantee real power gains. Kyle stares at Shin-hyun with sparkling eyes, calling his rescue absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, Yoon-seol gets pretty mad about being completely ignored. Shin-hyun thinks over how he successfully mastered teleportation while grinding through these recent dungeon raids. Even though Kyle is picking up the skill much faster, the kid scratches his cheek, admitting he still needs more time to properly master teleportation the way he wants. The archer mentions she finally tried using it herself. Later at a local restaurant, Yoon-seol happily chats about Jeju Island's special dishes, grilled black pork, and fresh mackerel. Her plate is absolutely piled with food. Holding up her glass, she announces that she desperately needs to keep leveling up. Yoon-seol has already jumped up 3 whole levels, officially hitting level 38. Sitting right beside her, Kyle points out that their leader will gain a massive ton of levels from these underground raids, and thanks to him, they have learned plenty too. Shin-hyun cannot figure out what is wrong with these two today. Setting her drink down, his sister happily adds that this local island soju is seriously good. Shin-hyun assumed this trip was strictly about family. He worried she trained way too hard, but seeing her smile, it definitely seems to be helping. Flipping through the documents, Kyle points out their upcoming raid schedule. It turns out a brand new request just dropped in from the Smato Guild. Shin-han stares down at the table. Kyle breaks it down: a level 11 risk zone swarming with nasty monsters known as werebats. Picture a wolf face plastered on a bat. Glancing back up, Shin-han calls it out right away. A bat dungeon is an obvious trap, but his face completely drops when he hears the actual location. This next dungeon is a cave. He slams his fist right into the table. Covering his face, Kyle quickly adds that the field report does mention backup is on standby. The guild is even offering to send a squad leader down. So what is the catch? Flashing back to a green portal, Shin-han realizes the cave itself is the problem. It is pitch black and way too cramped inside. Arrows and teleportation are useless. Yoon-seol wipes her mouth and asks if they are just totally helpless here. Honestly, does nobody else feel like they are getting played as absolute fools right now? Crossing his arms tight, Shin-han promises a solid victory. Taking one look at his exhausted squad, he orders everyone to go get some actual rest. Kyle tries to push back, but our hero shuts him down flat. Do not worry about a thing. He is handling this solo and wrapping it up fast. Shin-han thinks back to that cursed book. Dark memories bubble up completely out of his control. Leaves drift along the river water while someone calls his name. Jungkook flashes a bright smile, extending a hand to announce he's leading today's raid. Shin-han accepts the handshake. Figuring the kid already knows the dungeon layout, Jonggu suggests they dive right into the action. Boots crunch against the grass. A massive green portal looms between the trees. Shin-han halts right in front of the gate, grinding his teeth together. He was really praying to avoid caves. He might be totally wrong, but something about this specific spot gives him serious creeps. With a full squad trailing behind him, he decides to speedrun this and go home. Up ahead sits a pitch-black entrance. A winged beast crackles with raw lightning. A raid member turns to Jungkook in complete confusion. They are tearing through this dungeon way faster than anyone projected, so what is the actual plan? Glancing over his shoulder, Shin-Han announces his side is clear and demands the next target. The guy is just stunned by his insane speed. He checks the map screen. Next stop, totally uncharted territory. The rest of the crew is absolutely floored by his pace, agreeing they better pick up the slack. Someone asks if he is doing all right since he looks incredibly pale. Shin-Han just ducks his head and claims he is totally fine, but his mind keeps dragging him back to that cursed cave. Standing perfectly still with his aura blazing out, Shin-Han realizes the old trauma still haunts his every step today. Jungkook drops a heavy hand on his shoulder, suggesting a quick break, but he flinches back hard when the boy snaps he already said he was perfectly fine. Shin-Han shoots him a death glare. What part of that was unclear. Jungkook frantically digs through a teammate's bag. He apologizes fast, claiming he was just worried about him, then loudly asks for a quick recovery potion. He needs to leave right now, otherwise he might actually murder these guys. Tapping the radar screen, Jungkook claims the layout is super confusing. He tells them to stay patient, promising they are basically done exploring anyway, so there is zero reason to panic. Crossing his arms, he assigns the rest of the crew to guard the main path. He orders a tight formation. Shin-Han watches them, thinking this whole setup screams obvious trap. Taking a slow step forward, he wonders if he is just getting entirely paranoid. The squad pushes deeper into the damp cavern. Jungkook calls back, warning everyone to watch their footing in the pitch black. He asks Shin-Han if he has ever seen Sakuram Grotto. He jokes that place totally beats this miserable dirt hole, even suggesting they do some local sightseeing after the raid. Shin-Han agrees, but his icy expression clearly rattles Jungkook. Scowling into the dark, Shin-Han just wants to know how much longer this joke takes. But then a sudden instinct forces his eyes upward. A glowing magic circle coats the cavern's ceiling. His eyes snap wide open. He knows exactly what this is, an ancient formation. Right smack in the center sits a weird square seal shaped exactly like a human body. The massive array burns with blinding golden light. It doesn't actually deal physical damage, but it will absolutely scramble human senses into total chaos. Watching the others stumble around like completely blind fools, Shin-Han realizes the formation traps them in endless circles. The guys keep whining about the repeating scenery, questioning if they are even heading in the right direction. He tracks the golden currents flowing through the rocks. Judging by the ceiling pattern, this wild energy is definitely pointing somewhere specific. Gripping his hand, he asks the exact question. We are all wondering, what is a Murim formation doing in a basic dungeon? Is this a backdoor, or was this always here? Clenching his fist tight, he knows one terrifying truth. Whatever the real answer is, it definitely connects straight back to Murim. He swore he would never look at that world again. Squeezing his eyes shut, he forces his raging pulse down. His tight grip finally loosens. Those brutal days are dead and gone. He stomps the rock hard. No more tricks. He gladly accepts their little invitation. With a faint dark smirk on his face, he marches forward to see exactly what is waiting in the shadows. Meanwhile, back inside the sand dungeon, a colossal monster violently explodes right out of the dirt. Eyes wide in pure terror, a hunter screams for everyone to brace themselves. He raises his blade, wrapping himself and the squad in a bright defensive glow. He screams they are almost through just as a second brutal monster erupts from the sand. The brunette surveys the battlefield and mutters that things are getting rough. He has barely any strength left. His eyes snap wide open in pure shock. A blazing red glow charges up inside the monster's mouth. Jinho draws his blade out, yelling that this is his absolute strongest strike. They absolutely must win here. His blade flashes as he shouts, if they lose now, it is totally over. A brilliant energy wave blasts straight toward the beast. Mouth wide open, he screams for everyone to move right now. Then Jihi charges right in. She locks onto the target. Her twin blades carve blinding streaks through the air. Wiping sweat away, Jihi groans that it is blazing hot in here. The rest are just incredibly glad the fight is over. Jinho pats her back and calls her an amazing deputy. He teases her, asking if she could have honestly taken them all by herself. Closing her eyes, Jihi just smiles. She brushes it off, saying the team leader could have easily handled the mess too. Still, they only managed to take down 3, and the squad is looking pretty rough. She tells her teammate to find some shade and rest up for 30 minutes. Jinho spreads his hands out wide, teasing that Jihi is probably just feeling shy about raiding with him. He jokes that since he and Siyang are not exactly close, people might mistake this for a romantic date. Jihi immediately answers with a sharp elbow to his chest, calling him completely ridiculous. Holding his bruised chest, Jinho exhales and says he's just glad he could at least make her laugh. Jihi fires back, telling him to just shut his mouth next time. She then asks why the other directors did not show up. Having them around would have made this raid so much easier. She raises an eyebrow upon hearing they are apparently tied up with urgent business. Meanwhile, a man watches the entrance to the sand dungeon. He pulls his bowstring back while his partner tells him to just do his part so they can finally be accepted. 2 guys are standing right by the glowing portal. One guy mentions that joining a guild might actually make learning martial arts easier since Sin Young is way too strict. The other asks if he actually saw the hero's insane strength. A man in a sharp gray suit walks up asking if they came all this way just to chat. The first guy just grins. He says absolutely nothing ever happens at the gate, so the suit should just join their conversation. The second adds they have nothing else to do. Lifting up a stack of paperwork, the suited guy warns them not to get too relaxed, even with Twilight being pretty quiet lately. He firmly reminds them to never forget about that specific group. Bright lights suddenly flash in the sky right above their heads. One specific light grows intensely bright. Wild purple flames wrap entirely around it. Wiping blood off his beaten face, the man drops down to one knee. He wonders if this is that archer's famous meteor shower. But who actually fired the shot? Only the absolute top ranks even knew about this raid. He spots a figure inside the dust cloud. As the stranger steps closer, the bleeding man completely freezes. Twilight is behind this. Sung-min flashes a dark smile at the chief secretary, casually asking if he is holding up all right. They face off. The suited man says he is so relieved Sung-min finally arrived, then angrily demands to know what on earth is going on here. Sung-min simply answers that Twilight has officially started moving again. The chief secretary curses through clenched teeth. He is furious that Twilight stayed completely quiet until now, only to suddenly pull this stunt. He frowns hard, realizing the chief and deputy still need a few hours to break through. Should he hold the line or call for backup? Then the horrible truth clicks and his eyes go wide. He slowly turns to Sung-min, asking how he even knew about this hidden location. He was positive Sung-min was never actually told about it. Instead of answering, a cold blade stabs right into him. Dark blood immediately spills from his mouth. Gripping the bloodied blade, Sung-min casually says that if the other side is busy, he will just finish things here himself. He then pulls out his cell phone. Pressing it to his ear, Sung-min reports that the cleanup is totally done and the others should be arriving very soon. The guy on the line smiles, noting that is not bad at all. Choppers loudly fly overhead. He replies that his team is approaching, too glad that everything is going so smoothly today. Still smiling, he praises Sung-min for doing a great job. Later on, Tae-hoon arrives and waves at the archer, who quickly bows. Looking over the scattered bodies, Tae-hoon says they did a really good job. Sung-min and the archer bow respectfully to Tae-hoon. He mentions he likes what he sees here, hoping they keep improving their skills. Frowning slightly, he thinks about how Ji-hee is just as naive and soft as ever. He remembers walking into her room smiling, knowing the poor girl never even guessed traitors were hiding right beside her. The two guys who just helped him share an awkward smile. They have been on his side since the Sun Festival. Now his boot presses down hard on someone's limp hand. Staring at that swirling green portal, he remembers guarding it alongside Ji-hee 7 years ago. This was right after he returned from Murim and first became a hunter. Tae-hoon recalls his old teammates smiling warmly, saying this was the exact place. He followed behind Ji-hee as they bragged about finding a brand new dungeon that nobody had ever entered. The young girl turned around when he called out her name. Looking highly annoyed, he asked how long she planned to keep dragging these weaklings along. Because of them, she actually had to stop training, and he absolutely hated watching her babysit. Ji-hee just stared at him in silence while he asked why she even needed this dead weight. Had she already forgotten Murim? They desperately needed to get stronger fast. Touching his necklace, he asked if she had thought about what he told her before. He holds up a piece of jade, telling her to look closely. A literal heavenly warrior handed this over. Tae-hoon shoves the necklace forward, bragging that this thing multiplies martial power like crazy. Flashing a wild smile, he begs her to follow this warrior. He swears they will reach incredible new heights of strength together. But Geo flat out tells him to stop. He just stares back, completely stunned. Pressing a hand to her chest, Geo says she gets it. She understands his constant fear. But they are not in Murim anymore. No one is hunting them down here, so why keep obsessing over power? She flashes a warm smile at their team, admitting she actually likes taking care of everyone, especially the younger kids. For once, she just wants them to forget that heavy, crushing weight of Murim. Tae-hoon watches her walk away toward the others, entirely confused. He really thought she was the one person alive who completely understood him. They survived the exact same hell. Standing isolated from the group, it hits him. Geo left him behind to play caretaker for those absolute bugs. The thought eats away at him. A bright arc trails a vicious sword swing. Tae-hoon is completely drenched in blood. An injured Geo desperately calls his name. He frowns, slowly turning her way. Tears well up in her eyes while the girl in the yellow shirt lies passed out nearby. He honestly cannot believe such pathetic monsters dealt this much damage. He heavily considers just ending their misery himself. Frowning, the archer begs for help, dragging the injured girl to safety. Tae-hoon tightens his grip on his sword hilt as someone screams out that they have to run. These monsters are just too strong. The archer snaps at Tae-hoon. Can he even hear him? The blood-covered man turns back around, frantically pleading for help and begging him to hurry. Tae-hoon just widens his eyes. Is this not how it always goes? He always helps Geo, always follows her lead. yet she still rejected him just because he carries a sword and shield. She completely forgot the raw despair they survived. Suddenly, the necklace around his neck begins to glow brightly. The jade shifts to a deep red and a dark thought surfaces in his mind. He needs to eliminate this worthless trash. His eyes go completely crazed. A voice whispers in his head, destroy it all. Break Geo down and leave absolutely nothing behind. The archer collapses onto the ground. The others are dead now too. Surely Geo will finally understand him. Tahun stands there gripping a blood-soaked sword. Smiling, he promises to set Geo free. Completely lost to madness, he vows to cut away all this weakness dragging her down. Tahun now stands right by the portal. Mouth slightly open, he stares into the gate in utter confusion. The man standing behind him quietly wonders what their next move is. Songyuk walks right up, ordering them to guard this exact spot. Taking a few steps forward, he glances back, kill anyone who tries to escape. Both men look pretty uneasy but nod that they understand. Songyuk approaches Tahun, demanding to know what happened to Cha Shinhyun. Tahun only smiles back, casually asking if everything over in Jeju went fine. Songyuk brushes it off, nothing to worry about. He introduces Kane, boasting that the guy already made his move and nobody is escaping his lethal trap. Tahun slowly lowers his head. Songyuk mentions they are moving way faster than expected and everything is following the grand plan. He tries asking where they are right now, but Songyuk sharply cuts him off, claiming he completely trusts him. The man stares as Sungjin and some other guys step up from behind. Songyuk announces they are heading straight into the dungeon with him. Pulling a vicious dagger right out of the void, he vows to butcher Cha Shinhyun himself exactly as promised. Tahun stands there entirely stunned, then lets out a long breath. Spreading his arms wide, he tells the guy that since he made the promise, he can try whatever the hell he wants. Sunyu smirks, figuring he just wants to make up for past failures. Tahun matches that smile, telling them to begin. Staring down the glowing green portal, he adds that the real hunt starts now. Leading the group forward, Tahun declares their deadly hunt begins right at dawn. Meanwhile, Cha Shin-yun glances around, wondering why nothing is happening yet. He stares straight ahead. He accepted their sketchy invitation, but still zero changes. Right behind him stand Jungkook and his silent partner. One guy questions if this is really the spot, while the other insists everything should be totally fine. But honestly, he expected an ambush waiting for them. Catching that quiet exchange, the protagonist slowly turns around. And here is where the tension snaps. He steps right up, demanding the absolute truth about their little plan. Jungkook plays dumb. So Cha Shin-hyun just grabs him by the face, staring him down cold. He admits he ignored the obvious red flags until now. But did Jungkook seriously think he would just stay quiet until the very end? Jungkook frowns hard. A blinding aura flares up around the main character as he drops a heavy warning, tell him absolutely everything right now if he wants to live. A sudden noise makes our hero turn, spotting a long-haired man nearby. His eyes go wide, immediately pulling off those signature red glasses. The man smirks, noting Shin-hyun arrived way faster than expected. Perfect. Now he does not have to wait around. It is Gowan. He smiles widely as his assistant confirms their target is firmly in place. Spotting a blinking red light near the ceiling, the hero realizes the enemy finally showed their hand. Getting a clearer look, he spots the rigged explosives and casually jokes about this incredibly nasty welcome gift. Cha Shin-yun just smirks, calling them completely insane. Then boom, the entire cave violently detonates. Elsewhere, Geo snaps her eyes wide open. A horrible feeling hits her as she quickly looks around. She tries her best to brush it off, convincing herself she is just overheated and really needs to calm down. She spots two more monsters down below and shouts a warning to the team. One's 400 meters east, the other 700 west. They could probably clear this in a single day, but suddenly she spins around. A massive pillar of fire erupts right over their camp, completely catching her off guard. With flames spreading across the desert, she wonders what on earth is happening over there. Gino charges straight in. He and his allies strike the enemy together. Then Sung-hyuk suddenly appears right behind him. Every single swing of his sword leaves behind these glowing energy trails. Gino grinds his teeth, gripping his weapon tight. He drags his blade across the ground, firing back with a slash that carves its own brilliant line. Completely drained, he leans heavily on his sword, cursing under his breath. Now watch. Sun-hyuk, Sungjin, and the Knight block his path. Taking on all three, Gino knows it's going to be rough. Laughter suddenly breaks the tension. Tahon is just sitting there casually watching the entire showdown. Gino shoots him a look. He decides not to waste a single breath on the guy. Clapping slowly, Tahun mocks him, saying Gino actually still looks like a proper leader. With a smirk, Tahun brings up Dawn's guildmaster. He offers a totally fake apology for underestimating Gino. Gino flashes an ugly, gritted smile. He says he never expected to meet Tahun in a place like this. Staring him down, Gino demands to know how he got past the entrance guards. The brunette just glances away. He briefly thinks back on those exact hunters. Then he turns back with an absolute wild grin. What do you think happened to them? Gino's glare turns lethal. Dropping his head from exhaustion, Gino asks how they even found this location. This raid was supposed to be strictly top secret, but he forces himself to stand. Gripping his sword tight, he says there has to be a rat in their ranks. Frowning deep, he yells out, "I'm going to wipe every last traitor out of Twilight." Sung Jun simply raises a hand. He notes Gino's power up, but suggests they really need to wrap this up. Gino stares back completely confused. Then pure rage takes over. A spear violently pierces his comrade. The dying man looks to his leader, tears welling in his eyes. Gino freezes in absolute shock. The blonde begs for his life, crying out for help. Nearby, Sungjin coldly suggests they put the guy out of his misery. His eyes narrow with murderous rage. Tahoon just laughs, covering his face. He claims the tragic scene is so moving he might actually cry. Looking back up, he casually adds a final thought. Moments like this prove how incredibly annoying bugs can be. Ji moves in from behind. Looks like someone made a big mistake. Her blade flashes, but soon Hyuk blocks the strike. Smiling, Ji is genuinely glad they finally crossed paths. He responds by grinding his teeth. Tahoon turns toward them. Is that really how she says hello? He adds that he actually missed her. Ji shoots him a venomous glare. Shifting her stance, she tells him to shut his mouth. Weapons drawn and ready, she reminds Tahoon they've been blood enemies for a very long time. Tahoon looks her way, telling Sun Hyuk he'll handle her himself. Bright flashes instantly burst. Ji and Sun Hyuk trade heavy blows, leaving glowing streaks in the air. A split second later, they rush each other again. One wild slash leaves two deep marks across Ji's face. She counters by launching high into the air and bringing a heavy kick down. Sun Hyuk throws his arms up, but the impact still sends him backward. Ji presses her attack. She admits he's leveled up since following Tahoon, but she reminds him of the days he couldn't even hold a basic dagger. In response, he aims a quick blast right at her. Ji easily dodges, casually telling him he's rushing this way too much. He clicks his tongue in pure frustration. Ji flashes a puzzled smile. This fight is definitely tougher than expected, but she can absolutely still win. The real problem is whatever comes next. Then Ji spots another group moving in behind her. Holding his dead comrade, Gino screams for the enemies to bring it on. Dodging another strike, Ji glances over. Looks like their leader can hold out just a little longer. Sun Hyuk watches Ji spring straight up into the air. Mid-jump, her eyes lock onto Tahoon. He is clearly the biggest threat on the board. Still sitting with his legs crossed, he gives her a lazy wave. She raises her blades. Is he seriously planning to just sit there forever? What's his endgame here? Tahoon keeps smiling as he watches the brutal clash. He calls out that Ji has clearly gotten a lot stronger too. Then he looks away. He mutters that the island operation should be completely finished by now. Back inside the collapsed cave tunnel, Tahoon thinks of Che. As the rocks shift, he figures Che Shinhan definitely should have died in there by now. But then a blinding light shines from beneath the rubble. The very next flag valiantly blasts those heavy stones apart. And here's the twist. Stepping out, smiling, Che Shinhan notes this makes the second time. He asks if they're really that eager to die. Jungkook forces himself up from the ground, holding his pounding head. Groaning in pain, he asks what the hell just happened. Before anyone can even answer, he sees the protagonist standing right there. Still facing away, the main character flatly states that none of this is funny anymore. Che Shinhan lowers his head. Rushing ahead must have forced their hand early, he figures, and yet they still tried to wipe him out with explosives. Jungkook lets out this completely stunned laugh. He asks Che if he's actually alright. The guy is smiling, but genuine fear flickers in his eyes. Who would even plant deadly explosives in a place like this? Suddenly, Jungkook feels it. A weird glow wraps right around him. He drops down, clutching his throat, while Cha Shin-yoon asks if he has anything left to say. Standing tall over him, our guy demands the absolute truth and warns him not to lie. Jungkook stammers out that dungeon entrances are strictly controlled by their owners and this place belongs to his guild. He adds that planting explosives this deep would take actual days. Kneeling in pure fear, Jungkook gets asked one more time if he truly knows nothing. Cha Shin-yoon just glares down with glowing red eyes, asking if he is seriously supposed to believe that garbage. At that, Jungkook squeezes his eyes shut. He grabs his own chest, squeezing hard, and totally bursts into tears. He swears he really knows nothing. If not for Cha Shin-yoon, that massive blast would have killed everyone. Still sobbing, the guy cries that they all nearly died from it. Our main character just stares at him in dead silence. Creepy dark hands and golden chains reach toward Jungkook as Shin-hyun points out he stayed perfectly quiet despite having plenty of time. Those shadowy hands drip right behind the guy while Cha Shin-hyun casually notes this is his first time using them on a real person. Looking down at him, the protagonist activates absolute submission. He warns the guy that if his mind shatters, he only has himself to blame. Thick dark fog rises right up near the face of Jungkook. It almost swallows him whole. Then the man completely changes his expression. A shiny guild badge appears and the real truth finally spills out. Here is where the real conspiracy drops. The Sato Guild was secretly backed by Twilight since day one, acting to maintain their power over the entire island. Jungkook remembers chilling in his office when someone suddenly asked who they were and where they were going. Gowan stood right before him, calling the office shabby but cozy. Then he asked if this was the Sato Guild. Lowering one hand, he asked whether anyone had contacted Jungkook. He introduced himself as the death sentence known as Gowan. Jungkook just stared in total confusion, having absolutely no idea how this guy tied into Twilight, but the stranger just calmly repeated his name as Gowan. The second the man in red took off those glasses, Jungkook felt a completely crushing aura hit him. Then Gowan mentioned he needed some help starting with a car. The men under Jungkook could only watch in pure confusion as he kept kneeling. He explained that Twilight officially ordered them to obey every single request Gowan made without any questions. Cha Shin-yeon listens in dead silence as Jungkook explains their mission was getting Gowan to the dungeon at the exact time, leaving the rest to them. As the friends of Jungkook try to shake him awake, our hero watches and realizes absolutely no shockwave should have reached into this dungeon. That means the explosives had to be planted somewhere entirely different. Cha Shin-yeon closes his eyes to picture the cave entrance, focusing hard while wondering why they already ran. Then he smiles, saying he simply cannot wait to meet them. The long-haired dude looks super confused when Cha Shin-yeon casually tells him to move. A blindingly bright sphere forms right in the hand of the protagonist as Shin-yeon warns the guys standing in his way. The boy frowns hard, answering back that he will protect his leader to the bitter end. Our main character fires a massive beam of light from his bare hand. It completely tears into the rock pile, hits deep, and wildly explodes, opening a brand new path. As Cha Shin-yeon heads straight inside, one of the men nervously asks what kind of crazy skill that was, but his buddy snaps that it really does not matter. Frantically trying to wake their leader, the guys feel so relieved they might actually survive and go home, but Shin-yeon tells them they are staying right here. Those two totally freeze in shock, turning back with nervous smiles. The protagonist Cha Shin-yeon tells them both they have to pay for their sins. Did they seriously think they would just be forgiven? Heavy waves spread from him all through the cave. The boys desperately shake Jungkook, crying out that otherwise they all die. With fresh tears in their eyes, they watch giant rocks fall from the ceiling and furiously beg for mercy, swearing they did absolutely nothing wrong. Hands casually behind his head, Cha Shin-yeon listens to them, begging for salvation smoothly, mentioning that he lived inside a cave for 10 whole years. Now they can try it too. He smiles, saying that is definitely reason enough, thanking the guys for giving him a perfect chance to crush them. But first, he needs to say a little hello to Gowan. Wiping away some blood, Ji-hee mentions she really never expected this. Seeing Sung-yuk split into several copies with his assassin skill, Ji-hee simply smirks. She admits his intense training finally paid off. Sung-yuk and his clones smile right back. He tells her she is still looking down on him and first they better clean up this blood. Then he boldly tells her it is time to use shadow play. Ji-hee just smiles playfully, asking what he even means. Lowering her hands, she asks him again if he actually wants her to use it right now. Sung-yuk closely watches as she claims that skill is way too precious to waste on someone like him. She adds that even without it, he still cannot ever beat her. Sung-yuk clenches his teeth hard. All three copies suddenly charge at once. Her hands quickly multiply with the poisonous kiss of the Dark King as Ji-hee tells him to watch how a real killer fights. Flashing a hard look, she promises to show him the moonlight of the bloody path. The brutal fight continues under the blazing sun. Then someone shoots right between them in a flash. Sung-yuk and his copies closely chase after Ji-hee. She springs right off the ground. In midair, Ji-hee easily flips over while Sung-yuk tracks her perfectly. His glowing clones surge forward. A huge blast goes off just a second later. Ji-hee barely dodges the deadly fireball before three clones rush her again, swinging hard. Jia just laughs, calling him a complete Taehun fanboy. A bright arc sweeps towards Sonhyuk and his clones. She tells him he is just as horribly stubborn as his friend. Suddenly, a blinding beam flashes overhead. She shreds right through the copies with lightning speed, then spins around. Something is wrong. Sung-yuk is standing right behind her. Light erupts from his hand, an origin skill activation. He drives a toxic spear straight into her side. Dark stains spread fast across her blade. She cannot figure out what it is at first, quickly leaping backward. Staring at her weapon, she realizes the poison is literally eating through the metal. She hits the ground and resets. Looking up, she finds even more clones blocking her path. One single mistake here means death, but honestly, she is loving every second. Tossing the melted daggers away, she asks when his whole fighting style completely changed. Smiling, Jia decides she needs a totally different weapon. Sung-yuk stays totally quiet. Jia raises an eyebrow at him. Lowering his head, he tells her she was the exact person who taught him to get stronger. Pulling fresh weapons straight out of her portals, Jia just shrugs. She completely forgot about that. Thinking about that nasty poison, she knows she has to play it safe without hesitating. Finding his real body is the top priority. Standing right among his copies, Sung-yuk frowns. She really cannot remember, huh? He promises to jog her memory. Jia raises her blades. He warns her this is her absolute last chance to use shadow play. She just asks if he ever gets tired of nagging because she definitely is not using it. With a smirk, she tells him that skill is not for him. She secretly needs to save her energy for Taehyun. Through totally gritted teeth, Soon-yuk asks her if she is completely sure about that. He teleports behind her, catching her off guard. Soon-yuk slashes hard. Right then, he remembers her arrogant smile, the way she totally humiliated him for copying her dual daggers. Then another painful memory hits. Jia asking if he was seriously the weakling Taehyun planned to replace her with. He looks away at the mention of Taehyun. Standing tall over him, Jia calls that guy an absolute bastard. Sung-yuk raises a hand on pure instinct. She tells him straight up his pathetic existence alone is deeply annoying. Jia kneels down, pressing a cold knife right against his throat. She lectures him on what it actually takes to be a killer. Smiling down at him, she explains that real strength only blooms when you truly want to kill. If he wants real power, he needs to hate someone enough to crave their death, just like she does. Suddenly, she tenses up, realizing Taehyun already found her location. Getting back on her feet, Jia notes that Sung-yuk finally understands. Her main target is here, so his death can wait. Standing tall, she lands one final verbal blow. He has zero talent. He should quit this whole life and start completely over. Soon-yuk can only stare blankly. His face tightens as she bluntly tells him he is just not built for fighting. Back in the present, he admits that moment totally crushed his pride. It nearly erased his entire sense of self. After that brutal humiliation, he built himself back from scratch. He completely changed his entire combat style. With blood on her lips, Jia listens to him confess. He did every bit of this just to kill her. Staring at her bleeding wounds, Soon-yuk calls her someone he deeply respects despite being an enemy. And that is exactly why her disrespect hurts so incredibly much. Catching the spinning dagger, he admits she was totally right. He raises the blade high, declaring his sheer hatred for her made him infinitely stronger. But Jia suddenly claims she remembers something after all. In a flash, the entire surrounding area turns bright pink. Soon-yuk looks around in pure confusion. Jia asks if he really wanted to surpass her that badly. Flashing a very cold smile, she asks if he actually learned anything at all yet. Folding her arms, Jia sighs. He missed the single most important part of her lesson. She asks him, does it really feel that dark inside here? Soon-yuk spins around, spotting her right behind him. Those were all shadow clones. He grinds his teeth, finally realizing she set the trap in a split second. Watch how easily she flips the entire script. Holding out her hand, Jia drops one final lesson. A true killer only reveals themselves after the target is completely dead. Dark shadows violently wrap around his face. He screams out Jia's name. She stares him down, telling him he just got too carried away by a fake victory. Dropping her hand, she rips him to shreds, breaking the total illusion. Glancing back over to where his real body is, she calls him a total idiot. But then she notices something else. A familiar voice echoes out praising Soon-yuk's new strength. Jia smiles wide. He finally showed up. Taehyun smiles right back as she makes it incredibly clear he is her real target. Stepping closer, he casually asks if she enjoyed his little theatrical show. Jia raises her weapon, promising she has special plans for him. No easy deaths today. She fully intends to drag this out and make it insanely bloody. Taehyun grins even wider. Reaching his hand straight into a portal, he says that is exactly what he wanted to hear. Pulling out a sleek sword, he tells Jia he has been waiting a very long time for this. Massive auras flare wildly around both of them. Frowning deep, Jia finally activates shadow play. Taehyun keeps that creepy smile locked as the two fiercely clash. Meanwhile, Jia's phone screen flashes a call, but the subscriber is temporarily unavailable. With two guys watching him, Shinhan figures she might just be busy. But he really needs to warn her about the syndicate. He glances over as someone asks if he is calling Jia. A guy pops up behind him, warning that she probably will not answer. Two more step up, claiming her dungeon is actively under attack. Shinhan stares at the leader, who calmly explains that phone signals cannot reach that spot. It is a grinning Jialin. He bets Shinhan is wondering exactly how he knows all this. For Murim folks, it is totally normal. Reflected in those shiny glasses, Shinhan asks if that vague excuse should actually satisfy him. A portal tears open right before Shinhan. He tells Galen he hardly looks like an expert demanding real answers. Is he actually from Murim, and how does he know about the dungeon attack? Waving a hand, Galen offers an explanation, though he complains about Shinhan having a terrible attitude. Taking off his glasses, he suggests asking nicely. Shinhan just shuts his eyes and agrees. If the guy refuses to talk, so be it. He shoots Galen a freezing glare, fully ready to beat the answers out of him instead. The scythe wielder looks thrilled, calling Shinhan completely impressive as wild blue magic swirls around the hero. So those rumors are totally real. Shinhan controls magic at a goosebump-inducing level, and he likely mixes it perfectly with his martial arts. Right then, Jalen claps his hands to form a glowing magic circle. A second circle spreads across the floor beneath them. Shinhan glances down, wondering about a trap. Jalen just smiles happily, admitting to it. But as the array activates, Shinhan realizes this feels absolutely nothing like the normal traps he knows. Jalen proudly calls it his ultimate creation, a Murim gravity trap directly fused with magic. Shinhan clenches his fist, activating the heavenly golden seal. Now watch closely. The others rush him all at once, but he smiles at the cheap trick. But his eyes suddenly go extremely wide. Gritting his teeth, Shinhan has no clue what is happening. Meanwhile, a red-haired fighter charges straight in. Pulling back a fist, Shinhan suddenly realizes his own body feels incredibly weighed down. He strikes out hard, but the attacker just smirks. Shinhan is completely stunned to find his own internal energy is blocked. He stares in pure shock. The other two enemies immediately move in to strike. Shinhan throws up a quick barrier and ducks behind it, quietly cursing. Jalen's three helpers stand by watching their boss smile. Shinhan genuinely wonders if every single one is from Murim. Having a blast, Galen admits he loves seeing the hero look desperate, asking how it feels to fight with zero internal energy. Shinhan raises his arms to block the brutal attacks. Jalen casually explains that the heavenly golden seal is draining all his energy. Looking up, he hears the worst part. Every drop of stolen energy gets funneled straight to Jalen's squad. Spreading his arms wide, the leader brags that no matter Shinhan's crazy strength, he cannot possibly win today. Smiling smugly, he notes that as Shinhan powers up, his squad scales up too, making victory impossible. The three assistants charge with glowing eyes. They are certain this stored power will crush him. Shinhan just smiles and tells the guy to shut his mouth. Stomping down, he is officially sick of listening. Blinding light erupts around Shinhan. He is the immortal sword emperor for a very good reason. He will show Jalen exactly how pathetic he looks against real, overwhelming power. A glowing red circle on a tree trunk reveals a formation built from natural objects. Meanwhile, a blue circle rests on a stone anchoring the space. Liang, the man dressed in red, is a legendary strategist and absolute formation master. His octagonal method can summon lightning to wipe out entire armies. Jalen just sits in a lotus position running the dark ritual. He always admired Liang, obsessively sharpening this art after leaving Murim. The scythe guy sits there with his eyes firmly shut. Then his eyes snap open fully, believing he deserves to be called a god. Suddenly, a sword blade shoots straight forward. The red-haired kid swings hard, but Shinhan instantly slips right behind him, casually noting that he finally understands the trick. The others spin around completely confused. He explains the clever wordplay. The heavenly golden seal simply relies on basic energy. Right then, the scythe wielder and his partner lunge in for the kill. Blinding flashes erupt, leaving them utterly confused about their own bodies. Shinhan shifts sides with a cocky grin. He is almost finished telling them they can wait just a little bit longer. Jalen stares in absolute shock. This is the craziest part. He thinks Shinhan just created a brand new law. How else did he spot the formation's weak point? Wrapped in that fierce blue aura, Shinhan looks completely invincible. Jalen desperately tries to figure out exactly when the array was even altered. The red-haired kid looks deeply confused when Shinhan casually asks if they are made of magic. Rubbing his neck, Shinhan admits he does not know much about them either, but their raw energy feels strangely familiar. Hamster and the rest look totally stunned. Shinhan tells them straight, you use martial arts, sure, but you definitely never return from Murim. He thinks back to their attack. Their skills, rough, mediocre, and way too clumsy for real Murim fighters. Their energy flow just does not match the true arts, proving his point. Gaolin flashes this wicked grin. He admits Shinhan is spot on, spreading his hands wide. Calling them human is technically correct. The three of them frown when he reveals they are artificial humans. Shinhan just crosses his arms. Sure, forcing energy into someone else to teach martial arts is possible, but at this trash level, it makes zero sense. He stares Gaolin down, asking what exactly he did to them. Glancing at the three assistants, Shinhan figures there has to be another twisted trick here. Lowering his head slightly, he points out that if they were made normally, he would not even sense a difference. Is this demon cult magic or something from earthly mages? Gaolin just smirks. Shinhan hit the nail on the head. He pictures bones floating in a pool of blood. He took useless trash and remade them into useful tools, paying with just a few worthless lives. Thousands of test subjects later, he finally created minions equal to high-level adventurers. And now his formation is going to steal everything from Shinnen. Scratching his ear, Shinnen casually sums it up, so this guy uses living sacrifices. Then Shinhan smiles. A blinding flash of light erupts right over Gao Lin, and the boy admits he actually likes these little tricks. Gao Lin shields his eyes, totally confused about what is happening. But you know Shinhan, he decides playtime is officially over. Blue fire ignites in Shinhan's hands. He mentions that when he fought demon followers, literally tearing them apart never made him feel an ounce of pity. Honestly, it just cleared his head. Flashing a deeply dark smile, he declares it is finally time to hunt a demon. Gaolin ducks his head and curses him out. Slamming his hands together, he conjures a magic circle and screams, how dare Shinhan say something like that. The red-haired boy just looks down at his hands, grinning. Acorn and his partner look thrilled to move again, bursting with fresh energy. But Shinhan just lifts his leg, letting them know they are already caught in his trap. He stomps his foot straight into the ground. A brilliant blue wave sweeps through the entire formation, instantly swallowing the gold. Gao Lin looks around in total panic, failing to process this. Blue flames suddenly engulf his three assistants, and they start screaming for help. Their faces completely twist in pain and absolute despair, begging anyone to save them. Shinhan just casually strolls past, hands shoved deep in his pockets. Stopping by Gao Lin, he drops a simple fact. Fiery gold is still fire, and fire always melts metal. With a smirk, he explains that understanding the 5 elements is beginner stuff. He simply stripped out the metal essence and hijacked the gold by tuning the array. Gao Lin stares in pure shock, demanding to know how he did it. Looking highly amused, Shinhan admits he studied formations back in Murim. Gao Lin's supposed skill is basically a joke to him. The villain frowns as Shinhan rubs it in he was only having a little fun. Gao Lin crashes to his knees, muttering that he spent his entire life on this research and these experiments. Staring at the dirt, he realizes Shinhan just crushed every ounce of his pride, begging to know how he reached such a godlike level. Shinhan just folds his arms, telling the guy not to cry about it. Honestly, once he truly understands Shinhan's level, this defeat should feel like an absolute honor. Flashing a massive grin, he adds that this specific field requires pure talent. Without it, hard work alone is just a waste of time. Still stuck on his knees, Gao Lin bows his head as Shinhan prepares the final blow. His own hijack formation completely drained his energy. He literally cannot twitch. Shinhan crouches down next to him. Since the guy stole so much energy from innocent victims, he really should not mind losing his own. Reaching out one hand, Shinhan activates his absolute order skill, commanding the broken man to spill everything he knows about Jihe. Gao Lin's eyes start glowing. Picturing the girl completely covered in red, he bluntly states she is dead. Jihe is just lying in her own blood. She was always completely alone, both in her original world and back in Murim. But then when they finally crossed paths, Tahun reached out to her with a warm smile. He admitted he never even knew other survivors existed. Introducing himself, he looked genuinely thrilled to finally meet her. Later on, he physically held back a massive monster, screaming at Jihe to run and promising he would survive. At one point, he covered his ears, admitting this dark cave still reminded him of Murim. Grabbing Jihe by the hand, he practically begged her not to leave him behind. Trusting him was incredibly hard for her, but deep down she was grateful. For the first time, somebody actually needed her. But right now, Jihe finally forces her eyes open. Staring ahead, she thinks they never should have met. Down below, Tahan just tells her to get up. Flashing a smile, he asks if she is really satisfied dying in this pathetic state. She forces her battered body back up. Her eyes flash with intense light as she charges right at him again. Tahan calmly raises a heavy shield to block. Her fist slams into the shield's sphere. A shockwave explodes outwards, forcing her to cover her face. Shaking off the blast, she watches Tahun smoothly flip away to safety. Jihe grits her teeth hard. She must be running out of gas. Landing right in front of her, Tahun points out she even used shadow play, casually telling her to just give up. Jihe frowns deeply, wondering exactly when he got this ridiculously strong. Staring at that intense red aura flaring around him, she realizes he definitely has not been slacking off either. Jihe swallows hard. There is just one last thing she needs to know. Taehoon cracks a smile and asks what it is standing there with his mouth slightly open. 2 other men lie dead beside him, and Jihe demands to know why. He turns away, seriously annoyed. She keeps bringing this up and says he is bored of it. Ask something interesting, he tells her. Her hand shakes with pure rage. Completely upset that he still refuses to answer, she asks why he gets to say the words she should be saying. Facing him, Jihe points out he always dodges this question, but this time she is getting an answer. Taehoon lowers his head in total silence. Then he opens his mouth and says they were simply weak. A twisted smile returns as he asks, isn't it human nature to step on others? A literal whirlwind rises up around Jihe. She admits she was completely foolish to think talking to him would actually give her answers. A tear slides down her cheek as she declares she is done. She will finish this right now. A moment later, she charges. She is definitely going to kill him. Closing in, she thrusts her blade forward, but Taehoon completely blocks it. Right then, a massive flash appears. Then comes a heavy explosion. High above clouds drift quietly across the blue sky. Meanwhile, Shinhyun sits on a rock checking his phone. Gosan kneels there with his mouth hanging open as Shinhyun states their guild serves the heavenly warrior. Seems this place is full of scum like Taehoon. Gosan's lifeless body drops to the dirt. Shinhyun wanted a few more answers, but the guy is already dead. Looking down, Shinhyun notes he found the location, but it's 450 kilometers away. The sea stretches out below. He pictures her with a magic circle glowing over her head. Looking down, he realizes there's only one way. Standing at the cliff edge, he says at his current level, he can arrive in 20 minutes. The real question is whether he should even worry about it. He turns to leave, reminding himself he and Ji-hye are strictly business partners. If she is in trouble, he really doesn't have to save her. Walking away, he thinks back to Murim. Killing and dying is completely normal there, so why should he help? He truly has no real reason to care. Then he suddenly stops, remembering her words. Shin-hyun pictures Ji-hye smiling warmly and asking him out on a date. That single memory makes his eyes go totally wide. He remembers her holding that tea mug, saying he knew all about the Kunlun's silver needle. She used to visit often just to drink that tea. His hand grips his collar as he remembers her demanding the absolute truth. Furious, she grabs him, insisting she isn't the same kid he remembers. Then he recalls her reaching out proudly, announcing she is now the official deputy head. Back then, he greeted her and she thanked him. Now he just covers his mouth in shock. Then he lowers his hand and just starts laughing. The sound echoes across the whole area. He grabs his head, realizing he really has gone completely crazy. Stretching out his hand, he thinks about how very few things in this world truly matter to him. Clasping his hands behind his back, he always figured the only people on that short list were himself and Yoonseol. But now watch this realization hit him. Shin-hyun breaks into a massive grin, finally understanding someone else joined that list without him even noticing. A second later, he takes off. Shin-hyun tears through the thick forest at absolute full speed. Smiling, he tells Ji-hye to just hold on a little longer. The massive mountain stretches out far below. Sungmin happily leans back in his folding chair, hands behind his head, saying this feels great. His partner agrees it isn't even that hard. Taking a drink, Junghyun notes joining Twilight was the right move. His pay is 3 times better. Still, his partner looks into the distance, wondering what that crazy guy was thinking. They mean Shin-hyun. Junghyun checks his gear and Sungmin notes they're quite lucky Mr. X knew that monster would join Dawn. Tossing his can, Junghyun guesses Shin-hyun is probably dead by now. The archer smirks, adding that even if he somehow escaped, there is 0 chance he can get here from Jeju Island. Then both men completely freeze in shock as birds suddenly burst out of the forest. Sungmin nervously stares that way, asking what that was. His partner has no clue. Junghyun looks at the trees, muttering this place should be dead quiet, so what caused that frowning? He says something feels seriously wrong. Then he sees it. Shin-hyun is staring at him with burning eyes. A moment later, Shin-hyun reaches out his hand. Both men's eyes go extremely wide. They know exactly who it is. After that, nothing but flashes and screams. His heavy blade rips through the air. Smiling, Taehoon asks Ji-hye what she actually thinks she's doing. Her strikes leave bright trails as he mocks her. If she wants to kill him, show some real strength. Ji-hye glares as he asks where her spirit went. She clenches her teeth while he just keeps taunting her, asking if this is some kind of sick joke. Then Taehoon moves his sword behind his back. Ji-hye's dagger starts breaking apart. She stares at it in pure shock. Then Taehoon reaches toward her. He grabs her face. His eyes glow, warning her not to lose focus in a fight. Then he hurls her hard into a rock. Walking up, he says he is getting bored. He stops beside her, asking if she really thought she could win with weak power like this. She looks up while he mocks her, asking if this is really all she has. He leans in close, asking if she finally understands who holds the real power here. Then his hand snaps right around her throat. Smiling like a total psycho, he brags that serving the heavenly warrior totally paid off. He even offers her one last chance to switch sides. Ji just stares in pure shock while he boasts about their new strength. According to him, absolutely nobody will ever dare threaten them again. But Taehyun looks genuinely surprised when she actually thanks him for the offer. Her stare turns ice cold. She would rather die than follow his lead and tells him to back off for good. He starts shaking with pure rage. Ji throws his own logic right back in his face. If the strong are always right, then he is still just a little kid. With a smile, she promises he will die like a dog for serving that warrior. Taehyun scowls at that. Ji instantly pictures Shin-hyun, imagining him chained up in front of the screen gods, declaring he was hunting the heavenly warrior down. She remembers Shin-hyun dragging Sungmin right across the dirt. Think about it, his head is locked on ruining the guy who broke his life. So is he really going to let this servant walk away? Taehyun just smiles, mocking Shin-hyun by name. Ji watches him claim the guy should be completely dead by now, but then her eyes go wide. A shadow steps up right behind Taehyun. Meanwhile, this guy keeps bragging about how killing Shin-hyun will make the Tenjo Guild untouchable under the warrior. Shin-hyun just lets out a heavy sigh listening to this. Taehyun claims their Murim returnees headed out to Jeju Island, bragging that every single one outclasses the top adventurers. Throwing his arms wide, Taehyun declares that no amount of Murim training will ever let Shin-hyun defeat their entire guild. But his smirk freezes when a familiar voice drops a casual hello from behind. Shin-hyun smiles, asking if Taehyun is making plans to bury him. Taehyun stares in absolute shock, insisting Shin-hyun is supposed to be dead. Carrying Young-hoon on his shoulder and dragging Sung-min, Shin-hyun casually replies that he is very much alive and brought some friends back too. He gives the bodies a little shake, explaining they got in his way so they had to die. Ji shouts his name. Shin-hyun finally realizes she survived. Ji manages a weak smile behind Taehyun. Shin Hyun immediately notices the brutal wounds covering her. He just stares forward in dead silence. Wild blue energy starts flooding the area. Taeyoon glares back, realizing Gowan actually lost to this monster. But how did Shinyeon even escape? He was literally supposed to be stuck on Jeju Island. Taeyeon grinds his teeth, hiding behind a glowing shield. Shinyeon casually mentions it has been a while. They have not crossed paths since the Sun Festival. A blinding sphere forms on the shield as Taeyeon activates Reflect. Shinyeon slams right into it, demanding answers as his blue aura completely erupts. Taeyoon just drops his jaw. Flashing a dark grin, Shinyeon points his fist straight at him and asks if he follows any religion. He strongly suggests picking one right now, because as far as Shinyeon is concerned, this guy is not surviving the day. Taeyoon swings his hand, snapping back that Shinyeon is the one dying today. Nearby, the green-eyed man screams out the name of Shinyeon in pure rage, and he swings his heavy sword. A massive explosion erupts between them, the shockwave blasting outward as the chaotic brawl keeps going. Shin-hyun shifts his hand just as the brown-haired man rushes in for a strike. Right on cue, Tae-hyun sends a lethal whip flying his way. Shin-hyun rises up in a blast of magic, casually mentioning how he almost died when he first entered Murim. Gripping a glowing magic sphere in both hands, he decides to use martial arts too, just out of basic courtesy. The focus zooms in on the sphere as he calls out the 100 descending dragons. Taeyoon scowls, yelling out to ask what the hell that is. Shin-hyun raises the orb high above his head with a crazy smirk. He unleashes it, and soaring sky dragons rush forward in a massive blue wave. Taeyoon spots them and just smirks. He figures it is just basic martial arts, using normal body energy exactly like his own. Keeping that cocky smile, he reaches out and mocks Shinyeon, asking where he managed to steal such a technique. He calls it a total waste on someone like him. Throwing both hands up, he shouts that if this is really the best attack, he does not even need to dodge it. Raw power rips across the ground before everything just explodes. Ji covers her face, gasping for air, and honestly, we are all wondering what just happened. Looking ahead, she realizes Shinyeon and Taeyeon are completely gone from sight. That insane attack simply blew them both away. Then a sudden voice asks if the deputy leader is okay, making her flinch in pure terror. It is just Jinho kneeling in front of her, telling her how glad he is she survived. Ji rushes over, frantically asking how he got here and where everyone else is. Flashes of the brutal battle hit him, and he admits their comrades are all dead. He says he is the only one who actually made it out alive. Nearby, someone violently coughs up blood. The green-eyed man grips his heavy sword, realizing he barely survived that blast. That strike was way stronger than he ever expected. Then the brown-haired man turns around as people come running, screaming out to see if he is okay. The red-haired man looks around in total shock, asking why so much land got destroyed. Somebody nearby points the finger, claiming Ji caused all this. Standing right in the rubble, another voice chimes in, things actually look way worse than expected. That voice sounds super familiar. Shinhan looks up completely shocked, asking if Singjin and Jang are here too. But the red-haired guy just glares right back, demanding to know how on earth he even got here. He is totally stunned that this monster somehow still doesn't look tired. Frowning hard, the green-eyed guy realizes things are looking really bad. He hasn't recovered yet. With the others just staring him down, he keeps thinking to himself he just needs a tiny bit more time. A completely sly smile crosses his face. Turning to his allies, he orders them to kill Shinhan immediately. Watching them closely, the brown-haired guy guesses Shinhan must be weakened from that last skill. This is the absolute perfect chance, and he says out loud that 2 more bodies will do just fine. The other 2 look ahead in total fear as their leader asks if they are completely deaf. If they want to live, they have to attack right now. Despite hesitating, they finally agree. Gathering their strength, one of them swears he is going to get revenge for the Sun Festival. As they charge in, the red-haired guy yells out to get ready, and a massive fire dragon scream rings out. The brown-haired guy raises his sword, still thinking he only needs a bit more time to recover. The second guy is absolutely terrified, but they both rush in anyway. Right at that moment, Jinho asks if the guild leader is here too. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be miles away on Jeju Island? Jiho cuts him off, saying they can chat later since that massive blast came from right nearby. She stares forward in pure shock while the man lying there feels slightly relieved. A dark figure stands dead in the center of the explosions, and the voice finally finishes the thought. He was totally trapped in a cave. Then the guy just smiles, bragging that he rushed over by teleporting across the sea and the mountains. Crossing his arms, he looks down his enemy and says he knows exactly what he is trying to do, recover. Everyone is completely stunned. They can hardly believe this happened so incredibly fast. Seriously, just watch their faces, they keep staring at him like 0 time has actually passed. Grinning, he mentions the snack wasn't half bad. Then he steps right forward, declaring that now it is officially time for dessert. His opponent gets seriously mad, totally unable to understand why he still hasn't healed up yet. He lets go of his sword completely unsure, but pushing past all the doubts, he realizes he really should have healed up by now. Staring down the main character, he wonders if he can actually beat this total monster. Then a strange voice in his head tells him not to worry, it is finally time to wake up. He has suffered enough. The pendant on his chest suddenly starts glowing. Completely shaken up, he asks if this thing will actually make him stronger. The voice answers back he is the only one who can do that, urging him to drop everything he has and fight just to survive. His eyes instantly turn blood red. A crazy magical change takes over his entire body and Taehoon's eyes just go incredibly wide. He calls it absolutely incredible. His whole body is just overflowing with pure power. Freezing for a second, he claims this exact strength will let him surpass his own limits. Right after that, he throws his head back and lets out a massive scream. The protagonist just watches, admitting his enemy actually still has a few wild tricks left. The guy smirks, asking if he's seriously still trying to hang on to life, then promises he's going to meet his end today. He just smiles as that voice in his head calls Taehoon a very loyal tool, adding that they are finally almost there. A black-haired man stands there smiling among heavy chains while the voice casually says it really missed Shinhan, and another wild transformation begins. A dark mask forms right over the guy's face. The protagonist just laughs, admitting that is not bad at all, he really hid that pretty well. Keeping a close eye on him, he points out that judging by his real power level, it is definitely coming from the necklace hanging on the masked man's chest. Then he lunges straight forward. The brown-haired guy answers back that he is pretty fast. Reaching for his sword, he admits he is actually getting pretty excited now. Since that power is not truly his own, he decides to use a weapon. Lifting up his hand, he calls this a real honor. This swordsman is finally drawing out his blade. His opponent swings hard and grins big. Yep, it is an actual origin skill. Smiling, he holds the sword right in front of him, claiming the blade suits him perfectly, so his enemy better get ready for this. The opponent frowns and attacks. He watches the flying sword coming without the slightest fear. Then he smiles, hoping out loud that this guy can actually keep up. Right after saying that he counters hard, catching the enemy totally off guard. Glancing at the blade's tip, he thinks it is a shame. Someone clearly does not value their own sword. The blue-haired guy turns around, stating that losing your weapon in battle means certain death. Suddenly, the necklace flashes bright green. The protagonist points out that this little toy is clearly running out of juice too. Holding out his hand, he asks if that is really all the guy has left. A harsh blue beam shoots right between them. Taehoon coughs up blood while the protagonist casually mentions he has plenty of questions. But first things first, he grabs him by the throat, demanding to know exactly who is hiding behind the name Heavenly Warrior. Glaring down at him, the protagonist makes it clear that information is the single reason he is still breathing. Otherwise, he would have dropped dead the second he touched Yoon's soul. Then, with eyes burning with absolute control, he orders the guy to start talking. Tightening his grip, he presses even harder. Who exactly is the Heavenly Warrior? Who does he serve? Who is he? Blood spills from Taehoon's mouth as he drops a bombshell. The Heavenly Warrior was the one who sent them to Murim. Shin Hyun freezes, demanding he repeat that. A system notification flashes with a single question mark. Taehoon just stares in shock while Shin Hyun starts shouting, "What the hell is this?" Suddenly, massive chains burst right out of the notification window. They rush straight for them, and Shin Hyun realizes this is the entity living inside his own body. The metal chains wrap tightly around Shin Hyun. He demands the truth again. Shin Hyun lets out a heavy breath, only to realize he is securely chained to a stone wall. He thrashes around, completely lost on what just happened. He screams out what the hell is going on, but as he looks down, the awful truth hits him. This is the cave from Murim. Completely shattered, he yells that this has to be a lie. There is no way he is back here again. A voice suddenly asks if he remembers this place. Shin Hyun whips around and sees Taehoon casually sitting on a nearby rock. This is where it gets crazy. Taehoon claims this space is his own world, crafted entirely by the Soul Sword. Smiling, he asks if the memories are returning, adding that he arrived first and it is nice to meet him. After all this time, this is their very first real face-to-face meeting. Shin Hyun keeps violently straining against the metal chains, asking if Taehoon plans to lock him up here. Taehoon explains the whole space is forged from the sword's soul, so those chains will not break easily. Shin Hyun glares, visibly annoyed when Taehoon tells him to just calm down. Shin Hyun asks if he is even Taehoon at all. Studying his stance, he figures it out based on that swordsmanship. This guy has to be the Heavenly Warrior. The entity gestures toward himself, agreeing that there is a lot to ask about his true identity. Holding a hand out, the warrior says this is a pretty rare opportunity. He promises to answer absolutely anything, honestly. Shin Hyun just stays completely silent. Taehoon's eyes go wide when Shin Hyun finally speaks. "Did you have fun?" A deeply confused Shin Hyun asks if this monster seriously just watched his entire nightmare unfold. He got tossed into an absolute hellscape. Hunted by death, totally alone, agonizing over his family. Back home, he survived that constant torture for 140 agonizing years. Shin Hyun tightly shuts his eyes, asking if the warrior actually watched all of that happen. The warrior just stands there casually gripping his sword. A flicker of real fear flashes through Shin Hyun's eyes, quickly erupting into pure rage. After 140 years of absolute suffering, was all of it just entertainment? Taehoon stays quiet for a second, then bluntly admits he was actually a little bored. Shin Hyun just stares at him in utter horror, demanding answers again. The warrior steps closer and casually mentions how tired he is. He keeps walking straight towards Shin Hyun, right up into his face. He complains about nearly dying, claiming he waited patiently just to watch the protagonist's level rise. Before he can even finish complaining, he gets cut off. One simple question: why? The warrior looks him dead in the eye and asks why he is still human. After endless suffering and unimaginable pain in that world, he somehow never lost his humanity. Shin Hyun asks what the hell he is even talking about. The warrior suddenly bursts into manic laughter, leaving the blue-haired protagonist completely bewildered. Fixing his cold gaze on the enemy, Shin Hyun says there is something he desperately needs to know right now. He violently pulls at his metal restraints. He refuses to entertain the warrior's twisted logic but adds a chilling promise: if he was really that bored, good. Grabbing the heavy chain, he admits to having one final regret to settle. Just one. He screams that this bastard completely ruined his life, heavenly warrior or not. Raising a bloodied fist to strike, he violently roars that he will kill him. Shin Hyun slams a heavy fist right into Taehoon's solar plexus. Blood explodes from his mouth, and the stones on the bracelet completely shatter. The battered warrior drops to his knees. Shin Hyun furiously grits his teeth, thinking about those twisted words. Watch this. Blood drips down his hand as a grim system warning echoes open the door to ascension and surpass human limits or lose everything. He catches his breath, staring intensely at his bleeding enemy. Suddenly, a man and a girl approach from behind. Jiha's eyes are completely wide, still deeply shaken from being choked. Shin Hyun turns around, asking what exactly happened to the real Taehoon. Clenching his jaw tight, he quietly mutters a bitter curse. The next day, Shin Hyun answers a quick office call. Chulo confirms on the line that he will follow the advice he was given. He sets his phone down. Once the Dusk Guild found out from Dawn that Taehoon was officially dead, they completely surrendered without a fight. He stands right in the middle of the messy office. A body lies sprawled on the floor, and most of Dusk's elite high-rank hunters are already wiped out. The survivors clutch their daggers but lose their nerve, fast-tracking Dusk's hostile merger into Dawn. Meanwhile, a frantic man screams hysterically, throwing loose papers everywhere. He yells that the entire guild will collapse without him. This is Dawn's chief secretary, Dongwon. He literally played dead during the attack, then cowardly healed himself afterward. His shaking hands are covered in blood, but the massive headache of merging the two giant guilds is finally solved. Suddenly, someone shouts out demanding his missing tie. The stressed guy yells that Dawn's big speech is happening today, demanding to know why fixing a simple tie is taking so damn long. Just then, someone rushes inside, warning them that the big press conference starts in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Jaehyung and Shin Hyun sit across from each other in absolute silence. Shin Hyun thinks this vibe feels weirdly familiar. Glancing down at his cup, he realizes they are serving Junshan's silver needle again. When asked if he likes it, he replies that tea like this is purely meant for enjoying. He asks what she plans to do next. Ji-hyun picks up her cup and starts explaining. With a smile, she says the public story is pretty simple. After the peace deal, Twilight merges into Dawn, though some details are still hard to settle. Shinhan tells her they could just play dumb, but the whole world already knows. There is no going back now. She replies that there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Lowering her eyes, she admits she feels a bit disappointed. Shinhan stands right beside Taehoon's body, listening as she mentions his hard life. Ji-hyun lets out a heavy breath. She never thought he would actually go out like this. Shinhan quietly mutters the name of Taehoon. Those words from the heavenly warrior just keep echoing in his head. His face hardens, thinking about opening that door to ascension, that exact state, right before truly crossing over. Taehoon just stared in pure shock. He kept thinking if he did not cast off his humanity, he would lose absolutely everything. A literal rat hiding in the dark actually dared to threaten him. Taking a hard sip from his cup, he decides he absolutely will not let it slide next time. Ji-hyun notices and asks if something is wrong. Apologizing, he says he just got lost in his own thoughts. She tells him he is giving off a seriously scary vibe, then asks if he can check something out. His eyes dart to an iron box, asking what it is. It is a secret safe from the Twilight Leader room, she explains, and neither opening nor breaking it has worked. Some weird magic seems to protect it. Rubbing his face, Shinhan says that is pretty interesting. Check out how he handles this. Smiling, he claims he normally avoids messing with dead people's stuff. Still, he sends his power straight into the safe. He almost feels bad since there might be some real valuables inside. His energy pours directly into the metal. The front wheel starts turning and the door clicks right open. Ji-hyun jumps, asking how he pulled that off. He casually notes the seal was not actually that strong, picking up a folder they had hidden pretty well inside. Opening it up, he asks what kind of paper this is. Ji-hyun quickly snatches the folder away, claiming she has definitely seen it before. Shinhan looks surprised. Hey, he points out he has not even finished reading yet. Scanning the pages, Ji-hyun reveals a secret deal between Jungwoo Guild and Tahoon. By working with Twilight, every single North Korean dungeon gets handed straight to Jungwoo. Shinhan frowns in pure shock. What does handing over dungeons actually even mean here? He grabs his phone. Hearing a voice ask how he is doing, he instantly knows it is Kim Kale. The red-haired man reports from the dungeon entrance exactly as ordered. Every single Shindo member who attacked them has been captured and awaits arrest. Sending out his power, Shinhan asks if they have fully searched the area. Kim Kale says the dungeon inside is a total mess, asking if they used explosives. Obviously, something absolutely huge happened down there. Then he turns to a man still cursing on the ground, hoping they cross paths again soon. Hanging up, Shinhan mutters about how seriously annoying she is. He suddenly sharpens his focus, noticing the document actually mentions the Tenjo Guild. Ji-hyun hands the folder back. It lacks detail, but she says it looks like 4 more people just returned from Murim. Flipping through the pages with a grin, he listens as she explains these are their personal files. They are known as Masters, who already reached level 50. Now he understands why the guild goes by the name Tenjo. He stares at her, asking if all of them are crazy fanatics. Seems highly likely, she admits. Shinhan then rises to his feet. All right, things are about to get wild. Smiling, he sets a brand new target: find every Heavenly Warrior Guild member and use poison on them. Over in Murim, getting swallowed up by someone stronger is completely normal, and this time around he fully plans to be the winner. Dongwon stands beside the blonde woman lounging on her throne. He tells the man with glasses about Twilight and Dawn merging, though Dawn is not taking over. Twilight is actually the one getting absorbed. The other man confirms it. She then asks if anyone has heard from Jalen. No one has gotten a single response for 36 hours straight. Tilting her head, she suggests this means both of them totally failed. Tahoon seemed completely confident, and Yang Chong points out that makes this whole situation incredibly strange. Somehow, Jalen's still lost. Dongwon adds that every 10 Commandments member sent near those cultivation masters has also gone completely silent. Tahoon was definitely right not to underestimate Shinhan. She replies that judging by his martial arts level, he trained for at least 75 years, putting him 68 levels above her. Giving a small laugh, she admits it is almost funny. The man just glances off to the side. Yang Chong orders them to learn more about Shinhan but avoid direct contact and move very slowly. Resting a hand on his knee, she adds that both outer skill and inner power matter here. Raw strength alone does not decide victory. Meanwhile, over at the Tamra Guild headquarters on Jeju Island, Yuna calls out to her brother. She warns him pretty clearly, if he ever runs off without her again, he will die for real. Holding back a solid hit, she demands to know if he understands. Shinhan quickly apologizes, promising he never meant to make her worry. She demands to know where he took off to, but Kim Gil steps right in to calm her down. Shinhan just shuts his eyes. What an absolutely terrible welcome back. Meanwhile, the Twilight merger is the absolute hottest topic in town, with Jinho taking full charge. At the press conference, Jinho officially announces Twilight's dissolution. She stands there holding a folder, completely determined to dig into the Jeju Guild before they can erase their tracks. She just keeps studying those documents. Shinhan scratches his head. Honestly, this might just make his revenge a whole lot easier. Yunel stands up. The guy bows deep, openly admitting this entire mess is his fault. He seriously never expected traitors hiding inside the Jeju Guilds. The siblings watch in total silence as he offers a sincere apology, desperately asking how to fix things. Shinhan closes his eyes. He flat out says he still does not trust the Jeju Guild since more traitors could easily be lurking. The man completely freezes. Shinhan admits he really wants to believe them, but this whole disaster totally destroyed that trust. The red-haired guy just stares. Shinhan keeps going. As long as they aren't actively against him, he is not their enemy. Clutching his chest, the man lets out a massive sigh of relief that they aren't being tossed aside. Fairness actually won out today. The others answer his call. Shinhan asks if they plan on coming under Dawn's leadership now. Flashing a grin, he suggests the newly united Jeju Guild should probably join up too. Get this, they only stayed neutral because of the Dawn and Twilight rivalry, but that war is finally over. Pulling a folder from his portal, he tells them to accept Dawn's protection. Jeju's solo strength just isn't enough to hold down all those local dungeons. Totally shocked, the man grabs the file. He admits the entire alliance needs to vote on this, so he cannot give an answer alone. His hands are visibly trembling, yet he admits this is easily the best offer they will ever get. He bows to thank Shinhan. Our guy just brushes it off. Trusting each other is way easier when you are literally in the same boat. Looking ahead, Shinhan figures something out. Spreading his influence across this island is going to make hunting down every single traitor incredibly easy. While the guy just stands there clutching the papers, Shinhan turns to the red-haired man. He asks point blank if he's the one leading this group. He says yes. Then he asks if there is a single A-grade dungeon left over. Kim Gil mentions one is still open near Halasan, and Shinhan immediately orders them to head there fast. Shinhan grins, realizing he's about to be incredibly busy from now on. The sun shines super brightly overhead. Shinhan checks if everyone made it, instantly noticing the team only has warriors, tanks, and priests. Such a bizarre setup. He demands to know why they lack mages or archers. The guy meets his eyes and explains the catch. Inside this specific dungeon, any long-range attack relying on sight becomes completely useless. Shinhan looks pretty confused. The brunette chimes in. The Halcyon dungeon is easily one of the worst on the island, and it is entirely because of the fog. It swallows absolutely everything. The guy says heavy fog covers the entire dungeon, making it nearly impossible to tell friend from enemy. Suddenly, glowing eyes appear inside the mist. Fog monsters. The group nervously exchanges looks. One guy quickly explains that these freaky monsters perfectly blend right into the fog. Normal physical attacks barely work and only massive area skills can hurt them, but he suddenly cuts himself off. Hands casually stuffed in his pockets, Shinhan asks what else he's trying to hide. Huge claw marks completely wrecking his shield tell the rest of the story. The man adds that these monsters are just absurdly strong. Everyone watches as he admits they strike completely out of nowhere like assassins. He has nearly died multiple times. He stops talking, totally caught off guard. Shinhan's only response to that entire deadly warning is that he talks way too much. Scratching his head, Shinhan says he gets the gist of it. They basically just need to hit them extremely hard with the perfect skill. He steps forward, claims he understands enough, and tells them to just stop explaining. Turning back with a cocky smile, Shinhan says he will just use a tiny bit more power. Those two can only stand there and stare at him. One guy complains he really should have listened to the full explanation. The other just sighs. That is honestly exactly how Shinhan operates. A portal tears open and the guy mutters that this place feels strangely familiar. Standing completely still, he realizes that even with a breeze, he cannot see a single thing. He quickly turns at the sound of someone calling his name. A man runs over, super relieved they managed to find him so fast. The rest soon gather around and someone suggests they stick close at first so nobody gets separated in the mist. The girl forms a bright ball of light right between her hands. She sends it floating ahead to light the path, and the guy agrees moving with visibility is way safer. He pauses when someone suddenly asks if he is actually leading this group. Chai chimes in with a really basic question. Is the area near the dungeon entrance completely safe? Just following that light, he instantly gets his answer. Yes. Monsters have never shown up at the entrance before, but then the fog gets intensely thicker, and Shinhan turns around completely confused. When he looks back again, every single person is gone. He calls out telling them to quit messing around, but he cannot see a thing in this fog. So why are they attacking out of nowhere right now? A monster casually slips up right behind him, ready to strike. It raises a massive paw bearing its fangs. Shinyun rushes right in power, heavily gathering in his hand. He makes his move. His palm lands perfectly on the monster's ugly face. Then he smacks it hard, fingers digging deep into its flesh. With one brutal slam, Cha drives the beast's head straight into the dirt. The rest of the team spins around, totally startled by the noise. Shin-hyun clenches his fist, suddenly realizing what this means. These monsters only become solid the exact second they attack. A white beast opens its jaws, he snaps around at the sound. His teammates are already fighting off the pack. Someone yells out, "Why are fog monsters right at the dungeon entrance?" Hajin orders everyone into a tight formation, telling them to stay alert. Meanwhile, Cha is completely shocked to spot signs of a jump. Shin-yun looks down while someone desperately shouts, "Where is the healer?" A blue glow gathers at his palm before shooting straight through a monster's body. Blue sparks scatter everywhere. More beasts get pierced by the heavy beam, followed by a bright blast. A dark shadow falls over Cha's eyes. Shin-yun just stands there looking completely calm, asking if everyone is okay. The young boy's eyes fill up with tears, hearing that Shin-yun already swept the area using search magic. No more enemies for now, they can actually take a quick rest. The man just stares at him. He cannot believe Shin-yun read the whole situation in such a short time. Standing with the group, he asks if any monsters managed to escape. He can still feel their energy. If they need a hand, they just have to ask. Hajin realizes Shin-yun figured everything out and made a plan almost instantly. The brunette looks ahead with a pretty faint smile. The man lowers his gaze, knowing full well that without him, their team might not have survived that initial rush. Then his eyes totally widen when someone calls his name. Shin-yun walks over and asks if they can talk for a second. Stepping away from the group, Cha asks if monsters have ever attacked right at the dungeon entrance before. Hajin tells him no, absolutely never. The hero touches his chin while Hajin explains they have not cleared this dungeon in a very long time. That is probably why the monster numbers built up so much they reached the front door. Staring into the haze, the brunette says they need to learn more as they clear the dungeon. Thick fog fills the entire place. The beasts charge in with their jaws wide open. Blue beams fire out from Shinyan. The blue-haired girl just frowns while watching him fight. She raises a hand and points out that he has been holding the front line for 3 straight hours. Is he actually okay? Maybe he should take a quick break sometimes. Another bright beam tears right into the beasts. Shin-yun turns back asking if anything has changed from the last time. The attack rate, the monster strength, literally anything. The girl mentions there are definitely more monsters than in earlier raids. But other than that, it seems pretty normal. Hajin turns around wondering if it is still way too early to judge just because of their large group size. Shin-yun casually puts his hands in his pockets. He says he scanned 4 or 5 kilometers past the dungeon start and found something weird. The man blurts out in total shock. His search magic seriously reached that far. Chow looks away and says they will find out soon enough. This is a dungeon, so a sudden danger spike is not exactly strange. Fast forward an hour and things get weird. Standing in the white haze, the man's eyes go wide. Why has the fog gotten so incredibly dense? Shin-yun gives a small laugh, saying it looks way more like a solid white wall. The brunette adds that something else about it feels pretty strange. The man reaches right into his pocket when Shin-yun casually asks him to throw a dagger straight into the fog. Pointing ahead, Shin-yun explains there is a huge lump of energy right in front of him. Throw it exactly there. Hajin says he gets it and gets ready to hit the target. He throws the knife, the blade flies straight ahead and stabs right into a massive eye. The whole group is completely stunned. Shin-yun praises the perfect hit and tells everyone to get ready. The man looks at him in pure fear, warning that something huge is coming. Cha stares forward without even flinching. Something massive suddenly bursts out of the fog, a giant fog monster sporting one badly injured eye. The poor boy trembles in absolute fear. Almost crying, he hides behind his heavy shield and yells out, "Why did it have to be him?" The man swings his sword. Using clean, lightning-fast strikes, Hajin completely cuts the giant monster down. Afterward, he turns and tells the kid to stop whining. The whole squad nods when he confidently says they can handle this as a team. Watching them, Shin-yun gives a quiet chuckle, thinking this group leader is actually pretty good. He looks away, deciding there is absolutely zero reason to step in here. Better to just head deeper inside. A loud scream rings out, then another one, making him wonder why they keep coming one right after another. His white sneakers keep moving forward. Shin-yun walks deeper into the fog, thinking he is just waiting for one big target to finally show up. This marks the second time counting that crazy monster in Bushan. Looking ahead, he wonders if this thing came from some kind of massive gate or something. Suddenly, a dark red glow appears through the fog, a monster's glowing red eyes. Without even turning around, Shin-yun punches it right in the nose. He figures there really should not be more than 2 monster types in this dungeon. The beast drops instantly as he keeps walking. He thinks Ji-yoon's hair would completely stand on end if she ever found out about this. Then he notices something and gives a small laugh. There is crackling blue lightning deep inside the fog. A hidden gate, the guy's eyes instantly widen. No, something else entirely. Standing right before the blue crack, he finally calls it. His fingers brush against it like water. He realizes it acts just like the system status window, completely intangible with nothing solid to grab onto. Pushing his fingertips deep into the gap, he figures out the catch. If he can only see the thing, he probably cannot actually affect it. A shadow crosses his eyes as he calls for the status window. Glowing panels instantly pop up right in front of him. Shinhan reaches out, noting some completely unknown phenomenon is just phasing through solid matter. The words spin rapidly before him and he clenches his fist hard. Heijin jogs up from behind to announce his arrival. He confirms there are 0 giant monsters nearby. Shinhan immediately asks the guy if he has spotted anything resembling a crack. Looking pretty anxious, Hajin says no and asks if something bad happened. Shinhan just smiles. What does that mean? Is he seriously the only person who can see this thing? Staring ahead with pure resolve, he turns toward the heavenly warrior. He asks if this is just another one of that mysterious person's tricks. Over in the office, Ji sits at her desk when a loud knock hits the door. She yells, "Stay out," but the guy basically says he's coming in anyway. Dongan appears right in the doorway with a huge smile. Ji lets out an exhausted breath, telling him he definitely heard her wrong. She literally said, "Do not enter." The secretary keeps smiling and hands over a massive stack of papers, claiming he heard her loud and clear. And yet she has probably been waiting for these specific documents more than anybody. Resting her head on one hand, she admits she absolutely hates this. Lately, just looking at the guy makes her blood start boiling out of pure stress. Does he even know why? She glances down at her phone while he casually guesses it is because he always brings her way more work. She fires back that he knows exactly why. Looking totally excited, Dongan says this batch is about the incident site, finally handing her a critical paper. The pink-haired girl widens her eyes in shock. She asks if people actually died during the exploration of that brand new dungeon. She pictures the brutal scene while he explains the situation. A full team of mid-level hunters had walked right in there, but they were wiped out before they could even trigger a single skill. Standing by her desk, Dongan insists that no matter how you spin it, she has to handle this personally. This new dungeon seems completely impossible to understand. Watch how fast things shift here. The airport building comes into view as Shinhan walks with his suitcase. He looks annoyed while guild members beg him to stay. He figures they already finished every single thing required by the contract. Meanwhile, cars cruise steadily down the highway towards Seoul. Inside one car, Shinhan stares deeply at a green crystal. Yuna calls out asking why he suddenly looks so lost. Is that the rare skill stone he snagged inside the dungeon? The brunette just grins and says yes. It dropped directly from a massive fog monster, so he claimed it as his personal reward. He remembers Hajin tossing him the stone while Kyle randomly handed over a bag of tangerines. His sister points out a crazy fact: if he sells that stone, it is easily worth at least 1 billion won. Driving along, she admits the huge payout makes sense. But why did a giant monster even show up in the first place? He answers that something exactly like that happened down in the Busan dungeon too. Shinhan leans his head on his hand while she calculates the threat. That means 2 massive monsters have already appeared twice. Are they seriously accelerating straight toward the end of the world? He frowns hard. But those giant monsters are not the real issue here. It is that mysterious crack. He flashes back to standing right by the glowing anomaly, asking if anyone else could spot it. It lets skills in martial arts phase right through, and basic energy sensing cannot even detect it. Back then, the others just looked ahead in total confusion, asking if something was actually there. The brunette realized he alone possessed the ability to see that crack. Heijin casually waved the whole thing off. He guessed it was just because Shinhan has abnormally high perception, though nobody could say for sure. Could this whole phenomenon be tied to the Heavenly Warrior? Shinhan pops one eye open when his sister demands to know if he is even listening. He asks what she just said, and the girl snaps, asking where his head is at. Here is where the tension breaks. She asks if he is actually dating the deputy head, and he nearly spits from pure shock. Hastily wiping his mouth, he demands to know what absolute nonsense she is talking about and who started that rumor. His sister fires back that literally everyone is already talking about it. She claims it is finally time they started dating for real. Driving along, Yuna happily teases that Ji would make the absolute perfect wife, pretty and very capable. Shinhan bluntly states he never thought about that. She tells him to start thinking about it now, but he just tells her to watch the road. Meanwhile, a huge pile of paper sits on a table. Ji opens her eyes as someone notes she finally woke up. Across from her, Shinhan calmly drinks tea while watching her. She jolts completely upright when he casually mentions that her timing is actually pretty good. He was just wondering if he needed to reheat the tea. Completely shocked, she asks when he even got there. He casually replies about an hour ago. Face burning bright red, Ji rubs the back of her neck. She complains that he really should have made some kind of sound. He sneaks in like an assassin. He tells her she looked totally exhausted, so he just let her sleep. Leaning heavily on the table, she stands up. She groans that the mid-level Twilight Hunters fighting unification have given her a truly massive headache. Holding the heavy stack of documents, Ji adds that she is still tracking down the name. No news yet, but they already sent out a Chinese informant, so something should turn up pretty soon. Her eyes go wide, the jacket slips right off, and Shinhan catches her by the waist. Even he looks totally caught off guard. Flustered, Ji-hee stammers out a thank you. He yanks his hand back fast. Coughing into his fist, Shinhan points out how strange this is. A highly trained fighter like her shouldn't be this exhausted just from doing desk work. Totally embarrassed, Ji-hee wonders if she somehow gained some weight. She looks away when he asks if everything is okay. Then she asks if he heard about that impossible dungeon. Touching her elbow, Ji-hee explains she stopped using that term once dungeon difficulty stabilized. Shinhan's eyes go completely wide. Spotting a nasty wound on her arm, he asks what happened. Closing her eyes, Ji-hee reveals a new dungeon appeared with absolutely zero measurable difficulty level. She went in completely alone, and this was the result. Then she tells him he can see the rest for himself. Shinhan listens closely. She explains that even using shadow play, she only managed to suppress a single monster. Biting her finger, Ji-hee admits she has never seen anything that strong before. Worse, those massive monsters have shown up again. Dungeon rules are changing way too fast, and if this keeps up, she has no idea what happens next. Shinhan turns away, mentioning he has a completely separate report to make, but those details will just have to wait. He asks for the exact location. Flashing a highly confident smile, Shinhan declares he will go check it out himself. Inside this impossible dungeon, red light burns absolutely everywhere. Standing near the lava, Shinhan covers his nose, complaining that first it was thick fog and now a literal volcano. It is blazing hot and smells downright awful. Staring down at the lava, his energy perception picks up something hiding inside. He wonders if he actually has to go in there. Then the surface ripples like water and those waves just keep getting stronger. Lava violently bursts upward. A massive hand rises out, followed by glowing, burning eyes. The giant monster snaps its mouth wide open. Shinhan jumps back, calling it pretty convenient that this thing came out on its own. Now he does not have to go looking for it. He realizes this must be the exact monster that burned Ji-hee. Smiling, he mockingly apologizes for interrupting its nice, warm bath. The beast reacts, and Shinhan figures it must be pretty annoyed that he is looking down on it. The lava shakes violently. Its arm slashes straight down. Then the monster thrusts a hand forward as heavy chunks of lava rain right off it. Shin-Han just smiles. He notes this magma is seriously hot. Sung-jin's flames do not even compare. The monster looks completely startled. From everything he heard, this really is a nasty opponent. For normal hunters, fighting in this environment would be an absolute nightmare. He figures melee fighters cannot get close because of the heat, and ranged attacks would barely scratch something this incredibly huge. For hunters in this world, this dungeon really is impossible. Shin-Han clenches his glowing fist, calling it the absolute worst kind of enemy. He swings hard, punching a massive hole right through it as lava splashes everywhere. Crossing his arms, Shin-Han mutters about its insane regeneration speed. Scratching his head, he complains that 15 whole minutes have already passed. He cut it, beat it, froze it, and yet this annoying thing just will not die. This is getting ridiculous. Then he genuinely wonders how Ji-hee managed to kill one. She ran off the moment he asked. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open. Thick lava flows through the giant body. Pointing straight at it, Shin-Han realizes something is literally holding that monster together. He blasts fire forward, watches the magma shift, and shouts out bingo. He finally found the core. A bright red stone glows deep inside the lava. Aiming right at it, he remarks that killing one takes a little work. Bright blue lightning flashes. An information window pops up, leaving Shin-Han looking genuinely surprised. It shows he gained experience instantly, jumping from level 53 to 56. Reading the stats, Shin-Han is completely shocked. 3 whole levels at once. A big smile spreads across his face. He definitely needs to test this out more. If it works, this could be incredibly useful. A blue light appears near the mountains and he walks right toward it. Nearby, a man watches while talking on his phone, asking if Shin-Han managed to come out of the dungeon safely. Shin-Han closes his eyes and replies that he is perfectly fine. In fact, it was actually fun. Then the guy asks if he succeeded. Looking back, he tells them to let him use this dungeon for a while because he just had a brilliant idea. A stranger hides quietly behind a nearby tree. Holding the phone, Ji-hee says she completely understands what he means. Standing by the window, she agrees to do as he asked, telling him to be careful out there. After putting her phone away, she wonders what exactly China is planning. Fire bursts straight upward. Yuna turns and calls out to her brother. Looking ahead, she asks what in the world this is. Shocked, she hears him tell her to try breaking the thing right in front of her. Gripping her bow, Yuna complains that he dragged her out here just to fight some giant lava monster. He tells her to calm down and just destroy the core. Then he ruffles her hair sweetly, asking if she really does not trust her own brother. He would never do anything bad to her. Tired, Yuna lets out a sigh, complaining that he is using that line again. She draws the bowstring back, hears him say to finish it in one shot, and fully agrees. Her powerful attack explodes on direct impact. Yoon-sol stares at the information window in pure awe. Her jaw drops, she yells out that she just gained 5 whole levels. Turning to Shin-Han, she announces she hit level 43. He answers back that it is way more than expected, though the experience was definitely shared since he was not hunting alone. Smiling, he tells her it is still amazing, and now the real power leveling begins. They grind together all day long. Shin-Han yanks out the cores and Yoon-sol smashes them. By the end, all 13 lava monsters in the dungeon are completely dead. Pointing at the screen with a trembling finger, Yoon-sol asks if she is dreaming. The status window displays her stats. She asks if she really just hit level 50. Smiling huge, she rushes over to hug her brother, thanking him profusely. She is a high-level hunter now. She can get a raise and maybe even buy an apartment. Looking at him with literal stars in her eyes, Yoon-sol swears she will always treat him like a real brother and stay by his side forever. Shin-Han cannot help but wonder what he was to her before this. She spins around shouting that her brother is the absolute best, and he awkwardly tells her to knock it off. Shin-Han just smiles to himself. She is basically starting to worship him. Now Yoon-sol will earn serious money if he remembers right. Only 10 people in all of Korea have reached that level. Then she turns back asking if he lost experience because of her since he did all the heavy lifting. He says no, he actually benefited from it too. Running his fingers through his hair, Shin-Han admits he leveled up right alongside her. Now he is past level 60. Smiling, he tells her not to worry so much. His hunter level shot up from 56 to 65. The guy is insanely high level now. Shin-Han tosses her a green cube, saying she totally earned a reward. It is a gift to celebrate her becoming a high-level hunter. He explains this cube is a skill stone from the island and tells her to keep it. Yoon-sol gasps. She says, this thing is worth enough to buy one of the most expensive houses out there. They should absolutely sell it instead. Taking the stone, she hears him say less, talking more training. She needs to be strong enough to actually keep that title. Shin-Han turns away and mentions he is heading out for a bit. His sister asks where he is going. Chuckling, he tells her they have a rat to catch. Watching through binoculars, a man frowns and wonders where Shin-Han went. He flinches, muttering to himself that there are 0 monsters left down there. Shin-Han cleared the entire dungeon solo. Biting his nail, the spy grimly wonders if this guy is actually just that strong. At this rate, they are in serious trouble. And then Shinhan suddenly appears right behind him with a creepy little meow. The terrified guy bolts. A blue seal glows right above Shinhan as he casually remarks that this spy is pretty fast. Blue light flashes right in front of his face. A bright burst follows. Shinhan grabs him by the collar and says the heavenly harmony of pure art did not resonate. Remembering those previous attackers, he demands to know exactly where this guy learned it. The spy squeezes one eye shut as Shinhan asks if he swallowed his tongue. With a fierce grin, Shinhan orders him to answer. Holding the struggling spy right over the volcano, Shinhan admits he has been watching him since yesterday. If he had not stepped in, the guy would have just kept spying. He was incredibly easy to smell. Lightning violently flashes from Shinhan's eyes as he warns the spy, "You better hope you came ready to die." Thick foam suddenly spills from the man's mouth. With tears in his eyes, he is ordered to spill absolutely everything he knows. Morning light hits a tall building nearby. Ji-hee sits down with the siblings, and honestly, guys, this is so much worse than they first thought. Shinhan and Yun-sol listen quietly. She explains that dungeon safe zones are breaking down and giant monster species are actually starting to appear. Yun-sol remembers Shinhan standing by that blue crack. She points out that only he could see those things, so contacting them is literally impossible. Rubbing her forehead, Ji-hee says Twilight joining in plus all these dungeon problems makes it feel like massive trouble is about to crash onto them. Yun-sol clenches her fist, telling Ji-hee not to worry at all. They already cleared that absolutely crazy dungeon. The pink-haired girl thanks her for the support. Eyes closed, Shinhan mentions the Misty Dungeon is now completely under the watch of the Tamna Guild, and if anything changes, he will let them know. Pointing out the monsters and the people behind all this chaos, he says one thing is incredibly obvious. Every single event happened at the exact same time. To him, that means the old order is rapidly falling apart. And with enemies already moving in China, trust me, no one knows what is coming next. His sister just stares at him, totally shocked to realize this is exactly why he pushed her level up. Thinking back to the dungeon blast, he vows to keep training her until she can survive any danger alone. Shinhan finishes firmly. She needs to be able to protect herself from anyone who might try to come after them later. Yun-sol nods and Ji-hee nervously asks why he is saying that. Shinhan tells her someone was tailing him in the dungeon. When someone blurts out that the person must be either stupid or insanely brave, he turns and says, "Yeah, that sounds about right." The stalker belonged to that group, but he really did not know much. Shinhan gives a small laugh, admitting he did not get much useful information after all. Meanwhile, right in the middle of the city stands a massive hotel. Inside, Heaven Creation Guild member Wu Pyong sits there holding his phone. Staring at the blank screen, he wonders why Lu Wei has not called. You can already guess why. But then a voice outside tells him to open up for room service. He frowns when the call comes again. Cursing the hotel staff, he tells them to get lost. The knocking simply will not stop and his annoyance spikes. Suddenly, Shin Hyun kicks the door wide open, cheerfully announcing that room service has arrived. Wu Pyong jumps up, grabs a penknife, and starts cursing wildly. With a nasty scowl, he warns Shin Hyun to leave before his guts get spilled right here. The hero just smiles. Pure blue energy ripples right out around him. Stepping through the splintered wood, Shin Hyun asks if this guy was sent to watch him. Wu Pyong's jaw practically drops when the hero casually apologizes for smashing the door. Hands on his hips, Shin Hyun smiles and asks if he is Wu Pyong. The guild member just freezes, wondering how this guy actually managed to find him. If Lu Wei actually lost, then Shin Hyun's power is seriously off the charts. Looking the guy over, the brunette hero asks exactly where their big boss is hiding. Wu Pyong glances down at his phone, thinking this simply cannot be happening. Then he hits a bell icon, deciding that works well enough too. Hearing the sharp sound, Shin Hyun turns around. Wu Pyong tosses the tiny knife aside and agrees. Drawing his real sword, he growls that he has no clue how Shin Hyun got inside. But the door is blocked and escaping is pretty much impossible right now. A bunch more people start piling right into the room. Shin Hyun looks back at these goons as they boldly declare he just walks straight into his own grave. Our hero just tells them to look. Seeing a whole massive crowd in matching outfits, he asks if they are martial artists mixing magic into their training. There are just way too many of them here. He does not even bother listening to who these dark team members are and leaps right in. With bright streaks trailing right behind him, he strikes an enemy using just his fingers. The guy locks up like he got electrocuted, panicking because he cannot read the hero's energy level at all. What even is this? The panicked subordinate shouts for their leader. Without even bothering to look back, the hero mentions he is way too lazy to question anyone. Since they practice martial arts, they should at least see the Murim status window. Clenching his fist, he admits he has been relying on hunter skills way too much lately. At this rate, his body will get pretty rusty. Grinning like a real predator, he says he just needs a little warm-up. Blue-eyed hero tells them to open their eyes and find that status window. He will show them what an end-of-the-world experience really looks like. The other guys watch their teammates blast right out through a heavy dust cloud. Shin Hyun steps out, asking in fake surprise about what is going on. Seeing the men, he wonders if they cannot see the window either. Smiling brightly, Shin Hyun says if that is the case, he will gladly show them again. Blinding rays suddenly burst straight out from his body. He rushes right through the crowd, dropping guys one after another at blinding speed. While attacking, he playfully keeps asking, did this guy see it, or maybe that one over there? With absolutely wild eyes, Shin Hyun notes they still cannot see the status window. He knows it perfectly by heart after staring at it for so insanely long. One terrified guy trembles and just looks down. He visibly flinches when Shin Hyun mentions how fun this is, since nobody ever sees him act like this. A bloody hand hits the floor as the hero asks what they want to see. Casually brushing back his blood-stained hair, Shin Hyun asks exactly where their boss, Yi-hai, is. Severed boots litter the floor. Yi-hai, the scar-faced boss, just stares straight ahead. The corridor in front of him looks strangely empty, like nobody else is around. He looks around, deeply confused about what is even happening. He quickly checks his phone to call Woo Pyong. Shin Hyun just appears behind him. Yi-hai spins around in shock, hearing his name called. A fist flashes near his face. Shin Hyun sighs. He is getting pretty tired of waiting. A phone sits by a bloody hand while a guy cries out for his master. Covered in blood and slumped against the wall, he begs his boss to run. Shin Hyun points out all his men are already down and it is entirely his fault. Yi-hai clenches his fists furiously, grinding his teeth in pure anger. He demands to know how Shin Hyun got here. Arms crossed, the hero casually asks why he looks so surprised. The long-haired boss draws his sword and the hero mocks them for being so gloomy. Yi-hai frowns, demanding to know what happened to his people. The brunette hero answers with a very sly smile. Mangled, bloody bodies basically cover the hallway. Holding out his brightly glowing hand, Shin Hyun asks if Yi-hai wants to go through exactly what they did. He is more than welcome to join them. The swordsman instantly freezes in fear, then suddenly finds himself plunging underwater. He bursts up, desperately gasping for air. Sitting playfully by the pool, Shin Hyun asks if people here normally swim wearing full suits. Yi-hai frowns deeply and shoots right back, asking if he does not know the saying about empty politeness. The scarred man tells himself to ignore the taunts. Standing in the pool, he realizes group teleportation is a strictly top-tier skill. Even in China, only a select few people could ever do it. If that is true, then Woo Pyong and the rest are probably already dead. He stares at the smiling brunette, silently judging his real strength. This guy's aura feels on par with Yongqing, honestly, maybe even stronger. Escaping is barely an option, but he has to report these crazy abilities before he dies. The enemy guild leader laughs. Shin Hyun casually asks, what is so hilarious? Did the guy accidentally swallow too much river water? Tightening his grip on the blade, the man flatly says no. His head is perfectly clear now, so Shin Hyun better stop treating him like a complete joke. Water violently swirls around him. He proudly declares himself the third blade of the Dark Team, serving the legendary Heavenly Sword. His eyes flash bright red. He vows to brutally drown Shin Hyun in his own blood. Down below, people notice the rooftop explosion and start whispering. Meanwhile, Wei-hai rockets straight out of the water, charging viciously after our hero. Mid-sprint, Shin Hyun throws a taunt asking if this guy is always this good at playing fetch. The enemy is actually keeping up quite well. The long-haired fighter swings his blade and screams at him to shut his mouth. He already knows this guy hails from Murim. That strike slams right into a glowing blue barrier. Wei-hai screams at him to stop running and fight like a real warrior. In response, Shin Hyun leaps forward instantly. A completely enraged Wei-hai demands a literal fight to the death. Shin Hyun simply eyes the glowing red blade with pure curiosity, then lightly hops backward. A dark shadow falls over his eyes. Then comes the grin. Touching his forehead, Shin Hyun bursts into absolute hysterics. The enemy totally snaps, demanding to know what is so funny. Wiping away actual tears, Shin Hyun says he just cannot stop laughing. His stomach physically hurts. The swordsman flinches when Shin Hyun mocks him heavily, suggesting he try using his brain instead. Oddly enough, Shin Hyun is totally loving this. Brilliant blue energy surges outward as he taunts the man an ant he could crush with a single finger actually dares to threaten him. Honestly, how is that not absolutely hilarious? Wei-hai violently grits his teeth. Shin Hyun casually adds that the Heaven Creation Guild sounds way less like a faction and more like a zoo absolutely packed with insects. Honestly, their leader might just be a monkey. Floating up off the ground, Shin Hyun declares that creatures like them are nothing but total mistakes in his presence. A blinding orb forms right in his palm, and he casually mentions there is zero need to brag. Dozens more spheres float around him. He tells Wei-hai not to do anything stupid and just stand perfectly still. Suddenly, those lights rain down in devastating brilliant streaks. Wei-hai wildly dodges. He thinks Shin Hyun is unbelievably arrogant, but that exact massive ego might actually hand him the perfect opening. He viciously swings his blade, slicing right through the orbs. His grip tightens around his waist sword as roaring flames surround him. Wei-hai aggressively thrusts forward, unleashing a tribulation strike. Shin Hyun merely chuckles watching it unfold. The attacker extends his sword arm, then suddenly frowns, violently gritting his teeth. High up in the sky, our hero calmly hovers, looking down with a completely relaxed smile. The enemy flushes red with rage. People down below stare upward as massive flashes light up the entire sky. Now picture being there, bystanders loudly wonder if elite hunters are clashing right out in the open instead of a dungeon. One guy even tries snapping a zoomed picture. Wei Hai shoots forward at blinding speed. With a brutal red slash, he completely severs a blue beam, totally convinced this is the exact same trick from before. Leaving a blurred streak behind, he rushes in, utterly confident Xin Yun's defense will fail this time. The fierce red light drives straight for the brunette's chest. Xin Yun simply laughs. Flames blaze wildly around both fighters. Wei Hai frowns, absolutely confused by the physical body right in front of him. His sword noticeably trembles as Xin Yun looks right at him, asking what he is doing. Why not just attack him properly? Standing completely calm right beside him, he mockingly asks if something is wrong. The enemy's eyes go incredibly wide, stammering out that this absolutely cannot be a soul sword. Xin Yun happily confirms it. Tapping the guy right on the face, Xin Yun politely asks him to explain what a heavenly sword actually is. He warns him he isn't kidding. The leader simply freezes in pure shock. Xin Yun says he has done well enough, so now it is time to rest. A massive blast suddenly goes off. A man drops straight down from the sky. A bystander stares at the crater in pure disbelief. The part where the guy gets completely destroyed at the end, then send that edited file straight to the deputy head. Make it completely impossible to tell who actually won. As Xin Yun casually walks off, the guy nervously hesitates, then asks where exactly he plans to use this edited video. Standing over Wei Hai's heavily battered body, Xin Yun replies that it is basically a movie teaser. In other words, a brutal and highly public declaration of war. Right after that, the breaking news report quickly begins. Xin Yun's photo flashes across the screen. An announcer frantically reports that the powerful head of TJ Limitless Guild was violently ambushed in the middle of the city by a completely unknown enemy. Clips of huge bright flashes fill the broadcast. Commuters on the subway read the wild story as the host mentions the intense battle caused severe city damage. At home, a family watches TV while the reporter gravely adds that absolutely nothing else is known regarding Hunter Xin Yun's current physical condition. One guy shows his friend the crazy news on his phone, loudly asking if he saw it. Then he naturally wonders who actually won the fight. By the fence, someone brings up a friend working at the hospital. They actually heard that Xin Yun is currently stuck in intensive care. The other guy blurts out who could have possibly attacked him. Meanwhile, Xin Yun calmly stands there with his hands in his pockets. A nearby body is fully covered with a cloth. She turns around. She hands Xin Yun a canned drink, casually mentioning the weather is getting pretty cold. He checks if she found any leads. Taking a sip, the brunette explains that even under absolute order, their captive died immediately once questioning started. Holding her drink, the pink-haired girl figures it is a hidden command tied to specific words. Speak those exact words. Game over. They die right on the spot. Xin Yun hands over a flash drive, glad they finally have proof of the attack. Standing nearby, Ji completely agrees. These enemies are getting seriously annoying. The brunette nods. Laughing, the girl says that sounds hilarious coming from him. Couldn't he just flip the entire continent upside down to track them? Xin Yun asks if she would actually stop him. The deputy says no. Zero need to blow this up into an international incident just yet. He does not want that either. It is almost funny how they keep popping out and hiding exactly like card players. Bet big early, the other side folds. Better act like the game is still perfectly even. Yawning, Xin Yun figures they can play along for now and watch the enemy react. The girl asks if he is taking off already. He tells the pink-haired girl he is totally exhausted and heading home. She needs to prep for the press conference and stay careful. She says not to worry. Handling press is their absolute specialty and they will go all in. 1 week later, people gather around tables. A girl sits down. Someone nearby whispers it really is G. Another guy sounds completely shocked. While the pink-haired girl fixes her hair, someone mutters the Dawn and Limitless Alliance must be incredibly strong. He has never seen her step out publicly like this. He even adds a wild rumor about them already having a kid. The door swings open. Total silence. The reporter stares in shock as Xin Yun walks in, bandages covering his face. His hands are heavily wrapped too. Someone immediately asks if he really got that badly hurt in the brutal fight. Seriously, who could even hurt him? Ji smiles to herself, thinking if he is going this far, he should take his injured hand out of his pocket too. He taps the mic. Testing. Xin Yun then greets the entire room from the podium. Amid flashing cameras, he thanks the reporters for showing up and for airing that footage. Watch his pivot here. He wants to address last week's attack right away. Raising one hand, he explains he needed time to recover from severe injuries and the sheer shock. Apologizing for the delay, he simply could not appear sooner. Check out this performance. The pink-haired girl thinks he's lying amazingly well. Opening the floor for questions, Shin-yun calls on a reporter who quickly introduces himself as Diggy. Shin-yun closes his eyes for a second as the reporter asks if the rumors are true. Was the attacker not alone? His mind flashes back to the man in the hallway. He claims around 20 assassins came for his life. Recalling that fight, he adds, the person caught on camera was likely their leader, a top-level hunter right on par with him. One guy eagerly asks what the battle was like. Meanwhile, another demands the attacker's name and what actually happened to him. Shin-yun just smiles, calling it a fierce fight. Brushing past it, he claims he does not know much else, not even the guy's personality. But one thing is absolutely certain: they were all Chinese. Dead silence hits the room as he announces they will officially demand China's cooperation. A reporter clenches his fist. Unacceptable. He calls this a massive national issue. Another adds that foreign hunters attacked them too. Someone mutters about not knowing who is trying to hunt him down. But if that bastard is listening, Shin-yun raises one finger, stating he has exactly one message. Sending underlings like dogs is pathetic. Lifting his middle finger, he tells Yang Cheng that if he has any guts, he better attack in person. A pipe hangs from his mouth. He exhales a heavy stream of smoke. The leader asks if they contacted Wei Hai. The man says no. The kimono-wearing boss notes that means one thing. Either Wei Hai is late or everyone else is dead. Flash of steel. He slashes his assistant. Blood spatters the blonde man as he claims he knew it. Looking totally crazed, he notes the dark team's third seat died with the rest. As the wounded man bleeds on the floor, he keeps talking. The mission failed, and now their true identity is completely exposed. Turning away, he decides they must move step by step. A total change of plans. Grinning like an absolute madman, he swears he will go himself and tear Shin-yun apart. Later on, at a high-rise building, a bell rings. Yun Xiao asks who it is. Peeking through the doorway, her eyes widen in total surprise. Shin-yun is lying down, a book covering his face, when he hears his sister call out. He slides the book aside as someone steps inside. Two guys in glasses step inside. One of them immediately asks if he is Hunter Shin-yun. His sister practically freezes when these guys tell him to come along. Apparently someone important wants a chat. Shin-yun almost laughs to himself, showing up right at his front door like this. Pretty damn bold. Later on, at a restaurant, hands shoved deep in his pockets, Shin-yun thinks again about how gutsy they were to step to him so fast. He stares ahead with a sly little smile, genuinely curious about who just called him out. A guy at the table waves him over right then, and Shin-yun is honestly shocked to recognize Suho. The guy shakes his hand, saying it has been a really long time and asking how he's holding up. Shin-yun wonders what a former guild leader is doing here. Is he connected to the Heaven Creation Guild now? That thought breaks when another guy speaks up, saying he's completely honored to meet someone this impressive. Smiling brightly, the man introduces himself as President Yong-su. Shin-yun just stares at him, totally confused about his presence here. Taking the seat right across the table, the president admits this sudden invite must have been pretty surprising. He apologizes, calling the matter urgent. Shin-yun just turns to Chulho, asking how they even know each other. Chulho answers simply, the top guilds of Korea always keep close ties to the government. Their connection is basically a classified state secret. Shin-yun frowns at that. If they are really that close, the president might actually know something about the Heaven Creation Guild too. Crossing his arms tight, he bluntly asks why they would need a hunter like him. One guy snaps right away, barking at him to show a little respect. The president stays totally quiet, looking pretty grim. Then, lacing his fingers together, he finally gets to the actual point. A few days ago, rumors surfaced about Chinese hunters attacking him. Shin-yun lets out a yawn, pointing out that everyone already saw that on the news. Yong-su calmly replies that of course they did. But the truth is the total opposite, he says. They were the ones attacked, and the hunters in this room really need to understand that. Shin-yun frowns while the guildmaster gives a painfully awkward little laugh. As they talk, the president explains how dungeon outbreaks have completely rewritten international politics. Monsters gave countries a shared enemy, but the heavy tension between local and foreign hunters never really vanished at all. This exact incident could be the spark that sets the entire world on fire, and he wants to stop it if possible. Shin-yun raises a hand, telling them they are looking at this totally backward. The others just stare. Shin-yun explains the guild causing his problems has ties to China exactly like Dawn keeps ties to the Korean government. They already know all about the bloody war between Dawn and Twilight, right? That makes it obvious Heaven Creation is absolutely backing Taehoon. The men look away, clearly unhappy with where this is heading. Shin-yun brings up that flash drive he handed over earlier, reminding them they hold hard proof the other side attacked first. Then he mentions those papers found inside Taehoon's safe, the ones stamped with red Chinese characters, pointing out they should already know about that little detail. Shin-yun adds one final point, his face turning dead serious. Arms crossed, he asks what happens if Dawn actually gets crushed by Twilight. The president stares back in pure shock. The answer is painfully obvious. All those lands and resources would fall straight into Chinese hands. Xinyan gets to his feet, making it clear he isn't doing this for his country. He's only involved for personal reasons. And if this counts as some massive international issue, then that fight kicked off a long time ago. Walking away, he tells the president to just act like he never heard any of this conversation. Xinhyun honestly doesn't care. He handles his own problems, so they just need to stay completely out of his way. When someone barks at him to stop, the brunette turns back, wondering if the man is finally letting his real intentions slip out. The president leans over the table, stating firmly he has heard enough. Fixing Xinhyun with a hard stare, he declares that from this second on, the government will fully back his guild. Then he stands tall, saying he genuinely hopes Xinhyun will deal with them. Xinhyun looks back, genuinely surprised by the offer. Then he smiles. Yeah, that works. He adds with pure confidence that clay or porcelain, it simply does not matter. Either one shatters with just a little force. Later on, the city street is packed with a massive crowd. Walking along with his eyes shut, Xinhyun thinks the man at least has some real guts, even if his way of reaching out is pretty weird. A beep goes off in his pocket. He checks the screen. The message says the sender has a proposal. They couldn't reach him by phone and want to discuss some business. If he is interested, he should reply so they can contact him. Now watch his next move. Xinhyun raises the phone right to his ear. When it connects, he introduces himself as the leader of Limitless, asking about this so-called business offer. The man answers, pleasantly introducing himself as a hunter named Chungsik. He explains he found Xinhyun's contact info floating around online, sounding super relieved that he got the right number. When the guy asks to meet up in person since the topic is tricky over the phone, Xinhyun grows wary. The guy still hasn't mentioned which guild he belongs to. Even so, Xinhyun agrees anyway. He says he is free today and can meet in about 2 hours. The caller promises to send the location later and reach out again. Xinhyun smiles to himself, thinking maybe he should go ahead and call her first. Jiha sits at her desk as her phone rings. She pins it against her shoulder, answering, and someone asks if she happens to be busy. Grinning, Jiha says yes, but not for him. She asks what he needs, and he jokes that things must be pretty rough for her over there. She keeps typing away while Xinhan tells her to check the association database. He needs intel on a hunter named Chungsik. As Xinhan walks down the street, Jiha says she found 4 matches for that exact name. All are neutral hunters, one level 20, the others level 30 and 40. She asks why he needs to know anyway. Smiling, Xinhan figures Chungsik must be using a fake name. Jiha glances at her phone, asking if something is actually wrong. Xinhan says, no, just a bad feeling. 2 hours later, he hits a coffee shop, casually sipping a drink through his straw. Letting out a heavy breath, he calls himself exhausted. Today felt like an absolute parade of new faces. Stirring the ice in his cup, he debates his options. Should he torture the guy or just fry his brain with absolute order? He gives a dark smile. Here is a perfect way to burn off the week's stress. Just mess with this guy and toss him out. Then someone appears right behind him. Xinhan glances over. The guy definitely has nerve. A man with a glowing red aura just walks right up. Xinhan sneers to himself. Even if this new guy is weak, he is way too exposed right now. Death might be his only option. Watch this. The red-eyed man stops by the table, staring right down at Xinhan. Xinhan just smiles, saying it looks like they have finally met. Blue light wraps around him. Xinhan orders the man to spill absolutely everything without leaving out a single detail, or this goes horribly for him. Start right from the very beginning. A shadow falls across the newcomer's face. Finally, he holds out his hand, calling this their first real meeting. The guy introduces himself as Chungsik, straight from North Korea. Xinhan just stares in total surprise while Chungsik offers a faint smile. Sitting across from him, Xinhan repeats that North Korea. Chungsik folds his arms and confirms it. This is pretty bad, Xinhan admits, asking if he should report him. Chungsik awkwardly scratches his head and asks him to listen first. Paying close attention now, Xinhan hears Chungsik explain that their country actually has no proper hunter system. Frowning, Chungsik admits North Korea basically has 0 hunters altogether. The Supreme People's Assembly completely banned hunter training. Why? They were terrified of a public uprising. But wait, Xinhan points out that Chungsik literally called himself a hunter. Chungsik replies he holds a Chinese license. So technically, he operates as a Chinese hunter. Xinhan repeats the word China. Chungsik explains North Korea is leasing every dungeon to their ally. They were basically selling off resources. It seems smart at first, but their nation slowly turned into little more than a colony. Bodies lie completely scattered across the ground. Chungsik walks toward a woman. He says their country's leaders are stuck. They cannot escape the very trap they created themselves. The people grew poorer, starved, and died. Tears streamed down his face. Losing family and friends to the authorities finally forced Chungsik to leave. He headed to China, built up his strength, and gathered enough intel to somehow change things. He strolls past the bodies. A guy in a chair shouts angrily, demanding to know about all the noise. Chungsik says grimly the cursed Supreme Council ignored every warning and just never stopped. A red aura flares around him. Time to give them a taste of true revolution, he says. Shinhan asks if he stormed the place completely alone. Chongsik points out that with his power, crushing normal people is pretty easy. Flashing his badge, he claims full right to overthrow that government. After that, he tried bringing in a proper hunter system. Sadly, it was already way too late. China had sunk its claws in way too deep. Shinhan just crosses his arms, asking if he came to South Korea as an enemy. Confirming it, Chongsik explains his whole plan: open up some dungeons and land in South Korea for free access. Then they could restart the industrial information exchange. Clenching his fist, he says if South Korea grows stronger and pushes China back, North Korea can rebuild and stabilize. Looking down, Shinhan hears Chongsik admit this all depends entirely on his help. Honestly, Shinhan finds the whole thing fascinating. Still, the idea feels pretty shaky. Shinhan wonders if Taehun actually saw this exact outcome coming. After all, he did not just hand that dungeon over to North Korea for no reason. Touching his chin, he thinks about it. China is swallowing North Korea, but maybe the Heaven Creation Guild is actually swallowing China. Shock crosses Chongsik's face when Shinhan says he gets the situation, but still has one crucial question. Given the green light, Shinhan folds his arms. Does Chongsik have any direct ties to the Heaven Creation Guild? Chongsik repeats that name, staring right at him. A sharp spark flashes in his eyes. Catching it immediately, Shinhan grins. That is all the answer he needs. He stands up, deciding he has definitely seen enough, so Chang wants him to take care of them. The guy confirms it, meeting his gaze with total confidence. Shinhan figures if he is getting an official invite heading north might just be worth the trip. Sometime later, Ji finishes her tea and sets the cup down. She turns around and asks how he even knew she would be here. Shinhan casually mentions his phone died. Since she was not at the office, this was his next logical guess. Ji just shuts her eyes and sighs. All those years of stealth training, and he still tracks her down this easily. She jokes about going back to her old life, but then her eyes go wide when he casually suggests a date today. They share a knowing little look. Standing up, Ji admits it has been months since anyone actually asked her out. Then she asks where exactly they are going. She touches his shirt and teases that passive guys are totally boring, but for him she can make an exception. The brunette smirks. Soon enough, they step into a brand new dungeon near Tan. A snake slithers across the ground with glowing eyes before lunging right between them. Ji notes this dungeon is still completely unidentified. She leaps up, adding that its risk level is totally unknown. Then she fires off her magic to completely petrify the target. Shinhan touches a tree and points out the obvious: if that thing actually landed a hit, they would have a real problem. Ji raises a finger and proposes a little kill contest, though she bans him from using martial arts. Now watch this. She turns as several more snakes slither into view. Green beams flash right past them, and someone notes this might actually be fun. The huntress jumps and spins midair, her attack slicing cleanly through the monsters. Shinhan just scratches his temple. He really only came here for a peaceful talk. Then several snakes creep up right behind him with glowing red eyes. Shinhan sighs if that is how they want to play it. Flames burst around him as he gladly offers to grant their death wish. Seconds later, scorched snakes completely cover the ground. Shinhan shakes his hands out. These things are not even enough for a warm-up. But then he spots something up ahead. Ji is sitting on a massive mound of dead monsters. Shinhan jokes that she really needed to let off some steam. She hops down, shrugging that even for a high-ranked dungeon, these monsters are basically babies compared to the truly insane ones. Shinhan completely agrees. Touching her chin, Ji admits she is still pretty worried. Dungeons like this are popping up all over the country, and they are severely lacking top-tier hunters. Shinhan pockets his hands, reminding her Korea is not alone in this mess. North Korea is dealing with it too. Yesterday, he actually met a northern hunter named Chongsik. The guy asked for an alliance so they could share information. That leaves Ji completely stunned. Remembering the fire in Chongsik's eyes, Shinhan notes they still do not know if he works for the Heaven Creation Guild. The whole thing could just be a big act. Either way, he absolutely does not trust the guy. Ji gives him a deeply worried look, hoping he did not actually agree. It reeks of a trap. But get this. Suddenly, a snake appears right behind them, firing a beam from its eyes. Shinhan notices too late as a blue glow flashes beside Ji. She screams out in pure shock. Shinhan is still standing amidst the flames as the snake attack slams right into him. Panicking, Ji instantly rushes toward him. His entire body starts turning pitch black while the snake stares them down, totally confident it won. Furious, Ji spins right around and curses the beast. With one beautifully clean strike, she lops its head off, screaming out, "How dare it!" The severed body drops to the dirt. Ji looks back at Shinhan, totally shaken. The guy is completely frozen like a stone statue. Reaching out, she nervously tells him to quit messing around. Her hand touches his stiff shoulder, warning him that if he keeps joking, she will snap it. She clenches her fist, and suddenly the statue looks deeply offended. Shinhan snaps back to normal, complaining he really did not want to be saved like that. Ji fires right back, since when can he teleport that fast? And does he seriously think an attack like that could actually stop her? He just grins casually, admitting he barely trains his physical power anyway, dumping all his stats right into instinct. Pretty impressive, right? Ji rubs her temples and sighs. Yeah, sure, fine. But they really need to finish their earlier conversation. Pointing a finger, she demands to know why he accepted an obvious trap. This is North Korea, not some random tiny country. There are definitely hidden risks involved. Shinhan smiles. He simply cannot turn down a crazy show like this. Tilting his head, he teasingly asks if she is worried about him. Ji looks away quietly, admitting she cannot help it. Still, the final choice is his. Glancing back, she sincerely asks him to actually consider her warning. If something happened, she would feel terrible. Shinhan steps closer. Closing the gap, he admits he always dumped the hard jobs on her before. He only ever asked for help when things got truly ugly. Holding her shoulders, he says he is going, but she has to stay behind. She is the closest person to Yoon Seol, and someone needs to watch her while he is away. With a dead serious look, Shinhan promises that distance does not matter at all. Should anything happen, she just has to call. He swears he will come flying back instantly, no matter where he is. Ji looks away, completely embarrassed, mumbling she is glad to hear it. Shinhan gives a warm smile. If that settles it, he is heading out. Evening settles over the city, and the official date for the big North Korea trip is finally locked in. Standing by the manager desk, Shinhan knows deals between the North and South are super rare. Half the world is watching this closely. He has absolutely zero reason to object. Chong sounds hyped, and thanks to all his grinding, things are moving pretty smoothly. By the time snow hits the high-rises, Shinhan and Yoon Seol have been blasting through one dungeon after another. He hits level 67 while she grinds her way up to 54. Nearby, the shower runs as Yoon Seol stands under the water. Her eyes flash bright blue. Shinhan is just chilling on the couch when an explosion booms behind him. He lazily opens one eye, turning as Yoon Seol calls out his name. She stands there, literally glowing, hand on her hip, asking how she did. Her overall martial arts level just hit 30. Shinhan realizes she finally reached the basic swordsmanship stage, the real start of the martial path. A tiny smirk crosses his face. This is definitely enough for now. Yoon Seol can finally hold her own. Cars cruise down the highway. On the team bus, Shinhan taps the microphone to test it. Looking totally pleased, he announces how glad he is to be their general manager. Yoon Seol just stares at him with her jaw on the floor. Yep, this is totally his style of grand speech. Eyes narrowed, Yoon Seol listens, while Shinhan tells the crew that every single one of them has high-level potential. Sitting right beside him, Hana listens closely as Shinhan reminds them just how massive this upcoming mission really is. Min-Yuk stares straight ahead awkwardly, then finally speaks up. Raising a hand, he apologizes for interrupting and asks Shinhan to please turn the mic down. The hunters crack up when Shinhan jokes that their young ears should handle it fine. Scratching his cheek, Shinhan awkwardly reminds himself that back in Murim, louder usually meant better. Yoon Seol smiles as Shinhan explains, this whole North-South hunter exchange is not just basic training. It is a massive diplomatic event, meaning normal rules go out the window. Gripping the mic, he declares he will forge them into the strongest high-level hunters in Korea. The entire team just stares back in stunned silence. Shinhan asks them what kind of reaction that is. Do they seriously not believe him? Hana hesitates, replying that is not it at all. Looking down, she admits they just are not sure they can do it after spending so long grinding levels little by little. Catching her brother's cue, Yoon Seol stands up, flashing a sweet smile. Shinhan introduces her as a top sniper from the south, thanking everyone for being here. Then he drops the bomb: she is leading the raid schedule. The team will clear dungeons entirely under her command. That completely shocks everyone on the bus. Yuan raises a hand, arguing that the leader is normally the most experienced member. He says he is not doubting Yoon Seol, but Shinhan cuts right in. He trusts her completely with this role. The rest of the crew looks totally surprised. Yoon Seol scratches her cheek with a polite smile, explaining she actually has way more leadership experience now than before. She used to run a group, and lately she has been clearing insane high-level dungeons. The only place she has not tackled is the incomprehensible tier. Shinhan suddenly remembers her getting blasted back by blue energy. A blue status window pops up right in front of her. As he keeps talking, the hunters stare at their own screens in pure shock. Her level is way higher than theirs. Her window displays level 54, Archer 25, Sniper 29. Min-Yuk blurts out that recent reports listed her purely as a leader. Yuan mutters that this makes absolutely zero sense. Shinhan confidently declares she gained 20 full levels in just a few short months. She risked her own life for this, and it clearly paid off. Standing right there beside him, Yoon Seol looks like she just wants to die from embarrassment. Shinhan tells them Yoon Seol leads while he watches over everyone. By the time they return home, they will not be just some average mercenaries anymore. They will be real elite hunters. So are they ready to trust him on this? This time, the team stares back with absolute confidence. A loud shout erupts through the bus. They will follow him anywhere. Meanwhile, heavy snow falls across the mountains inside the Jumgang dungeon. A man stands behind the blonde leader, bowing his head with a sneaky grin. The boy tells Shinhan he is going to prove him completely wrong. A monster materializes above him in a blinding flash. And just like that, we cut to the Poison Toad dungeon southwest of Pyongyang. A massive toad hovers right over Shinhan as he casually explains that these ugly things live in this zone. They strike within 2 meters, and those claws are packed with deadly poison. He snaps his fingers, and the hunters stare up at the beast in shock. Its heavy paws slam into the ground. When another one suddenly leaps, Shinhan calmly points out that their jumping power is honestly pretty solid. If one actually catches them, it is game over. The monster flashes bright red eyes. A crimson beam fires out, but a green blast instantly answers it. Yoon Seol stands ready with her bow. Shinhan casually praises the perfect shot. One of the hunters watches, thinking these two really are siblings taking down a lethal monster without even breaking a sweat. Crossing his arms, Shinhan announces he is leaving the regrouping to their team leader. Yoon Seol steps up quickly, barking out orders priest in the dead center. Frontline warriors lead the tank shields. The squad, the Reaper exploits openings to drop targets, and she covers the perimeter as their sniper. She shouts for everyone to form up right away. Shinhan watches her with a grin. He remembers telling that stunned guy they were keeping a brutal schedule. At least one raid every 48 hours. Holding the paperwork, Chong-sik had honestly asked if they were completely serious. Unexplored dungeons meant totally unknown danger levels. Zero intel on the monsters, the layout, or even the climate inside. Shinhan puts the knife down and asks what exactly Chong-sik is trying to say. He just smiled. Want real results. You have to grind hard and stop holding back. Suddenly, a toad shoots out its massive tongue, slamming a hunter's shield. Yun leaps in from behind. His eyes glow a fierce red. That monster is already covered in deep strike marks. Jumping high, he yells out a warning. Another one is coming. Watch yourselves. The hunter just grits his teeth and swears. Yoon grabs the giant tongue and yells at the guy to hold on tight. The man clamps down with everything he has. His trembling fingers slip and lock tightly back around the hilt. A massive strike completely crushes the toad's head. It drops hard, and Hana sprints over, shouting to ask if he survived that. Yoon opens one eye and yells at her to stay back. It is not over yet. Hana completely freezes. Several more toads leap in. A blue glow flashes. A bright beam fires right past Hana. Shinhan stands there holding a bow, and someone shouts their thanks. Then Yoonil lowers her own bow, asking if Hana is okay. Hana turns and says she is totally fine, but Yoon looks pretty hurt. Yoonil orders them to heal him immediately while the Reaper swaps spots with the tank. Golden fire flows right out of Hana's hands. She glances away, thinking to herself, wow. Yoonil handles the scouting, intercepts the monsters, and actively guards everyone else. Nearly every single shot connects, and nothing even touches her. As the others collapse to rest, Hana just cannot wrap her head around it. Their levels are pretty similar. How exactly is Yoonil this insane? Then Yoon announces the break is completely over, ordering everyone to pack up and move. The boy aggressively clenches his teeth. Jay jumps to his feet and snaps at her to slow it down. They have been grinding all day. The monsters never stop, and everyone is totally drained. He marches straight up to Yoonil, screaming that she is trying to get them killed. They have a physical limit. Giving her a hard stare, he demands they end the raid right here. Zero arguments. A blue aura flares around Shinhan, and that one word strikes him again. Limit. He has heard that excuse way too many times. Jay grits his teeth. Weak. No matter what fancy title people gave him, that is all he ever heard. The exhausted hunters listen closely as Shinhan tells the kid, even when you are totally burned out, you have to ask yourself, is this honestly enough? He is not the only one making errors. Yoonil stares ahead as he mentions their levels are not very different. But does he even know why she is stronger? Unlike them, she has never once stopped facing real death. The boy shakes as Shinhan tells him the answer is pretty simple, just get stronger. Yet Jay almost gives up right on the spot. Shinhan remembers completely shattering the ground earlier, asking if the kid honestly thinks he was just born strong. He flashes a faint, sarcastic smirk. The rattled hunters just stare at him as he explains that simple patience will never make them stronger. If they stay like this, absolutely nothing changes. The toad's eyes flash red. A huge wave of monsters rushes straight towards Shinhan. Intense blue fire ignites in his palm as he calls out to anyone who truly wants it. The boy catches the meaning, his eyes finally shining. Jay declares he wants to find a real way to get stronger. That blinding blue energy violently twists into a roaring dragon's head. The guys watch with their jaws dropped as Shinhan says, people who don't need strength always find cheap excuses. The kid aggressively digs his fingers into his own hair. Shinhan brushes his bangs back, asking him what he is truly searching for out here. Yoon stares at him in absolute shock, literally calling him a god. Then he bows deeply. From the tree line, they promise to find a way and follow him. After that moment, the entire squad trusts Shinhan completely, and the North Korea run goes perfectly. 1 full month passes just like that. Yoonil frowns at her brother. They stand before a glowing red portal at Mount Kungang leading straight into an incomprehensible dungeon. Just looking at it, Shinhan feels certain the Heaven Creation Guild has already been here. He turns when someone calls his name out. Changsik asks if their current team is really enough to clear an incomprehensible dungeon. Shinhan casually confirms it is. Then he flashes a wild smile, answering slowly and clearly, of course they are. Honestly, you have to respect it. He would go in completely alone. He steps forward, telling everyone to just wait, he will be back soon. Cut to 3 days earlier, Shinhan sits on the roof holding a glass of ice. He flips through a thick folder, checking everyone's stats. Yan is level 49, Yang 48, Minyak 47, and Hana at 48. His sister had climbed 2 whole ranks, hitting level 56. Thinking over the current squad, he realizes every single one of them has gained 2 or 3 solid levels. He pictures the team standing proudly beside his sister, remembering exactly how much they all trusted them now. Even when their insane power was hard to explain, nobody asked questions, all thanks to that ironclad trust. He tosses the folder right aside. And all of that craziness happened in less than a month. Staring into his glass, Shinhan knows it's been an easy ride so far, but that peace never really lasts, does it? He's been guarding these high-risk dungeons on purpose, keeping all that sweet cash and experience strictly in the family. China is staying totally quiet, and the warrior god of the sky is still a no-show. Shinhan wonders if his guest called it. Right then, a grinning Changsik strolls over bringing a bottle and glasses. Time for a little chat. With wine poured, Shinhan totally praises the guy for keeping everything running so smoothly. Changsik cheerfully admits he never expected these hunters to clear a dungeon every 2 days. That happy little confession actually catches Shinhan off guard. Thanks to this guy, the active dungeon count has been dropping like crazy. Changsik whips out a marked map pointing out Shinhan's master plan, only clearing the zones south of Pyongyang. Shinhan just closes his eyes, the plan stays exactly the same. Flashing a sly smile and red eyes, Changsik hints there's barely anything left to do. Smiling right back from under his bangs, Shinhan knows the finish line is approaching fast. Leaning on the table, he grins, so where to next? Now watch closely as we cut to the Kung dungeon where the hunter squad marches forward together. Yuna yells that it's way colder than advertised, and everyone else starts whining too. She tries staying calm, shouldn't this gear resist the cold, but clearly they need way heavier coats for this literal freezer. Shinhan glances over, noticing that even Yuna is visibly heating up from the heavy strain. Yeah, this definitely won't be easy. He turns to Changsik, who nervously suggests turning back because pushing forward is just totally reckless. Shinhan just frowns at that. Yesterday, Changsik basically begged to be their guide, so this sudden backpedal makes zero sense. The guy is sweating and frowning like he's confused by his own words. Shinhan remembers him happily smiling over that notebook earlier. Now it's super obvious this dungeon is dangerously bad news, and Changsik totally knows it. Still, Shinhan just pats his shoulder, thanks him for the cute little warning, and tells him to keep leading the way. Changsik stares as Shinhan grins. This is the final dungeon, and they are definitely not leaving that massive reward behind. Up ahead, Yuna glances back at the team, feeling the freezing air get somehow worse. They'll literally turn into ice cubes before fighting any monsters. Suddenly, a scream rings out, her eyes snap wide, and everyone looks up at a massive blue bird. The monster lets out a savage shriek. Changsik aggressively bares his teeth. He really hoped this specific nightmare wouldn't spawn yet, but here it is, the exact monster causing this dungeon's worst problems right in their faces. Glowing blue patterns and crystals form across its huge wings. That creepy eye widens and the bird blasts the entire zone with an absolute blizzard. Shinhan calmly raises his palm. A blue aura gathers and he blocks the crystal barrage before it wipes out his squad. Wild purple fire spreads everywhere. Shinhan holds his hand perfectly steady while his sister completely tenses up right next to him. Changsik grits his teeth as scary cracks crawl across the barrier. Just one ice shard could kill a mid-level hunter, and when they shatter, icy flames explode everywhere. Even worse, the overgrown chicken stays way up high, completely out of melee range. This thing keeps raining ice down like a non-stop artillery strike. Shinhan stares up, getting pretty annoyed. Against a flying enemy, close-range brawlers are basically useless decorations. He glances back at his super tense sister, telling her to just shoot it down. She quickly draws her bow, takes careful aim, and fires. Her arrow smacks an ice crystal, but the iron tip instantly starts cracking. All the boys duck under the cracking barrier, covering their heads in panic. But Shinhan, he just smirks, reaching out to use his fire because a hilariously weird idea just hit him. The squad watches magic flash through the freezing air. Yuna smiles proudly at her brother. Sure, he looks super annoyed, but he's got plenty of ways to wreck this bird. It's just these totally annoying dungeon conditions getting in his way. Shinhan checks his startled ally, who just realized he actually gave their barrier a literal fire trait. And yeah, that completely changes the game. Planting his feet, Shinhan tells the crew not to worry. This nasty weather won't last forever. Just a bit farther, they'll hit a spot where fighting these things is way easier. hearing that the whole team smiles under their shield. Then they push forward beneath the crazy purple-tinted snowfall. Suddenly, Minhyuk turns toward Hana, his eyes completely wide. A dark figure stands up on a hill. Under the heavy snow, the guy's spooky silhouette looks like it could literally vanish any second. Startled, Shinhan looks right up. Who the heck is that? The assassin beside him just snaps, telling him not to ask something so stupid. Changsik frowns, looking up with the rest of them, as a bizarre sound echoes out. He instantly starts screaming in panic. A gigantic snow wave crashes in like an absolute avalanche. And check this guy out, a blonde man in a flashy cape appears smiling, saying there are only two outcomes. It means total victory or complete defeat. Wrapped in a sick red aura alongside his team, the enemy announces there is zero other way out. Hannah's eyes widen in terror, screaming that they have to run. Yuna and Changsik are already about to bolt, but Shinhan just stands there, completely calm eyes, freezing cold beneath his bangs, hands shoved in his pockets. He grins, realizing the guy is literally mocking him. Giant snow blasts and magical flashes completely swallow the mountains. Lin Mei, the fourth ranker, locks eyes on her boss. Their leader stands there in a dramatic black cape, hands tucked behind his back, basically playing the role of true king and undisputed ruler of China. Brutal snow blasts tear right through the mountains. She genuinely wonders who on earth could make a guy this overpowered so completely furious. Looking ahead, Mei remembers all the elite leaders and soldiers they have already lost to him. She knows they absolutely have to capture Che. Another aide steps up toward the Lord, and Mei figures she's about to get shut down and dragged along anyway. Turns out it is just the athletic Jiang Zhenin heading out to confirm if their enemy is actually dead. Their Lord just lifts his incredibly proud gaze toward her. Face totally dark, Mei watches Zhenin walk off. The second fighter stands up on the hill, looking over the entire army. One squad rocks, red masks, and flashy capes the 40-man Golden Lion Legion. Another red mask group forms the 40-man Lightning Arrow Legion. Then there is a third unit sporting black and red masks, making up the 20-man Dragon Legion. Standing on that hill, Zhenin yells for every single legion to follow their orders. He turns back around, completely fired up. Suddenly, a massive burst of fire explodes right in front of them. Che is just casually floating inside the flames. He shoots the enemy this unbelievably cruel smile. Zhenin immediately tenses up at that grin. Blasting into the air wrapped in a red aura, the cape-wearing boss orders everyone to just kill the intruder. Looking out from under his bangs, the blonde guy openly mocks Che, telling him to show his actual power. The protagonist just answers with a confident grin. Meanwhile, Jongsik is holding the boys in his arms and totally panicking. Zhenin and Mei step right to the front of this demonic legion. Their master stands nearby, casually radiating a super dark evil aura. Our main character looks around in pure shock. His teammates are completely exhausted, and he really wants to know what just happened. Picturing those massive snow blasts, he tries to wrap his head around how things got this bad right after the avalanche. Then a bright beam of light shoots past the group. Wearing a blue cloak, Che walks forward, leaving everyone incredibly confused about his plan. He just lowers his eyes and gives a little smirk. Thrusting one hand out, he raises these insanely powerful barriers of light. Jongsik plants his feet, staring in total disbelief. A power strong enough to just stop an avalanche feels indestructible, completely beyond anything he ever imagined. Learning that Mr. Xinyun actually came from Murim was shocking too. But honestly, something else bothers him way more. He draws his long blade aggressively, demanding to know who these people are to threaten them. The master just glances at his own fingers, snaps, and calmly states there is way too much noise. Literally nothing is beyond his command. Jongsik instantly frowns, eyes going wide. Meanwhile, Che completely clutches his head in anger. Looking down on him, the blonde master calls the servant totally insolent, saying he forgot his vow to give up his life for him. Jongsik heavily drops into the snow right beside his comrades. He claps once, perfectly summing it up. The master had tampered with Jongsik's memories, even erased chunks of them, and honestly, it was a pretty clean job. Floating in the air, the master stares at Xinyun. Xinyun jokes that his Korean is actually surprisingly good, and the guy just replies that he prepared everything for this exact meeting. With totally open disdain, the enemy introduces himself as Yang Cheng Guildmaster and heir to the Heavenly Warrior. Che smiles even wider, loudly mocking how ridiculously grand that title sounds. Rolling his fists, the protagonist just smirks. Now the heir knows where the Heavenly Warrior actually is. Smiling back through a glowing red aura, Yang Cheng says he wants answers too because MC's power level is something barely anyone ever reaches. Xinyun raises a hand in front of his sister and smiles, saying simple admiration does not make Cheng worthy of acting this bold. Standing right behind them, Yuno looks completely annoyed. Not gonna lie, they sound exactly like little kids fighting. Seeing the black monster shapes the air, grins and claims Che has gone too far. Suddenly, a really heavy blast of smoke bursts out. Jongshik and Yuno shield themselves from the blast, while the enemy insists this arrogance will be his downfall. Blue birds hover over Xinyun as the master gets ready to explain why this specific dungeon is considered completely impossible. The protagonist looks up sharply, realizing this involves the strongest monster around a creature basically treated like a natural disaster. Those blue-eyed phoenixes move to circle him, trying to quickly put him back in his place. Shinyun just closes his eyes, slowly reaching out with magic. He finally realizes why the master dragged him to North Korea for all this chaos. With blue light gathering in his hand, he decides to match that elaborate setup with the exact same hostile energy. He swings his glowing hand, fully ready to repay that little kindness. A fast shot of light directly hits one phoenix. Jongsik happily bares his teeth in glee, but Che just stares in pure confusion at the aftermath of the strike. The head of the phoenix is completely gone, but then it just starts growing back. The heir smiles, casually explaining that the monster of this dungeon is never that easy to kill. As long as it still has energy, it will literally never die. The entire legion watches Shinyun. Meanwhile, he quietly thinks this guy is getting way too excited over a dungeon that is clearly not impossible. Grabbing his blade, he loudly declares that absolutely nothing is impossible for him. Holding the heavy sword out, he tells the master he better not disappoint him now. Shinyan grips the weapon in both hands and declares his stars are shining bright today. This is the polar sword. He steps forward, swinging that blade of light like it is just an extension of his own arm. Phoenixes hover above, completely ready to punish their master's enemy. The birds dive bomb all at once. Mei watches with wide-eyed hype while Shinyan just glares in pure fury, jaw completely slack. Chang scowls from under his bangs as someone kindly reminds him to know his absolute place. Chad just smiles and draws his weapon, saying that is exactly the point. The true sword emperor is finally here. He whips out the glowing blade and swings hard. A massive swarm of savage phoenixes rushes straight for him. He plants his sneaker into the snow and slices the air with insanely clean strikes. Mei can only stare as that sword cleanly shreds through the ice crystals. Chang and Chang just watch in absolute shock. The technique flows like drifting clouds or a leaf skimming water. It looks so impossibly smooth they can practically picture the blade just barely kissing the surface. You have to see this speed. Shinyan and Mei go totally speechless as the fighter suddenly appears right in front of them. Shinyan swings his demonic blade, completely wrapped in a red aura. Chad faces them down with one fierce, glaring look. He slams his light blade right into the protective barrier. The entire legion and even the leaders watch this attack in total disbelief. Mei and Shinyan snap their heads back in pure panic. That sword tip broke right through and 2/3 of their entire army is already wiped out. The legion just stares at the blood spraying off to the side. Black silhouettes slowly gather all around the massive crater. These legion fighters look over in total confusion. Chang snaps his jaw open and loudly orders everyone to get into formation. The soldiers snap to attention, watching him for the very next order. The heir of the heavenly warrior stretches both hands out and raises glowing red spheres. Chang spreads his fingers incredibly wide. He opens his palm and sends that red aura crashing straight down. Shinyan looks up to watch those red spheres falling. He swings his blade with a smirk, saying this mix of magic and martial skill is pretty interesting. He wants to see exactly what they have. The soldiers stare up at their hovering master as he yells out, surviving archers fill the sky with arrows. The Golden Lion Legion scrambles to hold the line while the Red Mask Legion gets that creepy eye glow. They have to carry out their lord's will. The hunter calmly slices through every falling red energy ball. Then the Golden Lion fighters rush him with their blades drawn, and Shinyan looks absolutely ready to pay each one back. Chang glares right at his strongest warriors, yelling for Mei to back them up with magic immediately. Shinyan frowns the absolute second he hears her name. Flashing an ironic smile, Chang points right at the pawn and orders his guys to drag it over to him. Target acquired. Yuna watches tensely as their focus shifts right onto her. Chad smiles while parrying a Legion fighter's strike. He casually brags that he already slowed down enough for them to aim better. Peeking through his bangs, the hunter smirks. Maybe he should leave a couple of them breathing. He glances back with a totally demonic look, clearly having a blast. Try tracking this with your eyes. Our main character trades bright flashes of light, leaving the masked soldier completely confused and just staring. Shinyan leaps forward. A blisteringly fast first martial-style attack. Chad shoots right past those black silhouettes on the offensive. He brings his blade down with one wicked smile, dropping them and already craving the next wave. But then his eyes suddenly widen. The Legion just pulled out heavy iron shields and they are closing in fast to crush him. Their shields light up with glowing cross shapes. Mei snaps an order to fire right now. Huge light beams suddenly burst outward from that shield barrier. Brunette shades his eyes and stares straight ahead, calling it weak, not nearly enough to stop him. A massive storm of sharp arrows flies straight at him. Chang anxiously yells out the leader's name, but his sister stays completely calm. Chad casually steps right through those fallen arrows like it is nothing. He resets his stance, totally ready to smash the next attack, just enjoying the show. Mei angrily draws her magic blade. She is absolutely stunned that so many attacks from high-level fighters still have not touched a single hair on his head. She swings the blade and sprints right in, fully planning to strike directly after the next attack. Do or die. This blow absolutely has to land right now. At that exact moment, a black demon rises directly from Xinyan's shadow. Mei looks up suddenly, feeling hopeful. But the hunter blurs right past her, and as she drops to her knees, the brutal reality hits she cannot win. Chang throws his hands out, screaming at his subordinate to stop holding back and just attack with everything she has. The heir of the martial line glares intensely through his bangs, finally realizing this enemy is completely shredding their formation. Just then, Xinyan rushes in from the blind spot to strike. He reaches out to grab the enemy's sister. A massive blue flash lights up the dark space, and Xinyan suddenly sees his sister is about to get snatched right in front of him. That heavy blue blast swallows up the entire area. Crunching through the snow, the hunter tries to figure out exactly where this bold new fighter just came from. After the smoke clears, a massive crater scars the snow. The hunter actually praises the guy, calling his level impressive, the first to ever dare challenge him like this. Chang just turns to the side, grinding his teeth in pure fury. Xin Yun desperately reaches toward the girl, lifting a hand to her chin, but the brunette coldly tells his furious enemy it is useless to try taking a hostage. He adds that Chang is thinking way too small. After so long without any real fun, it is a shame things have to end like this. Meanwhile, Xin Yun is bound in chains, coughing up blood. Even wounded and chained up, he still stretches out his hand. Yun Xiao and Chong Sik can only stare in pure shock at Xin Yun's collapsed body. Chang frowns in confusion, wondering how his fighter died. But the protagonist's demonic silhouette stands right there, blades drawn. The sword's soul has fully manifested. The heir of the heavenly warrior line bares his teeth, desperately trying to figure out where he got a mind sword. He lifts a hand over the red sphere, suddenly realizing he cannot reach that level himself. Hovering high in the air, Chang holds a massive red sphere, fuming at the hunter's sheer power. The hunter just shuts his eyes and sighs in annoyance. He says he has wanted to teach him a real lesson since their very first meeting. A rainbow flash bursts in Xinyun's eye. The blonde master looks around in total shock, suddenly seeing blood just everywhere. Then pure horror hits as that blood covers him too. Xinyun just closes his eyes and picks at his ear, openly mocking the guy. Just look at this guy. He's not a kid anymore, so why is he crying? Flashing a cruel smile, Xinyun points straight down, asking how long Chang plans to watch. The blonde man's eyes widen right through the blood. Then a violent surge of energy drives into the ground blade in hand. The hunter walks up to a wounded Chang, telling him to take a good look at himself and realize who he challenged. He grabs him, a fistful of white hair. Smiling, the hunter looks at the injured man and points out the massive gap between them. Covered in blood, Chang smiles back, bringing up the fable of the light lineage. He hints that the heavenly god of war actually meant him, but says this hunter is still way too immature. Xin Yun stares at the fighter in total disbelief. The injured lord smiles darkly, saying the hunter hates the heavenly god of war, but he actually likes him. The boy's shocked face reflects in Chang's pupils. The master wonders if he really thinks the heavenly god of war is his one true enemy. He remembers it. His huge master meditating. He said the world was close to collapse. Stopping it would require the fable of the light lineage along with those who returned from Murim. Still smiling with heavy sarcasm, the blonde master asks if the hunter could really face that disaster when he clearly does not even understand it. The brunette stares back coldly and says Chang has it all wrong. They are just worms who will die before they can ever touch him. The master grabs the hunter's outstretched hand, asking if he really thought he was only bait from the very start. Chang squeezes hard, a tight grip. He leans toward his stunned opponent with a wicked smile, saying that is simply not the case. The protagonist looks around the warped space in surprise, noticing the eyes. Smiling with his severed hand, the master reveals this is demonic spirit control, a deadly skill he gained through years of intense study and training. The bloody man raises one finger by his head, telling the hunter he should have just killed him earlier. Stand up. Now, the brunette lowers his head, looking completely grim. Head down, the protagonist grips his blade. The master claims his spirit is fully under control, now asking exactly how it feels to move like a total puppet. Absolutely delighted, the wounded master swings his fist. He says he could keep this up until death, using the guy as his own personal test subject. The brunette answers with a light slap straight across Chang's face. The blonde master winces from the sudden hit. You have to feel bad for her here. Mei lies in the snow, totally confused, while Xinyun just stares at the guy, asking what exactly he thinks he is doing. Then she sees the protagonist completely slapping her master around. The battered lord spits blood as the hunter tells him to lift his head and stop looking down when speaking. Bloody and furious, the heir of the heavenly warrior line demands to know how this hunter managed to avoid his ability. He insists that should have been totally impossible. Glowering right through his bangs, the wounded lord says he simply cannot accept defeat here. He has come too far because he is the true heavenly god of war heir. Still refusing to give up, he swings at the enemy with bloodthirsty force, but the fighter just slaps him again. Blood flies from the Lord's mouth, and Xin Yun's black hand reaches right toward his face. Another slap lands hard, and the hunter keeps firing off questions. The brunette stares him down. Another slap lands. He keeps hitting him from the side. Blue aura flares around the hunter as he draws back for another hit, not caring at all about Chang's fancy title. The Lord is sent flying backward into the snow. Covered in blood, the master glares at the enemy, who is more than ready to keep going. Light flashes from the protagonist's eye. His turn, Chang's eyes completely widen at the bright glow. Standing over the fallen warrior with his blade, he orders him to say absolutely everything he knows about the heavenly god of war. The wounded lord narrows his eyes. He warns that a massive crisis will soon hit this world. Flashes of monsters and dragons fill his mind. He explains the plan: people get sent straight to Murim to stop this mess, and they have to track down that true fable of the light line. The glowing figure of the god of war drops down. Our hunter narrows his eyes, completely furious. He still remembers that cruel, twisted smile on the god of war behind those chains. Shinan stays calm, asking Chang what sending people to Murim actually means. The heavily wounded lord just lifts his head and answers him. Countless unknown people vanished across China and North Korea. Nobody cared where or how they died, just as long as they died by his own hand. The brunette levels his blade right at him. He asks if he means that cursed human sacrifice, demanding the total number of victims from the bloodied, bruised man. The lord bluntly answers that he killed 10,000 people. Shinan widens his eyes beneath his dark bangs. He opens his mouth, ready to hear the man's final words. Even missing a hand, Chang just smiles and lets his head fall back. With a battered, mocking look, the lord tells Shinan to go kill his own sister. The hunter swings his blade immediately, ending him right there. Shinan declares Chang no longer exists from this exact moment, completely splitting his face in two. The wounded fighter just stays sitting in the blood-drenched snow. Brilliant slashes tear through Chang's cloak while blood sprays out. Glowering through his bangs, the lord realizes the hunter fully intends to cut him into as many pieces as the people he murdered. Mei stares at the remains in pure horror. Sweat drops down her brow as she watches her master die. The brunette just stands there, his sword completely coated in blood. Mei drops to her knees before Shinan. She tells him he is her master now, desperately begging him to accept her. With tears in her eyes, she bows her head and asks for his help. Standing in the bloody snow with his blade, our protagonist just mutters that it is too filthy here. Fast forward a month, the students are back at their desks. At a major conference, Jen-Yu tells the public all about the totally successful inter-Korean hunter exchange. This marks a huge new step in relations between North and South Korea. Now watch how the world reacts. Yoon Xiao sits with her arms and legs crossed, waiting for another huge announcement. Hannah and Minhuk take their seats at the table. They wear sharp suits for the big news regarding new high-rank hunters. Yoon and Young-suk are there too, having officially reached level 50. Clenching his fist in pure admiration, the guild leader says all of this success is thanks to one single person. Then our protagonist gets introduced, standing right beside his sister while covering his face with both hands. An assistant quickly walks up to Gino, bringing some really bad news about Go disappearing. Sunlight filters down through the leaves. She points out that this is an official event, genuinely asking if skipping it is really okay. Smiling brightly, she looks down at Gino sitting by the tree. She jokes about becoming his partner in crime, even though she initially came to drag him back. She sits right beside the tree, insisting she completely deserves a break after working so long. Frowning at the hunter, she points out how he left in winter and only returned in spring. Scratching his cheek, he admits he just had way too much work and handling everything was a total pain. Nearby, the hunters look at Mei in her crisp suit. Shin Young left the job to his new subordinate, wisely choosing not to completely destroy the Heavenly War Guild shelter. Their network info and money are just way too useful. Chung glanced at his comrade while our main character explained North Korea still needs help from China and Guild Island until a brand new hunter society gets built. Ji smiles at the beautiful scenery, just scratching the back of her head. She comments on the really nice weather, then turns around to ask the warrior if he is doing okay. The brunette just puts a hand behind his head and closes his eyes at her words. In the end, they still learned absolutely nothing about that heavenly god of war. Chao lowers his eyes, looking a bit down. He remembers Cheng and that chained god of war. Back then, his master warned that the world was close to total ruin, and that man was not truly his enemy. To stop it, he has to shut off his inner self and become the true light from the legend, or simply lose absolutely everything. Getting ready to stand up and pull on his boots, the protagonist says the world's destruction and that legendary true light have to be connected, even if a lot still makes zero sense right now. Then he looks up and smiles. Honestly, these questions do not matter much to him. That is our guy. If something stands in his way, that is reason enough to crush it. Tightening his fists, he stares ahead deep in thought. Flames and arrows absolutely tear through the wolf. After bringing the beast down, the archer's trade exhausted looks, fully thinking that has to be the last monster. The commander frowns, rubs his chin, and immediately tells the others to gather every single resource they can. They start picking shiny red crystals off the dirt. While the commander works, two tired archers take a quick breather. One pants, heavily complaining he is completely out of breath. He asks if their leader has some neat skill that could just scoop up all the drops at once. Holding a red crystal, the man glances back. He bluntly says a skill that incredibly useful probably does not exist anywhere. Suddenly his face drops and he yells for everyone to watch out. Another savage wolf rushes straight in and attacks them. He answers right back with a heavy swing of his flame-coated glove. Seeing the wounded wolf, he lights up for a second, totally sure it is already finished. Suddenly, the leg of an archer steps right through a portal into the clearing. More archers haul heavy bags out right behind their leader. He notices the monster dropped absolutely zero magic stones, ordering a full report the second they return. A stressed assistant rushes up to guild leader Kang. He says a rather urgent call just came in from the Chak dungeon. Kang's expression immediately hardens upon hearing the news a monster's body was just discovered inside. He thinks back to Park Chahun being murdered. Right after the Twilight Guild leader died, rival factions moved extremely fast to propose a peace deal. Kang pictures those two guild leaders shaking hands right beneath their emblems. That exact moment marked the two guilds merging. Later on, Shin Hyun walks his new hunters through a massive paparazzi swarm. Everyone knows who helped them rise. Every single one of them belongs to the martial arts guild. Shin Hyun raises a hand, grinning at the cheering crowd. His rising fame as a star hunter is already pushing major exchanges with China and North Korea. Shin Hyun stands there in a sharp suit staring at a map. Food completely covers their table. He crosses his arms looking pretty annoyed. Meanwhile, his sister happily slurps her noodles. Shin Hyun shoots her a look. What does she even like about that swampy soup? Yunil's quick response hits her brother so incredibly hard he almost feels like coughing up blood. She explains they never had a warm family growing up, so she always dreamed about eating together at a nice restaurant just like this. She always heavily envied families sitting around one table together, smiling. She looks a bit bothered by her brother's huge grin as he tells her to order whatever she wants. Leaning in, he smiles. They can do this way more often. The exact second he calls them a real family, his sister blushes. Tears fill her eyes. Then he suddenly pulls out his phone. One single look makes him freeze entirely. Setting his hands down, he says something urgent came up. He really has to leave right now. Yunil just stares in pure shock as her brother teleports away. Other customers immediately turn toward their empty table. Still clutching her little fork, Yunil fully panics. He told her to buy anything, then totally ditched her. A loud scream bursts out of the cafe, carrying straight down the street. Honestly, Shin Hyun barely qualifies as a brother anymore. The digital elevator display ticks downward. Shin Hyun looks back at Ji, who points out he still has not seen the lab. He replies that she probably never wanted to show outsiders anyway. Moving down the hall, she explains that magic research is basically kept highly secret. Still, absolutely none of that matters right now. Walking right beside him, Ji leads him over to a massive box. This is exactly why she called him here. She opens the heavy lid, revealing the frozen body of an injured wolf. Shin Hyun points with clear disgust as she explains this monster came straight from the Jungya dungeon. What really puzzles him is how it escaped. But get this, Ji shuts her eyes, saying that is not even the main issue. The monster dropped 0 magic stones. Shin Hyun keeps his eyes locked on the frozen corpse. Holding the cold box, Ji mentions she figured he might not know about this strange detail, wanting to show him just in case. Flashing a very faint grin, Shin Hyun asks why she seems so incredibly worried. Still staring down at the wolf's frozen head, he asks for the exact dungeon coordinates, ordering them to block all access to the area for now. Ji looks at him in complete surprise, suddenly realizing he wants to check it himself. Shin Hyun gives a cold smile. Things will definitely be clearer once he sees it in person. Until then, absolutely nobody should go near that dangerous place. Meanwhile, in New York, an assistant warns a gentleman overlooking the city. Rising monster numbers might leave the country critically short on mana stones, sparking major economic trouble. The blonde man keeps his intense gaze on the night skyline, calmly asking about Northeast Asia. The assistant confirms they are currently dealing with the exact same kind of problems over there. Looking down at his tablet, the aide adds that overseas guilds are working closely together now, so there is still some solid hope for a solution. The Lord finally turns, wondering aloud if he should head there himself. This bright blonde gentleman looks right at his assistant, noting how vast China actually is. If his desired talent exists anywhere, it might be there. Meanwhile, a wolf lifts its nose while the rest of the pack rests nearby. Shin Hyun stands casually with his hands behind his back, quietly watching them. Stepping to the edge, he prepares to jump, wondering if he should just wipe them all out in one move. The wolves look up, spotting a figure flying above. He casually flicks 2 glowing fingers. Instantly, brutal beams of light slice every single monster completely apart. Shin Hyun reaches down, bending over to gather up the shiny crystals. He mutters about how many more he has to break before finding the perfect one. His back already hurts pretty badly from picking up so many heavy stones. Then a portal bursts open right behind him. His mood instantly shifts, you can totally guess why. He actually hopes to find a fast-looting skill in there. Sparks fly. Blinding light crackles heavily through the electric air. Stuffing the crystals away, he watches that eerie glow. It honestly looks exactly like the foggy dungeon, even though the color and aura aren't quite the same as before. Cha remembers Chang, that chain heavenly god of war. He said the world was nearing disaster and the ascension door must open to break human limits. Glancing sideways, he guesses this might actually be the disaster that fallen enemy warned about. Watching that crackling light, he knows something is coming. A huge wolf paw pushes through first, and then a savage monster completely erupts from the portal. Cha swings his hand. A totally clean strike. The monster's head flies off instantly, dropping straight down into the middle of the clearing. The protagonist just looks aside, stunned. Holding a hand near his chest over the carcass, he realizes this creature is totally different from the others. A subtle smirk crosses his face beneath his bangs. The truth finally hits him: this specific kind of monster has been around the entire time. Staring deep into that cracked portal, he wonders what actually lies beyond it and if the heavenly warrior knew all along. That dark smile on the chained brunette's face flashes vividly in his mind. That guy seriously seemed to know they would meet again soon. Gazing into the rift, Cha guesses actual gods might be waiting on the other side. Xinyan casually slips a hand into his pocket and steps toward the portal. He decides to enter. These bodies have to be coming from inside. He reaches in, straight into the portal. Watching his arm pass through, he notices it feels exactly like the foggy dungeon. He needs to be super careful. Nothing touches him. Glancing back at the dead wolf, he figures out where these special monsters truly originate. These things can cross through cracks just like normal dungeon entrances. Grabbing his head in pure frustration, he still cannot figure out their real purpose. But wait, his eyes suddenly snap wide open. He realizes their current dungeons might just be some kind of twisted training ground. Touching his chin, he admits it is still way too early for proof. This just means he has to keep digging. Lowering his hand, he looks up, deciding to wait and observe a little bit longer. Maybe someone else will find another crack. He should probably also visit the island where one of those strange bodies appeared earlier. A quick teleport later, he hits the ground. The fighters immediately rush over, completely eager to greet their powerful leader. Kim Hajun, head of the Tamna Guild in Jeju, smiles with his eyes shut tight. He asks the master how he has been after such a long time. Cha simply narrows his eyes at the guildmaster. Doing just fine, he says. The guy is totally drenched in sweat and breathing hard. Xinyan can easily tell things have not been easy for him lately. He even looks completely ashamed. A moment later, he drops straight down to his knees before the master. Hajun clings tightly to the main character's leg. The island already has 6 high-ranked dungeons, he reminds him, and now a 7th has appeared. Cha grabs the absolute pest by his face. It feels quite strange that those anomalies suddenly stopped showing up, especially remembering the latest report from May. Since the second half of last year, major dungeon anomalies have been happening in China too. Over the phone, she adds that most people just blame mutation and completely ignore it. Xinyan just stares at the screen. May says she will definitely reach out again if she learns anything else. Looking aside, the answer is clear. This has to be solved fast. Ripping his leg free, he bluntly asks if they actually brought trustworthy people this time. Hajin recalls introducing the others and bowing to the protagonist, swearing he only gathered his most trusted guys. Xinyan gives a small grin, saying he completely believes him. He firmly stamps the ground, pointing right at the portal. Cha tells the entire crew he's going in first. Glaring at the dark funnel, he plans to take whatever he can before monster bodies spill out. His intense eyes stay totally fixed on the portal. Inside, he discovers a massive pack of savage monsters. One moment later, he absolutely demolishes every beast. Raising a hand, he watches glowing red crystals form. Cha glances over at an excited Hajun, who can barely believe even a top hunter could wipe them out that fast. Thick fog spreads through the trees. Folding his arms, he suddenly spots another crack in the portal, realizing it has actually grown. The brunette turns sharply. A fighter is shouting right behind him. Hajun points at the portal in pure panic, unable to understand what he is seeing. In absolute horror, he loudly asks what that thing even is. The main character frowns, and here is where things get completely wild. He is shocked. Hajun sees the crack too. Every single fighter reacts. They all see it spreading into larger fractures. Lifting a hand charged with vortex magic, he finally realizes he is not the only one who can see them anymore. Cha fires incredibly sharp crystals directly into the crack. He keeps his hand firmly aimed at the funnel as those crystals violently scatter apart. Hajin shouts out that the magic just went right through it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a completely different portal sits inside the training dungeon at Mount Chiak. A group of bored fighters sits around watching a screen. Then one loudly complains he is starving. The brunette, leaning against the wall, casually offers him some dried meat, but he just turns it down flat. The guy gets up and stretches. He complains they still have to guard this dungeon for a whole month, really hoping he does not get rusty. Another fighter shoots the blonde a pretty sly grin. He jokes that maybe he would manage it fine if he simply quit messing around elsewhere. Out of nowhere, the TV flickers and literally turns itself on. Everyone just stares at it, completely confused by this random broadcast. A totally deadpan blonde pops up on screen, flat out stating this so-called blessing actually earned its ridiculous name. Citizens all across the city watch this same girl actively scold them for treating the entire situation like a massive joke. Ji-hee stares at her laptop in total shock, while the broadcast casually drops that all this chaos was basically humanity's sealed fate. Townspeople gaze up at the giant screens as the blonde lays it out, keep hiding and praying for some magical savior, or finally step up and face this absolute nightmare. One hunter just stands before the dead monitor, completely speechless. They exchange super nervous glances, guessing that belongs to the goddess. One guy actually swears he heard her exact voice back at Hunter Academy. A sudden heavy knock hits the door and every single head snaps toward the sound. A hunter stomps his heel hard and the whole squad rushes outside toward the noise. One guy instantly freezes in pure wide-eyed horror, and you simply cannot make this up. Tiny monsters start vaulting the fence. The curly blondes and the brunette just stare at this ridiculous ambush in shock, totally questioning their sanity. Sprinting out of the container, they find literal feral rabbits escaping the dungeon. Then a massive savage wolf crashes right through the glowing portal. Shinhan stands right beside the tense fighters, watching this exact madness. Peering through his bangs, he realizes the beast slipped out from the crack. The dungeon's standard rules are officially falling completely apart. The wolf swings a heavy paw, but our hero instantly snags its neck, playing purely for survival. The others sweat bullets watching him casually choke a monster while seriously wondering if this foggy dungeon is completely broken. Flashing a quick grin, the main character simply knocks the wolf cold and confirms it actually is a foggy dungeon. Clearly something just broke. The fighters keep their eyes locked on the unconscious wolf, figuring they should probably save the thing for weird research. The brunette closely studies the glowing crack. Sharp soul blades suddenly begin appearing in front of him. A blinding beam flashes right past his head, driving those blades into the crack. He watches in pure surprise as another beam violently smacks a yellow window. A system message pops up: attack is strictly prohibited. Xiun stares at the glowing notice, reading the rest with extreme caution. Humanity simply is not ready yet. Until he crosses that final line, he absolutely cannot interfere with this strange new power. The yellow text slowly fades out, making the brunette realize these are enemies his soul sword literally cannot touch. Tilting his head with a faint little smirk, he totally understands he still has plenty of room to grow. With that thought, he casually steps right through the crack, calling it a day. Meanwhile, at a packed press conference, the guild leader sits beside Ji-hee, facing an absolute mob of reporters. Both of them stay completely calm, just watching the chaotic situation unfold. The tired-looking brunette formally introduces himself as the leader of the Dawn Guild. Resting a heavy hand on the table, he states that before absolutely anything else, he wants to sincerely apologize. He and the girl respectfully bow their heads together. He explains how bloodthirsty pterodactyls attacked the city following the newly discovered dungeon breakthrough phenomenon, dealing truly massive damage all across the entire country. A few hunters still managed to bring the wild pterodactyls down, but weird mutant monsters were also discovered, nasty ones that left absolutely zero mana stones after death. The brutal news warns that if these nasty creatures keep multiplying, a massive economic crisis could easily follow, and now the entire world is watching them. Go recalls shaking hands with another guild leader, mentioning Korea is quickly building solid ties with foreign guilds so they can finally tackle this huge problem together. Then Go looks right at the eager reporters, firmly stating they would end the conference right there. Thanking everyone for coming, he watches as the frantic journalists immediately burst out, shouting their endless questions. They angrily demand to know exactly what he arranged with Twilight and whether he honestly plans to just act alone. Ji-hee trails the departing leader as wild questions keep flying. Are hunters seriously going to be blamed for refusing to protect the civilians? But as they round the corner, they randomly spot the protagonist. Leaning casually against the wall with his arms crossed, he calmly thanks the guild leaders for their hard work. Ji-hee's eyes practically bulge out. The guy literally said himself that he couldn't make it today. Jinho looks completely confused by the warrior's grin, and Shinhan tells him he just got a pretty interesting offer. Our protagonist Shinhan flashes a smile, turns his head, and smoothly explains that he got invited to a big meeting in China. He pushes the heavy door open and strides right inside. Over in the cafe, he spots Mei already waiting anxiously at the table. She looks visibly nervous and honestly a little embarrassed. The brunette pulls out a heavy chair and sits down. Studying her pale face, he asks why she actually called him out here so urgently. Sweating bullets, Mei nervously clasps her hands and shyly asks for a huge favor. She desperately wants him to represent China in negotiations with the United States. He honestly cannot see why he should even care. Lowering her eyes, Mei sadly explains that China currently has absolutely no hunter who can actually represent them. Shinhan rises from his seat right when she drops something even worse. The hunter coming is Alex Winchester, literally the strongest hunter in the whole world. He just turns away, waves her off, and bluntly states that if she plans to keep talking utter nonsense, he is out of here. May breaks into a heavy sweat, angrily gritting her teeth. She jumps straight up, blurting out that Korea will get some seriously favorable rights. Cha Xinyun just presses his lips together. Turning back around with a smirk, he asks exactly what kind of perks she means. Looking pretty stressed, she explains that China will split all benefits with South Korea, shared intel negotiation gains, future team-ups. Touching his chin, Cha Xinyun considers it a solid offer. He can definitely use this. He taps his chest with 2 fingers. Giving her this completely sly look, he agrees to do it. Jinho and Jihee watch the smirking hunter totally concerned while he explains his upcoming trip to China. Later on, Mei sits on a sofa right beside a gentleman. She looks incredibly worried, telling the brunette that Alex requested a totally private meeting. She introduces the blonde guy and his assistant. Apparently, Alex only wants to meet a famous hunter like him with just a secretary present. Our protagonist stares at her in pure disbelief. He guesses that makes him the secretary today, totally backward from how it should be. His eyes go wide. Mei tilts her head, super confused by Cha Xinyun's sudden grin as he declares this might actually be fun. Glancing over at the sofa, he tells her she will understand once she meets him herself. Then the hunter steps right into the room. Alex walks in, introduces himself, and quickly points over to his secretary, Barbara Allen. Folding his arms on the sofa, Cha Xinyun casually introduces Mei as his temporary secretary. Completely confused by that grin, Alex asks why a Korean hunter is here. The MC just claims he has business. Standing beside the sofa next to Barbara, Alex says he wants to speak with China's representative. Are they actually fine with a foreigner speaking on their behalf? Mei and the MC just brush it off. If he really did not want to be here, he wouldn't have shown up. So Alex sits down and accepts it. He crosses his legs and gets straight to the point. Everyone is terrified of dungeon breakthroughs. Every country handles it differently, he says. But once those monsters stop working as clean fuel, a massive economic crisis is going to hit. Mei lowers her head in agreement. Then Alex drops a bomb. They might have already found a solution. That makes Mei look up instantly. Raising both hands, Alex clarifies it is just a strong theory for now, but recent research should clear things up. Mei completely disagrees. That is nowhere near enough to call it the real answer. Watching them carefully, she demands to know why they actually came. Grinning, Alex says China's real strength is making theories reality, and hunters like that are incredibly rare. He points right at Mei. People just like her are exactly why he traveled here. Starting to stand up, Alex reminds them of his main request. He wants to meet a hunter on his own level, fully believing China has won. He closes his eyes as pure heat flares around him, saying there is zero point in pretending they do not know. They are all graduates of that specific place. Mei freezes up, realizing he means Murim. And right there, Cha Xinyun decides to finally step in. Alex turns to him in total surprise. The protagonist figures out this guy is actively hunting for people who returned from that exact world. Flashing a grin, our MC says it would be a massive shame to leave him out. He closes his eyes, holding a hand toward a stunned Alex. He knows the guy is shocked, but he is getting pretty tired of that reaction. Hiding power is easy. Alex really needs to stop asking dumb questions. Touching his chin, Alex freely admits he hasn't met many people with power resonating quite like this. Still incredibly wary, he adds that the sheer gap in strength sounds a bit unpleasant. And resting on his waist, Alex asks where he can witness Cha Xinyun's skills if he is truly strong enough. Being Korean doesn't matter anymore. Smiling with his arms firmly crossed, the protagonist tells Mei to prep the nearest dungeon. Soon enough, they head out to test this guy. Now facing Alex out in the field, the MC says they can absolutely test him, mostly because Alex is in no position to judge. Alex leans forward with polite respect, saying he should properly introduce himself. He places one hand on his chest as red demonic energy surges up. Back in Murim, he says people called him the Heavenly Demon. Cha Xinyun smirks at that faint red glow. He jokes that Americans really do end up in the wildest places, then asks why Alex ever left Murim. Walking closer, Alex says it was the only place where people of color were never looked down on. He raises his darkened hand, explaining he climbed from the absolute bottom by slaughtering everyone in his path. That is simply the way of a demonic cult. He just shrugs. Now watch this. Usually the villain strikes first, making hitting back so much more satisfying. Flashing an amused grin, he beckons Alex forward and offers him exactly 3 tries. The Heavenly Demon bares his teeth, definitely not enjoying that kind of polite mockery. He bursts forward instantly. Alex throws a heavy punch, but Cha Xinyun easily catches it. He stops the incoming fist with just one hand. Then our protagonist casually brushes aside the very next strike. Alex lifts his heel, prepping a brutal kick. But before he can even swing, he takes a hit instead. Cha Xinyun drives in a punch, and Alex barely gets his elbow up to block. He answers back with a slash-like strike, fingers stretched tight. Cha Xinyun dodges it cleanly. Still smiling, he raises one glowing hand. The next hit lands hard, sending Alex flying completely backward. But even midair, the Heavenly Demon flashes this ridiculously angry grin. He sticks the landing on his feet. Grabbing his head with a smirk, Alex finally gets Cha Shin-han's insane confidence. He really didn't expect a guy this strong. Holding out one hand, Alex admits that this little test totally satisfies his conditions for a negotiation. But then his demonic aura flares up. The heavenly demon frowns, saying it is a complete shame to stop now, and asks if Cha Shin-han knows about the heart sword. Instantly, a black energy beam zips right past the protagonist's shoulder. Cha Shin-han glances back in pure shock. Alex just closes his eyes and smiles, claiming he missed on purpose to show he is dead serious. Cha Shin-han grabs his own head. This crazy demon still does not get it. Blue aura violently erupts around Cha Shin-han's hand as he warns Alex to stop bragging about sword skills. Resting one hand on his belt, he declares he will show off actual sword mastery. Our MC stares right through his bangs. And get a load of this, a moment later, Alex is dropped onto one knee wearing this totally battered smile. Staring up in pain at a laughing Cha Shin-han, Alex straight up asks for an immediate execution. Cha Shin-han grabs his hand instead. With total dry irony, he says the executioner is feeling merciful today since the demon finally came to his senses. Getting back to business, the protagonist demands to hear this big plan for the monster problem. Alex just stands there looking completely exhausted and gloomy. Finally, Alex drops the answer: mana stones. He suggests these modern monsters actually possess something like an inner core. Cha Shin-han looks totally stunned picturing that. As Alex digs into his pocket, our MC crosses his arms, asking if he means those crystallized energy masses that take centuries to build up. Alex yanks out a glowing red crystal and confirms that, yeah, by Murim standards, exactly. Sure, the actual process and nature are different, but the core concept matches perfectly. They both hold pure monster energy. Cha Shin-han scratches his ear, basically telling him to spit it out. Surrounded by dark aura, the heavenly demon raises a finger, claiming an artificial inner core can be harvested from mutant corpses. Looking puzzled, Cha Shin-han says that sounds exactly like ripping a soul straight from a corpse. Staring hard at the crystal, he listens to Alex insist this is completely normal. Instantly, the protagonist recalls those sketchy Murim martial arts that absorb energy like the infamous green-blooded techniques. He figures it has to be some crazy draining technique. They both share this uneasy look, with the MC wondering who else but a literal demon could invent something so messed up. Alex quickly defends himself, arguing that not all demons are actually evil. Cha Shin-han just smiles and throws an arm around his shoulder, deciding it is time to head back. Back in the meeting room, they get straight down to business. Sitting right next to May, he announces he personally agrees to partner with the United States on this project. May stares at his cheeky smile in total confusion, but he whispers not to worry, everything will be fine. Glancing over the paperwork, Alex starts summarizing the official agreement. While Cha Shin-han and a heavily blushing May listen, and Alex confirms the profits get split 50-50 between both sides. May absolutely lights up when Alex adds that China and Japan receive exclusive development rights. But Cha Shin-han starts cracking up while May gets super nervous, suddenly realizing their supplier could cut them off any time. She drops her head in frustration. Cha Shin-han keeps laughing though, because this sneaky loophole means he basically maintains control over her. Closing his eyes, Alex promises to meet all their crazy demands as best he can. The heavenly demon then extends a hand, reminding them this entire setup depends on the deal succeeding. Flashing a sly smile, Cha Shin-han shakes his hand and accepts the terms. Next up, they travel to a hidden base over in San Francisco. The two hunters stroll down this massive, heavily guarded corridor. Alex glances back, smiling. Our curious MC realizes this is no ordinary lab. It is literally the biggest facility in the western United States. A heavy door slides open ahead. Alex casually mentions he hates fragile production equipment, so he built this entire place to be totally indestructible. Inside sits a weird black machine shaped exactly like a printer. Alex proudly calls it a mana stone extractor. Placing his hand on the chassis, Alex says step 1 is super simple. Just touch the machine and draw in its energy. Suddenly, a bright blue light flares up, funneling raw mana straight into his palm. Boom! A tiny glowing orb drops right out, a completely artificial inner core he crafted himself. Cha Shin-han eyes the shiny orb carefully while Alex brags that everything is going perfectly so far. But Cha points at it in disgust, arguing a dead monster definitely cannot hold energy the way humans do. If it were still alive, maybe, but absolutely not like this. Alex just gives another sly smile. Cha Shin-han snaps back, demanding this exact flaw explained right now. Pulling his companion close, he asks a totally random question. Has Alex ever visited Shaolin? He answers it himself. Obviously not. Heavenly demons never go there. Frowning, Cha Shin-han mutters that this feels exactly like creating a Shaolin Taoist sect. Then his eyes suddenly snap wide open. Tugging his collar with a crooked grin, Cha Shin-han realizes he is actually starting to understand. Cha Shin-han aggressively grabs Alex by the shoulder, asking one more time if he ever visited Shaolin. Alex calmly repeats that heavenly demons simply do not go there. Completely mind-blown, our protagonist says this is like raising a bird inside a cage, basically forcing a Shaolin Taoist group, and then it finally clicks for him. Alex's eyes go wide. Shin Hyun just grins, looks like he finally figured it out. Holding up a shiny golden bead, our guy deadpans, asking the nervous pair what they think about artificial essence. He points out that the Murim world already has a technique exactly like this. Shin Hyun brings up an old monk claiming the most famous case actually came from the legendary Shaolin Temple. Alex looks totally lost, asking if this is how they make those great energy pills. He admits he barely knows a thing since he never cared about martial arts politics. Shin Hyun gives a faint grin. Not a bad guess. Alex immediately asks where he even found a crazy method like that. Smiling wide, Alex eagerly asks if he can bring someone inside for just a few minutes. When asked who, Alex hypes him up, the prototype's original creator, a level 70 craftsman, a returnee, and the only one in America. A smiling guy steps inside, introducing himself as the one and only craftsman Tyron Wilson. Setting a carrier on the table, he announces he brought exactly what Alex requested. Shin Hyun leans in. Time to get serious. He pulls out a tiny monster and immediately sends a pulsing blue aura right into its body. As his bright energy wraps around the creature and lifts it up, he explains the secret magic. The magic starts completely breaking the monster down. Shin Hyun mentions making a few tweaks, and soon enough, a small core appears. He shuts his eyes, continuing to work the core. Clenching it in his fist, he mutters that since it came from a monster, the energy feels totally disgusting. He dumps the crushed core into their special machine, noting that it still feels a little bit nasty. A blue glow lights up the slot. Everyone watches in dead silence until a perfect blue core rolls right out of the machine. Shin Hyun says it is done, handing the shining core over so they can check it out themselves. Both of them are completely stunned. Tyron lifts the orb closer to his face, needing a much better look. His glasses scan the core. He stares at Shin Hyun in pure disbelief, asking how this is even possible. Our guy asks if it is really that bad. What exactly is wrong? Tyron shakes his head with a baffled smile, saying absolutely nothing is wrong with it. He is just shocked because it looks so much like a real mana stone, he almost doubts it is a fake. Shin Hyun stretches his neck, bragging that success should be obvious since he made it himself. Tyron turns serious. The real question now is whether anyone else can actually use this technique. Putting his hand on the scanner, he says the device clearly needs a master who uses magic. Looking at Shin Hyun, he adds that he will have to learn a modified absorption technique first. Shin Hyun crosses his arms. He does not mind teaching it, but there is one catch. The guys ask what. Flashing a pretty nasty smile, he warns that learning from him means going through a whole lot of pain. So are they actually ready to grit their teeth and endure it? Well, check this out. 1 week later, the battered craftsman stares ahead, saying they can finally do it. Using magic, Tyron lifts the monster over his head. Then he casually crushes the formed core in his hand. After that, he pours the dust into the machine. A brand new stone rolls right out, leaving them staring at the sphere in total surprise. Both of them break into massive smiles. Alex yells out they actually did it. The thing worked. Beaming, he tells Shin Hyun this technique is completely insane. He still cannot believe Tyron learned it in just 7 days. Giving the craftsman a sly grin, our guy notes that violence is simply the fastest teacher. Waving goodbye, he heads for the exit. That is it, time to head back to Korea. The others ask if he is seriously leaving already. They stare in pure surprise as he just repeats that he is going home. Shin Hyun turns back with a bloodthirsty smile. If they even think about touching his share, he will definitely kill them both. They answer with stiff, nervous smiles. Back home, a fancy chandelier lights up the room. Jin smiles at Shin Hyun, asking why he came back so early. Yoon Seol shoots her brother a pretty cold look, snapping that they haven't seen him since he abandoned them. Shin Hyun just smiles awkwardly. Work kept him incredibly busy. Jin leans toward the angry girl, reminding her they still have to report everything to Shin Hyun. Looking confused, our guy asks what exactly they even need to report. The master shows him a detailed drawing, explaining it is the new symbol for their martial arts guild, and asks if it looks good. He studies it. Not bad at all, honestly. The pink-haired girl complains that that is all he has to say after she spent days thinking it over, shooting him an annoyed glare. Yoon Seol just watches with a sarcastic smile. Everyone else turns pretty embarrassed when the brunette suddenly asks what is wrong with them and why they are acting so incredibly casual. Stepping closer, she snaps that she will not even call him by name. They are definitely not friends. The master gives a small smile, asking if she can just call him Shin Hyun. He smiles back. She can do whatever she wants. Honestly, he is pretty used to it by now. Suddenly, everyone's attention shifts to the door. Someone announces they have urgent business, so the master immediately tells him to come inside. A stressed assistant rushes in, reporting that more than 3 kinds of monsters have just been spotted in the Taebak dungeon. The pink-haired girl looks shocked, asking if anything else happened besides the massive dungeon break. Che turns around completely surprised, asking if fresh monsters are pouring from the rift. Gripping his tablet, the assistant admits he isn't sure, but one weird detail stands out: a massive vibration inside the dungeon. G asks what kind of vibration. Apparently, every single hunter going inside is complaining about a brutal headache. The pink-haired girl panics, saying that has never happened before. She decides she is going in. Our protagonist grabs her hand, telling her to stop. The master stares at Shinhan in shock when he offers to go instead. She asks if he is totally serious. Che frowns, wondering if some goddess is involved. The master glares while Shinhan guesses it might just be a heavenly warrior. Shinhan shoves his hand forward, blasting those monsters away with raw magic. Chopped-up bodies scatter everywhere around him. Wiping blood from his cheek, he mutters, "Seriously, what is wrong with these dungeons?" The beasts keep trying to break free. Standing by the spatial crack, he wonders, is this the second revelation the goddess mentioned? Stepping across the rubble, he realizes that after clearing the dungeon, monsters might just start spawning completely at random. Getting nervous, he adds that this could be a sign of the goddess showing favor or a massive warning of disaster. Then his eyes narrow. Dark human shapes form behind the crack. A group of hunters steps right out of the fog. Hana stares at their leader in pure shock, asking when he even got to Jeju Island. Facing off, the priest asks if he is also here for the fog dungeon. The leader looks totally confused. What does she mean by Jeju Island? Thinking about all the beasts around them, he asks, isn't this way more than just mixed monsters? Here is the crazy part, are the dungeons actually merging together? Che stares ahead with a heavy frown. The forest is totally swallowed in thick fog. The Jeju Island fog dungeon. Standing there, he explains he came to check the anomaly but somehow ended up in the Chiak dungeon. Hana asks if that is in Gangwon-do. Min-hyuk just wonders how they could possibly cross paths from so far away. What is even happening? They all just look at each other, totally lost. The assassin calls it absolute nonsense, while Shinhan asks what happened to their dungeon. The assassin points out that the dungeon looks way bigger than before. They push forward after dropping a marker at the gate, a red flag right by a blue gate. Min-hyuk glances back nervously. He says both the gate and the flag are completely gone now. Just a crack left. Che stares, asking if the gate actually vanished. The assassin confirms it, yes, and that is exactly why they cannot go back. Shinhan stares ahead, figuring this dungeon should really only have one gate. He turns to the group, guessing the gate he used to enter is probably still open. Getting out is the absolute priority. Survival comes first. The whole group looks visibly relieved. Hana then asks what his plan is. Flashing a huge smile, the leader says he will try breaking through the crack. Then his expression goes dead serious. This has to be more than two dungeons merging. Shinhan stands by the crack. Looking up, he spots mutant creatures crawling out of it. It looks like some kind of passage, and he really wonders where it leads. Now watch. His eyes go wide as a monster's hand gripping a spear reaches through the crack. More flying beasts with weapons climb out. The magician flashes a nasty grin, asking what that thing is. It is a massive lizard wearing actual armor. The monster glares at our protagonist, warning him to move if he wants to live a few seconds longer. Shinhan just stares back, totally confused. He's never seen a talking lizard. Blood drips from his fingers while Alex stands near a dead monster. Later on, sitting at his laptop, he explains that similar dungeons have started merging everywhere. Frowning, he says he rushed to Hawaii right after getting the report. The sky demon looks up, definitely unexpected. Flying lizards fill the sky, and he wonders if they are some new monster variant. One lizard studies him, stating it had no idea higher beings live here. The blonde freezes in pure shock. It just spoke to him. He asks if they are really still just animals. The creature fires back, asking if he actually understands its words. The demon smiles a little, yeah, more or less. He definitely did not expect them to talk either. Facing off, the monster demands to know what is happening and how they understand each other. Alex shoots back that they are nothing like normal monsters. The fighter looks puzzled, asking what he means. Alex points at the giant scorpion. Those are monsters, the mindless things crawling out of that crack. The lizard gets visibly annoyed, asking how he dares compare them to those mindless beasts. Alex just smirks, telling him it is pretty impressive that a monster can talk. Drawing its sword, the creature says he tried speaking reasonably, but that was completely pointless. Swinging his blade, he decides lower beings just aren't worth listening to. The hunter opens his spatial storage, deciding that pretty much settles things. This is definitely a monster. He pulls out his weapon, ready to strike. The lizards aim right back, mocking his blade as a flimsy toothpick. Alex fires back. He has actually pierced a guy's forehead with chopsticks before, and those were not even sharp. A red aura erupts around Alex. The lizard just stares at him, totally confused. The lizard stretches out an arm, telling his allies to hold back. A second later, the monster charges in, screaming for blood. Alex swings back. Get a load of this guy's power. Their clash explodes on impact. Alex leaps aside, but the lizard chases him down with another massive swing. Alex catches the strike with his blade. The lizard attacks again, and this time the heavy hit blasts our hunter right backward. The lizard leaps up and rushes in. Alex blocks the sword baring his teeth. He suddenly realizes he cannot win on raw strength alone. Stopping another strike and landing hard, Alex hears the lizard taunt him. If this is his absolute best, he is completely finished. Alex shoots the beast a perfectly cold glare. He raises his blade and a massive energy sword materializes right above his head. The monster looks confused, asking what he is doing. He claims there is just no point in fighting anymore. Alex answers with a blinding slash aimed straight at the enemy's neck. The lizard drops to the dirt completely headless. The other monsters watch in pure fear before charging at him. Alex cuts right through them with an absolute storm of slashes. Afterward, he drives his sword into the earth. The remaining lizards crash down hard into the dust. Leaning heavily on his blade, Alex lets out a sigh. He shuts his eyes, muttering that he really should have kept one alive. Spotting that severed head on the ground, Alex thinks it over there is just no safe way to hold one down without using his sword. He admits this was actually a bit much for him. If normal hunters ran into these guys, it would be a total massacre. Alex flicks the blood off his sword. Frowning, he decides he needs to tell the executioner first. Meanwhile, back in the foggy dungeon, one surviving lizard kneels before his dead allies. It looks up at Alex asking why they could not just settle this by talking. Alex flashes a cold smile. That sounds pretty rich coming from the exact bastard who attacked him first. The lizard nods fast, admitting the blame. Alex says that is exactly how this should have been from the start, demanding to know who they actually are. The monster explains they carry the blood of the first great dragon, calling themselves the Dragon Wings. Alex says he is not exactly impressed. The creature keeps going, claiming they were cast out of their homeland and are just desperately searching for a new place. Closing its eyes, the lizard admits they never expected to meet someone this strong. Fighting him now would honestly just end up hurting them more. The Dragon Wing steps closer, suggesting they skip this pointless conflict so Alex can speak directly to his lord. Alex firmly crosses his arms. He watches the beast carefully. The lizard says a man of his level deserves a proper face-to-face meeting. Smirking, Alex asks if they really barged and caused trouble and now suddenly expect mercy. The Dragon Wing simply turns his head aside, saying he has absolutely nothing more to add. Alex narrows his eyes. Killing this guy right now would be way too easy. The lizard keeps staring while Alex figures that leaving him alive might actually help him grab more information later on. He shuts his eyes, saying he needs to verify one thing. The monster asks what he means. One of Alex's eyes glows brightly as he demands to know if every single word he said was true. Activating a lie detector skill, Alex shuts his eyes and smirks. Later, he tells the executioner he understands the situation, but this is hardly the time or place to be meeting a girl. The executioner frowns, clarifying she is the deputy head of the Dawn Guild. Alex replies he already knows that, and he also knows they are pretty close. Spreading his arms, Alex says he will let that slide because he came for a totally different reason. Staring into the laptop camera, he reports that last night in the Hawaiian dungeon, he ran into a nasty monster and there are plenty more like it. Everyone sits in the conference room to discuss the dungeon crisis. Alex looks down, admitting he let one go on purpose, so right now they just have to wait. That winged bastard might actually come back for him. The others stare at their leader in pure shock. G looks down uneasily, saying, "That sounds pretty bad." Alex frowns, warning them that there is something much worse. But here is the real problem. He shows them a dark image of a horned man, the very lord that Dragon Wing mentioned. May looks highly confused. If this lord is real, then the Dragon Wings must have some kind of massive group or organized order. The leader agrees, noting they are incredibly strong, maybe even stronger than humans. If they try moving onto land, that becomes a huge problem. Alex lets out a heavy sigh, calling the whole thing a disaster. The mage looks at the group. That is exactly why he left one alive. There might still be a solid chance to negotiate. Giving a faint smile, the executioner says they should definitely use that chance to their advantage. The whole group nods along, and the deputy agrees it is a perfect plan. Smiling back at the monitor, Alex tells the executioner it is not a bad idea. For now, he will stay in Hawaii, where the Dragon Wings already showed up. If stronger ones come for revenge, he will handle them. The leader just waves him off, telling him to be careful out there. The demon agreed they could count on him, and the executioner nodded along. Overhead, bright light flooded down. Sitting across from the deputy leader, our protagonist called her name. Shin-yun asked what she thought about bending the hunter rules for a bit. She looked pretty surprised. The pink-haired girl asked what kind of changes he meant. With a tiny smirk, the mage pointed out the dropping monster spawn rate. So instead of sending the absolute top hunters out on wiping duty, she should toss them into high-level dungeons to seriously level up. Jihi lit right up, completely agreeing that would buff the hunters fast. But then she wondered what would happen with the island. What if disaster struck after he pulled all the heavy hitters away? The deputy looked completely startled. The executioner told her to relax, they would just stick around to protect them. She asked if that meant they were tagging along. Flashing a huge grin, the main character kept it simple. They all just needed to stay super close together at all times. Ji-hee glanced away in total embarrassment, demanding to know why he was suddenly dropping lines like that. Was he proposing they live together? Shin-yoon casually replied that he did not actually say that, but it was definitely an option worth considering. The pink-haired girl just stared. Completely flustered, she asked if he seriously wanted to cohabitate. He just waved it off and told her to chill out. He was not interested in romance right now. Ji-hee frowned, demanding his actual plan. Flashing a cocky grin, he reached out his hand. They needed to stick together until the dragon wings were completely wiped out because nobody knew what was dropping next. Sticking close was just smart survival. Sighing in pure relief, the deputy smiled and said she was totally in. He turned away, smirking. He quietly muttered that she would figure him out soon enough. The girl hugged herself nervously, making Cha Shin-yun backtrack fast. He definitely meant nothing weird. A few days later, they step into a thick, foggy dungeon. Watch what happens here. The girls glanced around nervously. Ji-hee admitted it was her very first time in this zone and visibility was terrible. The sniper, already a veteran here, asked why they even came. The executioner stopped, stating he brought them here entirely on purpose. The girls turned around in pure shock. Cha Shin-hyun wanted them to see the reality with their own eyes. His expression went dead serious. He pulled up holographic shots of Chang, Alex, and that annoying lizard. Chang hailed from China while Alex represented America. He warned that the dragon wings were currently scaling up their power. If the strongest kept advancing, our squad had to grow faster or get crushed. The girls beamed with total confidence, and the sniper simply asked what they needed to do. Raising a single finger, he challenged them both to jump him simultaneously. With a cocky grin, he promised to admit they were strong if even one strike connected. That crazy offer made the sister blush bright red while Ji-hee looked pretty nervous. The pink-haired girl pointed out that landing a combined hit would be brutal. Looking completely relaxed, the executioner said he really did not care. A pitch-black aura exploded from his body and a massive spirit materialized behind him. He taunted them to bring their absolute best. The two girls exchanged one fast, knowing look. Ji-hee and Yuno instantly dashed in opposite directions. The pink-haired girl charged him head-on. Cha Shin-yun effortlessly caught her actual blade between two fingers, calling her way too slow. The deputy gritted her teeth in pure frustration. She had swung with absolutely everything she had. Suddenly, arrows rained down from behind him. He deflected the barrage using his spiritual sword. Yuno stomped in total rage, screaming that fighting a guy who refused to use his hands was unfair. He just smiled back, pointing out that unfair fights force people to get stronger. She clenched her fist, still fuming completely, reminding him about how he callously tossed her aside the other day without a single apology. Glaring daggers at him, she declared he desperately needed a slap for that stunt. The brutal training dragged on inside the foggy woods. Hours later, the girls collapsed onto the dirt. The brunette cursed aloud. The guy was not even sweating. He was a complete monster. Ji-hee managed a weak smile, calling it a fantastic opportunity anyway. She honestly never expected her own level to skyrocket this fast. The brunette totally agreed she had seen some massive gains too. The pink-haired girl smiled happily at Yuno. She mentioned that despite their insane schedules, she really loved hanging out with her. Standing with his back turned, the male lead said he was glad they were bonding, but their little rest break was officially over. Then he threw a wickedly evil grin over his shoulder, loudly announcing round 2 was starting right now. Fast forward a full week. Ji-hee practically dragged her exhausted body behind him, groaning about how they even survived. Cha Shin-yun calmly called it totally worth it. But get this, out of nowhere, an assistant sprinted up shouting for them. Looking completely horrified, the guy reported a massive distress signal from Hawaii an hour ago. Everyone turned toward him, tension spiking. Alex just flashed a highly nervous smile. Totally surrounded by lizards, he knew the executioner would never arrive in time. Glancing at his monstrous opponent, he nervously asked to settle things with a nice fair duel. Back with our group, the brunette nervously repeated the grim report. Hawaii had practically screamed for backup an hour earlier. The squad listened in dead silence as the assistant revealed that over 12 Hawaiian dungeons had suddenly linked up. He clenched his fists, adding that massive earthquake damage and multiple overlapping rifts had already pushed the local hunters way past their breaking points. Horrified, the protagonist looked at the brunette, especially since Mr. Alex was trapped out there all alone. It asks if Alex is honestly out here solo. The dragon wing levels its spear right at his face, demanding an answer to just one question. Blade right under his chin, Alex swallows hard. The lizard wants to know about its relatives who came around here recently and totally vanished. Does he know anything? Alex stares at the creature totally lost, while it insists he obviously does. The monster glares right through him, saying he can drop the innocent act. Their deaths are definitely tied to him, so he is going to pay. Suddenly, the monsters aim their spears at our guy as a wild purple aura flares up around them. Our blonde hero just smacks one spear aside barehanded. A blood-red aura bursts off him. He glares right back, asking how they dare threaten him. The creature's eyes go wide with pure fury. That black and red energy spreads out across the lizards as the monster digs its claws deep into the dirt. It bears those ugly fangs and lets its own aura explode. Dropping into a fighting stance, the dragon wing actually admits Alex is not half bad. Their clash explodes, kicking up a massive wave of dust that rolls right across the ground. Alex shields his face from the flying sand. The lizard actually takes to the sky, bragging that this is getting genuinely hilarious. Wrapped in that purple aura, it orders the others to back off. It wants to catch this rat all by itself. The other dragon wings nod. Staring Alex down from above, the monster challenges him to show what he can actually do. Alex flashes an angry smile, asking why it thinks it can threaten him. Is a tiny branch honestly a danger to an entire tree? He pulls his blade from storage, throwing absolute daggers at the lizard. The creature demands to know what he just muttered, and Alex simply tells it to shut up. Charging forward with a massive swing, he tells the thing to stand still. But the monster raises its spear, lightning crackling everywhere. Alex's eyes widen. Wait, is this giant lizard a mage too? The creature aims its weapon straight at him. A huge pillar of purple energy blasts toward him. Alex braces his blade out front and blocks the hit, realizing this strike is way stronger than the last one. Totally annoyed, Alex glances at the other lizards. He genuinely wonders why they all keep looking down on him. A sly grin crosses his face. You know exactly what that means. As the mage spins its spear, Alex decides this is the moment for a surprise attack. He fires back a red slash that cleanly cuts through the spell. The brutal strike severs the lizard's arm completely off. The monster shuts its eyes in pure agony, screaming about how he dared to do that. Furious, Alex rushes straight back in. But the enemy opens its mouth, forms a glowing magic circle, and just commands him to halt. Baring his teeth in total confusion, Alex instantly slams hard into the ground. As the lizard dials up the pressure, a crushing force pins him down. The dragon wing heavily steps on his hand. Leaking a terrifying aura, the monster complains that Alex forced it to waste actual dragon power on something as pathetic and tiny as him. It raises one hand to form a deadly purple sphere, casually stating that the only thing left now is for Alex to die. Alex squeezes his eyes shut as a purple blade drops right by his head. But a second later, he looks down completely surprised, realizing he has not felt a thing. Enter Jihan. Our protagonist warps in and grabs the monster's wrist, glaring as he asks what it thinks it is even doing. He looks back down at Alex and deadpans, asking if he has completely lost his mind making a sloppy mess like this. When the lizard tells him to back off, he literally just kicks it away. The other monsters watch in shock as that casual kick sends the creature flying. The rest of the dragon wings shoot into the air, rushing toward their ally. The executioner turns back to Alex, asking what is wrong with him, and since when he got so incredibly polite. A soothing blue aura wraps around Alex's battered body. Alex just stares at his own hand in pure disbelief, asking how Jihan got there so insanely fast. The literal last guy he ever expected to show up was the executioner. The protagonist just smirks and says he teleported. Alex honestly asks why he warped in from that far away. Slowly getting back to his feet, Alex explains the enemy has a broken ability similar to the punishing blade and they call it dragon language. Jihan stares ahead with absolute ice in his eyes, saying he gets it. Alex warns him to be careful, asking if he is seriously about to fight. The monsters get into formation again. Jihan notes that if this guy is stronger than Alex, it has to be over level 80, so this totally checks out. The dragon wing simply regrows its severed arm. Alex stares in shock, blurting out that he literally just cut that off. Healing that fast is just not normal. The monsters stare at our protagonist in pure surprise. Jihan asks if they are dragons, the actual elite of the dragon wings. The monster nods and simply says yes. From what it knows, these are the exact humans Martel mentioned earlier. Jihan just glares at the mage, reminding the creature he once offered to actually speak with its lord. Then he asks what kind of disaster these guys have caused around here. The monster answers with pure arrogance. It claims it has zero reason to listen to someone it already beat down, adding it would prefer to just kill him right here. Flexing his fists, the executioner notes this one clearly is not a lord like Martel, and judging by that cocky attitude, talk time is officially over. He casually waves one hand, sending a brutal slicing attack at the monsters. Jihan just instantly cuts them in half. The final dragon wing watches in pure horror as Jihan states, one survivor is plenty for a chat. The terrified lizard simply drops right to the ground. Jaws snap wide open. A magic circle flares up, another firm command to halt. Wrapped in a glowing aura, the mage stares in pure horror. But the executioner just shrugs. Those commands mean absolutely nothing to him. Flashing a deadly grin, the leader clenches his fist. He offers to continue this chat physically. White clouds drift completely peacefully above. The beast shrieks. Shaking in absolute terror, the giant lizard immediately takes the deal and begs for its miserable life. Cha bares his teeth. Without that deal, he says he would have ended it on the spot. Then he blasts the beast with raw magic. The hard strike slams it right into the dirt. Alex flashes a tense smile. He tells him to take it easy. Things got rough back there, but he absolutely refused to die without a goodbye. The blonde hunter walks over asking just how high Cha's martial arts level really is. Did he actually hit level 100? Cha just shrugs, who knows. Maybe martial arts do not even have a ceiling. Staring at the dead lizards, Cha shakes his head. He always runs into fools hoping the next batch brings a brain. The white-haired guy asks if the lizard failed to retreat this time. The dragon wing quickly confirms it. The beast lowers its heavy head. The stranger mentions that Martel already passed along the message. Looking dead serious, he claims he needs to meet a guy named Shin Hyan. He tells the demon they are setting up camp watching the area until that blue rift shuts tight. More monsters will likely keep pouring through. Surveying the dead lizard bodies, Cha guesses that the dragon serving Martel might actually make an appearance this time. The sky demon nods in agreement. He really hopes so that specific dragon is likely the only one capable of actual conversation. Cha stretches his arms out while Alex smiles. Cha suggests pitching a temporary camp right inside the dungeon to rest and monitor the rift. The blonde agrees to handle setup. Pointing at the captive lizard, Cha tells him to tie it up securely. Glancing over at the dragon wing, Cha notes it needs some quick processing before they ship it off to the Inyang Guild. He adds they can keep the other two. Alex instantly lights up asking if he can actually take them home. Cha nods. Even sliced in half, they remain incredible research items. Alex grabs his hand, shaking it aggressively while thanking him for the excellent new test subjects. Cha asks about the materials. Smiling, the blonde explains that dragon scales and bones are incredibly rare. They are absolute top-tier resources. A skilled craftsman could definitely forge them into something highly useful. Crossing his arms, Cha flashes a grin and tells the hunter to get to work. Alex eagerly wishes him luck. Cha shifts his stance, telling him to yell once the camp is fully set up. He strolls off in the other direction, smiling. The blonde agrees silently, thinking a powerful dragon makes the perfect meat shield against wild monsters. Heavy night finally settles over them. Cha kicks back on the couch while Alex sits nearby. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open. The demon stares forward in total confusion. Standing up, Cha asks if his partner feels that energy too. The hunter lifts his head, confirming the heavy, strangely different pressure thick in the air. Cha grins and tells him to move. Looks like an uninvited guest just crashed the party. A glowing red net spreads across the ceiling. Massive waves of energy pour from the rift, leaving the demon completely baffled. Cha narrows his eyes, guessing it has to be teleportation magic. The red net gets sucked straight into the rift. Seconds later, a massive white dragon emerges, opening its jaws wide. The boys stare in pure shock. The beast lands right in front of them, slowly lowering its heavy body toward the group. Alex forces a nervous smile, noting this beast feels way different from the last three. Cha agrees there's absolutely no doubt about that. The dragon sits close by. Judging by their reaction, he guesses they recognize his species, then politely asks if they can talk. Cha gives a firm nod, of course. Surprised they can actually speak his language, the monster explains he came to meet a man named Shin Hyan. Grinning, Cha points a thumb at his own chest. You mean me? The dragon looks visibly stunned, asking if he is truly the guy. Cha confirms it. The beast seems baffled that even Martel could not take him down. Up close, the guy just does not look very strong. Cha smirks, asking if he happens to be Alter, the actual lord of Martel. Alter lowers his massive head, surprised the human knows his name. Cha just waves it off casually, mentioning he has been waiting for him anyway. He has never actually had a dragon to chat with before. Watch the mood flip right here. Alter turns dead serious. If he is truly Shin Hyan, he must know where his people are. Cha calmly replies he slaughtered them all. They were way too hostile toward humans, making any peaceful talk totally impossible. The others stare at the dragon in shock, but Alter simply says he understands. He figured as much the second they lost contact. Closing his giant eyes, the dragon admits he warned his kin not to act so recklessly. Alter bows his huge head. He asks for forgiveness, admitting his people acted with terrible shame. Every dragon carries its own stubborn will, he explains. Cha grabs the blonde hunter by the shoulder, loudly wondering why the beast is trying so incredibly hard to be polite, especially since this guy nearly got himself killed, charging in entirely alone. The demon forces an awkward smile, pointing out he was just standing on the sidelines anyway. Honestly, the only one actually in danger was our guy. The massive dragon studies them closely, asking if they are absolutely sure they took everyone out. Che just folds his arms and asks why on earth he would lie. Alter narrows his eyes. If this guy really is the hunter Martel warned him about, he probably is not bluffing. Raising one hand, Che asks if the dragon needs solid proof. Glowing soul swords suddenly materialize, hovering right above the giant dragon's head. Totally confused, Alter looks up and scrambles to throw up a magic barrier as the blades surround him. Che flashes a grin, telling him to relax. The weapons start dissolving into thin air. With a massive smile, Che asks if that is enough. Alter nods. He totally believes Che is the real deal, now definitely strong enough to slay dragons. The hunter closes his eyes, looking extremely pleased. Looking perfectly satisfied, the dragon turns to Alex. He calls this world's power level completely amazing, then asks if literally everyone around here is this ridiculously strong. The demon flatly explains that only he and Che are freaks. Che cuts right in with a grin, saying even if everyone was that strong, he would still be the absolute best. Alex agrees. Alter admits they make a fair point. Crossing his arms, Alex asks a serious question. As the strongest dragon and their leader, does Alter actually have the authority to speak for his entire race? The giant beast says yes. Opening his mouth slightly, he begins chanting in some completely unknown language. A bright purple aura wraps around him. When the light fades, he is standing on two human legs while the others just stare in complete shock. Now looking like a human, Alter smiles and says this talk might take a while. Looking totally floored, Che asks if he can actually turn human. The white-haired man just snaps his fingers, speaking that weird magical language one more time. That same purple aura forms right around their heads. Che frowns, demanding to know what he just did. The white dragon gives them a tiny smirk. Suddenly, a black human-shaped shadow pops up on a nearby rock. Back turned, it watches them super closely. Then it just melts away into black mist. Raising one hand, Alter tells them to chill out. He merely cast a translation spell so they could communicate easily. Looking pleasantly surprised, Che says that definitely makes things simpler. Then he asks what exactly Martel and his guys reported back. Alter shuts his eyes, picturing Martel kneeling before him. The guy had seriously warned him to be careful. He almost died fighting a man named Che, making that specific report incredibly useful. The white-haired dragon looks at Che dead in the eye. He admits if they had fought back, then he would absolutely be a dead man right now. Closing his eyes, Che smirks and says he actually likes hearing that. Pressing one hand to his chest, the white-haired dragon declares someone with a dragon's name never lies. Since they speak such a ridiculously complicated language, lying basically means completely deceiving themselves. Looking away, Alter casually adds that even if they tried bluffing, he still would not be afraid of them. Now check out this power dynamic. Che flashes a huge smile, saying he totally understands and he already knows Alter wants permission for his people to live in this world. With a razor-sharp grin, Che adds they definitely plan to invade first. Then they realize that would end horribly and quickly swap tactics. Nervously squeezing his eyes shut, Alter admits he cannot even deny that. Staring at Che in total surprise, the dragon listens as the hunter claims the best option is simple. Just pretend neither side noticed the other. Alter instantly brightens up, asking if that means they get to stay. Che hits him with a flat no. It means exactly what it sounds like, do not cross paths. Alter looks down, visibly sad. Che warns him to stay far away and never cause any trouble. Does he get it? Leaning toward the dragon, the hunter points out that just because he ordered him to stay away does not mean the guy actually will. So, with a cheeky grin, Che finally agrees to let them stay. Alter grabs Che's hands, thanking him profusely. But when the hunter calls his name, Alter smiles and asks what is wrong. Che points out his approval alone simply is not enough. Other humans have not agreed, and massive dragons definitely will not fit into regular human society. Completely stunned, Alter just stares at him. Then he places a hand over his own heart, insisting his people can deal with that problem. If hardship comes, they will simply endure it. Che gives him a really sly smile and points right at him. That exact attitude is why they get to live here, but strictly inside the dungeon. The two face off. Alter asks if Che is seriously telling them to live in there. The hunter says yes. Totally confused, Alter looks away. Che leans in close and asks what the big problem is. Flashing a sharp grin, Che says he is letting them settle down and literally giving them land. All they have to do is kill any random monsters that show up. Why is that a bad deal? Hesitating, Alter admits it makes sense, but this place feels different. Then he bluntly asks if Che plans on using his people as a meat shield against the monsters. Shutting his eyes with a crooked little smile, Che says Alter really should have expected that catch. Biting his lip, the dragon lets out a heavy sigh and finally understands. Then he looks at Che dead serious, stating he has a few specific conditions. The hunter just tells him to speak up. He will listen and decide. Nodding, Alter mentions they heard certain dungeon cracks can actually widen or even link together. Facing him, Alter lays it out. Food drops will not be steady, so they need solid material backup. Cha agrees and Alex chimes in, totally an easy fix. But then everyone stares in pure surprise when Alter drops one final request. Hand on his chest, he asks for a little surface access. Our guy just wants to know why. Alter points out the obvious: if these dungeons are not linked, they absolutely need a way to keep in touch. Cha glances at the blonde demon for a second opinion. Alex mulls it over and agrees if the dragons are stuck here running defense, they really do need a solid line of communication. Basically, as long as Alter avoids anything totally reckless, it works perfectly. Cha waves a hand. What happens if he says yes? Alter just shoots him this little smirk. Hand extended, the dragon says it means negotiations are fully wrapped up. They shake on it, and Alter promises to brief his entire crew the second he gets back. A sudden purple flash cuts the dark. Alter shifts right back into his massive dragon form, promising they will catch up later. Cha calls out, "Deal is set, safe travels." They both just smile watching the giant beast take to the sky. Once Alter heads back, the dungeon gates just keep right on opening. The dragons start building up their new territory, and Cha watches the migrants finally settling down. Heavily armed dragon guards already have their spears ready. Cha notes they are locking down the portals. For a good while, he does not even have to stress about dungeon breaks. Hands locked behind his head, he grins, everything is running perfectly. But then Alter suddenly pops up right in front of him. Cha immediately asks what brings him back. The dragon gives him a dead serious look. He was totally swamped helping his people settle in, so they never actually finished talking about that surface access. Our guy quickly reminds him those uncleared dungeons are still scattered across the entire planet. If they ever need backup fast, is Alter just going to fly across the globe? Every time Alter tilts his head, he does not fly. He uses pure spatial movement. It is actually super easy if you know the right coordinates. Cha stares back, eyes completely wide. He grabs the dragon by the shoulders. Wait, does that mean literal space travel just from knowing some numbers? Alter flashes his teeth and confirms it, yeah, if the math checks out. Cha asks if he is actually serious. Showing off his custom map, Alter explains normal teleportation only works within your line of sight. Long trips take way too many jumps. The dragon looks completely confused, but Cha just smiles. Spatial movement is a ridiculously amazing skill to have. Curious now, he asks if Alter can pull it off. The dragon clarifies, wait, actual space travel. Cha just nods with a massive grin, totally hooked on the idea. Alter goes quiet, really thinking it over, and our guy straight up asks to be taught. Turning back, the dragon admits he never actually planned to share it. It is ancient dragon magic, sure, but with Cha and his crazy talent, he might actually pull it off. And on his chest, he drops one heavy condition if the invading monster wave gets worse. Cha has to promise to fight alongside them. He smiles broadly and agrees right away. If their territory gets hit next, he is getting involved regardless. Alter lets out a huge relieved breath, deal done. Most importantly, they are starting with spatial movement first. The two stand there facing each other, but then they both suddenly turn toward the trees. Kang steps right out from behind the bushes. He calls out to his guild leader, finally tracked him down. Cha teleports over instantly demanding to know what is wrong. Grinding his teeth, Kang drops the bad news, a massive emergency report just hit guild headquarters. Our guy's face drops in pure shock, and trust me, it gets worse. Kang reports huge flying monsters and a giant creature tearing up the center of Bashan. He frowns hard. Monsters are already circling the city. Their massive jaws snap open, red eyes flashing in the sky. Down below, people sprint through the streets screaming. One winged freak dives straight at a guy. Vicious claws reach out, but Ginyo steps in and cleanly slices the creature's paw right off. He glances back, asking the civilian if he is all right. Yuna draws back her bow arrows, flaring with bright blue energy. They easily pierce the monster's skulls, sending the beast crashing hard into the dirt. Yuna clenches her teeth in frustration. She definitely never expected this many top-tier monsters to flood in all at once. Still firing, she drops more targets out of the sky before suddenly dodging away. She lands heavy, pressing her back flush against a brick wall. Gasping for breath, she realizes there are just way too many of them, especially with her brother and the vice leaders completely missing from the fight. All around her, hunters keep fighting. Ginyo buries his blade deep into another screeching monster. Yuna knows things are going downhill fast, and way too many civilians are still trapped. Knocking another arrow, she really wonders if she can hold the line. She locks onto another beast charging right at her. The blue-lit arrow shoots forward, but the winged monster just opens its massive jaws. Pure panic hits. She knows she needs to run. Then her eyes go wide in absolute horror. The beast closes the gap, and Cha's sister realizes she is totally out of energy. But suddenly, a brutal slash of energy cleanly decapitates the monster. Throwing her arms up, she watches the heavy carcass crash down. Cha suddenly appears right in front of her, telling her to stay sharp. Startled, she asks when he even arrived. Cha calmly replies he just got back. A bright blue aura quickly gathers in his outstretched hand. She asks if he was just on Jeju Island, and he confirms he was. Annoyed, he just rests a hand on her back. He explains he got the news mid-training. Chaining spatial movement teleports all the way here was a massive pain, honestly. His sister looks at him dead serious. It is a good thing he showed up, things are awful. Jay dryly agrees he can tell. More winged monsters dive bomb them. Jay narrows his eyes, these ugly creatures feel way different from anything he has fought before. Massive fireballs suddenly form around them. His sister asks why he chose fire. Jay admits he is exhausted. He is taking the easy route and wiping them all out right now. He raises his hand, launching the barrage. The blasts slam into the monsters, roasting them in huge flames until only cinders drop. Ash drifts through the air. Jay smiles, totally satisfied. Jay tells his sister the urgent mess is handled. He leaves cleanup to her, grabbing one of the dead bird monsters to take with him. There is something specific he has to check. She waves him off, agreeing. He teleports straight back to the dragon with the bird corpse. Sighing in total irritation, he mutters he needs to master spatial movement fast. Chaining teleports is getting exhausting. Alter looks over and asks what that beast behind him is. Jay glances back at the black bird, asking what he means. Then he shoves the heavy monster closer to Alter. Black smoke rises off the corpse. Jay explains that over 1,000 highly dangerous monsters broke out today, but something about these things is fundamentally different. Alter simply holds out a hand, pushing a purple aura right into it. A second later, the dragon recoils. Jay asks what is wrong, and Alter admits things just got incredibly complicated. Frowning deeply, Alter confirms demons actually tampered with this thing. Jay crosses his arms. Wait, the demons are behind this outbreak. Alter nods. That weird vibe Jay felt was dark magic stitched into the beast, and demonkind is terrifyingly good at exactly that. Jay demands to know why they would do this, but Alter hushes him. Jay glares right at the white dragon, telling him to drop the vague act and answer. Alter says they first need to figure out if this is a one-off event or some sick joke. Jay snaps back, who even jokes like that. Alter pictures demons doing this purely for fun. He warns that is exactly how they operate. Grinding his teeth, Jay calls them insane bastards. Alter nods, that is exactly why everyone avoids them. Standing by the dead beast, Alter adds that demons are not stupid. If this happens again, they are definitely plotting something huge. Hands on his hips, Jay says one thing is obvious. They mess with extra-dimensional creatures and they somehow know this place exists. That means they can cross dimensions whenever they feel like it. Not just hitting the dungeon, but pushing straight up to the surface. Alter gives a grim nod. Jay declares that settles it entirely. They have to start hunting down clues right away. Baring his teeth in a grin, Jay says he gets the message. Most importantly, they have to defend the dungeon. He immediately starts assigning tasks. They need to constantly monitor the portals and capture the worst monsters. They have to figure out a permanent countermeasure. But the dragon cuts in, resting a heavy hand on his shoulder, warning he is carrying way too much burden. Jay asks why he is suddenly getting so emotional. Alter narrows his eyes. The human hunters he once thought were decent now look entirely pitiful to him, and regular people are even worse off. Without Jay here, this entire world would be finished. Jay just closes his eyes, simply stating that he is strong. Sure, but handling everything solo still takes forever. Alter replies that he is actually far too strong. Jay looks back at him completely stunned. The white-haired dragon whispers the truth. It feels like humanity is living under the direct protection of a god. Jay smirks, asking what exactly is supposedly protecting them. He thinks back to being helplessly trapped in a cave with just a single book, wondering if that honestly counted as divine protection. He looks Alter dead in the eye and replies, maybe. But he only reached this level through pure grinding effort. Suddenly, a monster's hand punches straight through a young boy's chest, tearing back out. Looking down at the dying kid, the monster sneers at his weakness. It steps casually through a portal, emerging near an active volcano, licking fresh blood off its fingers. It laughs, that was too easy. Now watch how the world reacts. On the news, an anchor reports the missing people from the latest incident are still gone, offering grim condolences. She explains the government and the martial arts guild are repairing the city damage as fast as physically possible, scrambling to wipe out the remaining stragglers. An elderly couple watches the screen in pure fear. She asks what they are supposed to do, but her husband only repeats that things are slowly being restored. Online articles flash photos of Alex and Alina. It turns out the United States and Russia are taking brutal losses, even with level 70 hunters deployed. But another article shows Jay and his sister crediting the incredibly low local damage entirely to Hunter Shinen. The comments are wild, calling him the absolute best. Meanwhile, over at Pulkovo International Airport in Russia, Jay suddenly glances off to the side. He rubs his nose, wondering if someone is talking about him. Alina waved, calling out for him to come over. When he finally walked up, Xinyan asked why she was dropping titles and just calling him by his name. Honestly, anyone listening would think they were close friends. Alina just smiled, telling him they were comrades, so a little friendly vibe was actually a good thing. Flashing a massive smile, top Russian hunter Alina Smirnova formally greeted him. She reminded him he wanted a ride to the Dragon Dungeon, meaning they needed to leave right now. She casually pointed straight toward the car. The executioner agreed, and Alina quickly asked why he even wanted to go there. Following close behind, Xinyan explained his plan. Dragons guarded the portal gates, so he wanted to build a reliable way for them to communicate. She asked how that worked, and he promised she would see soon. Heading up through the mountains, Alina just kept frowning at him. Xinyan definitely noticed her staring. She openly admitted Alex sent her, but she really did not get the hype. To her, he looked completely ordinary. Getting a bit annoyed, the executioner asked how much longer she planned to stare before burning a hole in his head. Alina threw him a quick wink. He was supposedly stronger than Alex, so obviously she was curious. Xinyan just asked if all that staring had actually taught her anything. She paused, admitting she really could not figure out much just by looking. Then that smile returned, asking if they could spar once they arrived. Looking totally confused, Xinyan asked why. Alina brought up the rumors. He beat the former heavenly demon, meaning he had to be an absolute monster. It was totally natural she would want to test his limits. Soon enough, they reached the portal and faced off. Now watch this flex. Alina casually mentioned that back in Murim, she was actually the Empress of Ice and Water. Xinyan guessed she hailed from the Ice Palace, and her playful wink confirmed he nailed it. The executioner crooked one finger, telling her to come at him with a grin that showed he was dead serious. Thanking him, Alina instantly released a freezing blue aura. Razor-sharp ice spikes shot straight toward him. Xinyan dodged, effortlessly appearing behind her in a flash. Alina whipped her ice blade backward, but the executioner already had a heavy hand resting squarely on her frozen shoulder. Alina stared at him in pure shock. Xinyan just scratched his neck. She admitted he fully deserved all of Alex's high praise. Flashing a faint smile, he replied that her intense drive to win was pretty impressive too. Closing her eyes, Alina sighed. She had expected big things from the guy who literally beat a dragon and forced a contract with it. But even after that exchange, she still could not gauge his true strength. Clenching his fists, he insisted they were just having a nice, peaceful conversation. Burning red energy flared from his left fist. This is peaceful. Freezing blue energy erupted from the right, and this is conversation. Alina loudly declared she got the message. Scratching his head, the leader asked one last time if the dragon dungeon was actually right here. Alina nodded, yes. He held out one hand, and a glowing green grid materialized right beneath the portal. Smiling, he told her to watch closely. Alina could only stare in disbelief when the protagonist completely vanished. Shaking her head, she wondered where he went. How did he just vanish? Then she grabbed her head in shock as Xinyan and a literal dragon appeared right behind her. She blurted out a panicked question, while Xinyan casually mentioned he was right here. Still totally lost, Alina asked how he pulled that off. The protagonist simply reminded her he said he was setting up a network for dragons to connect through every single gate. Pointing directly at the massive dragon, he called this his method. Altair looked down at Alina with serious eyes, asking if she was the one in charge here. She admitted she more or less was. Suddenly, a small card appeared in Altair's hand, and the dragon politely asked if this would do. He handed it over to Alina, telling her to pass it along to whoever was actually in charge. If humans ever needed help from his kind, they could just dial the number on it. Alina blinked hard, asking if she just got a dragon business card. Xinyan proudly claimed he came up with the idea. The white-haired dragon promised to go inform the rest of his kind about the situation. Xinyan casually told his friend to get home safely. Turning back to Alina with a warm smile, he thanked her for all the help. She smiled right back, asking if they could finally head home now. The protagonist agreed the dragon delivery was officially complete. He suddenly looked aside, thinking he could finally get some rest, but then his phone buzzed. Pressing it to his ear, he asked what just happened down in Shenzhen before quietly saying he understood. Alina immediately asked what was wrong. The leader stated he had to leave right away, thanking her once again for tagging along. Flashing a sharp grin, the executioner said something went down back home. Alina just watched him vanish into thin air again. As he left, Xinyan announced his exit, and she muttered about him disappearing all over again. Nearby, a panicked man looked at her, shouting that something terrible had just happened. Alina demanded to know what it was. Gripping a tablet with trembling hands, the assistant told her to look. Frowning hard, she checked the screen, saw the monsters, and asked for the location. He nervously answered it was Western Yakutia, and an entirely unknown dungeon had apparently just spawned nearby. Sprinting toward the car, Alina ordered an immediate departure and commanded him to alert all the other hunters. Frowning deeply, she added that if they did not move right now, the civilian casualties would be absolutely catastrophic. Fire monsters just kept pouring out of the portal. Jihe stares straight ahead. She slices right through the monsters, then leaps back to dodge the flames. The protagonist suddenly appears right in front of the vice leader. He just raises one hand, casting a freezing spell. Every single monster is instantly sealed in solid ice, but then the ice starts forming deep cracks before completely shattering apart. The pink-haired girl runs right over, asking him how the hell he got there so incredibly fast. Cha Xinyan points out that she told him it was urgent, then casually asks how bad things really are. Gripping her blade with heavy anxiety, she admits it could not possibly get much worse. She is busy holding back all the monsters trying to escape the dungeon, while every other hunter got dispatched toward the city center. By her own count, there are easily over 1,000 of them. The executioner gives the pink-haired girl a totally serious look, telling her he understands. Her power alone is enough to hold the line here, so he will head straight into the city and back up the others himself. Then our main character kicks off the ground to leave. Jihe promises they will meet up again later. Meanwhile, all across the city, hunters are actively battling ravenous monsters. Cha appears high above them. He looks down, totally furious. Down below, hunters are desperately struggling against beastly monsters. A bright glow spreads right out from him as he uses spiritual word demanding everyone to gather up. The monsters just keep attacking anyway, leaving him totally confused. Why are these bastards not obeying? A massive horned creature suddenly turns toward the executioner. Its eyes flash deep red, then it charges straight at him. That floating demon drifts right up in front of Cha and sneers, wondering who exactly dared to interfere. Pointing a finger, it violently demands to know who he is. Its blue horn sticks right out from its head. The protagonist folds his arms, telling the creature the answer is completely obvious. He is clearly dealing with actual demons. The creature violently twitches, claiming he knows exactly what he is doing. Its eyes glow bright red again as it loudly barks in order to attack. Cha gets caught off guard for a second. More demons suddenly appear down on the road. With the backup beside him, the Horned Leader decides anyone who knows about their kind has to be tied to their enemies somehow. Frowning hard, the demon asks if our MC is the guy who tried to control them. Cha says absolutely nothing. That silence only makes the demon way angrier, and it shouts for an answer. He lazily scratches his ear, instead basically saying he just does not feel like answering that. Looking at his fingertip, he ignores the yelling demon who angrily asks what he thinks he is doing. Intense blue light gathers right in the protagonist's palm. He figures if they really are demons, this all makes sense. He just flicks his hand, firing off a massive wave of arrows. As the huge blast goes off, he calmly finishes the thought, calling them that was only fair. The monsters instantly drop dead into the heavily cracked ground. The demons stare ahead in pure shock. Smiling slightly, Cha asks why they are all so weak. The Horned Leader points right at him, ordering everyone to fire and kill him. Those underlings raise their spears. Angry red energy rapidly forms at the tips. Deadly blasts shoot at Cha like beams. The impact kicks up smoke and dust. As it clears, our MC is completely untouched, absolute beast. He smiles, noting that this feels just like a totally normal target practice session. Scowling hard, the furious leader orders a full attack. The demons aggressively rush in. A demon leaps up and stabs with its spear. Cha casually brushes it aside using one hand. The demon freezes in complete shock when he catches the weapon totally bare-handed. With a tiny motion, he tosses it away, casually shaking out his hands. You gotta love this guy. He calls it a bad joke. A glowing blade forms right in his palm. With a few very clean swings, he violently cuts through the monsters. The demon leader flinches hard as a beam slices right past him. Cha casually glances at his phone. The screen is clearly lit up. He answers, confirming it is him, then tells them to have Alter leave the dungeon immediately. He will be waiting right here. Then he calmly slips the phone back into his pocket. Monsters with spears quickly close in all around him. They watch him with tense, furious faces. Cha just waves a hand, telling them to hold on for a second. A very strange glow wraps around the demons. They look at each other totally confused. Crazy energy ripples out through the whole area. Alter looks at Cha, asking what exactly is going on and why he is in such a big hurry. Then his eyes suddenly go wide. Seeing the ugly horned creatures, he asks why they are even here. The protagonist, Alter, firmly confirms it. With a clearly annoyed look, our MC asks if he really needs to explain. This magic user was supposed to handle them. Why else did he think he got called out here? Looking pretty nervous, Alter tells him to calm down, suggesting they question them first. He raises one hand. Pure energy streams straight from his palm. Several purple shots fly forward. Dust bursts up from the strike. Wrapped in bright purple light, the demon screams out. The main leader drops straight to its knees. A strange stone slips from its hand and hits the ground. Looking at the cracks, Alter starts to speak up, but Cha immediately asks what that thing actually is. The enemies are fully down. Alter points out that if this demon can barely handle his magic, then it is not some high rank at all. It is probably just one of the absolute weakest kinds they have ever heard about. He then asks about the other monsters that just died. Alter confirms those were definitely low-level demons too. Honestly, all they could really do was fire weak shots and absolutely nothing else. The protagonist turns totally puzzled, asking why they are even here at all. His companion hesitates, slowly walking ahead. Alter explains that demons are not the only active threat. Even he never expected higher and lower demons to actually show up working together. The horned demon grinds its teeth, demanding to know what they want. Standing over him, Cha keeps it simple. Interrogation time. Mind control might be this demon's specialty, but they're easily flipping the script today. Suddenly, a scream echoes from the nearby half-built ruins. The sky turns glowing pink, catching Jia completely by surprise. She spots Cha and waves, asking if Alter tagged along. Cha waves back. He actually called her here for a quick question. Staring at the horned demon eating dirt, he explains these guys are basically just errand runners. Absolute bottom-tier demons, way too weak to know the big secrets. Turning to Jia, he figures their intel might still be handy. As far as they can tell, that bizarre gate is the only real way inside. Jia closes her eyes, guessing they definitely crawled out of there. This whole situation is getting ridiculously complicated. Cha pats her shoulder, telling her to just relax and not sweat it. Looking a bit embarrassed, Jia points out Korea only has one dungeon like that Chunshin. They just need to buff up the security. Still flustered, she asks about the rest of the world. Cha introduces the blonde sword guy and blonde girl Alex and Alina can completely cover America and Russia. The group loses focus until Cha trails off, telling everyone to quiet down and pay attention. He checks his ringing phone, wondering who it is. The screen flashes, it's Jong-sik, a North Korean hunter. Frowning, Cha realizes it. North Korea is getting overrun too. He remembers standing there with his sword aimed at the blonde guy last time. It's been forever since he finished cleaning out the North. It also hits him that once Jong-sok took charge up there, the endless tension between the two Koreas actually chilled out a ton. The rest of the gang just watches as Cha takes the call. Jong-sok says it's been a while, casually asking how he's been. Closing one eye, Cha just tells him to skip straight to the point. Jong-suk explains some brand new human-looking monsters just spawned. Local military units are already rushing in to defend the area. Pure chaos. Villages are burning with bodies scattered absolutely everywhere. Looking down, Cha figures these freaks probably crossed over from the other side. Still on the line, he asks about their local hunters. Jong-suk admits even with Lin Mei helping, it's just not enough. That's why he's shamelessly calling in a massive favor right now. Shoving a hand in his pocket, Cha asks for a minute to think. Jia watches him closely, nervously touching her cheek. Apologizing for eavesdropping, Jia asks if he plans to actually help them out. Scratching his head, Cha admits he's honestly way too busy already. Raising a finger, Jia pitches a delightfully sneaky idea, and you gotta love her logic. Smiling sweetly, she suggests they just send dragons and keep it totally quiet. Fast forward a few days, spear-wielding dragons head north, led by the elite dragon wings and their crews. They tear straight through the monsters, wiping out the demons incredibly fast. At first, it totally looks like a smooth victory. Wait, what? Alter suddenly cries out, asking if that's actually true. Stepping through the portal, he hears Cha drop the bomb, the demons vanished, and half the dispatched dragon wings are completely missing. The other dragons look totally spooked. Letting out a heavy breath, Cha says that's all the intel they have. Frowning hard, Alter insists that just can't be right. Just calms down. No, Cha shakes his head. This grim report didn't come from humans, it came straight from a high-ranking dragon. If a top dragon says they're missing, things are genuinely bad. Raising a finger, Cha announces he's heading straight to North Korea. The real truth, he'll find it out himself. Riding a massive white dragon through the sky, someone asks why he's flying old school. Cha just casually replies he didn't want to think too hard. He doesn't know the exact coordinates, and he totally skipped learning movement magic back during his first visit. A stark white building appears below them. The dragon lands gracefully on the roof, turning back into Alter with a bright purple flash. The two stay on high alert. A man bows to welcome them, but Alter just stares him down, demanding to know where his people are. Pointing ahead, Jong-sik tells them to follow him into the tent. Inside, a green dragon and the rest of the crew greet their lord. Alter looks over the group, asking if Delta is really missing. The four-legged green dragon slowly steps up to the front. Dragon Wing Oren bows, deeply confirming that's his official call. Holding a small bag, Oren explains he went to check the demon disappearance site himself after the others completely failed to return. He holds up a cracked pendant, the only clue left. Alter instantly recognizes it as a defensive artifact. That is never a good sign. The tent goes dead silent. If that artifact is shattered, the owner is almost certainly dead. Turning around, Alter orders Oren to lead him to the site right now. Cha asks to tag along, and Alter nods. By now, the pitch-black night has fully set in. Dead dragons. Bodies lay scattered across the dirt, though someone mutters they actually expected the area to look way worse. But whoever did this, they cleaned up the mess perfectly. Alter crouches by a body and notes that Delt was stopped before he could even trigger his power. Shinhan crosses his arms, pointing out that only happens if the enemy outclasses them completely or hits them with an ambush. Leaning down, Alter disagrees. Oren was too careful for that. A basic ambush means his 5 guys get picked off individually, not wiped out all at once. Shinhan clenches his fist tightly. There is really only one logical answer left here. The enemy hits way harder than high-ranking dragon wings. From what Alter can sense, they are dealing with a demon spirit. Completely stunned, Shinhan asks him to repeat that. Alter explains that the horned beast controlling these demons belongs to their absolute top ruling class, packing powers just like his own. Shinhan scratches his head in pure annoyance. He literally just dealt with one of these guys, and now more are showing up. Glancing at the dragon, he decides their identity does not matter anyway. They have to keep pushing forward and find his kidnapped subordinate. First up, they check the surrounding area. Meanwhile, a man coughs up blood, and the monster standing over him mocks him for passing out. Dropping down to one knee, the struggling demon admits he cannot take the pain anymore. The other demon instantly snaps back, calling him pathetic. The guy was supposed to last at least a full day, and now their little bet is ruined. Nearby, the narrow-horned demon watches through a crystal ball. Holding the orb up, he announces playtime is officially over. Watching them approach, he realizes their targets have finally arrived. Turning around, he orders his crew to wipe them out completely before they can even try anything funny. The blue-haired demon raises his hand and calls dibs on Shinhan. Giving him a highly doubtful look, the leader reminds him that Shinhan actually beat Alir. Flashing a wicked smile, the blue-haired demon admits that just makes him want it more. He asks if the boss is actually worried about his safety. Clearly, irritated, the white-haired leader tells him not to ruin their massive grand plan. Brushing that off as weak excuses, the demon bluntly states he will do whatever he wants. Turning away, he figures it is fine since they will be fully ready today. Hearing they head to Russia next week, Halpidin just laughs out loud. Out on the sea, a border patrol boat cruises along. One officer squints ahead, wondering if he is looking at a Chinese fishing vessel. They immediately blast a warning over the radio. A Chinese fishing boat has breached the North Korean economic zone and needs to turn around right now. Gripping the wheel tight, the captain asks why it refuses to stop. The crew stares forward in pure shock, asking who is standing there. It is Kalpedon, the blue-haired demon, standing right at the bow. Flashing a freezing cold smile, he addresses the crew like garbage beneath his feet. The boat finally slams into the shore. Jumping off, the demon announces their arrival. Glaring straight toward the city skyline, he declares the real hunt starts now. He dashes forward at insane speed as a bright blast tears the road apart. Civilians stare at the beast in sheer terror, wondering what it is. Reaching out with one brutally clawed hand, he clenches his fist and violently crushes a random guy right there. Licking fresh blood off his cheek, the demon ignores the screaming crowd and demands Shinhan show himself. Dark energy swirls around his hand. He swears that if Shinhan stays hidden, he will just keep popping heads off until every last person is dead. Over near Mount Kumgang, Shinhan and Alter are still hunting. Shinhan highly doubts the guy who kidnapped Delt is actually hiding this close. He checks his phone and totally freezes. An unknown number is calling him. He answers it, immediately wincing at the incredibly loud voice on the line. It is the president of Yangsu. The situation is so insanely urgent they bypass the agency completely to call him direct. Rubbing his temples, Shinhan asks the guy if another dungeon just broke out. The panicked voice replies, no, this time it is definitely not a dungeon. Get this. The frantic man explains that an unprecedented monster is tearing up the city center, actively hunting for Shinhan and ruthlessly slaughtering civilians. Shinhan is genuinely stunned. The monster is specifically hunting for him. Taking a breath, he just tells them to drop the coordinates. He heads out immediately. Alter notices the sudden shift, asking if something terrible happened and where they are going now. Shinhan explains that some crazy monster is calling him out. Hearing this news, Alter looks deeply shaken and guesses it has to be a demon. Back in the city, Kalpedon mutters that crushing these tiny bugs feels totally pointless if his target refuses to show. Terrified civilians kneel, begging for mercy. A girl looks up in absolute shock as Shinhan suddenly materializes before her. The demon smiles wide, asking who he is. Shinhan orders the civilians to run and they immediately scatter. Staring the demon down, Shinhan coldly points out that he has already slaughtered too many people. Kalpedon points a finger right at him, figuring that if this guy knows about demons, he definitely has to be Shinhan. Frowning hard, Shinhan asks if his name is really that famous nowadays. Kalpedon nods, cheerfully bragging that he heard it from a dragon wing named Delt. Stepping closer, the monster mentions hearing that Shinhan actually took down a liar. He casually rests a hand on Shinhan, mocking him. A strong mutation popping up among these human dung beetles is just incredibly interesting to him. Shinhan glares back, mentioning that if the demon came looking for him, he really should have learned some basic manners first. You can feel the tension snapping here. Spreading his arms in pure delight, the demon mocks his logic. Massive power flares around Shinhan as he calls out the absolute nonsense. This violent freak does not even count as a real guest. Flashing a dark grin, Shinhan says he will keep things simple and violently slams his fist right into the demon. The strike sends the demon flying and Shinhan calls him absolute trash, begging to be ripped apart. He leaps right after him. Red energy swirls around the demon's hand. His eyes go wide. How did Shinhan close the gap so fast? A brutal kick wrecks his jaw. He bites his own tongue. The impact snaps his head violently backward. Shinhan swings his leg again, driving the monster straight into the dirt. The demon actually struggles up, asking how he dares. Without hesitating, he smacks him, tells him to shut it. Agonized cries echo across the entire city. Leaning over the beatdown victim, Shinhan asks why he even picked a fight if he's this weak. His eyes flare with pure coercion. Tell him everything he knows right now. Trembling, the demon agrees. Shinhan drags him over to Altair. The dragon stares at the captive, asking if this is the guy they needed. Scratching his head, Shinhan says, yeah. He caught the guy and hauled him over after he dropped from the nearby mountains. Altair's eyes flash with sudden realization. This might actually be one of the scumbags who killed Delt. Shinhan tells him he can handle the interrogation himself, whether he wants some sweet revenge or just mercy. Meanwhile, Shinhan is heading out to China. Crossing his arms, Altair gives his thanks, promising to squeeze every answer out of this demon. Shinhan vanishes in a bright blue glow. Altair just stands there, his expression completely dark, staring at the demon. The girl follows Shinhan straight into the Mount Killian dungeon. She asks why he came back and if everything is okay here. Shinhan turns around. Demons just poured through an unknown dungeon. She repeats it. Demons? He nods. These are some of the absolute strongest creatures out there, almost impossible to deal with. She needs to set up guards around the territory immediately. If she spots one herself, she absolutely cannot fight it. Just run. Evacuate the whole residence. Contact him directly. Linmi gives a sharp salute. Message received. Looking at the glowing crack, Shinhan wonders how massive the rift has gotten for demons to cross. This is a ridiculously huge problem. Rifts could pop up anywhere, and he's only one guy. Pointing at the portal, Shinhan waves the girl over. Now check this out. Over in St. Petersburg, Russia-uniformed guards stand near a blue dungeon portal. A bald guy in glasses says he didn't hear about any arrivals today. Who are they and what did they bring? The trembling driver looks right at him. Then he suddenly coughs up blood. The guy demands to know what's going on. Suddenly, a hand shoots out of the car and completely grabs his head. In the very next instant, his comrades are shouting, "Is this an ambush?" An explosion hits hard as the demons walk forward. One mentions he really didn't expect them to get found out this quickly. Another replies that it just couldn't be helped. They shouldn't make any more noise since the guard hadn't noticed them right off the bat. The horned demon looks ahead. This is all for him. Standing amidst the flames with super greedy eyes, he finishes his thought. Everything is for his master. A dead dragon lies nearby. While the demon stands before the St. Petersburg rift, another dragon hides just around the corner, quietly cursing to himself. He stares at the horned guy. Even with an imperfect barrier, who would have ever guessed 4 demonic spirits could slip through this easily? Frowning hard, he decides he needs to report this fast. But right before he moves, something violently slams his stomach. A terrifying demon wrapped entirely in red energy hovers in the air, attacking him. The blonde demon turns around. The last lizard is finally dealt with. He'll go bring their leader and the others should wait here. The others nod. The spirit rushes straight into the rift. When his feet finally touch down, the demonic spirit arrives on a random settlement street. As he passes by, another demon salutes him. He enters the main tent and the demons inside immediately bow. The leader rests his head on one hand, simply noting that he has finally arrived. The blonde demon drops to one knee, reporting that he executed everything exactly as ordered. The boss on the couch tells him to get up. He steps right down from the stairs. Walking closer, the leader orders the white-haired guy to guide the way. The 11th demon, King of Villet, pulls back the tent flap. He declares they are invading right this second. By the next morning, a blue glow lights up the northern dungeon. Shinhan waves at Altair, asking what's so incredibly urgent that he got rushed over. The blonde dragon turns away and apologizes. He admits they totally lost the prisoner. Shinhan points a finger angrily. Honestly, I'd be mad too. He prepped everything, even packed for him, and now he lost the guy. Makes zero sense. The battered dragon apologizes again, taking all the blame. Shinhan just sighs, telling him to explain everything right from the very beginning. Altair frowns, remembering the exact moment he heard his name called out. The blood-covered demon had stood up, asking about his missing subordinate. Kalpedon smirks right back, saying the subordinate was basically made of paper. He didn't last long, tearing apart way too easily. Altair glares hard at him. Suddenly, he grabs the laughing demon by the throat, lifting him straight up. The demon just stares back with open mockery, asking what the noble dragon plans to do. He'd totally be laughing right now if he still had a mouth. Altair glares with pure rage, his grip tightening fast. He tosses out a harsh insult, the dragon, promising this guy will never see straight again. Blood violently explodes. The demon screams out in agony, grabbing his ruined face and spitting a curse through one good eye. The white-haired man coldly orders him to shut it casually, nudging him with a foot. Meanwhile, the dragon mocks him for screaming over a scratch. Blood keeps pouring down Kalpedon's ruined face. One solid kick sends him flying backward. The dragon reminds him that his victims suffered so much worse, flashing a bitter cold smile. Suddenly startled, Altair fires a blast of purple energy, but the demon vanishes in a flash. The dragon just grinds his teeth in pure anger. Back in the present day, Altair looks away and admits he misses him. Xiao turns aside, nothing they can do about it now. But then he spots something moving. A completely see-through demon is hiding right behind a tree. Our protagonist figures that is pretty bold for someone already injured. He could easily catch it if it runs, so he just smiles and plays dumb. Over in Moscow, world leaders sit tightly around a massive table inside a bunker conference room. Russia's prime minister thanks everyone for arriving. Arms firmly crossed, China's president demands an immediate report. Alina listens as they declare the situation an absolute nightmare. In under 12 hours, the demons conquered the city and built a stronghold. No one even knows if the citizens are still alive. One panicked official asks for their counterattack strategy. America's president grimly notes that waiting just makes the demons stronger. Honestly, Russia's prime minister admits every single countermeasure has completely failed. Her hands are physically shaking. She explains that nearly all hunters in the city were wiped out, leaving only a handful of survivors. Total panic. Both the military and hunter forces are in utter chaos. Alex simply looks over at the man. The man raises one hand, asking what exactly the demons want to achieve with this sudden strike. The Prime Minister folds her fingers. She says they barely know these things are demonic creatures, getting that detail only from fleeing survivors. So how could they possibly know the enemy's master plan? Watch closely as everyone turns to the one man claiming he actually has intel. Thinking back on it, Jinsu points out a Korean city was attacked at the exact same time as St. Petersburg. He looks right at Xiao. Thanks to him, they managed to capture a few demons and extract some really useful information. The enemy forces feature a leader known as the Demon King, backed by 5 powerful demonic spirits. The whole room instantly goes tense. And there is more. They command over 100 high-level demons and 10,000 soldiers already marching their way. Someone blurts out in panic, 10,000 aren't even low-level demons as strong as high-level hunters. Korea's president just gives a grim nod. Dead silence fills the room. Alex points out that high-level demons are supposedly on par with powerful dragon descendants. Facing over 100 of those monsters, do they seriously think they can actually win? The Prime Minister violently snaps. Is he telling them to surrender just because it is not his own country? Another guy asks what stronger than a high-level hunter actually implies. A blonde man crosses his arms, wondering if nuclear weapons could finally end this war. The mustache man completely explodes at that idea. But Alex reminds everyone Xiao is the strongest hunter present, demanding his personal take. Our MC folds his arms, repeating the words nuclear weapons. Right behind him, a hidden demon suddenly appears as he admits he doesn't know. The creature softly chuckles. It hears Xiao basically saying they might resort to nukes if things get desperate enough. But right now, things honestly aren't that bad. The entire table practically jumps at once. Does that mean he has another plan ready? He flashes a tiny smile. Before walking into this meeting, he already spoke with a dragon descendant. The plan actually came from him and they both agreed to it. Clenching his fist, Xiao hopes they are ready to hear this wild proposal. Fast forward 2 days. You can feel the tension breaking over the St. Petersburg dungeon. A guy tightly grips his sword. A giant dragon flies right over a tank. More massive wings circle overhead. Demons with eerie glowing eyes pour from the rift as warning shouts ring out. Alina grips her weapon hard, screaming out that it is finally time to move. Flashing back to the meeting, the Russian Prime Minister darkly asks what this crazy proposal actually entails. Standing tall, Xiao points out the Demon King's army will likely march south toward Moscow. It is the packed capital city, making the bloody path completely obvious. That lurking nearby demon absolutely hates hearing our protagonist say that. Based on solid intel, demons are extremely proud and hopelessly lazy, so they likely won't move an inch for at least 2 days. MC side-eyes the invisible demon, adding that having fought weaker dragons already, they definitely won't charge in blindly, which is exactly why they have to urgently evacuate every single person within hundreds of kilometers. The woman gives a firm nod. They will blast emergency broadcasts and text alerts, immediately blaming the panic on a sudden natural disaster. America's president then brings up the craziest part. What about those dragon descendants? Chow meets his gaze with confidence. Beside him, Alina smiles, amazed he managed to cook up a plan like this. Hunters rush in. Dragons roar overhead. Alina realizes just how insanely fast everything has shifted. The hunters charge with weapons drawn. But Alina notices something wild. Their new gear is crafted straight from dragon corpses. She cannot believe the dragons actually signed off on this. Gripping her ice spear, she declares that the real fight starts right now. She hurls the spear forward. A blinding flash erupts as she calls the operation a go, and tank guns immediately open fire. Explosions completely shred the battlefield. Allied forces smash straight into the demon army, while brutal ice streams blast multiple monsters at once. A demon sneaks up and swings at the blonde. Instantly, blue fire blazes to life in her hand. The monster freezes entirely solid. Alina winds up a kick and asks what exactly he thought he was pulling. She shatters him into pieces with a massive kick, proving exactly why you never underestimate pure freezing power. Blasting ice everywhere, she screams out how dare they invade her country. They are definitely paying for this razor-sharp ice, pierces through monster after monster. Dragons totally clash with the demons. One strikes violently from above, acting like it chased them this whole way. Crimson flashes swirl right around Alex. Bright beams utterly shred the monsters while other fighters throw up shields to block incoming hits. Jihi suddenly slices a demon head completely off. The body hits the dirt. Gripping her weapon, she breathes heavily and wipes her face. She realizes everyone is fighting way better than expected. Helicopters and jets roar loudly overhead. Looking up, Jihi flashes back to the hallway, asking Che if things would really turn out okay. She was terrified because while the Allied army handled the grunts, Che and his crew were hunting the Demon King himself. Her eyes lock on his hand as he asks if she trusts him. Brushing her hair aside, Che tells her not to worry. He reminds her that she knows when to retreat. Touching her cheek, he makes a huge promise he is never going to die. Completely flustered, Jihi shuts her eyes and nods. Suddenly, bright streaks of light blast past. Deadly arrows pin down a rushing demon. The pink-haired girl looks over at Yunel holding her bow, and the brunette gives a solid nod. Wrapped in that bright glow, Jihi tells herself to strictly focus on the battle right ahead. While helicopters soar over the war zone, she silently prays for Che to stay safe. Meanwhile, our boy stares right out the helicopter window. Che figures since nobody has called for backup, the ground team is doing just fine. Alter chimes in agreeing they are probably holding up. Crossing his arms, Jay points out the demonic spirits are skipping the front lines exactly as they predicted. The white-haired man looks down, noting the high ranks have zero reason to mingle with grunts, which definitely makes this boss raid harder. Staring out the glass, Che brings up the Demon King. He pictures that horned nightmare, knowing if it steps up personally, everything breathing will instantly die. Exhaling deeply, he shoves those completely useless thoughts aside. Looking totally serious, Altair asks if they can actually pull off a win. Nearby, a transparent blue-haired demon secretly listens in. Che looks right at him. Of course, they can win. Studying the white-haired man, he asks if Altair really thought he would dive in without fully trusting his team. The dragon happily replies that he totally believes in him. The heroes look up. They have finally reached the drop zone. The bay doors slide open, wind whipping right through their hair. Standing at the edge, Che calls it time to jump. Smiling, he turns and asks the dragon why he looks so terrified. Come on, they are only picking a fight with the Demon King. Altair fires back completely deadpan. They are diving straight into the core of an enemy army, so yeah, obviously he is nervous. Still grinning, Che tells him to just focus on the demonic spirits. The dragon stares back with solid resolve, promising they will do absolutely everything they can. Che can totally count on this crew. Now brace yourselves for this drop. The squad leaps from the chopper straight among the dragons. Jay shouts, they will take the king's head in pure style. Palpatine watches from behind, letting out a cocky chuckle as he flies past. The heroes hit the dirt, a massive white dragon looming right behind them. The demon army charges hard. Che stares them down quickly, realizing there are way more demonic spirits here than he originally planned for. The white dragon telepathically asks him for a head count, and Che gives him the bleak actual numbers. Stepping forward, he adds that there seem to be a ton of high-level demons waiting too. Che slowly comes to a halt. Pointing forward, he casually asks if they should start with a little greeting. The dragons grip their swords and purple beams instantly blast out. The rushing demons just laugh as that it, but then Shinhan raises a hand and a blazing whirlwind erupts. It rises over the heroes like a completely blinding orb. The demons freeze in panic. The glowing sphere rockets straight toward them, then massively detonates. Intense fire swallows the demons whole, their screams echoing across the field. Catching the pure chaos, the dragons know this is the perfect opening. They charge ahead with swords fully drawn. Shinhan watches the rush, cracks a little smile, and casually calls out to the hidden spy. A startled demon stands right behind him. The spy spins around, excited for a second, but finds nobody else there. He just folds his arms. Shinhan grins. Yeah, he is the one calling him. The transparent demon turns back, completely annoyed. Notice how cocky our guy gets here. Shinhan asks if he enjoyed the show. He warns him to watch closely. The real climax is starting now. The spy just stares. Shutting his injured eye, Shinhan figures this guy noticed him ages ago. He just totally played dumb. Fine by him. Now it is time to show off. A giant magic circle forms right before the dragon. Alter unleashes purple beams. Trapped inside a red barrier, the demon glares and curses. The white dragon just smirks. Suddenly, monsters drive heavy spears into the winged beast. Roaring in fury, the dragon lunges straight at them. His sharp claws rip into a demon's back before a massive paw slams down. The enemy struggles against it. He mocks him. Nobody ever expected Alter to lose to a human. Flashing a wild grin, he promises to send him there soon enough. The white dragon blasts him with another magic seal, loudly telling him to shut up. He then turns away completely. Elsewhere, the dragon wings clash heavily with the horned demons. Their leader knows dragons have strict limits. He silently prays. Shinhan finishes this quickly. Sword in hand, Shinhan faces down his enemy. The demon calmly admits he is surprised to see him alive. Shinhan just smirks. Surprising how exactly Valette explains he means a human somehow stronger than dragons. Solid proof that mankind is way more varied than he thought. Drawing his blade, Shinhan fires back. They're definitely not close enough for friendly chats. Pulling the weapon free, he adds, you cannot judge true power just by looking. You have to test it yourself. Violet chuckles, is that so? A dark red aura spreads out. He admits he never expected a human to actually brag about power right to his face. Shinhan dashes straight and warning him not to regret those big words. Their fierce attacks crash together in blinding flashes. Both weapons lock tightly. Shinhan stares him down, realizing he has zero openings. Valette just stays completely calm. Shinhan activates a skill, summoning a ring of shining swords around them. The blades shoot forward, but red flashes easily block every single one. Smiling, Villette notes that Shinhan seems to use power on the exact same level as the dragons, but he adds that is still not enough to actually beat him. Shinhan leaps backward, dodging a red beam. Villette asks if he knows why the dragons lost. Simple, they trusted their pitiful strength. Shinhan swings his sword hard, splitting the red beam perfectly in one clean strike. Villette gets wide-eyed. Moving fast, Shinhan jumps up loudly, thanks him for the hint, and swings again. He remembers his blade stopping earlier. The soul sword cannot affect it. That is when it clicks. Even Villette has major flaws. Wrapped entirely in light, Shinhan embraces his warrior instincts. Cutting right into the demon, he shouts that if soul magic fails, he will just hit him directly. He twists midair and jumps back. Bright blood bursts from the heavy wound. Villette screams. Turning around, Shinhan casually asks if he still thinks they are equals. Red energy violently flares around the demon as he admits to holding back. Grinding his teeth, he snaps. If Shinhan wants a kill, face him at full power. The thick crimson aura spreads. Watching from behind, Kalpadan realizes the Demon King is finally releasing the King of Demonic Spirits. Staring ahead in pure shock, he wonders who Shinhan actually is. Shinhan looks at the demon wrapped in angry red flashes, asking what he is doing. Villette answers grimly. This means he is fully ready to risk his life. Gripping his sword, Shinhan immediately feels the enemy energy and presence are completely different now. Everyone across the battlefield stares at the red mist in total shock. The demons cheer loudly. They call this the true Demon King. Now it is totally over. Alter turns, explaining this demonic spirit is the Demon King's final spell. He only ever read about it in dusty records. He looks toward Villette. The demon proudly declares that everything ends now. The demonic spirit is completely unbeatable. Their last hope will soon turn to dust. That horned fighter clenches his teeth. He is super irritated that so much inner power is being wasted on a mere human. A white-haired man grabs his shoulder. It is only a waste if the enemy actually wins. He is absolutely sure his master has a plan. The crazy fight rages on. The demon shouts they will kill the dragon wings just as ordered. Meanwhile, Shinhan stands before the Demon King, surrounded by those red flashes. He grips his sword, breathing hard. A faint blue light flickers above his palm. Looking closely, he realizes the natural energy is rapidly fading. Staring hard, the ugly truth hits him. That heavy spell literally poisoned the natural energy around them. Villette stands there, pouring out red flashes. Cracks spread fast across Shinhan's sword before it totally shatters. The Demon King mocks the useless weapon. Then Villette comes flying in, slashing wildly with those long claws. Shinhan blocks using what is left of his blade while the demon smiles. Each heavy strike leaves bright red marks behind. Shinhan keeps parrying, teeth tightly clenched. Then the demon casually catches the broken blade with his bare fingers. Smiling, he asks if Shinhan is finally afraid. His shaking hand tightens on the sword. Shinhan simply calls him a pathetic dog. Shinyun blasts the demon back, yelling that all he hears is barking. Villette gets thrown away as a bright slash cuts right across his body. But the demon just laughs, claims that barely even tickled. The wound on his arm instantly heals right up. Firing off red beams, Villette blocks the attack and mocks Shinyun's missing power. The hero gets forced back as red flashes slice into his arms and legs. The demon screams, bringing his sword down hard enough to burst shockwaves outward. Shinyun desperately gasps for breath. Another crack runs through Shinyun's blade before it shatters entirely. He stares in pure shock. His weapon made from dragon wing bones actually snapped. Villette walks closer. He says this is just getting boring now, a total waste of his demonic spirit. Raising one hand, the demon blasts a bright beam forward and tells the boy to die. Shinyun coughs up blood. With part of his body blown away, he falls, convinced this is the end. Then he lets out a startled gasp, suddenly floating in pitch darkness, completely wrapped in light. Shinyun asks where he is. Seeing his own body lying on a rock, he wonders if this was his very first day in this world. He remembers returning and taking his sister by the hand. He remembers reaching out to touch Jia's cheek. He sees the blonde smiling and that long-haired guy bound in chains. Shinyun finally smiles, realizing these are his own memories flashing by. A yellow system window pops up, stating it is not too late. The chained brunette smiles as words appear go beyond the limits of man. Shinyun studies the glowing text as the system urges him to step onto the path laid out for him. Touching his chin, he thinks it over. If he accepts this deal right now, he could easily crush Villette. But then he remembers standing beside those bodies, wondering what happens after the fight. Light glows in his palm as the truth hits him. He would stop being human. Picturing his friends' faces crossed out, he realizes he wouldn't be able to stay by their side anymore. And Shinyun decides that is not what he wants. His fist shakes as he clenches it, declaring he cannot throw his humanity away just to protect them. With one quick sweep of his hand, Shinyun summons out the soul sword. The blades fly right at the yellow window. He gives a short laugh, already knowing this new sword doesn't work either. Raising a fist, he says that doesn't mean he has to listen to this nonsense. He punches the system window, sending cracks spreading across the yellow panel. Warning words pop up telling him he will regret this. Shin-Yun just laughs. He will deal with that later. He strikes the window again, smashing it to pieces. Behind the demon, Shin-Yun rises up completely wrapped in flames. Villette turns around in annoyance, calling him persistent for still struggling. But then the demon's eyes widen in pure shock. Shin-Yun now rocks long flowing hair without a single scratch on his body. Chuckling, he asks, what is wrong? Is Villette actually scared? He only went through a minor transformation. Curling a finger, he tells the demon round 2 starts right now. Villette just stares in total shock. The aura over Shin-Yun forms the image of a 3-faced man, and the demon realizes his enemy's energy has completely changed. Shin-Yun walks slowly forward right through the flames. Villette guesses this insane appearance change is tied to that new energy. Gathering red liquid in his palm, the demon curses and hurls a wave forward. The newly long-haired hero watches it rise. A dark shadow crosses his face while the fire in his palm begins taking the shape of a sword. Shin-Yun swings it in one single sharp motion. A blinding slash splits the red mass completely apart, leaving Villette absolutely stunned. He swings again. The massive shockwave hurls the demon backward, instantly followed by a bright explosion. Spitting up blood, the shocked demon watches Shin-Yun walk toward him through the flames, holding a hand to the fresh wound on his chest. The Demon King realizes it has been a very long time since he used his true spirit. His body's healing factor is visibly slowing down. He demands to know how Shin-Yun got this strong. Swinging a desperate fist, Villette gets a cold reply. A dying man asks way too many questions. A brutal heavy blow sends the demon flying away. Shin-Yun leaps right after him, keeping the deadly pressure on. The horned demon looks up darkly, barely slipping away into a haze. But you can't run from him now. Shin-Yun just materializes right behind him, asking exactly where he thinks he's going. A solid beam of light punches straight through the demon. Shin-Yun springs back just as a massive blast goes off. Smoke rises from the shredded cloak. Villette slowly turns and spits out a bitter curse, absolutely furious that Shin-Yun dared to attack him. He reaches a hand toward the closing boy, but a flash of light slices it clean off. Shin-Yun stares him down with a totally smug look. Shaking all over, Villette bends forward. Shin-Yun casually crouches beside him, cups a hand to his ear, and openly mocks the mighty demon. He can't hear a thing. With glowing red eyes, Villette screams in the demon tongue, and Shin-Yun actually looks surprised. Struggling to rise, the bleeding demon declares that this is the absolute strongest spell he can use. Grinning madly, he calls it a mind destruction spell meant to tear apart the soul. He swings his clawed hand, ordering this irritating human to finally die. But Shin-Yun cuts him off with one sudden strike. The shocked Demon King's head immediately drops. In that last instant, Villette hears Shin-Yun mock him. His speech was so lame he couldn't let him finish. The demon's body hits the ground. Turning his back, the long-haired hero announces the Demon King is finished, but then he completely freezes. A blue system window pops up right in front of him, calling him over. His eyes go wide. Shin-Hyeon stares hard. This has never happened before. The system message replies back, unable to hide her pure amazement. It was an absolutely incredible sight, unlike anything she had witnessed in ages. Remembering that crucified man, Shin-Hyeon realizes her tone sounds awfully similar, so he demands to know exactly who she is. The blonde woman smiles, claiming she's the one running this status window. He asks if that makes her some kind of goddess. Some people do call her that. She answers. Shin-Hyeon taps the screen as she invites him over for a quick visit. Yeah, probably not happening, he replies. Caught totally off guard, she demands to know why. Crossing his arms, he bluntly says his plate is way too full right now. They can chat later when he is free. The goddess frowns fine. The window completely vanishes. I will be back later. Shin-Hyeon yells as he leaps straight ahead. Still in his massive dragon form, Altair turns in shock. The battlefield is completely covered with bodies. Standing over a demon, the dragon realizes there are just way too many left, crushing one flat with a heavy paw. Altair glances at the red dome, highly anxious about what is happening inside. Suddenly, that thick red haze starts fading away. The remaining demons spin around in pure excitement, screaming that their king's energy has vanished. Another monster wonders if their lord actually won. Altair looks away, admitting there is nothing left to do here. Right then, Sha suddenly appears. He waves cheerfully, announcing his grand return. The dragon just gawks, demanding to know what on earth happened to his hair. He casually brushes the question off. He will explain everything later. Golden lightning violently wraps around his hand. No time for that right now, he warns. He swings his arm at the demon horde, unleashing a massive blinding golden flash. Now watch this move. Smoke hides everything for a second. Dragons and demons just stare, jaws completely dropped. Massive craters are brutally carved into the solid earth. Flashing a cocky grin, Cha turns to the dragon. First things first, he declares. Glancing down at his lightning-covered palm, he promises they are going to wipe out this absolute trash. The monsters are completely stunned. They scream in blind panic. What is going on? Did this crazy human actually kill their master? The white-haired demon cries out in pure horror that it cannot be true. He quickly orders everyone to fall back, and the terrified monsters immediately break into a run. They make a desperate dash for the blue rift. Cha jumps right after them, their bodies vanishing into the portal one by one. Shooting a massive beam of flame at their retreat, he streaks hot fire right over the fleeing demons. The ones who haven't escaped yet freeze in pure shock. Hovering high above the battlefield, Cha sneers. Who exactly gave them permission to run away? Altair suddenly appears beside him, turning his huge head. The protagonist sighs, what a shame. He was inches from finishing off that scum, but now he cannot chase them any farther. The white-haired commander glares right up at him and demands that he stop. With demons burning and bright flames below, our hero wonders if they shouldn't just slaughter everyone. Nearby dragons are literally trembling on the ground. The white-haired guy admits that would be nice, but their own forces have already taken terribly heavy losses today. A trapped demon violently shakes between the roaring fire and the portal. Meanwhile, Altair explains that vastly stronger demons exist beyond this dimension. They need to tighten security around the giant cracks those dangerous things can crawl through. Resting a heavy hand on his comrade's shoulder, Altair says they will wrap things up right here. Cha turns away, confirming he gets it. Nearby, that weird red demon is just hovering in place. Cha crooks his single finger at the guy. Looks like the little stalker is all alone now. Hitting the ground, our protagonist immediately demands a solid explanation. Why was he following him? From behind, Altair angrily shouts, there is no reason to listen to this trash. Just kill him already. But Kalpadin frantically drops to his knees, screaming that he is utterly amazed by Cha's insane skills and desperately wants to serve him. The heroes just stare at him, completely shocked and thrown off. Is this guy totally insane, our hero mutters. The blonde readily agrees. Honestly, this is just bizarre. The crazy stalker begs with all his dark little heart, knowing trust won't come easy, but loudly swearing his loyalty is totally real. Still kneeling, the pathetic demon begs to be his servant while the dragon just yells that he is obviously lying. Dangerous light flares around the dragon's claws as he threatens to rip the monster apart, but Cha holds up a hand telling him to wait. After all, the demon actually swore on his own heart. A quick flash of greed crosses our hero's eyes. Keeping a powerful slave could actually be pretty useful. He could definitely put him to work since the guy looks capable. The stalker trembles, and eventually even the stubborn dragon gives in. The last few demons flee into the rift. Once word spreads that the Demon King is dead, his remaining army pulls back incredibly fast. Sometime later, at a global press conference, officials announce that with backup from America, Korea, and China, Russia's recovery is going perfectly smoothly. Orn formally salutes the white-haired man. Under Altair's strict orders, security around the dungeon rifts gets a massive upgrade. Cha stretches ready to finally get some rest. Suddenly, a demonic hand politely offers him tea. He casually takes the cup, thanking him. Kalpadon is still stubbornly kneeling on the floor, so our protagonist flatly tells him to stop standing out so much. Cha notices the missing horns right away and asks if he hid them somehow. The demon just taps his forehead and confirms it. A pure chameleon camouflage trick. Cha sets his cup down on the table, message received. The hero waves him off. How long does this guy plan on tagging along? The demon practically cries, swearing he won't drag him down. He just wants to serve his master. Cha stares straight ahead, completely over it. Cha shoves the guy out, the door slippers flying everywhere, yelling for some peace and quiet. He flops face first onto his bed. A system window lights up the room. He figures opening the status screen might trigger her call, and a new alert confirms he finally connected. She says she is pulling him over right now. He shuts his eyes tight and opens them to blinding white light. A girl chills in a gazebo right in front of him, calling this place her personal domain. The blonde waves him over, offering a seat. Cha pulls out a chair, and they just sit there glaring at each other in dead silence. The hero finally breaks the ice. You dragged me here, so get straight to the point. The goddess admits it feels surreal seeing him face to face. His sheer presence completely blows her mind. She tells him he is actually the second person to ever step inside here. Cha instantly catches that second. Staring at the floor, she admits the first guy walked that exact same doomed path. His title was the Heavenly Warrior. The second those words hit, Cha envisions that crucified man. He grinds his teeth. That bastard ruined his entire life. But Cha just waves a hand and says, fine. Maybe she is actually telling the truth. But what does any of this have to do with him? Folding her hands on the table, she says that is exactly why she summoned him. Cha demands a completely clear explanation. The blonde drops the casual act. She tells him that despite being human, he is the first to actually shatter human limits. Flashing back to that massive battle, she explains how the Heavenly Warrior hoarded his granted power purely for selfish greed. Luckily, she managed to lock that guy out of this dimension, but the Heavenly Warrior just smirked right through it. Her seal was horribly flawed. He immediately exploited it, dragging innocent people from Earth straight into his twisted world. Then he ripped open a portal connecting his sealed prison to Earth. That is why monsters keep tearing cities apart. Demons, beasts, and crazy cultists poured through the rift, invading their reality. Cha lowers his gaze and finally puts the pieces together. Waving her hand, the goddess notes how Cha pushed past his own limits and crushed the Demon King's invading army. But unless that man gets wiped off the map, these invasions will never stop. Cha clenches his fist. The only solution is executing him. He demands to know if she has a way. She nods yes. Golden sparks swirl around her as she offers to teach him actual dimensional travel, leading right to their target's doorstep. The long-haired hero's eyes flash blood red. Cha Xinhan stares at her in pure shock. He asks if leaping across dimensions is actually possible, and she absolutely confirms it. Looking away, the goddess admits that even after mastering his martial arts, he still falls way below her celestial standards. At least that applies when comparing him to warriors who actually reach the absolute peak. Fighters at that insane level can separate their body and soul, letting their pure spirit phase through dimensions. Smiling, she promises he can still use his full terrifying power in spirit form. Cha looks down, then snaps his gaze up. Why does she not just go handle this herself? She has the power for it, right? The blonde goes completely dead silent. She drops her gaze, muttering that breaking into the underworld is nowhere near that simple. She would have to physically possess a mortal strong enough to contain her energy, and normal bodies would just burst. In fact, only 3 people alive could survive the strain: Alina, G, and Alex, but even they would eventually burn out and die. Hearing his friends' names, Cha snaps and calls garbage on that plan. Meeting his furious glare, the goddess admits she knew he would absolutely hate that idea, hence the secrecy. He shuts it down instantly, absolutely not happening. He tells her to prep the mission details instead because he is going in alone. She smiles. Watch how fast things escalate here. Alex trudges up the spiral stairs, asking what is happening and why the squad got summoned today. Cha Xinhan simply points at the house. He says there is some heavy news he needs to hear first. Kalpatin fiercely glares at the blonde newcomer, demanding to know how he dares stand at his precious lord's right side. Alex points a finger. Is this seriously the demon who willingly became a servant? The hero nods, throwing a casual arm over the guy's shoulder. The blonde asks about their next move. Being fellow warriors, those two bonded incredibly fast, which makes the blue-haired demon explode, screaming about absolute blasphemy. Cha Xinhan shakes off the arm. He sighs, declaring that if they are done goofing off, he is walking in first. The crew hurries after him. Trading confused looks, they watch the hero push the door open. Alir stands casually next to a pile of tied-up demons, welcoming Cha Xinhan. Pointing at the captive monsters, he says he was just about to call him over anyway. Those guys had snuck right in, and he asked if Xinhan could handle them. One red-haired demon immediately blurted out that a demonic spirit serving a human made literally 0 sense. The hero glanced at Kalpatin, telling him to beat out every single bit of useful information. Kalpatin happily agreed to the job. He marched up to the captives, cracking his knuckles. Utterly terrified, they demanded to know why he was doing this, begging him not to betray them. A brutal fight broke out behind them while Cha Xinhan just calmly sat at the table. He flatly stated they lacked time, so he would get straight to the point. Resting his cheek against one hand, Xinhan declared he was going to destroy the demon seed entirely from the other side of the dimension. Staring at him in pure shock, the men asked how. Remembering the earlier battle, he pointed out they had already killed a demon king. Survivors would spread that news across the demon world. He then explained that a longer war meant more suffering for this place, so taking the fight directly to them was much better. Completely stunned, Alex argued they could not cross the rift, especially since the Dragon Wings had already lost their territory fight. Alter agreed. He pointed out that even if someone crossed, they belonged there. He did not. The hero cut him off, saying none of that mattered. With a slight laugh, he mentioned the goddess taught him a way. Even the demon turned at that. Folding his arms, the brunette claimed he had finally reached his absolute peak. He should be completely capable of separating body and spirit. Eyes gently closed, Cha Xinhan explained that only the soul actually crosses the rift, but then he warned that this wild method had limits. Once the soul officially crosses over, he noted the left-behind body is totally helpless. He continued, if that body gets hurt or killed during this process, the blonde finished the thought with a heavy frown, then he permanently dies there too. Xinhan looked right at him, explaining that was exactly why this only concerned him and the Dragon Wings. He basically just brought him here to get his opinion. Clenching his fist, Alex raised it high and firmly stated he was going too. Smiling, the hero gladly accepted. Shaking his hand, he welcomed him aboard. Xinhan stared ahead with pure resolve. Alex looked back with the exact same intense energy. Xinhan then asked the demon if he was joining, and he answered, without any hesitation, absolutely. Standing beside a pile of bodies, the demon noted things were shifting on a way bigger scale than expected. They had even reached out to the demon Lord Rhodey. The boy crossed his arms, asking once again. Fast forward a week and get this giant tanks of blue liquid sit inside his San Francisco lab. The pink-haired girl announced everything was finally ready. Turning to his sister, the boy gently placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and called out softly, Without even looking back, Yuniel shouted that they barely spent any time together before he was leaving again. Shinhan gently patted her head, promising he would definitely come back this time. Crying softly, Yuniel begged him to just return safe. The main character nodded, making the promise. He then faced the guild deputy, asking him to keep watch over everyone while he was gone. Jihao leaned in with a warm smile, promising he would. Standing nearby, Alina teased that despite the crowd, those two totally acted like they were alone. Watching them was pretty awkward, and the blonde flatly told her she better get used to it. Stepping right into the tank, Shinhan warned that demons might attack again, so everyone needed to stay sharp. The blonde told him to be super careful too. Bubbles quickly rose as the boys lowered themselves into the liquid. Waving his hands around in shock, Alex said it actually worked. The hero calmly replied that of course it did. Flashing him a smile, Cha Shinhan told him to begin. They both closed their eyes. Looking highly worried, Jihei told him to stay safe. When their glowing spirit forms finally appeared, the dragon announced they had arrived. Entering the rift, he claimed this route would get them there way faster. Touching her face, the girl promised to offer support from the outside. Meanwhile, a demon on a throne asked if the man could guarantee a win. He said he absolutely could, grinding his teeth in pure anger. Rhodey was totally furious, violently swearing he would burn whatever world that man was in. The man just lay inside a tank. Cha Shinhan's spirit form floated upward. Traveling between different dimensions honestly felt incredibly strange. He crossed the rift alongside the dragons. Staring straight ahead, he asked if this was the demon world. The blonde mentioned it looked basically like Earth or Murim. Alter chimed in saying they called it Dreadville. Turning toward the servant, the hero asked why his master ever used that name. Pointing ahead, he ordered him to explain this bizarre place. Kalpadin quickly introduced Viet, explaining the massive building was the former lord's castle. The dragons exchanged knowing looks while the demon explained. This forest sat at the world's edge, becoming a refuge for dragon wings who lost their land. He added that most demons barely cared about this forest anymore. That was exactly why they completely stopped caring about the dragon wings too. He then brought up Viet, who wanted to massacre the lizard men simply because their territory was dangerously close. Cha Shinhan strokes his chin, guess that perfectly explains why nobody else even blinked after Villiad dropped dead. Kalpadon shakes his head. Think about it, it is the exact opposite. With Villiad dead, the other demon lords will definitely start paying attention, especially his favorite Rodiak. Our guy just asks exactly how many demon lords exist. Kalpadon holds up his fingers, 11 total. That includes the dead Villiad. The brunette frowns, calling that way too many, and a dragon behind him agrees. Alex rubs his chin. This fight might drag out even longer. The brunette replies they will absolutely need a highly secure base for all that. Kalpadon looks thrilled when called over. The MC points, ordering him to lead. They are setting up shop right there. Guards wait by the entrance. Kalpadon waves with a sweet smile, loudly announcing he is back. Panic, the guards rush over. They were worried sick after losing contact and immediately ask where the Demon King went. A blazing Alex suddenly appears behind him. A guard speaks up but gets instantly silenced. One strike takes the head of the demon completely off. The other two freeze as it drops. Then a clawed hand punches right through another body. Without even glancing back, Kalpadon casually mentions their king just died by his new master. The last guard just trembles. Complete terror. By sunset, brutal screams echo through the halls and a demon in white boots steps forward. Agony. Other demons twist on the floor. Lefrost asks if they are all right. One demon is just glad to be alive, bringing urgent news. The white-haired guy remembers spying from behind a stone wall. He explains how he slipped right into the lizard village without being caught. Noticing him, the tied-up demons listen. He finally tracked down the scouts he originally sent. He claims those foolish lizards completely dropped their guard after one single victory. Lefrost asks if he learned anything else. The demon nods. The one-armed man demands he speak up. Clutching his wound, the demon reports in. Kalpadon returned to Dreadville alongside a traitor and some humans. The Lord looks totally shocked, seriously crawling back with a traitor. The gray-haired demon grins there is actually more good news. Looking at Lefrost, he explains everything. Two of the strongest human spawn crossed into another world, entirely leaving their physical bodies behind. The blonde asks why that matters. The demon just points at the men submerged in glowing liquid. He gives his answer. Destroying those flesh and blood bodies right here gives them a real chance. The eyes of the demon light up with pure greed now he understands. Voices echo through the lit castle. Honestly, compared to these guys, the others almost seem slightly less evil. Right before our heroes, tied-up demons sit helpless on the cold floor. Cha Shinhan grins. He tells his allies the enemy rushed in, so they just killed a few and tied up the rest. Just like a movie. The dragon adds they totally had it coming. A demon wearing glasses yells at Kalpadon. Total traitor. He loudly asks how he even dares return like this. The blue-haired man just playfully waves. He cheerfully admits he serves his new master now. Cha Shinhan sits beside the demon. he casually mentions that old master died by his hand. The brunette declares this place his base, now they better accept it exactly like their friends did. He glances at the silent demons nearby. Defeated the man with glasses shuts his eyes. He turns and shouts for everyone to serve the new master. Shocked, the demons look at each other, but they still lower their heads. The tied-up demons shout out in agreement. Fire flickers on Cha Shin-han's finger. The men look totally relieved when their ropes burn away. Alex asks the brunette, and honestly, we are wondering too, will these demons actually follow him? He casually says no, not really. Ordered to keep the lesser demons strictly under control, Kalpadon just bows deeply. He tells him to leave it all to him. When asked for his name, the bespectacled demon answers Salshin. With a heavy yawn, Cha Shin-han tells them to show him his room. He wants to rest before getting down to real work. Looking absolutely miserable, Salshin quietly leads our heroes onward. Once inside the room, the protagonist sits on the bed and calls the demon over. He pins him with a hard look bluntly, asking what he is actually planning. Salshin flinches under the intense pressure. He nervously asks what he means. Dropping to the floor, he claims he only wants to help his new lord. Lifting his head, Salshin explains he served as the deputy to the Demon King, basically his personal butler. Cha Shin-han totally mocks the fancy title. Salshin waves a hand, explaining the role basically just meant obeying orders. If his lord wanted other demons dead, he simply followed through. Touching his face, the MC asks again exactly what he intends to do. Pressing a hand to his chest, the demon firmly declares he will spread false news. The story demon Lord Viliot is actually still alive. Cha Shin-han laughs, says it sounds fine, and tells him to try. The demon bows low, hiding a wicked smile while clutching a red orb. Lafrost mentions their real bodies remain unharmed on the other side. This is a truly perfect chance. The orb displays a girl who asks if that is really true. Standing on the stairs, Rodiak declares they should send troops there immediately. The demons look right at her, totally ready to move. Down on the floor, Salshin explains that the current demon Lord Viliot has completely vanished. Most demons actually think he is already dead. Frowning, the demon says this is exactly why he knows who they need to target first. Picturing a red-haired girl wreathed in flames, he drops the name Demon Lord Rodiak. Scratching his ear, Cha Shin-han casually mentions he already heard about her from Viliot. Salshin blinks in pure surprise. Coughing into his fist, he quickly asks for permission to explain a bit more about Demon Lord Rodiak. This is not just some random woman. She is a demon lord deeply tangled up with the king himself. Thanks to that fierce loyalty, her power has massively spiked. As the girl bites her nail, he adds that she was not even shocked by Viliot vanishing. She was just way more worried than the rest of them. Standing up, Salshin places a hand on his chest. If Shin-han allows it, he will personally go tell Rodiak that her king is still breathing. He explains the trap. If he claims Viliot is too injured to move, she will definitely come rushing out in person. Then they can easily steal her spot. Shin-han stays completely quiet for a second, mulling it over before waving him off. He gives the green light, and the demon immediately bows in thanks. Salshin hurries toward the exit, promising a fast return. Shin-han watches him leave with a faint, knowing smirk. Meanwhile, a massive stream of demons starts pouring right through the rift. Lafreeze flashes a wicked grin and announces his arrival. Looking over his troops, he throws out a hand and starts shouting. He raises his fist, promising they will rip apart the San Francisco lab and crush those humans like literal bugs. Back at the castle, Salshin bows low before Rodiak. The red-haired demon lord stares him down, noting it has been a really long time. She is pretty pleased to finally meet him face to face. He bends all the way down, offering a highly respectful greeting. From the top of the stairs, she finally lets him look up. But Rodiak's representative Narissa shoots him a totally lethal glare when he asks for a private chat. Clenching her teeth in pure anger, she loudly snaps. How dare a guy like him demand a private audience? Rodiak calmly waves it off and tells her to leave the room. Narissa warns him not to try anything stupid. Salshin stays completely silent near the steps. From up above, Rodiak asks if he came regarding that specific matter. He plays dumb, asking what matter she means. When she mentions burying her lover Viliot, he lowers his head, realizing she absolutely thinks the guy is dead. Now picture this tension. Rodiak glares hard, demanding why this stray dog even showed up if he could not protect his own master. Salshin slams his forehead right into the floor and begs for forgiveness. He swears he has to tell her something, even if it costs him his head. That is the whole reason he came. Frowning heavily, Rodiak commands him to speak. Acting devastated, he cries out that the vile humans who killed his master just seized the castle. Rodiak stares at him in total shock. Dropping into his usual dark tone, Salshin admits their numbers are small, but every single one is highly dangerous, especially this guy named Cha Shin-han. Grinding her teeth, the fiery girl bursts out that what the main character did is already famous among all the demon lords. Salshin lowers his head, visibly trembling. Rodiak waves a hand, noting Lafreeze already reported these humans are currently unstable and separated from their real bodies. She immediately asks if Viliot is alive. He confirms it, missing an arm but still breathing. Salshin lets out a tiny laugh, looking pretty pleased to hear those real human bodies are totally helpless. Acting excited, he says they just need to stall until Lafreeze strikes. Once that happens, those two humans are completely finished, leaving only Alter. Resting a hand on her armrest, Rodiak smoothly asks if he brought a plan. Remembering his exact chat with Shin Han, Sao Shin admits he promised to lure her outside. They just need to keep those pesky heroes busy until Lafreeze finally acts. The red-haired demon lord stays completely quiet. Then she stands up, calling it a solid plan. Salshin smiles, agreeing instantly, and begs her to leave the details to him. Rodiak confidently steps right out in front of her demons. Covering his mouth, Salshin quietly warns her. If they march out too openly, the enemy might actually realize the castle is empty. Standing right beside her, he suggests waiting nearby for a clean ambush. Once the heroes walk inside, he will personally send the signal. With a sly grin, Salshin adds that the hidden soldiers will work like literal rat poison. Picturing the heroes getting swarmed, Rodiak smiles back, declaring she's fully ready. The butler returns and bows to our heroes. He claims he successfully convinced Rodiak. Rushing ahead, he tells them this is their big chance. The castle is completely empty, so they have to move extremely fast. The heroes immediately spring up and follow him, rushing straight in. Salshin glances back when the dragon notes the castle really is empty, while the blonde totally agrees. Flashing an incredibly stiff smile, Salshin turns around and asks what they mean. He stammers out that the main army is nowhere to be seen. Alter grimly agrees they are definitely not around here. In one brutally sharp move, Alter announces he is going to find Rodiak himself, right as Salshin's severed head hits the floor. Alex crosses his arms with a laugh. Demons really are all the same, he says. What a completely obvious lie. Staring at the dragon, he suggests taking the castle. Right then, Cha Xin-han appears behind the army alongside a servant. He raises one hand. Miss Rodiak, can you handle the dome? The demon spins around in total shock, demanding to know who he is. Rodiak turns in pure fury. It is him. Motioning to her soldiers, she admits his sudden appearance here is completely unexpected. If Salian was right, he should have been heading straight for the castle. Cha Xin-han simply asks if she actually believed that garbage. Facing her down, he casually explains he came for the main target and left the castle to his crew. Rodiak snaps back that it hardly matters. He asks what exactly she means by that. Rodiak spreads her arms and laughs like a maniac. Still cackling, she asks what kind of joke this is. Grinning in pure confusion, the protagonist asks what she is rambling about. Has she completely lost her mind? Wiping tears away, the red-haired girl says she prepared a little something just for him. Meanwhile, Lee stands with his own army staring at the laboratory. Flashing a sly smile, the demoness asks if he wants to see exactly what it is. The demon horde immediately charges forward. Inside the lab, pipes line the ceiling. Cha Xin-han and Alex have their bodies resting inside giant flasks. Yoon Seo looks over the setup and notes the capsule seems perfectly fine. Ji-hee checks on them too, wondering if those two are truly okay stuck in there. Thinking of the servant constantly fussing over her brother, the brunette says she knows him pretty well. They are definitely fine and probably bouncing with energy right now. The pink-haired girl gives a weak look, admitting she is probably right. She is just getting herself worked up. Suddenly, red lights flash and a loud alarm blares through the lab. The girls turn around at once. Yoon Seol asks why the system tripped. Ji-hee grabs the radio and shouts into it, demanding to know what is happening. Armed men answer back a massive horde of demons is attacking and they need backup immediately. The girls freeze in absolute shock at the report. Ji-hee whips around to Yoon Seol. Contact any hunters and Dragon Wings members who can help out right this second. Cha Xin-han just waves one hand like it is absolutely nothing, asking why he should even bother guessing. Rodiak jumps back when a wicked weapon suddenly appears in his hand. He swings it around, warning her that her time is almost up. A glowing whip shoots forward. Rodiak leaps back to avoid the strike, hot flames swirling around her. Cha Xin-han flicks his wrist. Come at him with absolutely everything she has, use that demon spirit or whatever the heck it is called. He lets out a small laugh, remembering how the demon lord explained this. A demon spirit is special power granted by a demon god, completely different from some basic demon king magic. Wrapped in roaring fire, Rodiak screams in pure fury that his death has arrived. Barking a savage laugh, she calls him the brutal killer of her beloved and swears he will never leave alive. The nearby demons watch the intense flames rise. Cha Xin-han smirks, noting that things are getting pretty hot. Rodiak hurls heavy fire at him, screaming for the man to burn alive. Swinging his glowing whip, Cha Xin-han casually remarks that this honestly feels like a heavy clash between two monsters. He swings again, wondering if every single demon blessed by the demon god learned the exact same martial art. He admits it is getting seriously annoying. Angry flames burst from Rodiak's palm as she screams at him to just shut up and die. Cha Xin-han stares down the massive fire, rushing straight toward him. He slashes out with his golden blade, then calmly settles into a fighting stance. Liquid drips to the floor right beside him. Rodiak shouts in anger, demanding to know how he just resisted her ultimate power. Smirking, he hears her ask if he is not supposed to be just a fragile, ordinary human. Meanwhile, the massive dragons are busy battling the demons. A demon growls, wondering why backup still has not arrived. From above, Yoon Seol fires an arrow right into them. Completely wrapped in blue fire, she snaps, "How dare he!" Her glowing arrows cut through several demons at once, and she keeps shooting as fast as physically possible. Alina raises both hands high, sending out brutal waves of freezing ice. She calls them vain idiots. Real war is built entirely on connections and solid information. Down below, Lee charges ahead, claiming this is all for the greater good. He glances back and coldly states these sacrifices are completely necessary. Then he runs for the lab door and kicks it open. Spotting the flasks, he says he knew they would be hiding in there. Intense red fire gathers in his palm. All he has to do now is blow the entire place up. Ji-hee suddenly appears right behind him. She drives her blade into the traitorous demon. Coughing up blood, he turns in absolute shock, wondering how he ever let his guard down. Pulling her blade from his neck, Ji-hee tells him he never could have seen a fatal sneak attack coming anyway. Leaving the body behind, the pink-haired girl steps forward. She stops right in front of the flask. Resting one hand on the cold glass, she sighs. What a massive relief that no one got hurt here. Her hand tightens into a fist as she wonders just how long it has been since they crossed into this alternate dimension. Touching the flask again, she quietly begs Cha Shin-han to come back to them soon. Throwing his weapon over his shoulder, he says he heard she had divine protection. As he steps closer, the hero admits she actually seems to handle it pretty well. Flashing a confident smile, the brunette asks if he's finally impressed yet. Rodiak is still literally on fire, screaming that she is completely done with him. Shin-yoon just flashes a grin, calling it the divine power of the demon. He swings his weapon right at her, promising a quick death as blue energy slams into her roaring flames. The two of them completely vanish inside a massive fireball. But as the smoke clears, blood is already running down his blade. Shin-yoon stabbed her right through. She coughs up blood in pure shock, demanding to know if he just pierced her defense with raw power alone. Desperate, she screams for her fire demon to finish him off. But Shin-yoon just smirks. Maybe she should have been more careful with that power. She falls backward, hearing his cold voice ask if she swallowed one too many souls. Rodiak just goes limp, her eyes rolling back. He says his goodbyes, noting she did all this for her beloved fiancé. But then his grip shakes. Thick black smoke starts pouring from her eye. The hero turns away, completely sure the demon is finally dead. And then she stands right back up. A single eye glows through the dark smoke. Some twisted, horrible voice calls her its sweet, grieving child. Shin-yoon frowns hard when the voice asks if he is fully undead. With her face ruined, Rodiak repeats those exact words, calling him a sweet, heartbroken child. Shin-yoon clenches his jaw as the thing questions if he is even alive. He glares at her, realizing this is not really Rodi anymore. So who is he talking to? A harsh red aura wraps around the demon as she calls Shin-yoon a total madman. Keeping her damaged eye open with her bare fingers, she shrieks that they killed her true love. Staring him down, she declares that someone is the god of Dreadville. The hero looks totally disgusted, reminding her there is only one god. Rodiak taps her head, asking if he even knows other gods exist out there. There is no demon god. Shin-yoon frowns, figuring out this world has multiple deities. He pictures those red-cloaked figures and a blonde woman radiating bright light. Reaching out a bony hand, Rodiak calls him a foolish child. She insists she was never meant to die in this place. Shin-yoon scowls, shooting back that her fiancé attacked his dimension first. Keeping his eyes locked on her, he states he only came here to protect his home. Completely outraged, she screams that he killed her lover over something so stupid, using a filthy trap. Shin-yoon just flashes a smile. He politely asks if she should maybe drop the pressure and temperature a little bit. Crossing his arms, he mentions he has seen death itself, so why would he just stand by and lose? Rodiak points a finger, snapping that none of that matters anymore. Her own finger starts crumbling apart. She calls him absolute trash, pointing out he already murdered 2 demon lords. With a casual flick of his hand, Shin-yoon shatters it completely, agreeing she's absolutely right. Then he slices her straight in half, telling her to get out of the way. As her body splits apart, she promises every single demon will come for him now. Down to a tiny fragment, she warns her brothers and sisters will never stay still. Shin-yoon watches her completely fade to dust and lets out a heavy sigh. What kind of sick game are these gods even playing? He turns around, immediately spotting a whole crowd of furious demons standing nearby. He smiles, realizing there are plenty of targets left. The demons look furious but terrified, as he decides he might as well have a little fun with them. A bright red moon hangs heavy in the sky. Later on, the crew sits together to regroup. Alter admits that taking down Rodi single-handedly during the castle attack was seriously incredible. Shin-yoon replies that even with divine protection, a demon king like her does not scare him one bit. The whole team listens closely as he warns them not to relax just yet. Alex asks why, since they pulled off a huge win today. The blonde ally raises a hand, asking if they can just hunt the demons down one by one instead of taking them all at once. Shin-yoon shakes his head. It is never quite that simple. The second a leader dies, the demons strike back immediately. The rest of the crew just stares surprised he knows their tactics so well. Alter grits his teeth, realizing it all makes sense. They fought dragons with similar blessings before, but he never expected these regular demons to have that backup too. While Alter and Alex watch him closely, Shinyun reveals there is something far beyond a demon god. That exact being is likely steering the demon army toward him. Folding his arms, he decides they need a solid plan. Kalpadin looks up as Shinyun asks him to gather everyone. They have something incredibly important to discuss right now. The hero feels a sharp sense of danger, stressing that this has to be done fast. Soon enough, the captured demons are dragged into the main square. Shinyun walks right up to Nuria, asking if she is Rodiak's top subordinate. Nuria lowers her head in clear annoyance. Kalpadin steps up, explaining she acted as the direct representative of the fallen demon lord. She frowns hard, asking if he honestly thinks she would submit to a guy like him that easily. Touching his own face, Shinyun just wonders if she can resist a certain someone. He snaps his fingers, muttering that he should probably know before warning she is crossing the line. Nuria instantly starts trembling in raw fear. Blinding golden light pours from Shinyun as he aggressively demands her sworn loyalty. Check this out. He just stands in silence as pure pain takes over her body. She opens her mouth wide, screaming that this was never supposed to happen. The hero just keeps watching without a single word. Nuria throws her head back. Then she slams her forehead straight into the dirt, a glad welcome for her brand new king. Now watch this flip. The other demons completely panic, yelling that they only serve her, and she cannot do this. Shinyun simply asks, do they want brainwashing, or will they swear loyalty themselves? Smiling, he places a hand over his heart. He tells them their lord is merciful enough to give them a simple choice. The demons just glance around in total confusion. Then they follow Nuria's lead and bow down while the hero orders them to greet their new king. Elsewhere, several white-cloaked figures sit around a table. Someone asks if the whole crew finally made it. One of them smirks and openly mocks another guy, calling him weak since his patron demon just got wiped out. The other guy slams the table and snaps at him to shut up. Keeping track of all this chaos is not easy. His eyes flash with pure anger. A mere human killed his demon, but while that body was mortal, the soul was completely divine. Another raises a hand when someone points out a crazy fact. The hero actually understands soul levels, despite walking around in that frail body. He replies that the hero coming here as a human makes things incredibly weird. Someone else immediately asks if that means the guy is king now. The guy beside them lowers his head. For the sake of world peace, he says that soul absolutely has to be erased from existence. The guys across the table nod. It is a massive headache, but they honestly have no other choice. A cloaked figure reaches out to the demon, calling him his precious child. Meanwhile, another leans over a different demon, calling Shinyun absolute scum from another world. Patting the demon's head, he promises the hero will not stay standing much longer. He demands absolute revenge. The demon wakes up in bed, thinking it was just another nightmare. Beside him, a second demon wakes up and mutters about a seriously bad omen. The girl throws her hand out. They need to find National right now. A blood-red moon lights up the walls. The first demon king rises from the bed, glaring straight ahead. He asks, what is even happening here? Even as Rhodey splits in two, she swears every single demon is going to kill him. Slumping against the wall, Shinyun just mutters about how completely insane that woman was. Frowning, he repeats her creepy warning about her siblings coming for his head. He remembers asking Alter and Kalpadon exactly how many demons actually carry divine protection. Scratching his head, the demon answered him. Only the absolute highest lords and the king actually receive the demon god's direct protection. He starts rattling off names, Duras, Arsha, and Phaidon, adding even the dead Rodiak. Though unsure now, Shinyun cuts him off right there. That is more than enough. Kalpadon just grins. He proudly calls himself his new master's strongest, most fiercely loyal servant. Hands resting on his knees, the hero thinks it over. Unless the demon god actually drops down in person, things might not change much. Still, he needs to stay alert. Meanwhile, check out this tense meeting. Several demons gather around a table, and the center guy declares this a massively important matter. Duras, Phaidon, and Arsha all look his way. He asks why every single one of them is gathered here at the exact same time. Naznal glares at the group, asking if the three of them actually teamed up to jump him. Phaidon shakes his head, a fun idea, but no. He then asks the real question. Why meet up like this, and shouldn't Rhodey be sitting right here with them too? Arsha raises a hand. She tells them that is exactly why they came. Naznal chuckles, asking if she got into another fight with her fiancé. Arsha fires back, does gathering over something that petty really make any sense? Duras closes his eyes and promises to keep this extremely brief. Flashing a tense smile, he admits to having the exact same nightmare for several nights straight. Naznal looks visibly annoyed, hearing this dream is about the god of madness getting slaughtered by some otherworldly king. The man stares him down. He claims this might actually be a direct message from above. If they alone saw this exact dream, the answer is totally obvious. Rodiak was the true apostle of madness. Naznal covers half his face deep in thought. The four of them, Rodiak included, are uniquely special beings entirely blessed by the demon god. He pictures himself engulfed in flames, knowing his own power is undeniably real. Even so, his spot as commander and absolute strongest demon king feels shaky. Could someone actually replace him? He pounds the table and asks if anything like this has ever happened before. The answer is a flat no. Folding his arms again, he admits this is the very first time they have ever heard of a dream actually warning them about danger. The girl quickly points out that he's just brushing it off. Eyes shut tight, he insists he is not denying a person like that could exist. After all, Rodi was a demon king personally blessed by the demon god. But then he grits his teeth. The ancient records are totally clear on this. These powers get handed out randomly, and he has never heard of two absolute strongest beings popping up together. Phaidon violently slams the table, demanding to know if he is seriously doubting them and the demon god's power. Duras quickly raises a hand to calm things down. He explains, Naznal likely meant this entire situation feels totally unnatural, especially if the warning truly came from the demon god. Since that god blessed them all, none of them have any reason to lie. Flashing a tiny smile, Naznal asks the group to forgive his outburst. He then wonders why they came to him if contacting Rodiak was supposed to be so easy. The girl lifts her head and admits they already tried, but Rodi never once answered. Their connection to her snapped right when she started chasing someone down. Fate just leans back, says that is exactly why they showed up. He sits right at the top of the demon hierarchy. So, shouldn't he have the juice to send demonic spirits straight into Rodiak's territory? Znel frowns, pointing out they just want to use his authority. Placing a hand over his chest, Daruz smiles and promises they will not abuse that power. They will explain it all to the other demon lords later. And Znel will not suffer any blowback. Sighing heavily, he covers his face. He tells them to go as royal family members and make contact with her. He will help set it up. Planting both hands right on the table, the demon gives his thanks and promises to report back with results. The three demons step up to the throne. Rodi is already sitting right there. One tells the others to bow down while the servant greets her with folded hands. Rodi just looks at them. Did they seriously think she would not be around today? Are they actually planning to be this obvious? Then she orders them to raise their heads. Crossing her legs, she mentions the servant's face looks pretty familiar. The demon just stares back, totally confused. Is this really Rodiak? Why does her whole vibe feel so incredibly awkward right now? Rodi lifts her chin and demands to know why all three bothered coming to see her. Bowing again, the servant explains the king asked him to drop off a message. He wants a meeting. She fires back. Why did he not come here himself? The servant replies that he is busy until tomorrow. Pointing at the other two, Rodiak notes they do not feel like the king's servants at all. Have they met before? They both bow down and admit she is entirely right. Smiling, Rodi asks why folks from completely different lands teamed up just to visit her. She studies them hard. Did they really think they could pull a fast one on her? The demons immediately drop to the floor, swearing that was never the plan. Shaking with pure fear, the servant explains the king recently held a meeting. He sent them to check up on her condition. Rodiak flashes another smile. Is she supposed to be in some kind of danger? Raising his head, the servant confirms that is exactly what they wanted to talk about. Then he looks back down, completely unsettled. This feeling is strangely familiar. The look, the voice, every single detail. Frowning, he suddenly realizes he cannot sense a single drop of demonic aura from her. The demon brings up Arsha, noting a demon king must project power and raw authority even if they prefer not to. Rodi steps right forward. She has definitely heard that before. Her whole body starts shifting. Transforming right there, she talks about demonic spirits sent by lords with divine protection. She says they will be highly useful to her master. All three demons just stare ahead in absolute shock. Kalpadon is standing right there smiling. One demon scrambles to his feet, demanding to know what he is doing here. Touching his neck, Kalpadon admits faking it as Rodi was way harder than expected. Down at the far end of the hall, a man shining with bright energy suddenly appears. Kalpadon asks if they are still confused, while the glowing man says he completely gave up hunting for the other demon lords. Flashing a smile, he thanks them for coming straight to him. Still glowing, he asks exactly how he should show his gratitude. One demon draws a blade, thinking this arrogant human has no clue who he is dealing with. He charges in fast. Watch this. Xin Yan calmly tracks the weapon rushing toward him. He easily catches the steel right between his fingers and calls the demon brave. Then he snatches the weapon away. What now? His hand grips the hilt tightly. A single brutal swing cuts the demon perfectly in half. Xin Yan tells the guy his sword would never ever reach him. Not in 100 years, not in 1,000. Lowering the blade, the hero notes the other survivor knows absolutely nothing about his master's real power. The remaining two demons just stand there staring in dead silence. Resting the bloody sword over his shoulder, he orders them to spill everything about their master. Xin Yan narrows his eyes. Talk right now if they want to survive. Later on inside the palace, the mood feels heavy. One demon places a hand on his chest, visibly shaken. Xin Yan drops his head, mentally chewing over what he just heard. He and his companions keep their eyes locked firmly on the demons. Kneeling on the floor, one guy swears that is all they know and desperately begs them to believe it. Alter and Alex listen in total silence, turning it over. The blonde companion admits they got way less useful intel than he originally hoped. Behind him, Calpedon says one detail still matters. A bunch of demon lords went straight to Insnell, and that could quickly become a massive threat. Folding his arms, Alter points out something still does not add up even if those demon lords are suddenly teaming up. How did they know Rodiak was the one Xinyan actually killed? Putting his hands behind his head, Xinyan casually shares exactly what he remembers. He explains that when he killed her, his mind went completely hazy, like he was drunk. Right before dying, she warned the demons would unite and hunt him down. The others stare at him in shock. Is he okay now? Alter says they will have to wait for the Demon King to move, calling this whole situation terrible news. Pointing at himself with a confident grin, Xinyan asks if they seriously think anyone out there can kill him. He says he already has a totally solid plan, so no one needs to worry. Strolling right past the demons at his feet, he tells everyone to watch closely. They raise their heads in confusion. Light wraps around his body as he triggers the divine word, ordering them to do exactly as they are told. Arsha crosses her arms and demands to know why they showed up at her castle out of nowhere. The two demons hit the floor, begging for some mercy. Dark energy flares around her. She cuts them right off, demanding the actual truth through gritted teeth. One guy stammers that Lady Rodiak just talked too much, so she was executed on the spot. Arsha stares back in pure shock. Rodiak is actually dead. She immediately tortures them. One cries out they had no choice, just please forgive them. They wanted to bring her the terrible news before reporting to their lord. Arsha gnashes her teeth in absolute rage. Then she just covers her face, saying she gets it. She lets them off the hook, admitting Rodiak really did talk way too much. Waving them off, she tells them to go finish their job. The demons bow deeply in total relief. Arsha just watches them scurry away. Later on, she lies in bed, muttering how the king is totally blind right now. The truth has to come out. Her eyes snap wide open. A sudden voice warns her, do not be fooled, face reality. She bolts upright in total panic, tightly covering her ears. What does that even mean? By the time morning arrives, the chatter starts up again. A girl spreads her arms out wide, apologizing that the spirit of the slain still has not found its rest. Duros flashes a smile, asking what actually happened. After all, his guys and Faladin's crew came back perfectly fine from Rodiak's dangerous territory. Looking away, he wonders if his own servants lied, or if those dreams really came straight from the demon god. With her arms crossed, the girl points out that a real god would have made the message a lot clearer. Scratching his head, the boy agrees. Faladin steps in, they must act now. Duros asks why. Faladin glances around the room and declares he will go there personally. Duros and Arsha just stare at him, in pure shock. Is he actually serious? The guy is usually super lazy, so why the sudden effort? Scowling, he admits he is totally sick of these nightly nightmares. He asks if the rest of them are somehow enjoying this. Standing up, he announces he will verify if Rodiak is still breathing, then head right back. If the bad dreams keep coming, they can fix it later. Faladin glances over at his comrade. The guy points out that going personally means Faladin expects an enemy is involved, but one he can definitely handle. Faladin confirms it. Arsha asks the white-robed demon if he really thinks Rodiak got hurt. He replies that if Rodiak went down, the rest of them could easily fall next. Faladin holds out a hand, telling them to just protect Nisnell if things go south, hiding his smile. Arsha calls him out, saying he sounds exactly like a tragic hero ready to sacrifice himself for everyone. Smiling back, he promises he has zero plans to die today, so nobody needs to panic. Duros grins and gives him the green light. Soon, the two demons arrive outside Rodiak Castle. Faladin looks at his aide, asking if he is completely ready. His aide says yes, but then suddenly freezes. A voice rings out, is Faladin really a demon lord protected by a god? Cha just stands there with his crew. Are you really Faladin? He asks directly. Faladin frowns, totally caught off guard that they know his name. He asks his aide about it, and his eyes suddenly widen. His demonic companion just bows and confirms it. Furious, Faladin grabs him, demanding to know what lie he just spouted. Watch closely right here. His assistant instantly freezes solid. Just a puppet. Cha points that out right away. Faladin punches the frozen body, shattering it to pieces. Stepping toward our protagonist, he angrily demands to know exactly who they are. The MC points to himself, proudly claiming he is a guy from another dimension. Faladin scowls. That means they really are invaders from a totally different world. Smiling, Cha asks about the nightmares. Pure payback. That is for taking down Rodiak. Faladin studies them closely, claiming he has absolutely no clue what they mean. Crossing his arms, our guy says calling him an invader is pretty rude. Faladin invaded first, and without that, this meeting never would have happened. Remembering the dead demons, Faladin clenches his jaw. If this guy knows Valet, he absolutely has to be the one who wiped out Rodiak. Hands on his waist, MC openly admits it. Looking over at the completely shattered aide, he quickly notes that Faladin is clearly an ice magic user. Flames erupt around Cha. Grinning, he challenges Faladin to bring everything he is promising to hit back just as hard. Faladin just smiles, calling them completely abnormal. A blue aura surges around him as ice instantly covers the ground. Cha watches the frost spread. Is this a demon lord's power? He asks quietly. One hand resting behind his back, Faladin says his power is a literal ice storm. He launches his sharp ice prism forward. It clips the protagonist right on the leg. With a casual hand flick, MC shatters the frost. Frowning, he admits that without his own power, that single hit could have totally wrecked his organs. Deadly streams of ice rush in. He sweeps every single one away with another wave. Touching his neck, Faladin notes the hero is a pretty solid bluffer. Smashing the last icy shard, Cha just laughs. Faladin can believe whatever makes him feel better. Resting his blade on his shoulder, Cha calls Faden even dumber than Valet and Rodiak. Faden just stares back completely confused, barely even grasping what the guy is saying. Totally offended, Faden launches another ice attack and snaps that our boy has no right comparing him to those losers. As the ice swallows him up, Cha realizes he struck a serious nerve. Faden smirks and tells the protagonist he is about to die, suggesting he should just keep quiet. The ice closes right over his head. Cha immediately thinks back to his fight with Rodiak. Last time, he only cared about winning, completely missing the actual source of that crazy power. But today, he plans to do this right, slowly shutting his eyes. He pictures Velet wrapped in pure red energy. He remembers Rodiak completely covered in fire, comparing them both to Faden. And now hits him. Every single one of them had pulled out the Demon King spirit. Stitching it all together, he wonders how these protected demon lords actually differ from regular kings. Right on cue, Faden reaches out and grabs Cha by the throat. The protagonist just says he has it all figured out. He only needs to mix their power with the energy of a pure soul. Bright light bursts out and shatters the ice. A fireball forms in his hand and he hurls it straight at Faden. Faden panics and wraps himself in a giant block of ice, asking if this is the power of Rodiak. Barely holding back the raging flames with his ice shield, he demands to know how anyone could receive a lord blessing. Cha blasts even more fire his way. He explains that the demons mix their own strength with divine protection, a pretty simple trick to guess once you see it. He steps forward. Faden still struggles to block the fire. The MC frowns and offers the guy a chance to talk. Looking totally lost, Faden holds out a hand and immediately agrees, practically begging for mercy. He drops to his knees, promising to spill every secret if they just spare him. Cha says he might consider it depending on the information. Trembling, Faden finally answers why he showed up here completely alone. Turns out it was his own choice. He doesn't actually trust the other demons yet, so he came to check on Rodiak himself. Cha rests his hands on his waist and admits that makes sense. If a demon actually died, the rest would not learn much from just some vague rumors. Then he asks about the dream. Faden lowers his head, remembering the creepy cloaked figure. He says only a king holding a divine blessing can ever become an apostle of madness. In that dream, he watched himself get killed by people from another world, which made them all think of Rodiak. Bowing low again, he admits he never expected things to actually go down like this. Cha touches his own face, thinking these weird dream warnings have to be coming from something much higher up the chain. He crouches down, casually mentions he already knew most of that, and asks why exactly Faden deserves to keep breathing. Desperate, Faden grabs his leg and swears that if he lives, he will never let another demon oppose the protagonist. He promises to hang them or wipe them out himself. The protagonist asks why he should ever trust that. Faden places a hand on his chest, swearing on his very name. Our MC smiles and agrees. Faden immediately bows and thanks him. Cha just looks down and tells the guy to stay quiet. Later, Faden grips the iron bars, asking why he is locked up when they literally just made a solid promise. The protagonist waves a hand off. He says he still needs to hear what the team thinks before letting anyone go, so Faden needs to sit still and wait. Looking up, Faden mutters that he really thought this would go differently. Then time passes. Cha gathers with all his companions in the hall. He wants their honest opinions on this, starting right with the dragon wings. Nuria looks at him, remembering how her mistress failed to use that power correctly and just turned to dust. She thinks back to that insane fight between Rodiak and the MC. Then she glances over at Calpedon, who fully believes Faden should be forced to swear absolute loyalty. With her hands behind her back, Nuria straight up says they should not trust him. When asked why, she answers. Altair steps right in, pointing out that the war happened a long time ago. Back in those days, there were way more demon kings running around and people still gave their lives trying to destroy them. Calpedon argues that if he were a demon, he would reveal his master's powers at the very first chance. After that, they would just gather their forces and start a brand new war. When Cha asks if a war is what they want, Calpedon gets flustered. He says no, he was only giving an example. Later that night, after hearing everyone out, our protagonist announces he is going to free Faden. Altair tries stopping him, seriously worried he completely ignored everything they just discussed. The MC turns back. Sure, they are letting Faden out, but that does not actually mean he gets to live. They head down to the cell. Faden glances back and steps right out of the cage. Cha gives a simple nod. Faden takes off running immediately. Sprinting away, he calls them total fools, bragging about how much they are going to regret letting a demon go. But then ice suddenly catches up. It pierces straight through his chest and blood violently bursts from his mouth. You gotta love the irony here. Cha walks up asking if Faden likes the taste of his own icy trick. Dropping hard to his knees, Faden spits that the protagonist just started a war. Head lowered, he adds that the MC will absolutely not make it home alive. Cha stares down at him. He has heard threats like that plenty of times before, so he is not really impressed. Faden is going to need something better. Duros sits with his head hanging heavy. Faladin might actually be dead. He clenches his teeth. Even going all out, the guy still fell short. He looks up. They need to get all the lords together right now. Insnell looks completely annoyed. These guys just never quit. Haven't they already begged for enough favors? Is his name alone not enough? Sitting right across from him, Duros drops a total bombshell. Arsha sighs heavily. It is about Faladin dying. Znell points out that lately everything circles right back to him. Flashing a little smirk, he bets Faladin just chose death on purpose. Duros replies that Faladin went to Rodiak yesterday and their connection just snapped. Znell frowns, demanding answers. Holding his head, Duros lays it out. If Faladin is gone, those other two kings were definitely slaughtered by otherworldly invaders. Staring down, he admits they know basically nothing about other dimensions. All he knows is there is a savage race called humans. But what if these humans are way stronger, maybe even like the Dragonborn? Grinding his teeth, he warns the threat is far worse than it looks. Arsha tells Nell to summon every king and find a quiet room. Covering his face in pure annoyance, Nell agrees to summon the whole crew. Later on, the demons gather around a massive table. Nell apologizes for the sudden invite, adding that something huge just went down. Covering his mouth, Terranel asks what exactly could justify this kind of rush. Siren smiles. He really thought Nell brought them here for something a bit more entertaining. Duros flashes the group a grin, asking for a little patience. Jerichin just lets out a chuckle. The demon with glasses touches his face, asking if Duros wants something from them. The guy beside him mutters, it hardly matters. Raising a hand, Duros asks if they remember Valate chasing dragon blood right out of this dimension. Everyone nods. Duros marks Valate with a massive cross and drops the bad news. The guy is totally dead. Siren clenches his fist in pure anger, but Duros is just getting started. Frowning, he adds that Rodiak chased Valate down. Faladin went to investigate and he is completely silent now too. Then he brings up Cha Shinhyun, declaring these attacks are definitely the work of otherworldly invaders. Jerichin points at himself. Duros needs someone who can shape-shift. Smiling slightly, he tasks the hat-wearing demon with mimicking dragon blood to scout out Rodiak territory. They have to figure out what is happening over there and gauge enemy strength. Crossing his arms, the demon understands the mission perfectly. Meanwhile, someone else is secretly listening in. Slipping away, he realizes this is way too serious. He has to warn Cha Shinhyun right now. Then a cold hand stops him. Duros stands right beside him, asking if he was spying on them. Spy clenches his teeth, denying everything. Duros calls him a liar. Blood instantly sprays everywhere as Duros admits his disappointment. A second later, dead. Head entirely gone. Brutal right Duros just looks down at a sphere on the floor. The pink ball is looping every single word from the meeting. Duros brings his boot down and crushes it. Face splattered with blood, he mutters about rats infesting the castle. He wonders if things might actually get fun soon. Looking down, he genuinely cannot wait to meet these mysterious invaders from another world. Meanwhile, Cha is just chilling in bed, wondering about this new demon king with divine protection. He frowns. What are the demons planning next? What does the god want? Then Elter walks into the room. He tells the protagonist they need a private chat, asking him to step outside for a second. Cha stares back. Why? Elter brushes a hand over some nearby leaves, leading him right out. They stop at a cave entrance. This is it. Cha's eyes suddenly light up. Staring hard, he asks who Elter really is beneath it all. Elter smiles. Did he know from the very start? A massive dragon phantom rises behind him. He has wanted to meet Cha Shin-yun since the rumors started. He calls himself a god on the brink of death and a dragon about to be born. Can a being that is both god and dragon even survive here? You really have to wonder. Hand on his chest, Elter explains that barely any demons know he exists. He took this form just to speak with the protagonist in total peace. Arms folded, Cha demands to know what he wants and why they are sneaking around. Elter points inside the cave. Everything will make sense once they go in. He steps forward, calling Cha to follow, but Cha demands a straight answer first. Following him anyway, Cha realizes this cave feels weirdly familiar. Down at the very end, someone is already waiting for them. The protagonist steps inside. He frowns. Gritting his teeth, he realizes he has absolutely been here before. Seeing the guy chilling in a lotus pose, Cha instantly recognizes him, the heavenly warrior. A weapon flashes into Cha's hand. Altair frantically yells at him to use his words first, but our guy charges right in zero time for chatting. The warrior blocks the heavy strike. Blades locked tight. Cha spits out that this very man is the reason he abandoned his little sister. Because of him, Cha was dumped into this nightmare alone. The warrior casually swings his blade, knocking our hero straight backward. Weapon grip tight. He blames this guy for absolutely everything. Earth turned into pure chaos, monsters, mutants, and demons popping up everywhere. Their next brutal clash shoves both of them far apart. Bright trails of light carve through the air. Cha lunges, driving his sword dead straight, but the heavenly warrior casually stops it again. They collide hard once more. This time, the warrior forces Cha to give up ground. He is breathing heavy now. Lowering his head, Cha demands a single answer. He attacks again and screams out loud, "Why did the warrior do this to him?" Cha's sword slams right into the enemy's guard. The heavenly warrior just smiles easily, holding him back. The guy admits he is surprised our hero finally wants to chat. Fire erupts around Cha as he asks, does this warrior actually think they can talk now? A blinding burst of light spreads out. The warrior answers back that such mercy is honestly appreciated. Through gritted teeth, Altair begs both of them to just calm down. But their wild strikes keep flashing endlessly through the dark cave. Raising his blade, Cha swears he will carve this man into 1,000 pieces. Taking another swing, he promises he can do way worse than that. Pointing his sword straight down, Cha orders him to die. Scorching flames reach the heavenly warrior, followed instantly by a massive earth-shaking explosion. A dark silhouette still stands inside the thick smoke. Holding his weapon totally ready, Cha asks what the heck that is. Then he spots a heavy chain wrapped around the warrior's neck. Looking a bit closer, he sees even more chains locked onto him. One binds his hand, leaving the warrior hanging there completely suspended. Visibly stunned, Cha asks why he is tied up like that and what those chains even are. Still dangling mid-air, the warrior sighs that it is a pretty long story and asks for just one single minute. He begins by saying the goddess found out he existed. Looking down, he explains this whole mess started when he ascended from mortal to actual deity. She had happily welcomed him into her divine world, even congratulating him on officially becoming a god. But get this, it was all a massive lie. From the very start, she refused to share that supreme status. She wanted to be the only god. To make that happen, she teamed up with a powerful demon named Dreadbell. She even broke her sacred oath to never interfere with other dimensions. Together, they became sworn enemies of the dragon god. The warrior remembers falling into the void. Tricked by the goddess, he was completely sealed away here. Since a god cannot use full divine power outside their own dimension, all he could really do was silently endure. Once she and Dreadbell finally trapped him, their actual terrifying goal came out. Kill the almighty dragon god and take this entire land for themselves, with the goddess ruling over it. Closing his eyes, he says to stop her twisted greed and the demon god's rule, he burned the last of his strength to forge a world inside his own mind. In there, he could master every single martial art in existence. Imagining two people, he notes they never met since his world runs totally parallel to this one. He also explains that the goddess cannot ever touch that world simply because he is its sole creator. Meanwhile, the so-called goddess demanded constant worship, while vicious winged monsters slaughtered innocent people. While the warrior kept teaching his arts, she gathered up human faith, and disaster after disaster quickly followed. People desperately worshipped her because the more they suffered, the harder they clung to a god. Gritting his teeth, Cha snaps that none of this can be true. Pulling his hand back, he asks if everything he ever learned was just one massive lie. Altair firmly places a hand on his shoulder, sadly confirming that it is all true. Offering a faint smile, Altair adds that this god is currently knocking on death's door, so they honestly do not have much time left. Cha clenches his fist and coldly accepts it. Drawing his weapon back for a strike, he offers to help the warrior end this life if that is the heavy burden he wants to carry. Altair quickly grabs him tight. He begs him to just calm down. Struggling to hold him back, he promises he completely understands the raging anger. But our protagonist really needs to hear the rest of this. From the exact moment Cha first arrived in their dimension, Altair had been carefully watching him, still holding him back right now. Altair admits that after watching two demon kings get utterly defeated, he finally started believing the heavenly warrior's crazy words. He knew Cha could be a massive help to their people who are facing absolute extinction, and that maybe he could help train them for the upcoming battle too. Looking away, Cha reluctantly agrees but says he has one last question. Studying the heavily chained man, he asks why they are even telling him this weird fairy tale. The warrior looks genuinely surprised. Does he actually know a real way to stop the goddess? He presses the issue further. Here's the funny part. Did Cha honestly think he could save the human world without a plan? Of course he does not have one, right? Cha's eyes flare red with pure rage. He killed a demon king himself, so none of this is just some made-up bedtime story. The heavenly warrior cracks a smile. Xinyan is a man who could easily stand against a god. So if he actually pushed his limits, just how unstoppable could he get? He immediately tears himself right out of Altair's grip. Xinyan punches the chained warrior straight in the face, warning that sparing his life definitely does not mean he is forgiven. Standing between Alter and the warrior, our hero offers up a deal strictly to keep his family and everyone else completely safe. He also notices this guy knows way too much about both demons and gods. The warrior smiles, thanking him for actually paying attention. Then Xinyan reaches out his hand. The exact second he touches the binding, wild sparks burst everywhere. Looking down, he asks how to shatter these chains. Alter lays out the only two options. Either the warrior kills the guy who sealed him, or the demon god personally frees him. Lowering his head, the captive admits he can no longer pull people into his imaginary world. This cave is the one safe spot he has left, but he will still try moving Xinyan there. Then his body starts to fade out, trying to get one last word out. Xinyan and Alter watch as the guy vanishes completely into thin air. Alter just sighs, nothing he can do about that now. Stretching his arms, Alter declares this only leaves one real choice: kill them all. With that decided, the two finally exit the cave. A sudden aura flares up around Alter. He stares at Xinyan in total surprise, pointing an incredibly confused finger. He asks if the hero is actually going to help him out now. Scratching the back of his head, Xinyan admits it is something like that. Alter hurries right after him, begging him to say it again. Xinyan just repeats the exact same casual answer. But watch this, right on cue. A dragon drops directly in front of them. Alter stares hard, asking why one of his wings is here. Looking up, the dragon claims his rank is so low that his master probably forgot him entirely. Tapping his chest, he nervously introduces himself as Jerry. After failing at the crack crossing, he got completely wrecked and could not regroup with the rest. He was basically left bleeding out in the dirt. Jerry slowly lowers his head, acting super relieved just to see his master alive again. Alter pauses, rubbing his chin in deep thought. Xinyan nudges his arm, explaining Jerry is a subordinate who took heavy damage but somehow managed to survive the chaos. Hearing they want to treat his wounds first, the dragon immediately lights up. Alter awkwardly touches his neck, apologizing for totally neglecting him. Jerry grabs his hand tight, so thankful to be forgiven. He bows deeply, and yep, this is absolutely Jerry Kun running a sneaky disguise. Xinyan and Alter actually help the guy walk. The other dragon subordinates stare in pure shock. They rush right over, completely amazed this young fighter is still breathing. One guy starts prepping a healing spell, but Jerry frantically waves him off. Our spy knows magic could ruin his cover, so he claims he feels way better and tells them to drop it. Then he shyly asks Alter for a quiet place to get some rest. Alter points at another dragon, ordering him to escort Jerry to a room. Once sitting comfortably on the bed, he is told to sleep, and Jerry politely says, "Thanks." When they remind him to speak up if anything hurts at all, he just waves his arms off again. Later on, alone in the room, Jerry looks around and drops his head. He remembers Nuria bowing to Xinyan, realizing Rodiak and his demons were totally wiped by the hero. After that, he sneaks past the training grounds. Even the rogue demonic spirits are getting drilled hard under Xinyan's command. Jerry recalls two demons talking earlier. One mentioned the death of Rodiak was not exactly sad, and the other agreed life is better now. Touching his muzzle, Jerry pieces it together. Rodiak is dead, and this hero is building a massive army. His claws tighten up just a bit. Time to dig for some more useful intel. Flashing a sneaky smile, Jerry Kun decides he really needs to crash their strategy meeting. The next day rolls around, and Jerry corners Alex. Alex turns around, asking if this is that low-ranked dragon from yesterday. Jerry nods, yes. Alex tries brushing him off, saying he has a meeting and they can talk later, but Jerry grabs his hand. That is exactly why he is here. Alex turns back fully surprised as Jerry begs to join. Hearing the dragon holds intel on Dreadville, Xinyan stares them down, asking what they are doing out here. Jerry claims he wants to help get revenge. Alex just rubs his tired face, explaining that letting random outsiders in is simply not his call. Xinyan just claps a hand on his shoulder. Jerry is totally allowed inside. Looking down, the hero figures this guy might actually know something useful. They head right in. Gathered at the table, Xinyan tells Jerry to spill everything he learned while barely surviving out there. He asks exactly what kind of brutal suffering he endured. Jerry slowly lowers his head. He says being left completely alone out there felt like pure hell. He paints a grim picture of capture and torture, claiming he barely escaped. Clenching his fist, Jerry cries about their twisted cruelty and practically begs for revenge. Kalpedon crosses his arms, completely confident that once the enemy takes the bait, they will wipe them out fast. Alex finally pulls out the map, asking everyone if they are ready to dive in. He spreads the parchment flat across the table. Nuria had given him a detailed map of Dreadville. Alex points to the map. He explains Nesnel's castle sits dead center on the continent, surrounded on all sides by demon kings wrapped in divine protection. Good news, though, 2 of them are already dead. Jerry studies the layout while Alex casually mentions they are dealing with 11 demon kings total. Starting from Rodi Castle, the closest targets are Validi and then Siren. Jerry shoots Alex a look, honestly impressed they did their homework this well. With 2 kings down, things are getting pretty serious. Altair chimes in. He warns that even high-ranked dragon blood cannot beat Nesnel, so they need to play this extra safe. Kalpedon agrees, admitting his old master never even stood a chance against the guy. Xinyan just grabs his horn and tells him to shut up. Then Xinyan looks right at Jerry, asking for his tactical advice on where to strike. Jerry lowers his head, pretending to think hard. He points a finger up and suggests they go straight for Nesnel Castle. Everyone immediately gives him the weirdest look. Kalpedon points out Nesnel is their strongest enemy. Altair asks what Jerry actually means. Jerry spins a lie. He claims he was held near Nesnel Castle before escaping and actually saw the king marching his army southwest. Tapping the map, he argues that an empty castle means they can easily take the center. The whole room stares at the table in dead silence. Suddenly, Xinyan slams his hand down. He declares they are rolling with Jerry's plan, which absolutely shocks everyone else. Smiling, he says an empty stronghold falling into their laps is just pure luck. Jerry folds his hands, politely thanking them for trusting him. Xinyan fires back that they are only using it because it works. He claps his hands, once officially ending the strategy session. Meanwhile, a figure suddenly rushes forward. It is Jericho. He bursts into the stronghold, checking if the whole crew is present. Sitting next to Siren, Terranil asks what could possibly be so urgent to call a full meeting. Siren just notes how interesting this is. Jericho slams the door shut. He complains about completely humiliating himself by begging those brats for help, demanding to know why they should suffer too. Nesnel calmly sits at the table. He tells Jericho to take a breath and explain exactly what intel brought them all here. Jericho explains that the enemy compensated for their tiny army by rounding up a massive horde of demon spirits and rogue demons. He brings up Kalpedon. Brada openly wonders what demons actually lack compared to humans and dragon blood. Malpine calls the humans completely insane. Caranel just slams his fist down, demanding they slaughter the traitors right now. Jericho just smiles, announcing he found their glaring weak points. He mentions Yuna and Jia Hai. They have loved ones stuck on the surface, and he literally overheard them stressing about it between their little strategy meetings. Duro smiles, catching the drift immediately. He turns to Nesnel and suggests deploying a few demon kings straight down to the human realm. He pictures snatching up those humans. By taking hostages, they can slowly break the heroes' minds and tame them completely. Nesnel rests his chin on his hand, agreeing the plan has real potential. Gerton smiles. Brada remains completely unfazed. Malpine grinds his teeth. Swirling with dark energy, Nesnel casually asks the room who wants to take a trip down to the surface. Back with the heroes, they gather by the pond. Someone screams in absolute shock that Jerry was actually a demon spy. Xinyan covers his ears, joking that the screaming alone might take him out before confirming the awful truth. Realizing the spy escaped, Altair leans heavy on the table. Alex rushes over to report Jerry is completely gone. The others checked his room totally empty, like the guy never even existed. Altair sighs hard. He admits he got completely played just because he saw someone from his own race. He offers a deep apology. Xinyan just smiles and waves it off. They're not demons, so of course they could not sniff him out. Walking inside, Alex is still frustrated, asking why Jerry was ever allowed into their classified meeting. All their powers and battle plans are definitely in enemy hands by now. But Xinyan just keeps smiling, insisting everything is perfectly fine. He pictures Siren outside the stronghold. Since the traitor thought he was feeding them fake intel, they are just going to pivot and strike elsewhere. They will pick off the weaker targets and hit Siren's castle first. Clenching his fist, Xinyan calls it a guaranteed victory. Later at Nesnel's base, Brada stands up asking if they seriously have to go through with this. Malpine whines about the job being way too boring. Jericho checks in with Nesnel, confirming they deploy tonight before heading out to pack up. Nesnel wishes him luck. Duro stands up as well, announcing it is time for the rest of them to gear up. Throwing his hands in the air, he orders everyone to prep their squads and regroup right here by tomorrow morning. Arsha tells the guy across the table it is a solid plan, and the other demon nods. Nesnel watches his whole crew file out. He frowns, staying dead silent. And here is where the trap snaps shut. Xinyan's squad gathers right outside Siren's domain, ready to execute their real plan. Backed by dragons and demons, he reminds his team that speed and resolve are everything today. Then the entire army charges in. Dragons and demons clash in an instant. Kalpedon turns, warning that the enemy is fully armed, so they have to secure the kills before anyone wakes up. Xinyan, Altair, Kalpedon, and Alex sprint down the dark hallway. Xinyan kicks the door wide open. Siren just stands there, jaw completely hitting the floor. Still trying to play it cool, he claims they actually tightened security for this exact moment. Then he glances away and yells out, "Enemies have breached the inside." Xinyan rushes him fast, making it clear that calling for backup is totally pointless. With a casual wave, he drops the bomb. Everyone else is already dead. Siren collapses right to the floor, scowling hard. Xinyan casually reminds him that this time he only ripped off his left arm. Pure terror sets in as Siren hears the warning. Spill Nosnel's plan or lose every single limb and die right here. Even now, Siren spits back that he will never tell trash like him a thing. So Xinyang chops his leg clean off, asking if he still wants to stay quiet. Siren violently rolls over, begging him to stop. He swears he will spill absolutely everything. He confesses that tomorrow morning every Dreadville mage is marching out to wipe them completely off the map. Siren keeps his head pinned to the dirt while Xinyang just listens. Folding his arms, Xinyang asks the real question. Do they know he is here and are coming anyway? Siren keeps his head glued down, muttering that even with Xinyang's crazy strength, facing an entire army of mages totally solo is impossible. Then Siren glares at Alter and openly mocks him. He calls him a stray lizard who ran off, only returning to use humans for cheap payback. Alter shoots back that from their side, it probably does look exactly like that. Siren just smiles, sneering that Alter should have been wiped out for good. He adds how much he hates seeing castaways rejected by the gods acting so arrogant. That pushes Alter right over the edge. His entire body shakes with pure rage until Xinyang firmly rests a hand on his shoulder. Walking away, Xinyang tells Alter he is letting him finish this mess himself. Blazing fire erupts in Alter's hand. Siren claims this changes absolutely nothing, but Alter blasts him anyway. When the smoke finally clears, nothing remains of Siren but a nasty puddle of scorched blood. Alex turns to Xinyang, asking what the actual move is now. The bulk of enemy forces are right here, leaving only a tiny squad back in their home territory. Kalpadan steps up, offering to march the army straight back to Rodi Castle, but Xinyang immediately shoots that idea down as unnecessary. Kalpadan lowers his hand, looking incredibly disappointed. Xinyang warns them once the others realize things are wrong and Siren is dead, there is a massive chance they are already marching this way. Kalpadan spreads his hands wide, asking what they are actually supposed to do now. Xinyang just shoots Alter a look. Alter turns around as Xinyang explains there's one specific spot the two of them need to teleport to right now. Kalpadan points at his own chest, asking why Xinyang is dragging him along. A second later, they watch their allies completely vanish. For a second, the guys just stand there totally confused, matching puzzled looks on their faces. Soon enough, three pale trails streak straight toward the castle. Now watch this. Garichin, Brados, and Malpine touch down. The hack guy points off to the side, claiming the target rift is right over there. Brados tells Garichin to hang back and guard Valit Castle just in case things get messy. Right after that, the squad moves up. Brados and Malpine halt right next to the rift. Instantly, Alter and Xinyang just teleport right in their faces. Xinyang flashes a grin, saying he totally knew this would happen. Hiding behind a tree, Garichin overhears that Xinyang leaked this location on purpose. Malpine answers with a nasty smirk. Both demons let heavy dark aura spill everywhere, daring the duo to try and kill them right now. Over elsewhere, Arsha stands before the massive army. Crossing her arms, she demands to know why Siren still has not shown his face. Noznel lets out a heavy sigh, guessing Siren might have just bailed, but Arsha instantly shuts that theory down. She insists he is not the type to skip out on an event like this. Duros raises one finger, guessing things might have gone sideways. Maybe their entire plan leaked, letting the enemy reach him first. Arsha asks if a breach like that is possible. Duros remembers the dead assistant, pointing out that Spirit also tried leaking key intel while totally trapped under human control. Noznel scowls hard, arguing that even with Siren missing, it definitely does not mean they lost. They are sticking to the original plan. Duros smirks and asks why, though. If Siren really got crushed, they should seriously change course, instead of marching to the castle, especially since it is so close. Noznel glares back, easily sensing that Duros is just trying to seize control again. Turning away, Noznel firmly states they are still pushing to Rodi Castle. Duros simply opens his arms and agrees. Keeping that smile, he says if the first mage has decided the path, they will absolutely follow his will. Back at the fight, someone slowly opens his eyes. Malpine spots Brados lying completely headless. Totally stunned, he blurts out even two mages could not stop them. Xinyang kicks the guy hard, casually stating they already crushed the entire ground assault. The dragon suddenly notices heavy dark aura surging. Catching Garichin sprinting for the rift, he loudly warns them one target is still left. Chaos frowns, deeply muttering that he thought they had already dealt with that trash. Garichin almost reaches the escape rift before the dragon fires a massive energy stream. The blast clips his mask, cracking it entirely apart before it hits the dirt. Xinyang completely freezes in shock, cursing out loud at what he just saw. And that is where this video wraps up. If you made it this far, hit subscribe and drop a comment. Catch you in the next one.